Chapter 281 Concubine Hua is angry. Jin Chengzai didn't even raise her head, and stared at her right arm for a long time. Look at me now, what can I do to win favor? It's a blessing to be alive. With Sister Mei here, the Ministry of Internal Affairs shouldn't make things difficult for us. That concubine Chao has also served the Emperor. I think she's not as good as us. It's important for people to be content. Right now, I don't have any thoughts. By the way, it's time for Lingrong to come over today. Remember to prepare her favorite tea. Wanbi stamped her feet. You are too easily satisfied. That Chao Chang's family background is far inferior to yours. When you get better, you should also fight for it, Jin Chengzai said. You seem a little impatient recently. This is not like you. Don't say this in front of others. Don't cause yourself trouble. As soon as Jin Chengzai finished speaking, and Da's voice came from outside. Sister, I'm here to keep you company again. Jin Chengzai motioned Huanbi to serve tea. And Huanbi reluctantly shut up, and went to serve the Luan tea prepared for Nda'ing. And Nda'ing lifted the lid and smelled it. And said with a smile, Sister's people are really attentive. I have come here several times. And they have remembered my preferences. Jin Chengzai said with a smile. I regret that my sister and I met too late. My things are my sister's things. And my people should naturally remember your preferences. Is there anything new in the palace these 2 days? I'm going to get bored if I stay here every day. And agreed. I was just about to tell my sister that at noon the day before yesterday, I heard that the third prince was crying and making a fuss. And he had to find his fourth brother to play with. The fourth prince was only 6 months old. What could he play with? The queen naturally didn't allow it. But the third prince, who was always well behaved, kept crying and making a fuss. The queen had no choice but to order someone to take the third prince to the Ikuan palace of Concubine Hua. Concubine Hua said that the fourth prince was asleep. She refused to bring the fourth prince out. The third prince cried again in the Ikuan palace. Somehow, the emperor heard about this. The emperor said that it was a good thing for the brothers to be harmonious, and that Concubine Hua should not stop the two brothers from being close. She expressed dissatisfaction with Concubine Hua in her words. Concubine Hua was angry with the emperor, and refused to let him in yesterday. Sister, is this a strange thing? Everyone in the palace hopes that the emperor will favor them more, but Concubine Hua is different. Because the emperor said a few words about the children's affairs, even the emperor is gone. Jin Chan was busy asking. Hua Fei refused to let the emperor in. Then the emperor was not angry. And he said with a mysterious smile, how could the emperor not be angry? Although the emperor did not get angry in front of the servants, he turned around and went to Duan Fei's palace. We can see today that Duan Fei looks really good. Sister knows that Duan Fei is always taciturn, but today she talked and laughed with everyone. It's just that Hua Fei doesn't seem very happy. She just said she was not feeling well. Sat for a while, and then left. I guess the emperor will ignore Concubine Hua for a while. How can a concubine dare to be angry with the emperor and turn her face away? Yin Sherlan, the protagonist who was being discussed by An Yueying and Jin Chengzai, was looking through the palace's accounts for last month in her own palace. Jiang Fuhai, the eunuch beside Elinara, came and saluted Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan was only busy looking at the account book. After a long while, he seemed to remember something. Glancing at Jiang Fuhai, who was still kneeling on the ground. Oh, I was so engrossed in looking at the accounts that I forgot that Jiang Gongong was still kneeling. Get up quickly. What's the matter with you coming here at this time? Jiang Fuhai stood up slowly and said slowly. Reporting to Concubine Hua, the queen got up early to have dinner with the emperor. The emperor said that you should take care of the fourth prince wholeheartedly these days. I am afraid that you will be exhausted from dealing with trivial matters in the palace. The queen sympathizes with you, and specially asked me to fetch the accounts of the harem last month. The empress said you should take a rest for a while, and accompany the fourth prince. Yin Sherlan did not get angry, but just looked at Jiang Fuhai quietly, which made Jiang Fuhai a little nervous. Yin Sherlan said, the emperor allowed me to assist in the management of the 6 palaces. Now that the emperor wants to take away my power to assist in the management of the 6 palaces, I have to wait for the emperor's decree or oral order. Why didn't Eunuch Su come, but the empress's people came to inform me? Jiang Fuhai said with his head down. Empress Hua, the emperor's is the imperial decree, the empress's is the imperial decree. You should understand the meaning of the imperial decree, and you cannot disobey it. You know the consequences of disobeying the decree better than I do. If I can't bring the account book back, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Why bother? Yin Shuruan leaned on the chair, smiled, pointed at the account book and said, "Then take it. I just need to take a rest these days, so you don't have to bother me." Yin Shuruan watched Jiang Fuhai take the account book with a little pride. A chill rose in her heart. She was always on guard against the Olenara family, and naturally she was also on guard against the son raised by the Olenara family. The third prince was already 4 years old, and the fourth prince was only half a year old. Children played without restraint, and who knew if the third prince would accidentally scratch the fourth prince's face, or accidentally hurt the fourth prince. Injin always said that he loved the fourth prince, but in his heart, he was probably still on guard against her Nyan family. "I thought I would give birth to a child safely in this life." Injin was able to be more sincere to her. But he didn't expect that it would still be the same as in the previous life. Injin, who was suspected by Nyan Shuruan, sneezed 3 times in a row while reviewing memorials in the Yangqing Palace. Su Peixian was frightened and wanted to summon the imperial physician. Injin said, "Don't make a fuss. I'm fine." Su Peixian said distressedly, "Your Majesty, didn't sleep well last night? I'll bring you a bowl of ginseng soup. Drink it and continue reviewing memorials." Injin stretched and said, "Okay. Concubine Duan is a light sleeper, and I can't sleep well every time. But the Southwest is in need of people right now, so I have to go." Su Peixian sent Xiao Xiaozi to the imperial kitchen to bring ginseng soup, and said, "Your Majesty has worked hard. I have seen that every time you go to Kuan Palace, you are in the best spirits the next day. It's just that concubine Hua went to bed early last night, so don't worry about it." "Your Majesty?" Injin sneered. "She didn't go to bed early at all. She just blamed me. They just left me out on purpose. It's a good thing that Hong Shi and Hong Li are close, and brothers should get along well. I haven't had good brothers since I was a child, and my son can never be like the previous emperor. But Hua Fei only thinks that I favor Hong Shi and support him." Su Peixian nodded and said, "The emperor is very thoughtful, and when Madame Hua Fei comes to her senses, she will understand." Injin said, "I said in the Queen's palace today that I want Hua Fei to rest for a while. Actually, I was waiting for her to bow her head to me once. She is too arrogant in her bones. I am not unaware of the conflicts between her and the Queen, but I have always been partial to her. This time, she locked me out of the door. Humph, I will not be partial to her." Su Peixian wanted to laugh a little, but he held it back. He has been with the emperor for so long, and this is the first time he has seen the emperor get angry with the woman around him. When the emperor was with Queen Chun Yuan in the past, they were always in harmony and love, and Queen Chun Yuan always obeyed the emperor in everything. When it came to concubine Hua, the emperor even got angry. But he looked at it coldly, and the emperor's wish for concubine Hua to bow her head was afraid that it would be in vain. Chapter 282, Furious. Since Nyan Shuruan stopped caring about the affairs of the harem, she felt much more relaxed. She went to pay her respects to Olenara every day, and then returned to Kuan Palace to accompany Hong Li. Olenara no longer made things difficult for her in recent days, and Nyan Shuruan was happy and free. Noble Lady Shen no longer had to follow Nyan Shuruan in charge of affairs, so she had a lot of free time. She went out and came in with Jin Chongzai every day, but they used to drink tea and chat together. Now there is one more person. And Songji looked at the monthly allowance in front of her, and sneered at the eunuch who came to deliver the monthly allowance. Usually there are 2 packages. Why is there only 1 package today? The eunuch did not dare to look at Songji, and lowered his head and whispered. Miss Songji asked about something, I don't know. Why don't you ask Huang Zhongguan? I am only responsible for delivering the monthly allowance to Kuan Palace this month, and I don't know anything else. Songji said. Okay, good one. I don't know anything. Since you don't know, I'll go ask Huang Guiquan. Nyan Shuruan was holding Hong Li and playing with the parrot in the corridor. When she heard Songji's words, she turned around and said, Forget it. Songji, don't embarrass him. After hearing what Nyan Shuruan said, the young eunuch immediately thanked her and disappeared without waiting for Songji to speak again. Songji showed the bag of silver to Nyan Shuruan. Master, there are usually 2 bags of silver. One large and one small. Now there is only this one. It must be that Huang Guiquan saw that you were not in charge. I have neglected you. Nyan Shuruan teased Hong Li and said, The small package of silver every month was originally given by Huang Guiquan for me. I don't know where he deducted it from. I don't care about that little money. I usually accept his silver just to make him feel at ease to work for me. If I don't accept it, he will inevitably be suspicious and sometimes be hesitant to do things. Songji was very dissatisfied. Huang Guiquan is your distant relative. He relied on you, guarding the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And I don't know how much money he has made. Now that you have fallen out of favor, he has changed his face. Such a person makes me angry. Yin Shuolan suddenly smiled. You also said that he used to rely on me to make a lot of money. So he has the courage to deceive his superiors and subordinates occasionally. I want to get rid of him. But I can't do it because of the relationship with distant relatives. This time, I don't need to do it. Someone will naturally deal with him. Why do you think he didn't take out the money this month? He must have given it to someone else. He thought that person would make him the same as before after taking the money. But he was dreaming. Songji suddenly realized. Master means that Huang Guiquan is trying to curry favor with the queen? Humph. The queen may not tolerate him. Huang Guiquan listened to the eunuch who came back and imitated him, and sighed helplessly. Oh, what can I do? I really can't afford to pay more. There is only so much silver in total. If you give one, you will definitely not have the other, the young eunuch said. Master, a maid from Ikuan Palace accidentally broke a white jade vase today. Should we make up for it as usual? Huang Guiquan glanced at the young eunuch and said dimly. Fool, we only have a pair of white jade vases in our warehouse, and gave them to Ikuan Palace. Now one of them is broken, and the pair of vases is useless. Where can we get another one to make up for it? Go to Ikuan Palace again tomorrow, bring back the broken vase, so that concubine Hua won't be an eyesore. The young eunuch thought. He had seen many white jade vases like that in the storeroom. However, if the steward said there were none, then there were none. Okay, I'll go right now. He ran away after saying that. Songji took out the vase, and when she handed it to the young eunuch, her hand suddenly slipped. The young eunuch quickly reached out to take it, but heard Songji exclaim oh. They also hurried to catch the vase. As a result, neither of them caught the vase. The vase fell to the ground and shattered. The eunuch fell flat on his face, and fell at Songji's feet. Songji screamed and dodged the eunuch's attack, accidentally stepping on the eunuch's hand. Xiao Linzi was busy protecting Songji, shouting, How dare you? How dare you molest Sister Songji? The eunuch, who was lying on the ground and screaming under Songji's step, hadn't recovered yet when he saw Xiao Linzi throwing such a big black pot at him. She was so shocked that she didn't even care about the pain, and she jumped up from the ground. Eunuch Lin, don't wrongly accuse me. I fell down when I tried to catch the vase, and Miss Songji stepped on me. The palace maids at Ikuan Palace gathered around. Some protected Songji. Some stood beside Xiao Linzi and glared at the eunuch, and some stood aside and watched. But no one asked the eunuch if he was hurt. Songji said angrily, I say, eunuch, even if I accidentally drop the vase, you can't take advantage of me. You said it yourself. There is only one vase left. It is already a broken vase. It is not a big deal even if it is smashed. Anyway, you can't use it if you take it back. Don't you think so? Xiaoman was carrying water and immediately agreed. Yes. Sister Songji is right. Why did you take advantage of Sister Songji? The little eunuch was so anxious that he almost cried. It's all Master's fault for sending him to get the vase. Why offend concubine Hua? Yin Shuolan listened to the commotion outside in the palace, but ignored it. It would be better to let Songji and Xiao Linzi give the Ministry of Internal Affairs a slap, so that those people would not think that they had fallen out of favor and bully her. Xiao Linzi pretended to go into the palace to report to concubine Hua, and the eunuch was so scared that he said as he walked, Forget it. Forget it. It's my bad luck. I'll go back and tell Huang Zongguan that the other vase is broken too. Don't bully me because I am alone and weak. I can't afford to offend you, but I can always avoid you. After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. Xiao Linzi just frightened him and let him go. Songji ran back to the palace happily. Master, I just felt relieved for you. Who is Huang Guiquan? How dare he send someone to take back the remaining vase? He also said that there is no more in the warehouse, and this one is not good looking. It can't be replaced. Humph, even if I smash it, I won't let him take it back. Who knows where he will exchange it for silver? It's a bargain for others. Yin Shuolan said. Okay, that's how it should be. Otherwise, people will think that I am easy to bully. Songji suddenly sighed and said, The emperor hasn't come to us for a month. And you don't go to see him? You still have to think about the fourth prince. Yin Shuolan finally raised her head from the storybook. My son, what does it have to do with him? I have money in my hand, and I don't live on this little monthly allowance. Your Majesty, if you want to come, you can come. If you don't want to come, I will be happy and free. Injin waited for a month, but Nien Sherlan didn't say a word to him. This day, he couldn't hold it in any longer and came to Ikuin Palace. He didn't let anyone know, just wanted to see what Nien Sherlan was doing in Ikuin Palace these days. As a result, as soon as he walked to the door, he heard these few words. Injin was instantly furious. Chapter 283 Lost in Thought. My son has nothing to do with me? Injin's angry voice suddenly came, and all the masters and servants in the palace were startled. Songji and other servants had already knelt on the ground, with their heads on the ground and dared not say a word. Nien Sherlan put down the book, slowly stood up, slowly took out the handkerchief, and bowed to Injin. Your Majesty, what wind blew you here today? When Su Peixiang heard what Nien Sherlan said, my heart was in my throat. Oh my aunt, others are looking forward to the Emperor, but you are so good, asking what wind brought the Emperor here as soon as you opened your mouth. Injin approached Nien Sherlan step by step, not calling out, smiling but not smiling. Don't worry about what wine brought me here, tell me first, what does it mean to be my son, and it has nothing to do with me. Nien Sherlan didn't care about Injin's pressure at this time. She stood up straight on her own, and suddenly looked up at Injin with tears in her eyes. There were tears in her eyes. Injin was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, Nien Sherlan suddenly took his arm, tears fell one by one, and choked. Your Majesty has not come to see me for so long, I thought you had forgotten me. Now it was Injin's turn to catch his breath in his throat, unable to get it up or down. Nien Sherlan didn't care that there were many servants present, she just looked at Injin pitifully, and the hand holding his arm increased its strength, wrapping Injin's arm tightly. Your Majesty, please speak. I have been very aggrieved these days. Injin was used to seeing the arrogant Sherlan, the complacent Sherlan, and the Sherlan who looked down on everyone. Sherlan, who had just asked him in a sarcastic tone what brought her here, suddenly looked at him with tears in her eyes, wrapped her arms around him, and waited for his reply. Injin's heart softened unconsciously, and the tone that had just fiercely questioned Sherlan suddenly changed. Okay. Stop crying. I am here. Aren't I? Where is our son? Hurry up and bring him here for me to see. The servants kneeling on the ground glanced at each other secretly, not knowing why, but greatly shocked. When did their master become such a tender and affectionate little girl? Su Peixiang's heart, which was hanging at that time, slammed into his chest with a bang. Well, the Emperor is used to being obeyed, and has never been rejected. First, he was neglected by concubine Hua for a month, and then he was suddenly soaked in this honey pot. How could he bear this? Xiao Xiaozi whispered beside Su Peixiang. Master, what's going on? Su Peixiang scolded Xiao Xiaozi softly. Little bastard. Hurry up and ask someone to serve tea. Xiao Linzi saw Xiao Xiaozi winking at him, and immediately poked Songji quietly. Songji understood, and took the servants to quietly retreat. Lidong and Jingzhou went to pour tea. Nien Sherlan wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and said aggrievedly, It's not that I don't want you to see your son, Hongli is taking a nap now. If he is woken up, he will cry again in the evening. You can't bear to see him crying and making a fuss without sleeping well. Right? Injin reached out to wipe Nien Sherlan's tears, pulled her to sit down, and said softly, Don't cry. Why do you cry so easily? I have never seen you like this. Nien Sherlan leaned on Injin's arm tightly, rested her head on his shoulder, and said in a muffled voice, You are ignoring me. Of course I can't see it. Injin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Raising her hand, she stroked Nien Sherlan's face. Today I know that Sherlan is a pig-like person. This skill of putting the blame on someone is really first-rate. It's obviously you who are angry and don't see me. Even if I don't come to see you, you don't know how to find me? Nien Sherlan stopped crying, raised her head, looked straight at Injin, and said aggrievedly, Your Majesty is staying at Xincheng's place today, and at Wan Gairen's place tomorrow. How can I see you? Go to their palace to see you? I have been bullied enough. Why bother asking for humiliation again? Injin's face darkened. You are the dignified concubine Hua, my beloved concubine. Who dares to bully you? Nien Sherlan looked like she wanted to settle the matter peacefully, shaking her head, and begging Injin not to ask any more questions. Injin pointed at Songji. You are concubine Hua's confidant, you tell the story. So Songji began to tell the whole story, how the Ministry of Internal Affairs had neglected the Ikuin Palace these days, and how the young eunuch was rude. Injin's face darkened as he listened. Su Peixiang thought to himself, well, House of Internal Affairs, Wang Guiquan, this chief steward has reached the end of his career. It's just strange. Wang Guiquan is a distant relative of concubine Hua, and in the past he was considered a servant who depended on his master for wealth. Why did concubine Hua get angry with the emperor, and then get rid of Wang Guiquan? Su Peixiang was still thinking about the relationship here, when he suddenly heard Injin say, Su Peixiang, go and beat Wang Guiquan with 20 sticks, in front of everyone in the House of Internal Affairs. After that, take away his position as chief steward, and I will select someone new to be in charge of the House of Internal Affairs. Su Peixiang nodded repeatedly, and left as ordered. When the news spread, Elenara smashed the teacup in her hand. Jianqiu said, as she picked up the broken porcelain pieces, Your Majesty, please be patient. It is only a matter of time before concubine Hua regains her favor. It's a pity that Wang Guiquan was supposed to be used by Your Majesty to establish your authority. Now it's useless. I heard that Wang Guiquan used to be very proud of being a distant relative of concubine Hua. I didn't expect that concubine Hua would be able to fight against her own people. Elenara said, You are right. Concubine Hua killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of her own. She is so ruthless to those who follow her. It will be difficult for her to win the support of the people in the future. But before I could ask Wang Guiquan to do things for me, the emperor couldn't help but go to Kuan Palace. Now concubine Hua will be more proud in the harem. I am a queen. And I am a coward. Elenara couldn't help but slam the table when she said this. Jianqiu came over and rubbed her hands. Your Majesty, calm down. Your nails are well maintained. There is no need to be upset about this. I know that. You are upset about the emperor's preference for Hua Fei. Why don't you find a chance to get rid of her? Elenara said. It's easy to say. She is the emperor's favorite concubine, and her mother's family is a new noble in the court. If she dies, I'm afraid the previous dynasty will not be able to live in peace. Jianqiu said again. Your Majesty, there should be a few people around you who will work hard for you. If Your Majesty takes action, it will naturally not work. But if someone else has such intentions, it has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, concubine Hua has the 4th prince now, and when the 4th prince grows up, her mother's family will be a disaster. Elenara snorted coldly. I know it naturally. But if you look around, there is no one who is useful in the entire harem. Apart from me, the only one who can compete with her in status is concubine Duan. Concubine Duan is like a gourd with a sawed mouth. She doesn't interact with anyone, and doesn't talk much. The two of them don't have much interaction either. Then, there is concubine Wan who is favored. But I don't know if it is my illusion. I always feel that concubine Wan's attitude towards concubine Hua is very strange. The rest of concubine Fucha and concubine Li are only good at calling out. Concubine Li is even more useless. I feel tired when I talk to her. There are also a few who have only served the emperor twice. And the emperor doesn't take them seriously. Jianqiu said. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? There are also concubines who have been in the palace for almost a year and have never served the emperor in bed. Elenara said. You mean? Jianqiu nodded. Yes, Madam, those who have never served in the bed are Jin Changzai and in Daing. They are young and pretty. What man doesn't like new things? You trained Jin Changzai once before, but she was not up to the standard. Why don't you take a cold look at her and train her again? If she is favored, will she dare not listen to you? Elenara fell into deep thought. Chapter 284 called Xian. Xiao Linzi took out 2 storybooks from his bosom and flattered Nian Shirlan. Master, please take a look. I went to buy them yesterday. The latest storybooks from the folks, and this time, they are not those of young ladies and scholars. Master, you can read them to relieve your boredom when you have nothing to do. Nian Shirlan flipped through them curiously, and was a little surprised when she saw the contents clearly. Where did you get these? Why do they look like military tactics? Xiao Linzi scratched his head embarrassedly, and chuckled. Last time, the master and the emperor had a quarrel, and they didn't see each other for a long time, and I was so worried. Luckily the emperor came, master. You are so happy. Nian Shirlan looked at Xiao Linzi, with a silly smile in a bad mood. Like a fool, just say it. Xiao Linzi came close to Nian Shirlan. Master, I noticed that you cried to the emperor that day, just like what was written in the storybook you read a few days ago. I can read now, hee. I have a good eye for storybooks. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Nian Shirlan's face, but she pretended to be calm and said, You have a good eye, and continue to pick good ones to entertain me in the future. Nian Shirlan remembered the day when Injin came, she happened to see in the storybook, the young lady's maid gave her advice. You have to follow your brother-in-law, all men like obedient women. Even if you don't like your brother-in-law favoring his concubine. Injin just happened to come in, with a gloomy face. Looking like someone who came with bad intentions. Yin Sherlon rolled her eyes. And followed the manners of the young lady in the storybook. Sticking to him without any grudges. Yin Sherlon just wanted to try it out to see if it would work. But she didn't expect Injin to be very happy with it. And that night, they were extremely affectionate. Yin Sherlon got up early that day, and went to pay her respects to Elenara. Everyone in the harem was happy. Elenara smiled softly, said to Yin Sherlon, Sister Hua Fei has regained the emperor's favor. I am also happy for my sister. Yin Sherlon did not raise her eyelids, but just said leisurely, I wonder how happy the queen is. Elenara secretly took a deep breath, still smiling warmly. Of course she is very happy. I was sitting in Jingren Palace. I heard that my sister and the emperor had reconciled, and I thought it was a rumor. Until I heard that the former head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Wang Guiquan, had offended my sister, after being beaten with a stick by the emperor and sent to the Ministry of Punishment. I learned that my sister had indeed regained the emperor's favor. These days, I have seen my sister quarreling with the emperor. And the emperor also reduced her power to assist in the 6 palaces in anger. I am really worried about her. But it's good. My sister can take this opportunity to have a good rest for a while. Yin Sherlon heard the meaning of Elenara's words, squinted her eyes, and replied with a smile. It's my fault. I'm sorry to have made the empress worried. But you don't have to worry now. The emperor has been with me these days. I will do my best to make it up to him, Elenara said. In this way, I will be relieved. Sister Hua Fei, you must know that the emperor is the sky and women are the earth. Whether in the harem or the former dynasty, the emperor is the most important. You must not get angry with the emperor because of a momentary impulse. In the end, you will suffer the loss. Yin Sherlon picked up the silk handkerchief in her hand, putting it on her lips. She coughed lightly, pinching her throat, and said, Yes, I remember. I was a little tired from serving the emperor last night, and I came to pay my respects to the queen today. If the queen has nothing else to say, I will go back to sleep first. Yin Sherlon was about to stand up when Jiang Fuhai came in and reported. Hello, Queen. Eunuch Su is here. Elenara asked in confusion. Oh, what is Su Peisheng doing here now? Noble Lady Fucha said hurriedly. Today is the 15th day, which should be the day when the emperor comes to Jingren Palace. In my opinion, I am afraid that the emperor is anxious to see the queen, and asked Su Peisheng to pass on the message. Noble Lady Fucha looked at the smile on Elenara's face with pride. Elenara seemed to be scolding, but her tone could not hide her joy. Sister Fucha, please don't make fun of me. Jiang Fuhai, go and ask Eunuch Su to come in. Elenara smiled and instructed Jiang Fuhai. His eyes seemed to pass by Yin Sherlon inadvertently. And Yin Sherlon still looked nonchalant. Su Peisheng entered the palace, bowed to Elenara first, and then said, Your Majesty, the Queen, the Emperor just came out of the morning court, and asked me to come and inform the 6 palaces that from now on, the power of concubine Hua to assist in the management of the 6 palaces will be restored. I thought. It just so happened that all the ladies were in Jingren Palace. So I came directly to Jingren Palace. This is the Emperor's order. Please let the Queen know. Elenara just smiled and said she knew. Su Peisheng was sent away. Yin Sherlon glanced over and saw that the noble Lady Fucha, who had said something that Elenara liked to hear before, was now shrinking her body and trying her best to squeeze herself into the chair. Like a quail. Yin Sherlon did not speak, just waiting for Elenara to say something. Elenara turned her head and said to Yin Sherlon, Congratulations, sister. I just said that the emperor was angry and reduced your power to assist in the 6 palaces. I didn't want you to be busy again so soon. Yin Sherlon stood up and said respectfully, I thank the emperor for his grace, and thank the queen. I want to go back and rest first, and promised that there was nothing to do, and went to Xianfu Palace to visit Jin Chengzai. Jin Chengzai looked at the embroidery frame in Anne's hand, took it with her good left hand, looked at it carefully, and exclaimed, Sister Anne's hands are really clever. This flower doesn't look like it's embroidered. It looks like it's about to bloom. When my hands are healed. Sister, can you teach me this embroidery skill? I also embroidered a purse for myself to wear. Ed agreed and looked at Jin Chengzai, smiling softly. If my sister likes it, I'll embroider it and give it to her. But I don't know, what kind of flower does my sister like? Jin Chongzai suddenly thought of the word Xian. She had a dream recently. In the dream, she only remembered that she liked a kind of flower very much. In the dream, someone told her that the flower was called Xian. But she could never see who that person was, and she couldn't see what the flower looked like. I only remember that in my dream, she liked a flower called Xian. Jin Chongzai tentatively said to an Ing. Sister, do you know that there is a flower called Xian? And Ingzai thought about it seriously and replied. Sister, you are knowledgeable. Can you tell me what kind of flower Xian is? What does it look like? Jin Chongzai said. I don't know either. I only know that there is a flower called Xian. I have never seen it. So I wondered if you have seen it. It seems that you have never heard of it. And Ingzai smiled and raised the embroidery frame in front of Jin Chongzai. Sister, do you like these lotus flowers embroidered by me? Chapter 285 Suspicion of Mei Zhuang. Jin Chongzai looked at the embroidery frame and into Ying's hand. The double-petaled lotus flowers were fresh and pleasing to the eye. I like it. This flower of yours reminds me of a poem. And De Ying said happily. Sister, you are very talented. Sister, I am all ears. Jin Chongzai said modestly. How can I be very talented? I just read a few books and know a few words. I don't deserve your praise. And De Ying smiled and urged Jin Chongzai. Sister just said that she remembered a poem. I've been waiting for a long time. Please recite it quickly. Jin Chongzai recited softly. Born free from dust and mud. Why not have many names in the world? I have only the wind and moon in my life. And I have been prosperous and declining in the 4 seasons. I know that my roots are all ice and jade. And people say that my beauty shines on silk. The morning light is bright and fragrant for 10 miles. And I paddle for you and sing Wu songs. Everyone praises the lotus for its purity and elegance. But they only see its beauty. But forget that it also struggled out of the mud. It can be seen that there are many hardships hidden under the glamour. And Ying lowered her head. And began to embroider the flower stitch by stitch again. And said with a smile, my sister is not as knowledgeable as my sister. And she can't write poems. She can only sing a few songs that are not worthy of being in a formal hall. And they are also related to lotus. Jin Chong was interested for a while. And said happily, my sister can actually sing a little song? This is great. I am bored when I am sick. Why don't you sing a few songs for me to listen to? And Ying saw that there was no one around, with only a few servants to serve her. She said without any hesitation, then I will show my ugliness to please my sister. And Ying cleared her throat, continued to embroider the flowers in her hand, and sang leisurely. Lotus can be picked in the south of the Yangtze River. The lotus leaves are so lush. And fish play among the lotus leaves. Fish play in the east of the lotus leaves. Fish play in the west of the lotus leaves. Fish play in the south of the lotus leaves. Fish play in the north of the lotus leaves. Jin Chongzai listened to Ying's voice, and said enviously, my sister's singing is like the sound of nature, which makes people feel drunk. It's a pity that my hand is like this. Otherwise, I would definitely accompany my sister with a song. Lu Zhu, who has always been carefree, has been very distressed these days, because she did not take good care of Jin Chongzai. Now, after hearing this, she feels even more uncomfortable. My lady, it's all my fault that you got hurt. Jin Chongzai's gentle eyes fell on Lu Zhu, who was full of guilt. Silly girl. I don't blame you. I asked you to push the swing hard. By the way, how's the swing? Have you checked it? What happened? Lu Zhu said. I was worried about you that day, so I went there with Zhou Ninghai the next day. I wanted to check it carefully. But I heard that the emperor had ordered the swing to be dismantled, and ordered that no more swings should be set up in the imperial garden in the future. Jin Chong was stunned and said anxiously, how did the emperor know? Why didn't you tell me a few days ago? Lu Zhu said, Your Majesty must have heard that you fell off the swing. I don't know. The young lady had a hard time recovering from her injuries a few days ago. I didn't tell you. And agreed. Sister, maybe the emperor is afraid that the concubines will get into trouble again? Why did you react so strongly? Jin Chongzai sighed and said, I'm just worried that the emperor would think I'm reckless. And agreed and smiled, and comforted Jin Chongzai. You're worrying too much. Sister. Although sister has not yet been favored, your sister is gentle and calm, which is witnessed by everyone. How can you say she is reckless? Besides, this kind of accident is not the first one for my sister. The emperor will not think that way. Sister, just rest and recover. Only when you recover, sister will have a chance to be favored by the emperor. Jin Chongzai looked at Daing and said seriously, "Don't just talk about me, you have a beautiful voice. When you stand out in the future, you will definitely be appreciated by the emperor." And Daing still lowered his head, after a long while said, "Sister, I have always had a doubt." Jin Chong signaled her with her eyes. Lu Zhu saw that and agreed to talk, and took Bao Wan away, and agreed and then said carefully, "Sister, you know, Sister and Sister Shen grew up together, and they are as close as sisters. Sister Shen has been favored for a long time. Why don't you think about fighting for the emperor's favor for Sister? Sister, you see, some time ago, concubine Hua fell out of favor, and Sister Shen came to accompany us every day. As soon as concubine Hua regained favor, Sister Shen had to follow concubine Hua to be busy again. Sister, why don't you ask Sister Shen for help when you are free someday?" Jin Chongzai was actually deeply regretful, since she missed the chance to be with the emperor again and again. But she thought, luckily, Sister Mei was always with her, and promised today made Jin Chongzai's doubts grow a little bit. Yes, Sister Mei had lived with me, studied with me, and played with me since childhood. They talked about everything. I don't know when it started, but it seems that I haven't had a good conversation with Sister Mei for a long time. Sister Mei is busy learning how to manage affairs with concubine Hua during the day, and at night she has to learn to read account books, or even serve the emperor. But Jin Chongzai feels that she cannot do such a thing as going to Sister Mei to seek the emperor's favor. Isn't Jin Chongzai a proud woman in her bones? And agreed that what she said makes sense. Sister Mei has a deep relationship with herself, but she never takes the initiative to help her win favor. Jin Chongzai comforts herself. Maybe because she has always been indifferent and non-competitive, let Sister Mei feel that she doesn't need the emperor's favor. Jin Chongzai said, "Sister Mei is busy, I can't go and cause trouble for her. By the way, where did you learn this excellent embroidery skill?" And Daing was still waiting for Jin Chongzai's answer, but she suddenly asked about her embroidery skill. And Ying's eyebrows softened unconsciously, and her tone was full of nostalgia. "My sister's embroidery skill was taught by my mother. My mother was very good at embroidery when she was young. Since I was a child, I have been learning embroidery skills. I remember that my mother was always embroidering. My pillow, clothes, and handkerchiefs were all embroidered by my mother. My mother also taught me embroidery by herself." My mother said, "It is better to have many skills than to be a burden. Girls should have skills that they can show off. That way, they will not be looked down upon by others." I was ignorant at that time, and I always asked my mother, "What kind of skill is embroidery?" My mother said, "At least, if you are not doing well in your husband's family, you can still embroider things to exchange for money." Jin Chongzai said with a smile, "Your mother is worrying too much. You are a daughter of an official family. Not to mention that your husband's family will not be poor, you will also participate in this election. Once you marry into the emperor's family, why worry about money?" And Daing saw that she could not finish embroidering the lotus today, so she called Bao Wan in, collected the unfinished embroidery, and waited to embroider it slowly in her own palace. Jin Chongzai talked with Daing for a while, until Jin Chongzai showed a little tiredness, and Ingda reluctantly returned to the palace. Wanbi saw Ingda go out from the second gate, and then said, "The young lady is not feeling well, and you have to deal with young lady in every day, which is really hard for the young lady." Jin Chongzai said, "I am not dealing with her. Lingrong is timid. There is no one else in the palace who is on good terms with her except me and Sister Mei. She is also pitiful. She has nowhere else to go except me. I sympathize with her, so naturally I want to be closer to her." Wanbi curled her lips and said, "But today, young lady and suspected your relationship with young lady Meizhuang. Although I am also confused, what young lady and said is too straightforward. Aren't you angry?" Young lady? Chapter 286 The Palace Made Familiar. Jin Chongzai rubbed her slightly swollen and painful temple, and said to Wanbi, "Wanbi, I can't rub it myself, you rub it for me." Wanbi walked behind Jin Chongzai, pressed her temple with her fingertips, and gently relieved her discomfort, while saying, "My young lady has been tired recently. Why don't you ask another imperial physician to come and see her? I think, perhaps Imperial Physician Chiu saw that my young lady's position was not high, so he just fooled around." Jin Chongzai felt much more comfortable with Wanbi's massage on her head. And then she said, "It's better to have less trouble than more. I am just an unpopular Chongzai now, so it is reasonable that the Imperial Physician treats me badly. You just asked me why I was not angry when Lingrong reminded me of my relationship with Sister Mei. It's not that I haven't thought about these things in detail before. But I always remember the friendship we had since childhood and don't want to think too deeply. Lingrong is an outsider. But she sees it more clearly than me. So why should I be angry? I should thank Lingrong for her advice. Seeing that Jin Chongzai seemed to be much better, Wanbi slowly stopped massaging her hands. I heard that. The best Chinese medicine doctor in the Imperial Hospital is Lord Wen Xianqing. Why don't I go and invite him to the young lady one day? Jin Chongzai smiled helplessly. Silly girl, you also said that. He is the best Chinese medicine doctor in the Imperial Hospital. How can someone of my status invite him easily? Just keep him like this. We just need to be more careful. By the way, is the hair oil running out? Let Lu Zhu go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get some. Lu Zhu went for half a day and came back with a pout. Zhou Ninghai was taking a nap in the corridor and heard someone's angry footsteps and opened his eyes. He saw that it was Lu Zhu and said with a smile, Miss Lu Zhu, what's wrong with you? Who provoked you? Lu Zhu said angrily. Humph! The Ministry of Internal Affairs is full of people who look down on others. I thought the Emperor had punished Huang Guiquan. I can change the steward under me. I didn't expect that the new steward Lu Chanfeng is actually a snobbish guy. He said that the things in our palace have not been used up yet, and we can get them after we use them up. How can you bully people like this? I will report to the young lady. And then report to the Queen. Let the Queen punish those servants in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Lu Zhu raised his voice while speaking. Zhou Ninghai quickly put his finger to his mouth, making a gesture of silence. He thought Lu Zhu's words were ridiculous. But his face was filled with indignation. Oh! This is so wrong! But Aunt Lu Zhu, please keep your voice down. The young lady is recovering from illness now. And I don't know how upset I am to hear these words. The weather has been getting hot recently. And the windows of the house where Jin Chongzai lived were open. Jin Chongzai had heard everything Lu Zhu said just now. But she pretended not to hear it. Lu Zhu held back the rest of her words. But she felt very uncomfortable. So she couldn't help but mutter to Zhou Ninghai. You don't know? If I just didn't bring back the things, it would be fine. What's hateful is that Li Gairen's maid Pei Hong. She is obviously a slave. But she still speaks to me with sarcasm. Who is she? My young master is just a noble lady. When our young master is favored by the Emperor, she will not even have a place to stand. Wanbi looked at Jin Chongzai's face. And as Liu Zhu's words became more and more serious, she hurried to the outer room and said to Lu Zhu, Okay. If you haven't received it, then you haven't received it. You can go and get it after you use it up in a few days. If it doesn't work, take the empty box. I don't believe that Lu Chanfeng dares to blatantly deduct the expenses of the harem. Don't get angry here and hurt yourself. And also make the young lady angry. This scene in Xianfu Palace was taught to Nian Sherlan by Xiao Linzi in the evening. Nian Sherlan smiled. What is this, just the beginning? She was curious. In the previous life, Zhen Huan dared to confront her, the favored concubine, directly since she entered the palace. Why is she so forbearing in this life? Is it just because she is not favored? Nian Sherlan wanted to see, how could Zhen Huan still be favored after so much preparation by her? Songji brought a bowl of blood swallow's nest to serve Nian Sherlan. She watched Nian Sherlan use the bird's nest, then said, Master, there is one thing, I don't know whether I should say it or not. Nian Sherlan said, If you think it's not appropriate to say it, then don't say it. I have always told you that in my place. You should just say it directly. Where did you learn these pretentious things? I hate such things as whether it should be said or not. Songji's face showed a rare trace of embarrassment. But she quickly adjusted her state and said, Yes, the master taught me. And I remember it. Then I will say it directly. The few times the emperor came to our place, I noticed that the new maid Fuzi always appeared in front of the emperor intentionally or unintentionally. I was worried that she was given to you by the queen, and she might be up to something bad. Nian Sherlan looked at the sky. It was already dark. I know that the queen put such a delicate and fair maid into the Ikuan palace. Not just to serve me as she said. It doesn't matter. Since she intends to discuss me, I will just go along with her. Songji understood Nyanchalan's plan instantly. What do you mean? Nyanchalan sneered, nodded, said. You are getting smarter now. Yes, the queen wanted to discuss me, so she sent a pretty maid to me. She thought I would be jealous. Even if she didn't want Fuzi's life, she would torture Fuzi. When the time comes, she can take the opportunity to sue me in front of the emperor. But I just don't want her to have her way. I guess this Fuzi must have been seen by the emperor in Jingren Palace. Now that she has been sent to me, I will be generous and make her a mistress. It depends on whether she is willing to accept this overwhelming wealth. Somji said. But I don't understand. Master, if you do this, isn't it the same as finding someone to share your favor? Yin Shuruan thought of Injin's favor to her in this life, and laughed at herself. The things that I once dreamed of, now in front of me, I realize that they are not valuable. If she can share my favor, let her share it. It will save the women in the harem from staring at me all day long. So when Injin went to Ikuin Palace again, Fuzi served him tea. Injin took the teacup from Fuzi and asked Yin Shuruan curiously, I think this palace girl looks familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere before. Yin Shuruan chuckled and covered her lips with her hands. Her eyes were full of charm. She looked at Injin coquettishly and angrily, and said, Your Majesty's words are very similar to those in the storybooks I read, where a playboy flirts with a decent girl on the street. This Fuzi was given to me by the Queen Mother. Your Majesty must have seen her in the Queen Mother's Jingren Palace. Why bother to beat around the bush with me? Chapter 287. Xia bumped into someone. Injin chuckled, shook his head, and said casually, I've said before, you're very smart, just like your brother. But it's not necessarily a good thing for a woman to be too smart. I still like you to be a little dumber. Yin Shuruan took the silk handkerchief and fanned herself with disdain. If I were a little dumber, I don't think the emperor would still like me. When the emperor asked to marry me, he met me by chance on the street, and he said he liked my intelligence. Injin's tone suddenly softened, and his eyes softened. He and Yin Shuruan had been chatting together since they first met, and it had only been 5 years. But it seemed like they had been married for most of their lives. When her husband praised another woman, her wife would not get angry, but would just make fun of him. Injin felt a little strange. But Yin Shuruan said again, If your Majesty likes Fuzi, I am not such a jealous woman. Your Majesty can just summon her. But even though she is a maid in my palace, your Majesty has to ask her what she thinks. What do you think? At this time, Fuzi, who was being talked about, had already gone downstairs with her tea tray and was quietly standing outside the door, listening to the two of them talking. Xiao Linzi pretended not to notice Fuzi eavesdropping. Injin said, Nonsense. I just thought this palace girl looked familiar, and I just asked casually. You are so good. You are so eager to give it to me. It's as if I am the one who is impatient. I am curious, why has Shuruan become less and less interested in me since she entered the palace? Injin did not expect that he would blurt out the question that had been on his mind for a long time. When she was in the palace before, Yin Shuruan would be jealous of him. But why is she becoming more and more generous now? He does not like it. But he still likes the Yin Shuruan in the palace. Yin Shuruan thought to himself, Aren't you a person who is eager for sex? Whether in the last life or this life. You just didn't realize it. But what Yin Shuruan said was, Your Majesty has wronged me again. When did I rush to send you someone? You are the ruler of a country. I don't have the courage to do that. Besides, although I look forward to your coming every day, I am not in the palace now like before. Look, which of the women in the harem is not looking forward to your coming every day? I can't be with you every day, and it would be easy for me to become the target of everyone in the palace. Your Majesty should treat everyone equally. I still want to live a few more years. Injin sighed. You are getting more and more talkative. I can't beat you. Yin Shuruan said in astonishment. Your Majesty, do you mean that I am too talkative? Then I will stop talking from now on, so that your Majesty won't be disgusted by me. As she said that, Yin Shuruan turned around and ignored Injin. Her petty look was like a small hook in Injin's eyes, making Injin's heart itch. Fuzi naturally didn't become the mistress, but under her obedient appearance. She had a little idea because of the conversation between Yin Shuruan and Injin that day. Concubine 1 brought Cui Jinsi and Li Bai to pay respects to the Olanara family. When they were walking on the palace road, they were bumped by someone coming out of the other side of the door. Li Bai was quick to help Concubine 1 steady her and prevent her from falling to the ground. The person who bumped into her screamed in a shrill voice. Who is it? Don't you have eyes when you walk? Li Bai scolded. How dare you? Concubine 1 looked carefully and found that it was Concubine Xia. She had no extra contact with this concubine, but she thought that she was just walking carelessly and bumped into her. She wanted to make peace with the matter and said to Li Bai, Don't be rude. She said to Concubine Xia softly, You bumped into me just now, I won't bother with you. But I hope Concubine Xia will be more relaxed in the future. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. Xia Changzai always had her eyes on the top of her head. and she did not take Wang Guiran too seriously at the moment. She bowed arrogantly and perfunctorily, and said, "Please forgive me. Wang Guiran, I did not see that it was you just now. If I offended you unintentionally, please do not take it to heart. I am a straightforward person, and I have no ill intentions. I have to hurry to pay my respects to the queen. So I will leave first." After saying this, she did not wait for Wang Guiran to say anything, and was about to run away with the maid. But Xiao Linzi suddenly appeared in front of her, and stretched out his hand to stop Concubine Xia. "Concubine Xia, please stay." Concubine Xia turned around and saw Nian Sherlan standing not far away, who seemed to have been standing there for a while. Concubine Xia was not completely blind, but she had been going to Jingren Palace diligently in recent days, and had received many benefits from the Olinara family. In addition, Nian Sherlan had never been really strict with anyone in the harem, so she gradually became less respectful to Nian Sherlan than before. Concubine Xia looked at Xiao Linzi's outstretched hand with contempt. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Get out of the way. I still have to pay my respects to the queen. The queen is the master of the harem. Don't block the way." Xiao Linzi's other fist clenched in his sleeve, but his master only signaled him to stop Xia Changzai. Nian Sherlan sighed in her heart, and she was too easy to talk to. She coughed lightly and said slowly, "Xiao Linzi, let her go." Xia Changzai walked to Nian Sherlan reluctantly. She bowed hastily. "Good luck to Concubine Hua." Nian Sherlan glanced at Concubine Xia, and saw that the material she was wearing was probably given to everyone by Olinara some time ago. Nian Sherlan smiled, and walked around Concubine Xia again, and said, "Concubine Xia has a good eye for this material." Concubine Xia said proudly, "Concubine Hua has a good eye for this material. This concubine's material was given by the Empress. I asked someone to make a new dress. Today is the first day of the new year, a day for the whole palace to pay respects. I will wear this dress to thank the Empress in person." Nian Sherlan was in a trance for a moment. Zhou Ninghai had taught her this in his previous life after delivering the reward. She smiled unconsciously. When Xia Changzai saw Nian Sherlan smile, she thought she really appreciated her dress. So she continued to say proudly, "If Empress Hua has nothing else to do, I will go first and pay my respects to the Empress." After saying this, she was about to leave, and Nian Sherlan smiled. "Did I let you go?" Xia Changzai looked at Xiao Linzi standing in front of her, not knowing why. She looked at Nian Sherlan in confusion. "What does Concubine Hua mean?" Nian Sherlan winked at Xiao Linzi, who immediately said, "Concubine Xia just bumped into Concubine Wan, and was disrespectful to our concubine in her words. If you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Xia Changzai suddenly raised her voice. "Concubine Wan doesn't care. Why does Concubine Hua have to bother with me?" Songji looked at Nian Sherlan, and took a step forward and said, "Since Concubine Xia hasn't learned the etiquette of the palace well, then I will teach you. When talking to someone of higher status, you must call her concubine to avoid being disrespectful. Concubine Xia is disrespectful to our concubine. Please say it again." Chapter 288 Rewarding 100 Lashes. Changzai Xia originally wanted to scold Songji for being nothing, but thinking that there were many people watching in the palace, and Concubine Hua was indeed of a high position, she suppressed her temper, and saluted Nian Sherlan again, and said, "Just now, I was in a hurry to pay my respects to the queen, and please forgive me. Concubine Hua. If Concubine Hua has nothing else to do, I will go first." Nian Sherlan said with a smile, "Changzai Xia is really smart, and my maid only gave a little advice. You will know what to do. But I haven't told you to leave yet." Xia Changzai looked at Nian Sherlan in confusion, and said, with a sense of neither servility nor arrogance, "I don't understand what Concubine Hua said. I don't think I have offended the concubine, so why is the concubine trying to make things difficult for me?" Nian Sherlan covered her mouth and laughed, said, "I have learned a lot today, and I know that Concubine Xia is the boss of the harem. So, Concubine Xia can come whenever she wants. If you want to leave, go. You can even ignore me." "Huh?" At some point, Concubine Wan quietly stood behind Nian Sherlan. Since Concubine Xia entered the palace, she had just seen Nian Sherlan getting pregnant and giving birth, so she naturally had never seen Nian Sherlan's stern side. Now seeing Nian Sherlan smiling at her every word, she thought that Nian Sherlan only had the power to assist the 6 palaces. Concubine Xia not only did not know how to restrain her temper, but also showed the style of the eldest lady when she was in her mother's family. She only criticized the sharp words in the harem, treated as the sarcasm of the ladies in the boudoir. Madame Hua Fei is too kind. I dare not look down on you. It is true that you are the emperor's favorite concubine, but the master of the harem is the queen. Not to mention that I don't look down on you, even if I am in a hurry to pay my respects to the queen. As long as the queen is proud of me, what can others say? Xia Chong repeatedly talked about paying her respects to the queen with a proud look on her face, completely ignoring her personal maid Pei Hong quietly pulling her clothes from behind. Yin Sherlon sighed and said, I wanted to pay my respects to the queen mother, and then go for a walk in the imperial garden. I heard that the peonies in the imperial garden are in full bloom. Before Songji could respond, Xiao Linzi, who had been patient for a long time, immediately said, the peonies this year are not red enough. I heard that the peonies need to be dyed with blood to look red. Yin Sherlon looked at Xiao Linzi with admiration. He had only been with her for 5 or 6 years, but he was smarter than Songji, who had been with her since childhood. Yin Sherlon stroked her hair, said lightly, in that case, then I will give Xia Chongzai 100 zhang of red. Even if I use Xia Chongzai's blood, I will add some color to the flowers that I like. Xia Chongzai was stunned on the spot, muttering to herself, 100 zhang of red? Xiao Linzi laughed very happily, and whispered happily in Xia Chongzai's ear. It's good that my young master has never heard of 100 zhang of red. Today, I will let you have a broad view. 100 zhang of red is a punishment in the palace. Use a 2-inch thick and 5-foot long wooden board to beat the part below the waist. Beat until the tendons and bones are broken and the flesh is blurred. From a distance, it looks bright red, and the color is very beautiful. So it is called Yizhanghong. My lady, please go in. Xia Chongzai looked at Xiao Linzi's handsome face in front of her. Her mouth moved, and her mind could no longer hear anything. Yizhanghong. Isn't it fatal? Xia Chongzai was anxious, and didn't care about etiquette, and shouted, let's see who dares. My stomach. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Linzi stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth, and then dragged her away with her arms tied behind her back. Wang Guiren watched this scene, and then quietly stood behind Yin Sherlon. Yin Sherlon turned around and looked at Wang Guiren, and sneered. Are you afraid of me? Do you also think I'm too cruel? Wang Guiren shook her head. I dare not. Yin Sherlon was about to say something, but she heard Xiao Chongzai appear from nowhere, and saluted Yin Sherlon and said, Your Highness has done the right thing. If you don't establish your authority now, wouldn't everyone dare to offend you in the future? Yin Sherlon looked at Concubine Wan with a little sneer. Concubine Wan, did you hear clearly what Concubine Chao said just now? Concubine Wan nodded and said yes. Alanara frowned and sat at the head, looking at Yin Sherlon who was late, followed by Concubine Chao and Concubine Wan. The concubines in the palace didn't dare to look at Yin Sherlon, and all lowered their heads and pretended to drink tea. I pay my respects to the Empress, and I wish you good luck. Yin Sherlon bowed casually, and was about to sit down. Unexpectedly, Alanara said, Hua Fei came so late today, and made me wait for a long time. Yin Sherlon said casually, It's my fault. I was bumped when I came today, and I was delayed in paying my respects to the Empress. Please forgive me. After saying that, he sat down without paying attention to Alanara's expression. Alanara said, I heard that you punished concubine Xia on the street, but you haven't reported to me yet. Yin Sherlon said, Since your majesty has heard about it, why bother asking me? Xia contradicted me, and she should be punished according to the palace rules. But what did I do wrong? Please tell me. Madam Queen, Alanara suddenly said to Concubine Duan. Concubine Duan, you are also a concubine. If someone offends you, do you have to punish them like this? Originally sitting aside, planning to return home to make tea with the collected dew after paying respects, Concubine Duan was suddenly called by Alanara, and looked up with a confused look on her face. Concubine Duan looked at Alanara, then at Yin Sherlon, and said with consideration, reporting to the queen, I am incompetent, and I have no experience in assisting the 6 palaces. I don't know how to deal with it for the time being. Yin Sherlon couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alanara wanted to criticize herself through someone else's mouth, but it was in vain, which was really funny. Alanara, who was very thoughtful in her previous life, is still a little immature now. Alanara saw Yin Sherlon laughing, and her usual smile was put away. But before she could get angry, Yin Sherlon stood up and said, Queen, please forgive me. If there is nothing else, I have to go first. Originally, the emperor said today that he would have breakfast in Ikuin Palace after the court session. I didn't expect that I would be contradicted by others, and wasted a lot of time. Seeing that the emperor was about to leave the morning court, I will go back first. Elinara watched Nian Shuruan twisting and turning to leave Jingren Palace, and almost couldn't help but smash the teacup in her hand to the ground. It was Jianqiu who saw Elinara holding the teacup tightly, and hurried forward to take it. Nian Shuruan became famous in this battle, and the concubines who were afraid of her at first, and from then on, they avoided her even more. Only Jin Chengzai sat in a room, and sighed within Daing. And Daing saw that Jin Chengzai didn't speak for a long time, and then reached out and held Jin Chengzai's hand, and said, "Don't be afraid. Sister, you are still recovering from illness. As long as you don't confront Hua Fei, I think it will be fine. Even if we can't avoid meeting Hua Fei in the future, we sisters just have to agree to it." Chapter 289 returned to Yangqing Palace. Jin Chengzai's right hand was not healed yet, and she held Ningda's hand with her left hand, and said, "Fortunately, you are with me otherwise. You can see, my place is really deserted." And Ningda asked, "Didn't Meijie come to see me today?" Jin Chengzai had an indescribable emotion in his eyes. "I came, but before I could say a few words, I was called away by concubine Hua again. She said that the palace was distributing summer clothes, and asked Mei Zhuang to look after them. Concubine Shin was busy watching the Ministry of Internal Affairs distribute summer clothes. The newly appointed general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Lu Chanfeng, followed behind her and bowed and scraped. Kaiwei couldn't stand Lu Chanfeng's flattering look, and secretly glared at him several times. Unfortunately, Lu Chanfeng accidentally saw it when he turned around. Kaiwei was shocked, thinking that Lu Chanfeng would make things difficult for her. But Lu Chanfeng circled around Kaiwei several times, as if he had found something strange, and laughed. Kaiwei felt numb at the laughter. But Lu Chanfeng just turned around a few times, and then followed Shen Guiran to nod and bow again, just smiling at Kaiwei from time to time. Kaiwei silently touched the goose bumps on her arms, feeling like being stared at by a poisonous snake. At night, Injin was reading a book in Jingren Palace, wearing pajamas. After washing up, Elinara came to Injin's side, and sat down with Injin with a smile. "Your Majesty is also tired today. It's better to rest early." Injin turned another page of the book, said without raising his head, "I will take a look at the policy of governing the country. If the queen is tired, she can rest first. The candles in this room are dazzling. In order to let the queen sleep well, I will go to the outer room to read." The smile on Elinara's face froze on her face, but she quickly put on a smile again, stretched out her hand to take the book in Injin's hand, and said, "The emperor is already a man of great talent. Inheriting the world, it is the body of a real dragon. Why worry about this little time? The candle at night hurts the eyes after all. It is better to take a rest first, and read it tomorrow." Seeing that he had no choice but to put away the book, Injin suddenly said, "I didn't eat well for dinner, and I am a little hungry now." Elinara said hurriedly, "I will ask the Imperial Kitchen to make a midnight snack. What would the Emperor like to eat?" Injin pondered for a while, said, "It's late at night. Don't bother the Imperial Kitchen. Just ask your small kitchen in the palace to make a bowl of wontons, add 2 refreshing side dishes, and let the servants take care of the arrangement." In less than a moment, the small kitchen in Jingren Palace, led by Su Peisheng, brought 2 bowls of wontons on a tray, and 4 exquisite side dishes. Injin looked at these things. His appetite was aroused, and he sat down at the table. Injin called Elinara and said, "The queen should also come to dine together. The snacks in Huafei's palace are the best, and the wontons in your palace are unique." Elinara smiled and looked at Injin sitting at the table. She also came and sat down, but she didn't take the spoon. "I have already eaten dinner. I will watch the emperor eat." But the ancestor said that eating at night can easily hurt the stomach. The emperor should eat less. It's not that the palace can't afford such a small amount of food, but the emperor's health is more important. Originally, Injin saying that he was hungry was just an excuse. When he saw the food, his appetite was aroused. Now Elinara's lecture suddenly made him lose his appetite. He looked at the wontons and found them tasteless, and he also disliked the side dishes. Injin thought to himself, Nian Shuruan's place was better. He also had supper with Nian Shuruan at night, but he never heard Nian Shuruan say anything. Elinara saw that Injin did not eat, and asked in confusion, "Isn't the emperor hungry? Why don't you eat again? These wontons will not taste good if they are cold." Injin stirred the wontons in the bowl with a spoon and said lightly, "I don't want to eat wontons again. I would like to eat snacks from Ikuin Palace. But it is late at night, and it is not good to bother concubine Hua anymore. Alinara suddenly sighed, and said with a regretful tone, I know that the emperor loves concubine Hua, but I have to say that concubine Hua punished concubine Xia in Chengxia today, and gave concubine Xia 100 lashes. Concubine Xia is already useless. After Alinara finished speaking, she quietly looked at Injin's expression, but Injin just said lightly, I know, Sherlon has already reported it to me. She helps manage the 6 palaces. I told her to deal with those who are not sensible. Alinara opened her mouth in astonishment, but she couldn't say anything. Has the emperor really doted on concubine Hua to such an extent? Su Peixing watched coldly how Alinara dampened the emperor's enthusiasm, and sighed in his heart. But Alinara herself didn't seem to notice it. Alinara didn't give up, and said, But concubine Hua gave concubine Xia a slap in the face. It was later discovered that concubine Xia had been pregnant for more than a month. After concubine Hua's beating, concubine Xia was no longer a problem. But the emperor's child was also gone. Injin then looked up at Alinara. Is there such a thing? Alinara pretended to be surprised and said, Didn't concubine Hua report this to the emperor? Injin looked at Su Peixing and said, Did you know? Su Peixing immediately shook his head. I haven't heard of it. I guess concubine Hua doesn't know either. Right? Injin was silent for a moment, and said, Forget it. Sherlon has already punished Xia, and Xia's child is gone. Let's forget about this. Besides, Xia was stupid. She didn't even know she was pregnant, and she offended the Lord. She deserves it. I remembered that I still have a few memorials to review in the Yangxin Palace. I will go back to the Yangxin Palace first. The queen should rest early. Injin was helped by Su Peixing to change his clothes, and left Jingren Palace in the dark. Alinara stared blankly at the direction where Injin left, and did not speak for a long time. Jianqiu could not bear it, so she put a piece of clothing on Alinara and said carefully, My queen, it is late at night, and the weather is still cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. The emperor has been gone for a long time. I will wait for you to rest early. Alinara said softly, as if she had lost her soul. Jianqiu, tell me, am I wrong? Shouldn't I have advised the emperor? I should let him eat at night. But I am worried about the emperor's health. Jianqiu said, It's not the queen who is wrong, it's concubine Hua. I don't know what kind of charm concubine Hua used to seduce the emperor's soul. Alinara said blankly, Yes, it's not me who is wrong, I am not wrong. I am the queen, she is the concubine. It's her who seduced the emperor. She makes the harem restless. Alinara's voice gradually became louder. I just want to love the emperor for a lifetime. What's wrong with me? It's all her. It's all her. Yin Sherlon, I must get rid of her. Chapter 290 What crime should be committed? Yin Sherlon, who was being envied by Alinara, had already fallen asleep peacefully in Ikuin Palace. The emperor did not stay overnight in Jingren Palace, and the news spread like wildfire. Everyone in the harem had their own thoughts. Noble Lady Fucha took her personal maid Sanger to pay respects to Alinara, and they were very relaxed along the way. Sanger said, My lady, I heard that the emperor left the queen's palace late last night. I went back to the Yangxin Palace to review memorials. I am a stupid servant. I didn't know that state affairs also need to be handled at night. Fucha Gairen's steps today seem a little different, unlike usual. While twisting her unique steps, she raised her head with a little bit of pride. Of course you don't understand. This is the emperor giving the queen a cold look, but I don't know why. Since entering the palace, I only heard that the emperor and the queen were very harmonious when they were in the palace. It doesn't look like that. Can you tell? I think it's Hua Fei who is really favored as rumored. It's just that she has a good family. It's hard for her not to be favored. Sanger carefully supported the charming Fucha Guiren and said, My lady, your gait is really beautiful. It's worth your hard work for so many days. In addition, you have fair skin and beautiful face. If the emperor sees it, he will definitely like it. Fucha Guiren looked even more proud, and her head was raised higher. When she entered Jingren Palace and saw Alinara sitting on the high seat, she immediately restrained herself. Fucha Guiren bowed to Alinara, waited for Alinara to call her up, gave her a seat, and served her tea, then looked around at everyone present. Alinara said with a smile, What are you looking at? Sister Fucha? Fucha Guiren said she was just looking, and Alinara stopped asking. However, concubine Duan, who was usually quiet, served tea, smiled at Fucha Guiren and said, Noble Lady Fucha seems to be different today than usual. She walks particularly beautifully. Noble Lady Fucha saw that someone had noticed her gait. She responded happily. Sister Duanfei has a good eye. I heard that the ladies of the preaching period had beautiful gaits, so I learned it specially. Sister Duanfei saw it at a glance today. She is really worldly wise. Noble Lady Fucha couldn't hide her pride, which was particularly dazzling in the eyes of others. Noble Lady Li curled her lips in disdain, said, Noble Lady Fucha really has a lot of heart to please the emperor. I heard that you have been practicing cooking in your palace for a few days. When did you secretly learn the steps of ladies from the preaching period? You are so sure of what you said, as if you have seen ladies from the preaching period walk. Don't forget your original steps in the end, or you will become a person who learns to walk in Handan and will be laughed at. Noble Lady Li, who usually speaks without thinking, also spoke. Why does Concubine Li have such a big grudge against Sister Fucha? The Empress has already said that it doesn't matter what the sisters learn, as long as the Emperor likes it. The Emperor and Empress haven't said anything yet. What do we have to say? Since Concubine Li was given the title, she was fed up with being in a similar position to Concubine Li. Seeing that she had lost face in front of everyone again, the sneering and mocking words naturally brought Concubine Li into the conversation. If I remember correctly, the last time the Emperor visited you was 3 months ago. Right? The Emperor said you look good in pink, and you wore pink every day. It's a pity that you dress so beautifully, but you never got the Emperor's attention, but you dazzled our eyes every day. Li Guiran was exposed by Li Guiran, and she felt embarrassed and anxious. But she was not good at talking, and she couldn't come up with a clear answer after saying you for a long time, and she was so angry that she twisted the pink handkerchief in her hand tightly. When Fucha Guiran saw Li Guiran's defeat, Concubine Li looked so smug, she felt really uncomfortable. Concubine Fucha looked Concubine Li up and down, and sneered. I have to say, the Emperor has excellent taste. Concubine Li is young and beautiful. She really looks good in pink. With the pearl flowers and precious jade hair accessories, she looks even more gentle and lovely. Unlike Concubine Li, who wears a big red flower on her head every day, even I find it funny. Let alone the Emperor, the supreme ruler of the world. Concubine Li, tell me, is it because of your big red flower that the Emperor is so eye-catching that he is afraid that he will give up all his thoughts when he sees you? So he has not visited you for more than 2 months? This time it was Li Guiran's turn to be angry. She liked to dress up in bright colors. The Emperor also praised her for her beauty in the past. So she was given the title of Li. Li Guiran suddenly stood up and bowed to Olenara. I asked the queen to make the decision. My position is higher than Fucha Guiran. How dare she humiliate me in front of everyone? I know very well that the palace rules are strict. I hope the queen will take care of me and punish Noble Lady Fucha. Yin Sherlan shook her head secretly. Noble Lady Li is so impulsive and irritable. Why did she stay by my side in her last life? Yin Sherlan tried hard to think, but couldn't remember. Olenara had her usual smile on her face. She gestured to Noble Lady Li to sit down. Noble Lady Li, you are too impatient. It's just a few jokes between sisters. Don't take it too seriously. This palace knows that Sister Fucha is a bit outspoken. This palace will make the decision. Let her apologize to you. What do you think? Everyone admired the queen's kindness in their hearts. Only Nian Sherlan had a playful smile on her face, looking at how to deal with Olenara. But Concubine Li seemed to be determined to defend herself with Concubine Fucha, and said, the queen's kindness is good. I am so grateful in my heart. It depends on whether some people can understand the queen's kindness. If they can't understand, I am afraid that some people will blame the queen in their hearts. At that time, it will be a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Because of my affairs, the queen will be wronged. When Fucha Guiran heard the queen come out to mediate, she also thought about letting the donkey go. Unexpectedly, the donkey kicked her again. Fucha Guiran's family background is outstanding among the new concubines in the palace, since she is a Manchu military flag, and she was born in a prominent family. So after entering the palace, Noble Lady Fucha did not take any noble lady seriously. Now, the daughter of a mere official was trying to bully her, and Noble Lady Fucha got angry. She usually respected the Empress and Concubine Duan and Concubine Hua in the palace, which was her duty, but Noble Lady Li was nothing. Noble Lady Fucha also stood up, walked to Olenara and saluted, and said, Your Majesty, please understand, it was not me who started today's incident. When I was responding to Concubine Duan's question, Concubine Li ridiculed me. Concubine Li felt that Concubine Li was unfair, and she wanted to speak up for justice. Unexpectedly, she was scolded back by Concubine Li. Concubine Li was wrong for the sake of justice, and I could not stand by and watch. I thought that since the sisters in the palace were all there to serve the emperor, it was only right to follow the emperor's preferences. Concubine Li ridiculed the steps of the preaching ladies that I learned. On the surface, she looked down on me, but in fact, she was resentful of the emperor for not going to her palace, disrespecting the emperor. What crime do you think Concubine Li should be punished for? Queen? Chapter 291. A false alarm. When Concubine Li saw Concubine Fucha misinterpreting her words as treason, she was shocked and pointed at Concubine Fucha. How dare you slander me? Concubine Li knelt down in front of Elinara again. The Queen Mother, please understand. I have no intention of disrespecting the emperor. I just had a few words with Concubine Fucha. Yin Sherlan was watching the fun with great interest. It seemed that Concubine Fucha had a brain at the last minute. The words were full of blessing. Elinara was in a headache. It was just two concubines who were jealous of each other. She finally spoke after listening for half a day. Okay. Be quiet. I said, it doesn't matter what you sisters learn, as long as you can make the emperor happy. Sister Fucha learned the steps of the ladies of the preaching period for the emperor's happiness. Sister Li can also learn it when she has time in the future. You should learn more from the calmness and self-restraint of Concubine Wan and Concubine Shin. We have never fought for the rain and dew. Besides, the one who receives the most rain and dew in the palace is the sister of Concubine Hua. You guys quarreled over such a small matter. It will be spread out, and let the servants laugh at your pettiness. We are all in the same palace. It is better to be harmonious. Okay, help your young master up quickly. You kneel down at every turn. Aren't you afraid of hurting your knees? Pei Hong, the maid of Li Guiran, saw that the queen had spoken, and hurriedly helped Li Guiran up. Yin Sherlan had been said many times by Elinara. Both openly and secretly, she had always looked indifferent. This caused Concubine Duan to look at Yin Sherlan several times. Yin Sherlan inadvertently met Concubine Duan's probing eyes, and suddenly smiled brightly, which frightened Concubine Duan and made her feel guilty, and quickly shifted her gaze. When Li Guiran walked out of Jingran Palace, she looked at Fucha Guiran's back as she walked away, and she was filled with hatred. Concubine Duan passed by Li Guiran, and saw that she was only staring at Fucha Guiran's back as she walked away, and gritting her teeth, and she didn't realize that Concubine Duan had come to her side. Concubine Duan said casually as she walked. Alas, in our palace, after all, Concubine Hua is the most favored. Concubine Duan walked away, but the word she left behind woke up Concubine Li. Yes, it took a long time for them to sleep with the emperor once, but Concubine Hua could see the emperor once every 2 or 3 days. But Concubine Li thought again, Concubine Hua has a high position, a good family background, and the Empress Dowager is backing her up. Concubine Fucha is easier to deal with. The third prince is already 4 years old, and Elinara is not satisfied with teaching him in the palace. In addition to hiring a teacher to teach him during the day, the little third prince had to recite some lessons at night before he was allowed to go back to the prince's residence to rest. The 4-year-old third prince didn't understand why the Empress Dowager was so strict with him, but he was very envious of the fourth prince and Princess Kangol, who had been raised by Concubine Jing. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and the third prince, as usual, got up early to review his lessons. When the teacher taught him new words and sentences, he started to recite them with his head shaking. The servants following the third prince listened to him reciting. They were all very happy. The queen said that if the third prince's studies were delayed, they would not be able to escape the blame. Fortunately, the third prince was very hard-working, smarter than children of the same age, and learned things quickly. Injin frowned when he heard Su Peixiang report the third prince's recent schoolwork. Honsher is only 4 years old, and the queen is willing to be so strict. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Go to the prince's place and bring Honsher here. Just as I said, there is no need to review today. Children should also have their own fun. It's a rare day for the sons and daughters of the princes and ministers to enter the palace. So let Honsher have some fun with them. Su Peixiang agreed with a smile, saying, Your Majesty is wise. It's just that the Empress has good intentions, probably wanting the third prince to learn more. Injin said, If you are eager for success, you will inevitably have the intention of forcing things to grow, which is really not advisable. It won't take a day or 2 to learn something. Just go and bring Honsher here. I haven't seen Honsher for several days. When Su Peixiang carried the third prince to the palace banquet, all the princes, nobles, and concubines were seated. Su Peixiong put the third prince down, and the little guy walked steadily to the hall, and knelt down after lifting his robe according to the palace etiquette. He said in a loud and childish voice, "Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Your son pays his respects to the queen mother. Long live the queen mother." Olenara nodded with satisfaction, and looked at the little guy kneeling in front of her, with a face full of love. Injin also liked the third prince's sensible and well-behaved appearance. His face was also full of smiles. "Stand up. You are still so young. You are tired after coming all the way from the prince's residence?" The third prince stood up, smoothed his clothes with his chubby little hands, and bowed. Reporting to the emperor's question, "I am not tired. I see the emperor and the queen mother, and they are not tired at all." Injin couldn't help laughing at the serious look of the third prince. Okay, I am not tired. Come to the emperor." The little third prince walked up the steps, standing beside Injin. That was the first time he felt the feeling of standing on a high place and looking down on everyone, but he could not express it. He just felt shocked. The third prince looked at the people sitting below and blurted out, "Father, it is very clear here. I want to sit here." The palace was originally quiet. Everyone was waiting for Injin to start the banquet. When the third prince said this, for a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the palace. Olenara was shocked, and hurriedly scolded in a low voice, "Honsher, don't talk nonsense." The third prince didn't understand why the queen mother, who had a loving face just now, suddenly changed her expression and looked a little fierce. Injin held the third prince in his arms, stroking his head, and said with a smile, "Why does Honsher want to sit here? Is it because you can see clearly below?" The third prince nodded in confusion and replied, "Yes, because it's high here." Injin lovingly stroked the third prince's chubby little arm again, patting his arm, said, "Okay, then Honsher will try his best to stand high in the future." Su Peixiong's heart also fell. It seemed to be a false alarm. It was just the words of children. The banquet was halfway through. The children could not sit still. Injin was also half drunk, and waved his hand. "Su Peixiong, tell the servants to watch them go to the side hall to play, so that they don't get hot." The third prince got the permission of Olenara, and happily went to play with the children of the princes and nobles. Princess Conla cuddled up to concubine Jing, and didn't want to go out. But she saw a young lady dressed as a young lady in the crowd waving at her. Seeing this, concubine Jing touched Conla's hair lovingly. Conla had a lively butterfly pinned on her hair. As Conla turned around, it flapped its wings, as if it was real. Concubine Jing said, "Conla, go play with that lady for a while. Look, she has been waving at you for a long time." Conla nodded obediently. Said, "Conla listens to mother." When Conla followed the waving young lady out of Jingpin's sight, Jingpin felt as if a piece of space was suddenly empty in her heart. She shook her head and laughed at herself. She was used to being inseparable from her daughter. Now she was just letting her play with children of the same age for a while, and she was worried about the outcome. The fourth prince was still young. Nian Shuan saw that she had been taking him out for a long time, so she asked Xiao Linzi to take the wet nurse and send the fourth prince back to Kun Palace. But Nian Shuan didn't expect that. A group of children could cause such a big trouble, and almost hurt her only. Chapter 292. The wet nurse was stabbed. For some reason, ever since the fourth prince was carried back to Kun Palace by the wet nurse, Nian Shuan always felt uneasy. But she changed her mind and thought that, with Xiao Linzi by her side, and there were many guards in the palace, she felt a little relieved. Jingpin picked up the wine glass and said to Nian Shuan, "It's rare for me to sit with the queen today. I am grateful to the queen for taking care of me." Jingpin drank the wine in one gulp, and Nian Shuan took a sip absent-mindedly. Even if she gave him face, Jingpin knew that Nian Shuan was always casual and always indifferent to others, and didn't take her attitude to heart. She just respectfully added wine for Nian Shuan, and filled her own cup, and talked casually like a family. "Your Majesty seems to be thinking about something. Is it because the fourth prince is not around at this time?" Nian Shuan turned her head to look at Jingpin, and said with a little impatience, "I can't tell why, I always feel uneasy today." "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Jingpin smiled, took the wine glass herself, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and said, "Your Highness and I are both mothers, how can I not understand? I'm not afraid of your Highness laughing at me. Since Conlu was born, I have almost never left her side. Now she just went to the side hall to play with other young ladies from noble families. I feel uneasy. I think your Highness and I probably feel the same way." Xiao Linzi carefully escorted the wet nurse, with 4 palace maids. They were going back to the Ikuan Palace. As soon as the group walked out of the main hall of the Qianqing Palace, Xiao Linzi, with his sharp ears, heard a commotion coming from the side hall. Xiao Linzi just turned his head to find the source of the sound, and saw 2 little kids running out of the side hall one after the other. The older one was chasing behind, and the younger one was running in front. But it didn't look like the 2 of them were playing around. In Xiao Linzi's opinion, Xiao Linzi quickly stretched out his arms to protect the wet nurse, who had also stopped and looked towards the side hall. She was holding the 4th prince in her arms. A large group of eunuchs, palace maids, and maids followed the 2 little kids. The leading eunuch almost lost his voice. Prince, you can't do that. Xiao Linzi saw the little kid call the prince chasing him from behind, waving a sharp hairpin in his hand. He looked at the younger one who was running as hard as he could in front of him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and said to the wet nurse, "Go quickly. Don't stay in a place of trouble." But the wet nurse didn't have time to get away, and the younger child went around behind the wet nurse to avoid being chased. The older child held a shiny silver hairpin and stabbed the younger one. The wet nurse hugged the 4th prince tightly to avoid the pursuit of the prince, but the younger child held her legs tightly, and the prince's silver hairpin pierced the wet nurse's thigh. The moment the wet nurse fell, the 4th prince slipped out of her arms. Even if Xiao Linzi had reacted, he was too late to catch the 4th prince. At this critical moment, the 17th prince suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and hugged the 4th prince, who was almost falling to the ground. He rolled on the ground. The little one behind the wet nurse was already terrified, and the big one who was holding the silver hairpin to stab people had his arms held down by the guards. He roared in dissatisfaction. "Let me go! Let me go! I'm going to kill him!" The 4 maids in Ikuan Palace, 3 of them went forward to check if the 4th prince was okay, and 1 ran to see the wet nurse's injuries. The wet nurse ignored the hairpin stuck in her leg, and struggled and gritted her teeth. Look at the 4th prince. There was a commotion here, and someone had already gone to report to the emperor and empress. Injin hurried out of the Qianqing Palace, and saw the scene. Yunli rolled on the ground with the 4th prince in his arms, looking a little embarrassed. The frightened 4th prince cried in the arms of another wet nurse. His tender face was full of tears, his eyes and nose were red. The wet nurse lying on the ground had a silver hairpin tied on her thigh, and blood flowed down her leg all over the ground. The Prince of Cheng, who had stabbed someone, was pressed to his knees by the guards. The little one he chased and assassinated was the legitimate son of Ulanara Zi, the eldest brother of the Ulanara family. He was shivering in the arms of his personal nanny. The other sons and daughters of the noble families, along with their servants, knelt on the ground. Even though these children were still young, they all knew that something big had happened today, and they knelt on the ground without making a sound. The 3rd Prince Hongshi and Princess Kangol were led by their personal nannies to stand aside. The princes and nobles who followed Injin saw this scene. They were too frightened to breathe, knelt on the ground one by one, and were mostly sober. Prince Cheng and his wife knelt behind Injin. The sweat on their backs had soaked through their clothes. The one who stabbed was his legitimate son Aixinjuel Yua Wintao, and the one who was stabbed was Ulanara Zi's legitimate son, Ulanara Yuanting. Wintao was 10 years old, Yuanting was 8 years old, both were naughty. Zi had heard the servant's report. His son was almost stabbed. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Nian Shuan had been feeling uneasy for a long time, and the moment she saw the 4th prince, she got the answer. It was indeed a sign that something was going to happen. Injin looked at the stabbed wet nurse bleeding profusely. Although Su Peisheng had shouted, "Call the imperial physician." The wet nurse died in front of everyone before the imperial physician arrived. When the imperial physician arrived panting, the dead wet nurse had been dragged away. The 4th prince was tired of crying, and his voice was getting lower and lower. Nian Shuan took the 4th prince from another wet nurse's arms, patting his back with heartache, soothing him softly. The imperial physician came forward to check the nurse's wound, and knelt in front of Injin. "Your Majesty, the 4th prince's nurse was injured in the inguinal artery, and the blood spurted out. Your humble servant, can't save her." Everyone present took a deep breath after hearing the imperial physician's words. Prince Cheng's son was so cruel, I couldn't imagine if the silver hairpin had pierced Ulanara Yuanting's body. Injin was furious, turned around and said sternly, "Prince Cheng, this is the good son you taught." Seeing that he had caused such a disaster, when Tao had lost his previous arrogance, and now he softened like a puddle of mud. If the guards hadn't held him up, he would have fallen to the ground like mud. Prince Chung and his wife knelt on the ground, kowtowed like crazy. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My son is young and ignorant. He has caused such a disaster. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, Prince Cheng's wife said. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Before Injin could speak, Zi and his wife also knelt down. Prince Chung is so cruel at such a young age. If it weren't for Yuaner's cleverness, he would have been stabbed. Thinking of this silver hairpin piercing his son, Zi trembled all over, mixed with anger, and his blood vessels were even more boiling. Please, Your Majesty, help me. Help my son. Zi and his wife also knelt down. Injin looked at the two ministers and the concubines in front of him on one side. His brother, Prince Chung, begged him desperately, and the one who stabbed him was his own nephew. On the other side, the late Queen Chuanyuan's brother, who was also the current queen's brother, begged him to punish Wen Tao severely, and the one who was almost stabbed was also a royal relative. But at this moment, Prince Cheng's wife said without knowing the consequences, Lord Zi, why do you have to force me so hard? Didn't my son fail to stab your son? It was just a slave who died. The Emperor will make the decision. Chapter 293 Audacity. Prince Chung stopped his wife in a stern voice. Shut up. How can you be so presumptuous in front of the Emperor? Prince Cheng's wife was instantly silent, and dared not say another word. Injin had not even figured out what happened until this moment, and heard the two people arguing endlessly. Su Peixiang ordered someone to bring a chair, and put it in the shade under the corridor, and asked Injin to sit down. The banquet could not continue today, but what happened had to be figured out. Injin said, Where are the servants of the Olinara family who followed Yuan Ting? A nani beside Yuan Ting, 2 palace maids, and 2 eunuchs, one big and one small, knelt and crawled a few steps forward. Injin pointed casually. Your young master was almost stabbed. Tell me, what happened in the side hall just now? The nanny who was pointed out had watched Yuan Ting grow up since he was born, and she immediately kowtowed. Reporting to the Emperor, I was playing with the young master in the side hall just now. The prince had taken a fancy to the jade pendant on the third prince's neck, and he wanted the third prince to take it off for him. The third prince was young, and my son stepped forward to protect him. This angered the prince, who turned and walked away. I thought everything was fine, but the prince pulled a silver hairpin from the maid's head and came straight at my son. My son was terrified, and he ran out of the palace in a panic and hid everywhere. The fourth prince's wet nurse should have been protecting my son. He was stabbed to death by the prince. The Prince of Chung was lying on the ground, and the guards who were holding him down also relaxed their strength. But after hearing what Yuan Ting's personal nanny said, she jumped up and shouted, You are talking nonsense. It was Yuan Ting who humiliated me. I was furious. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Su Peixiang flicked the whisk in his hand, and the guards immediately held the Prince of Chung down again. The wife of Prince Chung watched her son being pressed to the ground, but she was helpless. She did not dare to speak rashly again, and she began to cry in desperation. The noise reached the ears of the fourth prince, who had already cried himself to sleep. Nian Sherlan felt that the little person in her arms was startled and started crying again. Injin looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Nian Sherlan holding the fourth prince and trying her best to comfort him. But the fourth prince might have been frightened and kept crying. Injin's eyes flashed with heartache, and then he looked at the kneeling Prince Chung, Wen Tao, and immediately showed disgust. Where is Hongchu's servant? You tell me, is it as she said? Injin pointed to the nanny, who had been holding the hand of the third prince, and standing aside. The nanny immediately let go of the third prince's hand, and knelt in front of Injin. Reporting to the Emperor, as the servant of Master Yuanting said, the prince wanted to take the jade pendant around the third prince's neck but failed, so he wanted to attack the third prince. It was Master Yuanting who came to protect the third prince, but he didn't expect that Master Yuanting would bring trouble to himself. Injin looked at the stunned Prince Chung. Prince Chung, did you and your wife hear me clearly? I have always treated you well, and my nephews well. When the Emperor was alive, I made you a prince, but the good son you raised, I am afraid that the Emperor will not be at peace. I thought you had always been obedient, so I made an order to make Wen Tao the crown prince early, so that he could inherit the title. But you, as my elder brother, really disappoint me. Prince Chung came to his senses, and began to kowtow again. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, I will punish my son severely when I return home. Please show mercy. Your Majesty, Ziyi said. Your Majesty is wise. My son Yuanting protected the third prince, which brought him to his death. I dare not think that the Prince of Cheng dared to snatch things from your son, the Queen's legitimate son. Is there anything he cannot do? Dare not do? Prince Cheng looked at Ziyi in astonishment. Although he had no affection for him, they met each other in the court. Besides, although his son got into trouble today, he didn't hurt Ziyi's son. Ziyi kept asking the emperor to severely punish the prince. Injin suddenly turned to Elenara and said, What does the queen think about this matter? It was your relative who was almost injured today. What do you think? Elenara said in embarrassment. Your Majesty is a wise ruler. You will make your own decision on such matters. It is precisely because Yuanting is my relative that I should avoid him. Your Majesty will make the decision. Nian Sherlan finally coaxed the fourth prince into submission, handed the fourth prince to the nurse, and walked to Injin. Nian Sherlan bowed, looked directly at Injin, and said, Your Majesty, I have a few words to say. Injin nodded and said, You go ahead. Nian Sherlan looked at Wentao, then at Yuanting and Hongshi, and said, Although today's incident was caused by children playing around, it still resulted in a loss of life. The fourth prince's nurse was innocently stabbed to death. If it gets out, it will also be a disgrace to the royal family. The wet nurse is a slave, but she is also a person with flesh and blood and children. I am a new mother, and I am very scared when I see what happened today. But the young son in the wet nurse's family suddenly lost his loving mother, which is even more painful. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan solemnly, and then thought of the wet nurse who was stabbed to death, sighed, and said, I know Sherlan is soft-hearted and wants to seek an explanation for Hongli's wet nurse. I will definitely not let you down. Nian Sherlan said, Your Majesty is wise. But I am not only seeking justice for Hongli's wet nurse, I am also seeking justice for the people of the world. I have heard that if the emperor breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Prince Cheng's son is a prince with a title and a royal relative. I wonder what punishment he should receive for breaking the law. Prince Cheng's wife was excited when she heard this. Empress Hua, what do you mean by saying this? Tower didn't hurt the fourth prince after all. Nian Sherlan didn't even look at Prince Cheng's wife, only said to Injin, Your Majesty has seen it with your own eyes, as the saying goes. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. I am only discussing the matter, but Prince Cheng's wife dared to refute me in front of your Majesty, which shows how Prince Cheng behaves in the mansion. Parents who love their children will have long-term plans for them. I originally thought that the prince had caused such a huge disaster, and Prince Cheng and his wife should sincerely admit their mistakes for his long-term consideration, and try their best to make amends, so as to protect the prince's future. I didn't expect Prince Cheng's wife to be so confused. He claimed that the one who died was just a slave. I really don't agree with this. Please judge wisely. Your Majesty. The Prince of Cheng suddenly shouted again. Uncle, please judge clearly. It was Yuanting who humiliated my nephew first. Yuanting said, My father is incompetent, and can only be a prince. He said I am not worthy of wearing the jade pendant, unless my father becomes the emperor one day. He presented the jade pendant to me with both hands. When Wentao said this, everyone present changed color. Those princes and nobles, who didn't know how tragic the previous emperor's 9 sons' fight for the throne was, the then third Prince Inji, now Prince Cheng, also followed the deposed crown prince. The emperor, upon ascending the throne, let bygones be bygones, only deposed the former crown prince as a commoner, but retained the title of Prince Cheng, which was a great favor. The current queen's nephew dared to bring up such a topic. How audacious. Chapter 294 Handle with care. Elenara almost blurted out to scold Wentao for being presumptuous, but she swallowed the words back on her lips. She had already said to be cautious, so naturally she couldn't say anything more. She couldn't speak to protect her family. Prince Cheng was so terrified that he rolled over and covered Wentao's mouth, and scolded him harshly. Stop talking nonsense. You useless guy. You're useless, and kowtowed to the emperor. Wentao tried to get rid of his father's shackles, howling. I'm telling the truth. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, ask Yuanting. The 8-year-old Yuanting clenched his fists tightly, and knelt in front of Injin calmly. Yuanting never said that. Yuanting was just afraid that he would hurt the third prince, so he reprimanded him a few words. The prince must have held a grudge and framed Yuanting. Your Majesty is wise. Yuanting had no reason to anger the prince. Yuanting just wanted to protect the third prince. My father told me that the third prince was a noble prince of the Qing dynasty. He is also Yuan Ting's younger brother. Yuan Ting offended the prince in order to protect his younger brother. Please, your majesty. Please look carefully. Nian Sherlan couldn't help but look at Yuan Ting more. He is indeed a child of the Olenara family. At such a young age, his rebuttal is clear and logical. He will not be easily led by others, and fall into the trap of self-proof. Jingbin hugged Kong Lu tightly in her arms. Fortunately, her Kong Lu was not involved in these things. Injin looked at Prince Cheng's panic, and his mind flashed back to when he was still the fourth prince. Prince Cheng was trying to trip him up openly and covertly. His eyes flickered, and Yin Sherwan saw this, and knew exactly what Injin was thinking. In the previous life, this Prince Cheng was conferred by the previous emperor, and Injin kept his dignity after ascending the throne, but he was unwilling to give up, and did many things that Injin could no longer tolerate. He was stripped of his title and imprisoned in the clan house with the 8th prince, the 9th prince, and the 14th prince. In this life, the 8th prince has been imprisoned, but the 9th prince is living a comfortable life in his fiefdom with concubine E. This Prince Cheng is the third son of the late emperor. After this incident, the suspicious Injin might have been thinking about him. However, Injin might not believe all the explanation given by Olenara Yuan Ting. Yin Sherlan suddenly looked at Yunli and said, 17. Did you get hurt just now when you tried to save Hongli? Yunli, who was already 15 years old, had grown into a dashing man. But he had not yet had time to be romantic. Yunli no longer called Yin Sherlan's sister Lan in public, and in private as he did when he was a child. He bowed and said respectfully, Thank you for asking, Empress Wufei. I am fine. But I rolled over in a hurry while holding Hongli, which must have frightened him. Please ask the imperial physician to check on Hongli first. Yin Sherlan looked at the tearful Hongli in the nurse's arms, and shook her head. No need. Hongli is the emperor's son, so he should inherit his father's bravery. If you can't stand this little shock, you are not worthy of being the emperor's son. Yunli looked at Hongli with sympathy. Boy, you are unlucky. Injin was touched by Nian Sherlan's words, but he still pointed at the doctor and asked him to check Hongli. If a child is frightened, he will get sick. Luckily, Hongli was strong-willed and only cried for a while, without any sign of fever from being frightened. Injin looked back at the headache scene in front of him. He waved to the third prince. Hongshi, come to the emperor. Hongshi looked at Injin in confusion. Injin leaned forward, held Hongshi's hand, and whispered, You are my son. No one can bully you. Tell me, how should I punish those who insult you? Everyone present pricked up their ears. Why would the emperor ask for the opinion of a 4-year-old child? Prince Cheng knew that his son would definitely be punished. Fortunately, the emperor let the third prince decide how to punish Wentao. Nian Sherlan was dissatisfied with the death of Hongli's wet nurse. But in this palace where human life is worthless, a slave can die. The third prince said, I don't know. In the end, it was Injin who made the decision. The Prince of Cheng was very young, but had a vicious mind. He first disrespected the prince, and then assassinated him. He was ordered to withdraw from the position of prince, and lock him up in the mansion to teach him well. Prince Cheng was not a good father. He was demoted from prince to county prince, and fined 1 year's salary. All the confiscated salary was handed over to the family of Hongli's wet nurse. Nian Sherlan felt better. But Nian Sherlan was still dissatisfied with Injin's lighthearted attitude. Injin praised Olenara Yuanting for her bravery in protecting the third prince, but it was just a word of praise. Those who were originally attracted to Prince Cheng and Olenara Zi in the court kept their distance from them after this incident. The emperor was young but suspicious, which was privately known to many people in the court. After Kong Lu followed Jingpin back to Xianfu Palace, he hugged Jingpin's neck and said, Mother, Kong Lu actually heard it. But Kong Lu didn't dare to say it. Jingpin said strangely, What did Kong Lu hear? Tell it to Mother. Kong Lu tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, The prince said that his father became the emperor, and it was really brother Yuan Ting who said it. Jingpin hurriedly covered Kong Li's mouth. She was shocked. Luckily, Kong Lu didn't stand up to testify in front of everyone just now, otherwise he would be involved in that storm. Jingpin was also shocked. Kangol was only 1 month old, and he knew that there were some things he couldn't say in front of others. Jingpin covered Kangol's mouth with her hand. And Kangol blinked and looked at Jingpin. Don't say this outside. Understand? Jingpin put her hand down after instructing Kangol. Kangol nodded obediently, and snuggled in Jingpin's arms. After this incident, only had one less wet nurse than before. Lu Chanfeng, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, personally brought 2 wet nurses to the Ikuan Palace. It was said that the 4th prince's wet nurse was missing, and a good one was specially selected to fill the position. But he didn't even see Nian Shuan, and was sent away by Xiao Linzi, who said that concubine Hua had rested. Songji said, "My queen, the 4th prince's wet nurse is missing now, and I am worried that he won't have enough milk." Nian Shuan was still thinking about what happened during the day, and said casually, "I will personally select someone to fill the position tomorrow. I dare not accept the person sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs now." Songji suddenly realized. "Your Majesty means that sending a wet nurse here is probably just a cover. Your Majesty is worried that someone has planted a hand in Ikuan Palace." Nian Shuan looked at Songji and said, "You are not that stupid. Since I became pregnant, you can see how many eyes in the harem are staring at me. Many times, I have to be on guard, and I am really exhausted. But when I was alone before, I turned a blind eye to many things. Now that I have Hongli, I have to be more cautious than before." Nian Shuan smiled again. "When you leave the palace tomorrow, get married, and have your own children, you will understand my mood today." Songji blushed and said embarrassedly, "What are you talking about? Your Majesty? You just like to tease me. No matter what, I am your servant. Even if I get married and have children for me, your Majesty is the first." Chapter 295 Separate Residence in Another Palace. Nian Shuan looked at Songji's blushing face, and thought of how she had promoted Songji to be her concubine in order to consolidate her favor in her previous life. But she had buried her best years in the palace with herself. In this life, she wanted to find a good family for Songji and marry her off in a grand manner. Songji saw Nian Shuan looking at her without saying anything, and she couldn't help but touch her cheek. "Why is your Majesty looking at me like this? But is there something on my face?" Nian Shuan shook her head and nodded and said with a smile, "There is indeed something on your face." Songji hurriedly took the bamboo leaf embroidered silk handkerchief in her hand and wiped her face. While wiping, she anxiously asked Lidong beside her, "Look quickly, what is dirty on my face? It is disrespectful to serve the queen." Lidong looked at Songji wiping her face blankly and said, "Sister Songji, there is nothing on her face." Nian Shuan laughed out loud and pulled Songji's hand in a reproachful manner, said, "If I say you are not smart, you are really stupid. You do have something on your face, but that thing is your beauty. You have been with me for a few years, and you have become more and more beautiful. When I come to the Japanese palace to find you a husband of your dreams, your beauty will be more useful." Li Dong looked at Songji with envy, and said, "The master is so good to Sister Songji." Nian Shuan said, "You serve me wholeheartedly, and in the future, I will prepare a dowry for you like Songji. How about marrying a handsome man?" Li Dong thought about the future, and blushed for a moment. The master and servants were in the palace. Fu Zi was not on duty today, but when Li Dong returned to the room, she heard her tell the servants living with her about the kindness of concubine Hua, and she was envious. But Fu Zi thought, marrying a suitable man would only be a guard or a servant of some family, which was far less comfortable than being a lady in the palace. Fu Zi was waiting for an opportunity. Concubine Duan sat in the palace. She opened the window and looked outside. The square courtyard was boring. She looked at the book in her hand. It was the female training that had been placed on the desk at some point. Concubine Duan handed the book to Jixiang casually, and told her to put it away. Jixiang said, "Your Majesty, the 4th prince is already 9 months old." You said? What concubine Hua said that day. Concubine Duan knew what Jixiang was talking about. It was Nian Shulan's words that hinted at the Ulanara family. But she had no evidence. Concubine Duan doesn't even know who she should hate now. Whenever Injin came to Concubine Duan's palace, he just praised Concubine Duan for her dignity and self-discipline. In this palace, Concubine Hua is always the only one who stands out. I really don't know why the emperor likes Concubine Hua so much. And Concubine Duan's question is also a question that lingers in Jin Chengzai's mind. On this day, Jin Chengzai sat opposite Concubine Shin. Her right arm could move by itself, but it couldn't move in a large range. Jin Chengzai played chess with Concubine Shin. The black and white chess pieces made of jade fell one by one on the chessboard carved from a whole piece of Lantian jade, making a very pleasant sound. Shin Guiran was holding the white chess piece. She held the chess piece between her shiny fingertips, and was thinking carefully about where to drop it. Jin Chengzai looked at Shin Guiran's deep thinking with a smile and said, "Sister May can be stumped sometimes. Shinguren thought about the chess game in front of her and said, "Don't be so proud. I will kill you without leaving a single piece of armor." Jin Chongzai took the tea from Lu Zhu and said with a smile, "Then, sister, think about it for a while. I have been playing chess for a long time, and I need to moisten my throat. Sister, try my tea and see if you can get used to it." Shinguren smiled and picked up the teacup, scolding Jin Chongzai. "Look at your sarcasm. You are so petty. Why can't I get used to your tea? It's all from the Ministry of Internal Affairs." But Shinguren just took a sip and frowned. "Why is your tea so bitter? It tastes like the coarse tea that servants drink," Jin Chong said with a mischievous smile. "Sister, do you still say you are used to it?" Shinguren put down the teacup and said, "Tell me, is this given to you by the Ministry of Internal Affairs according to the quota?" Jin Chong sighed at this. "Sister, you know, in the past, the tea here was given according to the quota. Now I heard that the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs has been replaced. For concubines like us and Lingrong who were not favored, almost everything that could be deducted was deducted. In this way, I miss Huang Guiquan a little. He would not look down on women who were not favored. He looked down on any woman." Shinguren was amused by Jin Chongzai's words, and couldn't help saying, "You are really hard to please." "So, this tea was deducted by Lu Chanfeng?" Jin Chongzai said. "To be honest, ever since I broke my arm, my courtyard has been short of things all day long. Today, I deducted rouge. I will deduct the share tomorrow. People like me, such as Lingrong, have to bear it. It's hard for my servants. Following a poor young master like me, I must be unable to hold my head up in front of other servants." Shinguren said, "Don't make fun of me. The share of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is paid out by concubine Hua in person every month. How dare Lu Chanfeng be so bold?" Jin Chongzai noticed that concubine Shin's words were increasingly defending concubine Hua, and she just smiled and said, "You and I have never said anything to each other since we were young. I didn't expect that after less than a year in the palace, my sister would not believe me." Shinguren was stunned. She also realized her words to defend Hua Fei. Forget it. Water didn't have much contact with Hua Fei. No matter what she said, Water might not believe it. When Water's arm is healed, she must take her to see Hua Fei. Shinguren thought so. But this tea was indeed rough and hard to swallow. Shinguren ordered people to go to her own Kunja hall. "I took half a pound of the best Phoenix single song tea. I got this tea by chance, and I have never been willing to drink it. Now I give it all to you, and you can drink it. I will report the matter of the Ministry of Internal Affairs withholding things to concubine Hua, and see how she will deal with it." When Yin Sherlan heard that the Ministry of Internal Affairs withheld the lady's share, she originally planned to investigate it thoroughly. But when she heard that it was Jin Chongzai who withheld the money, the matter disappeared without a trace. Lu Chanfeng became more and more bold. It's a pity that Jin Chongzai is still waiting for Shinguren to stand up for her. After waiting for so long, no news came out. Jin Chongzai could not help but have a shadow of doubt in her heart. After drinking tea with Jin Chongzai that day, concubine Shin was busy following Yin Sherlan all day long. Every night, as soon as she touched the pillow, she fell asleep, and promised to come to Xianfu Palace to accompany Jin Chongzai every day. This day, she brought a piece of news. Jin Chongzai said in confusion, "Sister-in, are you saying that the emperor intends to let concubine Jing live alone in Xianfu Palace?" And promised to smile. "Yes. I heard that the emperor saw that Princess Kangol was getting older, and was afraid that Xianfu Palace would be crowded. The emperor intends to let sister and concubine should live in separate palaces. But I don't know where the emperor will arrange you." Chapter 296. A Calm Temperament. After listening to what An agreed to say, Jin Chongzai was surprised. "Really? How did you know that?" "Sister? I live in Xianfu Palace now, but I am not as well informed as you." An agreed to say, "You also heard it from hearsay. When Baokei, who is beside me, went to the imperial kitchen to get food, I heard Xiao Xiaozi, who is beside the emperor, say it. I think Xiao Xiaozi serves the emperor every day, and what he said may be true." Jin Chongzai smiled. "I think there is nothing wrong with living in Xianfu Palace now. Although sister Mei goes out early, and comes back late every day. The host, concubine Jing, is kind, and has never made things difficult for us. I like it here. But what you said is probably true. Princess Kangol is already 4 years old, and this Xianfu Palace seems a bit crowded. Sister Mei's yard has a name, but my yard is small, and doesn't even have a name. If I can change to a place with a name, it should be good. And Deng also smiled. Sister is simple-minded, unlike others. I want to be the best in everything. Sister, you have such a refined personality. If you catch the Emperor's eye one day, you will be blessed. Jin Chengzai smiled embarrassedly and said, I am not as good as you say. It's just that I have been alone for a long time, and my temperament has to be calm. But these days, with sister in coming and going, the boring days are much easier to pass. By the way, the tiger eye embroidery method you taught Luju last time, it is really exquisite. Tell me too, I always can't embroider it well. Jin Chengzai and An Ing were talking and laughing as they studied the embroidery method of tiger eyes. Injin summoned Ulanara to the imperial study, and Ulanara happily took Jianqiu and Jiang Fuhai with her. Since entering the palace, the emperor rarely summoned Ulanara, and now when she heard Xiao Xiaozi say that the emperor asked the queen to go to the imperial study, Ulanara thought that the emperor was remembering the love they had in the past. In the past, the two of them, Ulanara grinding, Injin writing, had a good time of harmony. But later, Ulanara became pregnant, and her sister came to take care of her, taking away her favor. Ulanara changed into a light blue dress and ordered Jianqiu to do her makeup carefully. She looked left and right in front of the mirror, but she was worried. Ulanara, who was nearly 30 years old, was naturally taken care of by the imperial doctors on weekdays, and she also used various precious medicinal materials to make the fairy jade powder. Skin care products like Tianji Xianran cream maintain her face. But I don't know when, Ulanara's eyes are no longer as clear as before, as if covered with a layer of light mist. Jianqiu looked at the loneliness in Ulanara's eyes, and laughed and teased her. Your Highness usually has to take into account the status of the queen, and always looks dignified and plain. Today, the emperor summoned you, and you dressed up like this. I seem to see you in your youth. You are really beautiful. The emperor will definitely like it when he sees it. Ulanara looked at Jianqiu behind her through the bronze mirror. Jianqiu's face was naturally relaxed. Ulanara looked at her face, which was no longer young, and could only smile slightly. She knew that Jianqiu was just aware of her unknown sadness, and was comforting her. Jiang Fuhai had already led the sedan chair and waited for a while at the gate of Jingren Palace. When Ulanara arrived at the imperial study in the sedan chair, she twisted her waist slightly, swayed her lotus steps, and walked to Injin to pay her respects. Injin, however, was buried in a pile of memorials on the table. He did not even raise his head, nor did he stop writing inscriptions with his hand. He only said lightly, Queen, please stand up. Xiao Xiaozi, give the queen a seat, and serve tea. Ulanara stood up and wanted to go to Injin to grind ink. But just as she took the ink stick, Injin suddenly looked up at her and said, It's hard work to grind ink. Now that you are the queen, for such a small matter, just let the servants do it. Su Peixiong hurriedly stepped forward and took the ink stick from Ulanara's hand, saying, Empress, let the servants do the grinding of ink. Ulanara was startled, but she stepped back gracefully and sat on a chair nearby. Ulanara watched Injin finish reviewing the memorial in his hand, put it aside, and then smiled and said, I wonder why the emperor summoned me here. Please let the emperor know clearly. Injin put down the red marking pen in his hand, stretched his waist, and then turned to look at Ulanara. It's nothing important. But I went to Xianfu Palace yesterday and saw Jingpin and Kangol squeezed together, which was really aggrieved. Ulanara asked tentatively, Your Majesty means that you want to change Jingpin's living place? Injin said, Jingpin is used to living in Xianfu Palace. It would be too much trouble to change her place. Secondly, Kangol said yesterday, she still likes Xianfu Palace. She is afraid of getting lost in other places. This little guy is really clever and eccentric. Ulanara looked at the kindness that unconsciously showed on Injin's face, and her heart was full of bitterness. Now these children. Injin dotes on them very much. Not only does he send people to ask about their food, clothing, housing and transportation every day, but he also sees them every few days. The third prince now lives in the prince's residence, and Injin summons the third prince to see him every few days, and no longer goes to her Jingren Palace. Kan Lu is a girl, and has been raised by Jingpin herself. Taking this opportunity, Jingpin also had many more opportunities to sleep with the emperor. Not to mention the fourth prince Hongli. His mother was Hua Fei, and the emperor only wished that he could live in Ikuin Palace. But thinking of her young death, Ulanara felt regretful. If she had realized it earlier, she would not have allowed her elder sister to detain all the palace doctors and imperial doctors in her room in order to compete for favor. And Honghu would not have died young. Injin saw that Alinara didn't speak for a long time, and frowned. Why doesn't the queen speak? I summoned you to ask you what you think. Alinara came to her senses, suppressed the hatred for her elder sister, and the regret for her son Honghu who died young, and replied respectfully, reporting to the emperor, since it is inconvenient for Jingpin and her daughter to move. In my opinion, why not change the residence of Shinguiren and Jinchongzai? There are still many empty palaces in the harem. There aren't many concubines in the palace now, so it's only right to move some of the concubines who are living in crowded places. Injin said. In that case, the queen will make the decision. Everyone in Ikuan Palace was doing their own thing. Nian Sherlan was playing with the fourth prince. Xiao Linzi came over and said, Master, the queen has assigned Shinguiren from Xianfu Palace to Changchun Palace to live with Li Guiren. Li Guiren lived in Yuxing Tower, and Shinguiren lived in Xiangzai. I heard that Shinguiren even asked the queen. She wanted to live with Jinchongzai. But for some reason, Jinchongzai said that there was no queen in Changchun Palace now, and to avoid crowding in Changchun Palace in the future, she asked to live with Fu Chaoguren and an Yingding in Yanxi Palace. Now Fu Chaoguren lives in Qinyan Pavilion in Yanxi Palace, and Yingding lives in Xinyanwu, and Jinchongzai moved to Guanju Tower, which is quite spacious and comfortable. Chapter 297. Just to show, Nian Sherlan had an expression that was not unexpected for such a result. In the previous life, Jin Huan and Shin Meizhuang were better than real sisters, always keeping each other warm. Shin Meizhuang was more reserved, so Jin Huan always stood up for her and went against herself. Nian Sherlan was still furious when she thought of that hateful look. In this life, Nian Sherlan had taken Shin Meizhuang under her command early on, and Shin Meizhuang was also unwilling to obey her at first. But after following her for so long, Nian Sherlan had long since from Shin Meizhuang's words that she had gradually accepted her as her master. Nian Sherlan knew that with Jin Huan's character, she would feel more and more disappointed as she watched the gap between her former sister and herself grow larger and larger. At that time, how would the relationship between the sisters develop? Nian Sherlan wanted to separate the two sisters. Otherwise, if they still stick together in this life, she would have a headache. Speaking of headaches, Nian Sherlan was also surprised, as her headache had not occurred for a long time. But it was okay, so she would suffer less. Even if Shin wanted to choose a place, why didn't she live with concubine Shin? I heard that their friendship was different from others. Nian Sherlan pinched the soft little hand of the fourth prince and asked casually. Xiao Linzi scratched his head and said, Master asked this question, and I have also inquired about it. I heard from Zhou Ninghai that it seems that it is because concubine Shin has been spending more time with an Ing after entering the palace. Nian Sherlan thought, I have the advantage of rebirth in this life, and I almost crushed Shin Huan, which seems boring. However, with Jin Huan's character, she must find a way to get out of this situation. It depends on how she does it. Nian Sherlan smiled. Hongli is still young, and she doesn't care too much about Injin, and it's boring to be confined in this palace every day. Wan Guiren has been quiet all the time, and she tries to make Injin happy according to her own wishes, but Injin did not treat concubine Wan as he did in the previous life. It seems that concubine Wan is not as good as Jin Huan after all. But think about it. The person who I spent 2 years training, except for her better appearance, how could she compare with Jin Yuandao's daughter, who has been carefully nurtured for more than 10 years? Nian Sherlan looked at the fourth prince in her arms, touched his little nose, and said to the confused fourth prince, Do you know that my mother didn't plan to have children? But now that you are here, mother will do her best to take good care of you. When you grow up, mother will give you the best things in the world. But you have to grow up quickly. The fourth prince waved his little hands and babbled. Nian Sherlan's eyes were full of tenderness. When Injin came, he saw the scene of deep mother-son affection. He didn't ask anyone to inform him today, because he was afraid that the fourth prince was sleeping. When he walked in front of Nian Sherlan came back to her senses from the atmosphere of deep mother-son affection. Why didn't you let me know when the emperor came? It scared me. Nian Sherlan was holding Hongli in her arms, and it was inconvenient for her to stand up. She just smiled at Injin. Injin had long been accustomed to the way Nian Sherlan, and he got along in private. And he didn't care that Nian Sherlan should stand up to greet him. He casually found a chair and sat down, like an ordinary husband returning home, and took the tea brought by the palace maid. You didn't know I was coming today. Why did you prepare this tea? Injin took a sip of the tea, which he always liked. Yin Sherlan looked at the fourth prince in her arms, waving his little hands, and trying to throw himself into Injin's arms. The little guy was so anxious that bubbles came out of his mouth. Yin Sherlan had no choice but to pick up the fourth prince and come to Injin's side, and put the fourth prince in Injin's arms. As soon as Injin put down the tea bowl, a soft child was stuffed into his arms. He hurriedly hugged the child tightly. Yin Sherlan said, "How can I know whether the emperor will come or not? I am looking forward to the emperor's coming, so I prepare your favorite snacks every day." Look, when Hongli saw the emperor, he would not let me hold him. Even he was looking forward to the emperor coming. Hongli seemed to understand. His little head kept digging into Injin's arms. It touched Injin's heart, melting the emperor's heart. "With you mother and son together, I can't bear to go anywhere else." Injin smiled and touched Hongli's little face with his face. Whether in the last life or this life, this was the first time that Yin Sherlan saw Injin love a child so much. Yin Sherlan pretended to be angry. "Hongli likes his father so much, I didn't expect his father to still want to go somewhere else." Injin laughed and kissed Hongli's little face again. "The tender child is really enough to kiss. You are becoming more and more stingy now that you are my mother. If I stay with you every day, I am afraid that the former court and the harem will not be at peace." Yin Sherlan put away the pretended anger, sighed, and sent the servant to take the fourth prince away. After drinking a sip of tea, she said, "I know that the emperor often has no choice. There are many women in the harem, but they are all officials in the court. The emperor often says that a small move can affect the whole body. I don't understand the court affairs, but I understand the harem. I heard that the emperor changed the residences of several concubines, but I also heard that among these concubines, there are some who have never slept with him." Injin listened to Yin Sherlan's words, and that face appeared in his mind again. She is so similar to Concubine 1, it was just that Concubine 1 obeyed him in everything. And after a while, she felt a little bored. The similarities between Concubine 1 and Yunchi did not seem to move him as much as at the beginning. Instead, the stubborn and calculating look of the woman lingered in his mind all the time. Injin looked at Yin Sherlan in front of him. Her beauty was unmatched, and her temperament was also unique. But she had never calculated against him in order to win favor. Those who have never slept with him, that's because they are not motivated. When did Sherlan become so generous, and even persuade me to favor someone else? Injin suddenly leaned forward, pulled Yin Sherlan into his arms, held her tightly, and stared at her. Yin Sherlan pushed Injin, but didn't push him away, and smiled. "Your Majesty is indeed taught by the first Paturu of the Qing dynasty, and he is strong and healthy. Why did I persuade you to favor someone else? If you really love someone, you won't let him be entangled with others. It's just that the women in the palace have to endure it. I have no choice but to bear it." What Yin Sherlan said was actually what she thought in her last life. It was just that her eyes were full of Injin at that time, and she could not tolerate anyone else around him. In this life, it was just a show. Injin tightened his arms around Yin Sherlan, and still stared at her eyes, as if trying to see through something. "I have never told you that my master is the first Paturu of the Qing dynasty. How did Sherlan know that?" Chapter 298, An Unparalleled Emperor. Yin Sherlan's heart skipped a beat. She had just let something slip. Many people knew that Injin practiced martial arts. As a royal man, he should not only be proficient in the 6 arts, but also be proficient in them. But few people knew who Injin's master was. The late emperor only said that the princes were of ordinary education. Yin Sherlan also learned this by accident in her previous life. In this life, Injin never mentioned it in front of her. Yin Sherlan smiled sweetly, and climbed her arms around Injin's neck. Her right hand unconsciously drew circles on Injin's back, and her eyes looked back at Injin without dodging. With amorous feelings and deep affection in her eyes, she spoke tenderly. Your Majesty is an ancient wise ruler, and naturally has many followers. My brother always writes to me about his admiration for your Majesty. My brother always admires your Majesty, and gradually learned a lot about your Majesty, including the fact that your Majesty learned from the first Paturu of the Qing dynasty. My brother is also very envious." Injin looked at the fox in his arms with a smile, and said a long string of words, and just pinched her waist hard, and asked, "Since your brother told you this, then tell me, who is my martial arts master?" Yin Sherlan rolled her eyes in her heart, and tried to trick her again, but her face was still delicate. "How would I know this? My brother didn't say it in the letter. Why don't you tell me in person?" Injin slowly loosened his arms around Yin Sherlan, and let her hang on him. He looked out the door, as if recalling something. And after a long while, he said, "In my heart, the first Baturu of the Qing dynasty is only my father. It's just that my father has many sons. And the first deposed prince was born to my father and Empress Heshli, and was also my father's favorite prince. Unfortunately, he took advantage of his favor and became arrogant, and repeatedly did things that my father could not tolerate. The emperor had no choice but to abolish the crown prince. Originally, the emperor was in his prime, and could have carefully selected a successor from among his brothers. Unfortunately, the emperor fell ill during his southern tour, and was on the verge of death. Somehow, he thought of me, his mediocre son. I could only live up to the emperor's expectations, sit on the throne, and protect the Qing dynasty, and the foundation of our ancestors for the emperor." Yin Sherlan was stunned. The so-called meticulous writing in history books, it just exists in the mouth of the victor. Injin's throne is not as natural and peaceful as he described. But Yin Sherlan doesn't care about these. She just needs to know that Injin is the winner of the fight for the throne. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother to attract his attention and return to his side. Only by standing at the highest point can she return the pain she endured in her previous life in double. Yin Sherlan took the opportunity to lean into Injin's arms, and put her face on Injin's chest, whispered, "Your Majesty is the destined emperor. No matter what obstacles are in front of him, it is nothing to his Majesty. I only know that your Majesty is the best man in the world. Otherwise, I don't care." Injin was in a good mood after being coaxed by Yin Sherlan. He asked for water 3 times in one night, and was very affectionate. Xiao Linzi whispered to Songji, "I see our master. He is really amazing. He. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. The emperor enjoys it very much." Songji hit Xia Linzi on the head in a bad mood. "I think you are getting naughty, and you are getting more and more outrageous. I will go back to the emperor tomorrow, so you better watch your skin." Xia Linzi begged for mercy again and again. Songji hit Xia Linzi hard several times without giving in. Xia Linzi and Songji were arguing here, and Su Peixian came over there without knowing when, and coughed lightly. Xia Linzi and Songji stopped playing immediately. Su Peixian lowered his voice and said, "I think you two are too lively. The emperor and the queen are inside. If they hear your voices, will you still want your heads? If you disturb the emperor and the queen, I can't save you." Songji blushed, and dared not say anything. She just glared at Xiao Linzi fiercely. It's all Xiao Linzi's fault. Xiao Linzi stuck out his tongue, and approached Su Peixian flatteringly. "What Eunuch Su pointed out is that I was careless, and almost lost my head." "Eunuch, it's hard to serve the emperor. You dare not be careless at all. I will give you a shoulder massage. And you should relax. Please forgive me this time." "My lord," Su Peixian said with a smile, "you are smarter than my useless apprentice." As soon as Su Peixian finished speaking, his useless apprentice Xiao Xiazi came in a hurry. Su Peixian was surprised. "You monkey boy. Why are you here instead of guarding the Yongxin Palace?" Xiao Linzi pricked up his ears, while patting Su Peixian's shoulders. But Xiao Xiazi didn't intend to hide it from him. Xiao Xiazi said to Su Peixian, "It's good that master is here. I was just taking a nap in the Yongxin Palace. The maid at Fu Cha's place came to report that Fu Cha was not feeling well. Please go and see her." Su Peixian asked hurriedly, "Do you know where Lady Fu Cha is feeling unwell?" Xiao Xiazi said, "I heard from Sanger that Lady Fu Cha said she had a stomachache and insisted that the emperor go and see her." Su Peixian got angry when he heard it. Scolded, "Stupid thing. If Lady Fu Cha is not feeling well, why did you come here instead of asking for the imperial physician? Don't you know that the emperor will stay at the Equine Palace tonight? The emperor has to attend the morning court tomorrow. If you disturb the emperor's peace, I will see how many heads you have." Xiao Xiazi replied, "Yeah," and hurriedly asked for the imperial physician. Watching Xiao Xiazi run away, Su Peixian sighed. "What a useless thing. It's rare that the emperor is in a good mood tonight, but you have to disturb him with such a blind man." However, Su Peixian heard the noise inside stop, and still said cautiously outside the door, "Your Majesty, just now, the servant of noble Lady Fu Cha went to the Yongxin Palace to invite your Majesty. She said that noble Lady Fu Cha had a stomachache and asked your Majesty to go and see her." Injin was reluctant to let go of Sherlan at this time. Besides, Fu Cha had said that she was not feeling well twice before. At night, Song Xian Chongzai and Chao Chongzai asked Injin to leave. The imperial physician went to diagnose him, and he said that noble Lady Fu Cha had eaten too much dinner. Injin thought this time. Noble Lady Fucha is trying to win favor again, but she is too bold. Even here, concubine Hua, she dares to come to win favor. Injin replied to Su Peisheng. If you feel uncomfortable, go and ask the imperial physician, and say that I have already slept. However, even someone of Fucha's position dares to come to win favor. It can be seen that Sherlan is too lenient in the palace, which allows these people to do whatever they want. When Injin thought of this, he felt pity for Nian Sherlan a little more. Supposedly, he was the emperor, and the rule for concubines after serving the emperor was that they should sleep on their own quilts, so as not to disturb the emperor's rest. But with Nian Sherlan, Injin always fell asleep in her arms after serving her. Nian Sherlan was very tired, and she moved into Injin's arms very familiarly, and fell asleep. Chapter 299 The Fox Seduces the Master. After Injin was escorted by Su Peisheng to the morning court, Nian Sherlan slowly opened her eyes. Songji helped Nian Sherlan dress up, and went with Xiaoman to pay respects to Elinara. Nian Sherlan bowed and sat down, but saw a servant kneeling outside the palace, saying loudly, Your Majesty, I am a servant of noble Lady Fucha. Our young master suddenly felt unwell last night, and the imperial physician diagnosed it as colic. The young master had been in pain all night, and she had no energy to pay respects to the empress when she got up early. Please allow our young master to rest for a day, and we will pay respects to the empress tomorrow on time. Olinara looked at Jianqiu in surprise, and said to Jianqiu, Let her come in to answer the questions. When the maid came into the palace, Nian Sherlan took a quick look and found that it was indeed a familiar maid from noble Lady Fucha. Olinara said, You just said that your young master was not feeling well. Have you informed the emperor? Did the emperor visit last night? The servant knelt down and kowtowed, and replied, reporting to the queen, When the young lady was unwell last night, we said Sister Sanger to invite the emperor. It was just that Sister Sanger went at an unfortunate time, as the emperor was in Ikuan Palace last night. Sister Sanger was not convenient to go and bother concubine Hua, so she asked the emperor's personal eunuch Xiao Xiazi to go and invite the emperor. Xiao Xiazi replied that the emperor had to attend the morning court today, so he asked the imperial physician to see him. Our young lady said, The emperor is very busy with government affairs. When he is done, he will probably go to see our young lady. The maid's words caused everyone to look at Nian Sherlan intentionally or unintentionally. Olinara also looked at Nian Sherlan and said, I didn't know that something like this happened last night. Concubine Hua, is what this girl said true? Nian Sherlan took out her handkerchief, and did not stand up. She just sat and shook the handkerchief, which was considered a greeting. In reply to the queen, The emperor was in my Ikuan Palace last night. When Xiao Xiazi came to invite him, the emperor was already very tired. The emperor still had to attend the morning court today, so he asked someone to invite the imperial physician to treat Fucha Guiran. Olinara said, So, then this is true. Hua Fei, the sisters in the palace should take care of each other. You are too arrogant. Since the emperor still has to attend the morning court, you should persuade him to be more restrained. How can you let the emperor be exhausted? If the empress dowager was ill last night, you would pester the emperor. Wouldn't you make the emperor have a reputation of being unfilial? The smile on Nian Sherlan's lips gradually faded. She stroked her hair and said slowly, The queen's teaching is correct. But I don't know. How can a noble compare with the queen mother? The queen is assuming something that has not happened at this time. Isn't it disrespectful to the emperor? Or, the queen is hoping that the queen mother will be unwell, so as to find a way to confirm the emperor's reputation of being unfilial? By the way, you want to accuse me of seducing the emperor? Nian Sherlan looked at Olinara coldly. She didn't believe that the young Olinara in this life could keep her composure. Sure enough, Olinara said in a deep voice. How dare you? Hua Fei, are you following the proper etiquette when talking to me? Li Guiran glanced at Olinara cautiously, and then said to Nian Sherlan, Empress Hua Fei, just give in to the empress. Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes at Li Guiran with disdain. How could she still be as cowardly and stupid as in her previous life? Li Guiran was frightened by Nian Sherlan's rolling eyes. She shrank back, and dared not say a word. Nian Sherlan had never bowed her head to Olinara in her life. She relied on Injin's favor, and the confidence given by her family. This time, Nian Sherlan still did not intend to bow her head. When she raised her head, and looked at Olinara again, her eyes were full of ridicule. Your Majesty is the mother of the country, and you should know that you will speak out when things are unfair. I got up early, and came to pay my respects to you. But I heard some words about filial piety and unfilial piety for no reason. How can I ignore it? The emperor was in my Ikuin palace last night. But he himself did not want to go to noble Lady Fucha. Does he want me to tie him up? I will ask the emperor later. How should I deal with this kind of thing next time? Yin Sherlan finished speaking, and walked out of the palace without paying any attention to Elenara. She silently counted 3 numbers in her heart as she walked. As soon as she finished the 3rd number, she heard Elenara say, "Someone, stop concubine Hua." Yin Sherlan laughed heartily in her heart. Has Elenara finally been unable to resist, and is going to attack her? She stood still, ignoring the guards surrounding her, and turned to look at Elenara. Elenara looked at the smile on Yin Sherlan's face, and then realized that she had lost her composure in front of Yin Sherlan again. She was actually led by Yin Sherlan. So Elenara softened her tone, and said to Yin Sherlan, "The emperor is still in the morning court, and the matter of noble Lady Fucha is not a big deal. Why do the sisters have to hurt each other's feelings first? You sit down first. After a while, come with me to visit noble Lady Fucha. I believe she can understand." Duan Fei looked at the smile on Yin Sherlan's face, and knew in her heart that although Yin Sherlan seemed to have one, in fact, her reputation of being a foxy and spoiled and willful was further confirmed. But she didn't know that Yin Sherlan wanted this reputation. For many things, since such a reputation has been taken, it must be fulfilled before it is over. Injin heard about this after leaving the court, and said calmly, "With Sherlan's intelligence, she can handle it. Besides, she should be equally important as the queen in the harem." Su Peixing knew that the emperor was increasingly dissatisfied with the Elenara family, and wanted to reduce their power. Injin thought of the story of the favorite in the pepper room mentioned by Sherlan last night. When he and Yunchi got married, they used pepper and mud according to the ritual to paint the pepper wall. Yunchi was very happy at that time. Yin Sherlan was a concubine, so she did not need the wedding ceremony, and many things were kept simple. But now, Injin suddenly wanted to give Yin Sherlan more love. So he ordered Su Peixing to paint the walls of Yin Sherlan's bedroom in Ikuin Palace. After thinking about it, he felt it was not appropriate. So he ordered Su Peixing again, and said that he would find a chance to do it. Su Peixing said, "Then what about Lady Fucha? Does the emperor want to go and see her?" Injin asked Su Peixing to help him change into his daily clothes. Then he slowly walked to the Yinchi Palace. In the Yinchi Palace, Elenara had just left with all the concubines, and only the servants and the imperial physician were in the Qinyan pavilion of noble Lady Fucha. But when Injin passed by Guanju Tower, he heard the music of the guzheng coming from inside. Su Peixing said hurriedly, "This Guanju Tower is now occupied by concubine Jin. I heard that concubine Jin is good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. I guess she is playing the piano. Does the emperor want to go in and take a look?" Injin hesitated for a moment, and continued to walk forward. "Let's go see noble Lady Fucha first. I'll go to Guanju Tower another day. Noble Lady Fucha is much better than last night. She is now lying on the bed complaining to her maidservant. What's the use of you all? You can't even invite the emperor." She became more irritated when she heard the sound of the piano coming from outside. "Play, play, play. You only know how to seduce the emperor with these tricks all day long. I'm still sick." But she played the piano. "Are you making fun of me for being sick? Humph. She's just a concubine without favor. Can she become a concubine if she plays the piano again? This voice makes me irritated. Sanger, go tell Jin Chongzai, if she wants to make me angry, she can just play the piano." Injin thought that Fu Chaguiran needed to rest during her illness, so he didn't ask anyone to pass the message, and just walked over. He didn't expect to hear these words outside the door, and his face darkened instantly. Chapter 300 Attracting the Emperor. Sanger followed noble Lady Fucha, and was usually a bully. Su Peixing saw that Injin's face was not right, and before he could say the emperor has arrived, the door of noble Lady Fucha's bedroom was opened by Sanger, and Su Peixing hurriedly protected Injin. Sanger walked out with his head down, and was caught off guard by someone standing in front of him. Before he could see who it was, Su Peixing threw his whisk to the ground. A sound of ouch came from the ground. "Escall." Sanger fell down, and immediately shouted in a hoarse voice, "Which blind servant? How dare you break into the noble's bedroom without seeing it?" Su Peixing's words bold were stuck in his throat again, and the words he said became, "How dare you be so rude when the emperor comes?" As Su Peixing said this, Sanger also saw the person standing against the light in front of him. The tall and slender figure was cast in the door, casting a huge shadow on Sanger. Sanger was so scared that she knelt on the ground with her hands and feet. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't know your Majesty was coming. Your Majesty, please forgive me this time. Injin didn't say anything, but squinted at Fuchaguren on the bed. She was smart. She had already shrunk back into the quilt when Injin came in, and acted weak. But her sharp voice and harsh words, just now, had already fallen into Injin's ears. Injin didn't even look at Sanger on the ground, but just said to Su Peisheng, "Take him away. If a servant like this stays with the ladies, he may lead them astray." Su Peisheng responded, and waved his hand. Immediately, 2 guards came forward and carried Sanger out of the Qingyun pavilion. Only Sanger's cries for mercy could be heard from afar. Noble Lady Fucha pinched her throat, sounding very weak. "I didn't know the emperor was coming, and I'm sorry for not coming to greet him." She said this and tried to stand up and pay her respects to Injin. Injin just looked at her coldly. Nor did she stop Noble Lady Fucha from getting up. Noble Lady Fucha had to get up from the bed, with the help of another palace maid, and then came down to pay respects to Injin. "Your Majesty, I pay respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed." Injin looked at Noble Lady Fucha's weak expression when paying respects. She did not wear her hair in a bun at this time, and her long and smooth hair was scattered on her shoulders. Except for her pale face, she did not look sick at all. Noble Lady Fucha lowered her head, and a strand of hair fell along her shoulder. It slid down to the side of her cheek. In the past, fugitive Lady Fucha's gentle and obedient appearance would surely soften Injin's heart. But today, it happened that Injin first heard her full-throated rebuke, and then her servants were caught in the act of rampant behavior. Injin looked down at Fucha Lady for a long time without saying anything, then said, "Get up. I heard that you were ill, so I came to see you after the morning court today. But now, you seem to be doing well." With the help of the servants, Noble Lady Fucha stood up tremblingly. She was really sick. She knelt for a while, and was a little unstable. With a cry of surprise, Noble Lady Fucha fell straight into Injin's arms. Her maid didn't have time to support her. Instead, Su Peisheng, who stepped forward to protect the emperor, held her steadily with both hands. Su Peisheng said, "Oh, my lady, please slow down. What if you bump into the emperor?" Noble Lady Fucha cursed Su Peisheng in her heart for being nosy. But she spoke softly. "Thank you, Eunuch Su. My health is really not good enough." Injin watched the servant held Noble Fucha to the bed, and sat on the chair brought by Su Peisheng. Looking at Noble Fucha's weak appearance, he said coldly, "Since you are not in good health, you don't even need to rest well, but you have to stand up and pay your respects." Noble Fucha was stunned for a moment. When she paid her respects just now, she didn't hear the emperor say that she didn't need to be polite. But she didn't dare to question Injin. I just nodded. Yes, I was being stubborn. I thanked the emperor for his concern. Injin summoned the imperial physician, who treated Noble Lady Fucha, and said, "Noble Lady Fucha is not in good health. You need to take care of her for a while." The imperial physician was very smart, and said immediately, "Your humble servant obeys my order. The young lady is weaker than ordinary people, and this is an emergency. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain falling, and it goes away like pulling a thread. I feel the pulse of the young lady, and I am afraid it will take about a month for her to recover. During this month, the young lady is not fit to sleep with you." Injin nodded, and said to Su Peisheng, "Then tell the Jing Shifeng to hang up the green card of Noble Lady Fucha, and wait until she is fully recovered." Noble Lady Fucha said anxiously, "Your Majesty, I will be well in 3 to 5 days. I'm afraid the imperial physician made a wrong diagnosis." Injin left without looking back, leaving Noble Lady Fucha to vent her anger on the pillow, smashing a good 3-color porcelain pillow into pieces. The imperial physician glared at Noble Lady Fucha. He also left in a flash, under the pretext of getting medicine. Injin left Qingyun Pavilion and walked to Guanju Tower. The previous piano music had stopped, and the door of Guanju Tower was closed. Su Peisheng asked tentatively, "Your Majesty?" Injin wanted to step in, but suddenly remembered the little plot he heard in the corner of the imperial garden last time, and retracted his foot. "Let's go, and go back to Yangqing Palace to review memorials." The ears behind the door of Guanju Tower listened to Injin and his men walking away, and then he sighed and ran back to the house. "My lady, I heard the emperor's footsteps stop outside the door, but I don't know why he didn't come in," Huanbi said to Jin Chengzai. Jin Chang looked as if she had expected it. Her arm seemed to have recovered, and she was pouring tea for herself. It's okay. If you don't come in this time, there will be another time. The Emperor loves music. My piano music has already shown the Emperor to me. Huanbi didn't understand and could only worry. When Yin Shuolan heard what happened in the Yinchi Palace today, she seemed to be looking forward to it. Jin Chengzai finally couldn't stand it anymore. Songji said, "Why didn't the queen get angry when she heard about this?" Jin Chengzai was trying every way to attract the Emperor's attention. Yin Shuolan laughed. "Why should I be angry? Who the Emperor wants to favor is his business. Jin Chengzai can attract the Emperor's attention. That's her ability. By the way, do you know how Sanger is doing now?" Xiaoman, who is usually quiet, said from the side. "I heard that eunuch Su beat Sanger with 20 sticks. Let her go to the laundry department." Yin Shuolan asked curiously. "Oh, I didn't realize that Su Peixiong was still a soft-hearted person." Xiaoman said again. "Your Majesty, you don't know? I heard that Sanger told others in private that she regretted it and shouldn't have followed Fu Chaguiren so recklessly. When she was dragged away, Fu Chaguiren only cared about herself and didn't even say a word of pleading for her." Yin Shuolan looked up at Xiaoman and saw that her round face was full of indignation. So she smiled and teased her. "Look at you like this. You feel very unfair for Sanger." The frightened Xiaoman waved her hands repeatedly. "Your Majesty, don't tease me. Sanger made a mistake and was punished. How dare I feel unfair for her? It's just that I just think it's not worth it for her to follow a young lady like Fu Chaguiren." Chapter 301, a bright moment. Yin Shuolan said calmly. "Yes, it's not worth it. Sanger is a little arrogant, but he is also working for noble Lady Fucha. You are under my command. As long as you don't commit a capital crime, I will not ignore you." Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief. Her own master is still good, unlike Sanger's master. Yin Shuolan said Xiaoman to get something outside. Songji looked at Xiaoman's figure walking out, and curled her lips. "I have always thought Xiaoman was stupid, but I didn't expect she was smart. What she said just now was just to test the queen. To see if the queen would protect the servants." Yin Shuolan smiled meaninglessly. Which servant doesn't want to follow a master who understands her? Even if the servant has some small thoughts. As long as she doesn't betray the master, it's harmless. Yin Shuolan was talking to Songji when Fuzi came over with a pair of vases. "Your Majesty," Sister Xiaoman said, she suddenly had a stomachache. "Send the servants to bring the things that the queen wants first." Yin Shuolan looked at the pair of vases that Fuzi was holding respectfully, then looked up at Fuzi's expectant eyes, and understood. Forget it, last time the Emperor said that this pair of vases was ugly, and it was not appropriate to put them in my bedroom. You can put them in the storehouse. Since Xiaoman is not here now, then you can go with me to the imperial study. I will ask the Emperor for better-looking vases to put in the bedroom." Yin Shuolan looked Fuzi up and down again, with some disdain. "Although you have only been in Ikuan Palace for a short time, you are still a member of my palace. You are dressed so poorly, and you don't even have a beautiful pearl flower on your head. It would be embarrassing for me to take you out. Songji, go pick out the beautiful pearl flowers I have just got and put them on Fuzi. But you should be careful, and don't be too much, just dress appropriately." Fuzi was flattered and followed Songji to get the pearl flower and put it on. Songji has been with Yin Shuolan since she was a child, naturally. Her perspective on things is higher than that of ordinary servants. When Songji brought the newly dressed Fuzi to Yin Shuolan looked at her from head to toe for a long time, and then nodded with satisfaction. "This is more like someone in my palace. Remember, when you work for me, you must look respectable. You must not be looked down upon, but you must not stand out too much, or be calculated by others." Fuzi's loyalty to Yin Shuolan reached a new height at this time. What a good master. Ancient picked up a book of memorials and sighed heavily. He had been on the throne for almost 4 years. He was diligently reviewing memorials every day, busy with government affairs, promoting the policy of equalizing land tax, and rectifying the administration of officials. Even the harem was sparsely populated. He was about to reach the age of 30, and had only 2 sons and 1 daughter. He was not as many as the previous emperor. The previous emperor had more than 20 princesses, and more than 30 princes. But the previous emperor passed away suddenly. Although it left a name of prosperity, the treasury was completely empty. At present, the new policies that Injin wanted to implement all required large sums of money. Injin was worried about the tight treasury, and the Empress Dowager often urged him to expand the Yuo family. Injin felt exhausted for a while. He threw the memorial back on the table, leaned weakly in the chair, and stared blankly at the pile of memorials. Su Peixiong hurriedly winked at Xiao Xiaozi. Xiao Xiaozi looked at him blankly. Master? What do you mean? Su Peixiong shook his head helplessly, and went to bring the ginseng soup that he had prepared long ago. The ginseng soup had been simmering in the hanging stove, and it was still hot at this moment. Injin glanced at the ginseng soup that Su Peixiong brought, and said impatiently, "It's very hot in summer. How can you drink ginseng soup? I think you are getting more and more confused in this job." Su Peixiong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. But this ginseng soup was ordered by the imperial physician. He was about to recite the imperial physician's instructions again. The eunuch guarding the door came in cautiously, knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, concubine Hua is outside seeking an audience." Injin wanted to take a break at this moment, and when he heard that Nian Sherlan was here, it was just right. He went out in person, but saw Nian Sherlan in a fresh light green dress, with a lot of kingfisher jewels on her head, which looked very comfortable and pleasing to the eyes. "Your Majesty, good luck. Why did your Majesty come out in such a hot day?" Nian Sherlan smiled and saluted Injin. In her hand was a silk handkerchief as soft as water. When she swung it while performing the ceremony, it was like the wind blowing over the willows, making people feel refreshed even in this hot summer. Injin felt his eyes brighten, and his previous depression was swept away. "Get up. I was just thinking about taking a break, and you came. Let's go. The Yongqing Palace is a little cooler than here." When the two arrived at the Yongqing Palace, Nian Sherlan turned around and took the food box from Fuzi, who had been following behind him, and took out a bowl of soup. "The summer heat is hot, Your Majesty. Drink a bowl of lotus seed soup to avoid the heat. I peeled the lotus seeds myself, and the water for the soup is the snow water from the plum blossoms I collected last year. I picked it out today to make soup for Your Majesty. I use cold well water to cool the soup. Your Majesty, please try it and see if it tastes good." Looking at the soup that Nian Sherlan brought over with both hands, Injin felt very relieved. The heat in the imperial study also disappeared. "Just listening to your hard work, I feel relieved. I will try your intentions. It will definitely be very refreshing." Injin picked up the soup, took a sip first, and then drank it in big gulps. After finishing a small bowl of iced drink, Injin said with a lingering feeling, "The woman who cares about me in the palace is none other than Sherlan." Sherlan gestured to Fuzi to put away the empty bowl, and then said with a smile, "This is the Emperor's partiality to me. The women in the palace all look forward to the Emperor's mercy. It's just that I am bold, and I turned this desire into this bowl of soup." Injin was in a good mood after being coaxed by Nian Sherlan, and waved to her. "Come here. Sit next to me. Even if you are coaxing me, I am willing to be coaxed by you." Nian Sherlan turned around and said to Fuzi, "You go with eunuch Xia, and pour tea for the Emperor and me. Remember, the Emperor likes to drink Longjing, and I want to drink Phoenix Dansong tea." Injin followed Nian Sherlan's words, and looked at the maid beside her. The maid had a pale face. She was wearing bright clothes, and the pearl flowers on her head were the latest style in the palace. Fuzi knelt down and said yes, and then followed Xiaoxiatzi to pour tea. Injin turned around and looked at Nian Sherlan. "You are good to your servants. You are dressed neatly, and your servants are dressed in a way that makes people's eyes shine." Nian Sherlan said to Injin with a smile on her face, "Servants are also people. Servants should be more decent when they work, so as not to embarrass their masters. I don't like the dull Ikuin palace. I like the palace full of flowers and lively. Your Majesty will not blame me for being ostentatious, right?" Chapter 302 Discussion between the Emperor and his ministers. Nian Sherlan was sitting close to Injin, and because she leaned forward when she spoke, Injin could smell a strong fragrance coming towards him. He did not answer Nian Sherlan's words, but asked, "What kind of spices did you use? It smells so good. It seems to be the freshness of flowers, but if you smell it carefully, it is mixed with the fragrance of peony." Nian Sherlan heard this, and moved closer to Injin, pulled out a silk handkerchief from her collar, and waved it in front of her. A scent stronger than before penetrated into Injin's lungs. "Does the Emperor like this smell? This is a spice that I specially prepared. It uses the fragrance of hundreds of flowers as the base, and adds my favorite peony. My brother also gave me a little bit of the ambergris that the Emperor gave him. Just this little bit of ambergris makes this spice smell very outstanding. But ambergris is too precious. No matter how good my brother is to me, I can't bear to give more." Nian Sherlan blinked her eyes, and her charming smile, and the smell of spices hit Injin's heart. He raised his hand and stroked Nian Sherlan's cheek, his expression soft. The ambergris given to me by the late emperor. I was grateful for your brother's contribution to the defense of the Northwest, and I especially gave him some. I didn't expect that he would be willing to give you some, which shows that he really loves you, his sister. But I am your husband. You can ask me for whatever you want. Why bother your family all the time? After a while, I will ask Su Peixing to get some ambergris to make the spices you like for you. Nian Sherlan hurriedly shook her head, leaning in front of Injin, smiling like a fox. Such a precious thing. I dare not take it. I have made no contribution to the country. If the emperor rewards me with such a precious thing, I am afraid that the ministers of the previous dynasty will discuss it. But I have something else I want. I wonder if the emperor is willing to give it up. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan in confusion. If he didn't even want ambergris, what else could he want? Tell me what you want. As long as you don't want my throne, I can give it to you. Injin said this, and Nian Sherlan stood up and knelt on the ground. I dare not. It was the first time that Injin saw Nian Sherlan so flustered. In Injin's eyes, she was always a calm woman who did not lose her temper. Fuzi happened to bring tea and followed Su Peixing in. Seeing this scene, Fuzi ignored the tea tray and knelt down. Injin was stunned, watching the master and servant's reactions. Then he laughed. I was joking with you, but you got so scared. It's my fault. Injin pointed at Fuzi. You, quickly help your master up. You're kneeling here and there. Don't you worry about hurting your knees. Su Peixing hurriedly took the tea tray from Fuzi's hand, and Fuzi stood up, carefully helping Nian Sherlan up. Injin pulled Nian Sherlan's hand, asking her to sit next to him. He said with a smile, I said, I am your husband. Your husband is just joking with you. Why are you so scared? Nian Sherlan couldn't pull her hand out of Injin's hand, looking into Injin's eyes, said seriously. The emperor said that he is my husband. This is what all women in the world dream of. But I always remember what my brother said to me. My brother said, the emperor is first of all a king. The king rules the world. He is a real dragon in the world. Secondly, I can discuss the relationship with the emperor. I am a concubine, and I am able to be called your husband by the emperor. Even if I die now, I will die without regrets. Injin's beautiful eyes showed some helplessness and some anger. This is nonsense. What do you mean by die now? Die without regrets? Even if you don't think about me, can you bear to give up your own son? Nian Sherlan pretended to wipe her tears with a silk handkerchief, and secretly peeked at Injin through the silk handkerchief. Of course I am reluctant to part with you. But your majesty is the ruler, and I am the subject. If the ruler wants me to die, how dare I not die? Injin looked at her like this and couldn't help laughing. He grabbed the handkerchief in his hand. Without the handkerchief to cover her face, Nian Sherlan didn't have a single tear on her face. She laughed first. The handkerchief in Injin's hand exuded a fragrance that he couldn't stop smelling. He threw the handkerchief back to Nian Sherlan and said with a smile, in the past, I only saw your beauty. I didn't expect you to be so naughty in private. You have been my mother's man for so long, but you are full of nonsense. It shows that I have spoiled you too much. Fuzi, who was standing aside to serve, was relieved to see that the emperor was not really angry. If the master angered the emperor, he would also be in trouble. Nian Sherlan asked Injin for the real lotus vase she wanted, and happily asked Fuzi to hold her and leave. Fuzi followed Nian Sherlan in small steps. When he walked out of the Yongqing palace, he turned around and glanced at Injin, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and then turned around and continued walking with a red face. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan and her servant meaningfully as they left, and raised his hand and waved it in the air. The fragrance left on his hand drifted in the room. Su Peixing said with a smile, it's rare that the emperor is not busy reviewing memorials today, and can still chat and laugh with concubine Hua for a while. In my opinion, concubine Hua is really devoted to the emperor. Injin took a sip of the teacup. The warm tea entered his mouth. He paused for a moment and swallowed it. You say, did Yingting really say that to Sherlan? Or was Sherlan trying to please me? Su Peixing immediately understood what Injin was talking about. Injin didn't show it on his face, but he was happy in his heart. But the emperor has his own considerations. As soon as Nian Sherlan left, he started thinking about that remark. Su Peixing said hurriedly, oh, your majesty, you are making things difficult for me. I am stupid. I don't understand these things. Injin laughed, shook his head, and said, You have been by my side for many years. There is nothing you don't understand. It's just that you don't want to speak out. You are really cunning. Su Peixiong smiled awkwardly, bowed his waist and said, Your Majesty, you are wronging me. My duty is to serve your Majesty well. I dare not interfere with other matters. I shouldn't interfere. I am a eunuch. How can a eunuch interfere in government affairs? Your Majesty, please don't make things difficult for me. It will be time for dinner in a while. Do you want to have it in the Yangqing Palace or in another empress's palace? The Empress Duan sent someone to come today and said that she wanted to invite the emperor to have dinner in the Yangqing Palace. Injin said and then said, Then let's go to Empress Duan's place. I haven't been to her place for a long time. Su Peixiong hurriedly ordered the imperial kitchen to send the emperor's dinner to the Yangqing Palace, and sent Xiao Xiaozi to tell Empress Duan to get ready to receive the emperor. Empress Duan sat in front of the mirror, looking at herself, who was different from usual. Usually she was always plain, but today she chose a scarlet dress, and matched it with luxurious kingfisher jewelry, and she looked like she was reborn. Chapter 303 The weather is too hot. The maid of concubine Duan, Qi was beside her, putting the last green hairpin on her hair, looking at concubine Duan in the mirror and admiring her. Your Highness is so beautiful. Your Highness usually wears a simple and elegant makeup, but today she is dressed like this. Even I can't take my eyes off her. When the emperor sees you, I'm sure he will be very surprised. Concubine Duan looked at the smile on the face of the servant behind her in the mirror, and smiled faintly. Who can guess the emperor's preferences? It's just that I've been wearing plain clothes for too long, and I just want to change my look. Qi laughed. Yes, the queen has a peerless appearance. And once she dresses up casually, no matter who sees her, they can't take their eyes off her. Xiao Xiaozi said at that time that the emperor is coming before dinner, so it must be time for him to arrive. The queen should get up and greet him. Qi voice had just fallen when the eunuch came from outside. The emperor has arrived. Concubine Duan was stunned, and hurriedly stood up and walked out. Qi whispered behind her, Your Highness, please be careful where you step. Concubine Duan slowed down her pace when she reached the door, and stood quietly waiting for Injin to approach before she bowed and greeted him. Your Majesty, I welcome you. Injin took a quick look and thought he had seen it wrong. He came to his senses and looked carefully at the person who was kneeling in front of him with her head lowered. Concubine Duan originally looked 20% like Yunqi in profile, and now with this gorgeous dress and her head lowered, she actually looked 30% similar. But for some reason, a strange feeling rose in Injin's heart. Concubine Duan's dress was more similar to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan was the only one in the palace who liked jewelry with kingfisher feathers. Olenara always said that kingfisher feathers were luxurious and difficult to make, and that she had to be frugal as the queen. Except for the tribute with kingfisher feathers, Olenara never wore jewelry with kingfisher feathers. Concubine one had worn it before, which was awarded by Olenara, but it was only a few simple hair accessories. It was far less gorgeous and precious than the one on Concubine Duan's head now. Injin looked more carefully, and found that Concubine Duan's kingfisher headdress had a phoenix wearing a peony pattern. He couldn't help but frown. He remembered that phoenix wearing a peony was Concubine Hua's favorite style. Get up. Concubine Duan bowed her head, and waited for Injin to call her. Now that she finally heard him, she slowly stood up and looked at Injin. Her face was no longer as calm and self-possessed as usual, but a smile appeared on her face. The emperor came at the right time. Dinner has just been prepared. Your Majesty, please come to the palace to eat first. Since Concubine Duan had a miscarriage, Injin had never seen her so dressed up. He was in a good mood today, and ate a few more bites of dinner. After dinner, he naturally stayed overnight in Concubine Duan's Yangqing Palace. Nian Sherlan looked at Xiao Linzi in surprise, and asked in confusion, Did you hear it right? Concubine Duan is dressed up today. Your Majesty is staying overnight in Yangqing Palace? Xiao Linzi said. My master believes in me. It can't be wrong. Xiao Xiaozi, who is beside the emperor, said, It must be true. Xiao Xiaozi said, Duan Fei was wearing bright clothes today, and a headpiece with kingfisher feathers. Xiao Xiaozi followed the emperor to Yangqing Palace, and was shocked for a moment, and thought it was you, the master, standing there. After Nian Sherlan was surprised, she began to think in her mind. In the previous life, Duan Fei took the blame for Injin and the queen mother, and gave herself a bowl of abortion medicine, and aborted her 5-month-old baby. In this life, Nian Sherlan designed to create the illusion that Injin caused Duan Fei to miscarry. In fact, he quietly aborted concubine Duan's 4-month pregnancy. In Nian Sherlan's heart, it was even. As for whether concubine Duan was favored or not, it didn't matter to Nian Sherlan. But she didn't expect that concubine Duan's means of winning favor would make Nian Sherlan a little confused. Now she started with dressing up, trying to catch Injin's heart, and then? Nian Sherlan thought about it, and decided to wait and see. If concubine Duan didn't have the intention to be an enemy of her, then she would just let her be favored. If she had other thoughts that she shouldn't have, it was already mid-June. The summer heat made people anxious. That day, Nian Sherlan got up early in the morning to pay her respects to Olenara, and when she arrived, she saw that all the concubines had already taken their seats. Even Jin Chongzai, who had been recovering from her injuries for several months, came. Nian Sherlan bowed to Olenara and sat down. When she sat down, she glanced at concubine Duan. She was still wearing plain clothes, not as heavily made up as Xiao Linzi said. Olenara smiled and said, "Why do all the sisters look so listless today?" "But because it's so hot. You're all too lazy to talk?" Wei Chun and Xiuxia stood on the left and right of Olenara, fanning slowly with fans in their hands. Olenara's delicately made-up face was peaceful. Nian Sherlan was also too lazy to talk. She was afraid of the heat. Injin had already ordered people to put ice in her palace, and put a wind wheel to cool down. But when she came from Ikuan Palace to pay her respects, she still felt hot. Concubine Duan smiled and said, "It's just what the queen said, it's too hot. And the sisters are too lazy to move." Xian Chongzai continued, "I didn't dare to say it before. But it's hot. Although the Chuxiu Palace where I live is cooler. It's very hot and stuffy in Jiqing Garden. When it's hot, the emperor will be even less willing to come." Olenara looked at Xian Chongzai's casual words and smiled. Xian Chongzai just likes to joke. Jiqing Garden is hot and stuffy. So what's the problem? The emperor doesn't like to go to your place. But I remember, the emperor summoned you a few days ago. The Yangqing Palace should be cooler. Right? Xian Chongzai smiled embarrassedly said. The queen has a good memory. The Yangqing Palace is of course much cooler. Qiao Chongzai also smiled and said. Xian Chongzai was also saying that. You were hot and stuffy there, and the emperor sympathized with you, and at least he summoned you to the Yangqing Palace to enjoy the coolness. I haven't seen the emperor for several days. Xian Chongzai was even more embarrassed when she heard Qiao Chongzai say this, and said, Well, I just said it casually, I hope other sisters don't take it seriously. I'm not competing for favor with other sisters in public, I just think Jiqing Garden is hot. Li Guren sneered and muttered. Humph, why are you pretending? We are all serving the emperor, who doesn't know those little tricks. Li Guren's voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Xian Chongzai to hear clearly. Xian Chongzai replied straightforwardly. Li Guren is right, we are all serving the emperor, who doesn't know that little trick. But when Qiao Chongzai was sleeping with the emperor in the past, she asked the emperor to leave in the middle of the night, which was something that I couldn't do. The emperor's favor, whoever the emperor wants to give it to, is the one. Otherwise, no matter how hard you fight for it, it will only make people dislike you, and it won't be a long-term solution, don't you think? Everyone knew that. This was what Xian Chongzai was talking about a few times before. Whenever Qiao Chongzai and Xian Chongzai were sleeping with the emperor, Qixiang Palace would always send someone to ask the emperor. Either they said that concubine Li was not feeling well, or they said that concubine Li was afraid of thunder and lightning. Concubine Li did not dare to snatch the favor of others. But compared with concubine Xian and concubine Qiao, who were of lower status than her, she was justified in snatching it. As for the emperor, it was just jealousy among concubines, which was harmless. So concubine Li was even more fearless. Chapter 304. Something urgent happened. Li Guren was about to say something back, but suddenly she saw Nian Sherlan's playful eyes, and she stopped talking immediately. Olenara saw that no one was talking, and then she said, This summer is hotter than in previous years. The emperor was worried about the mourning period for the late emperor, and he has not been to the old summer palace since he ascended the throne. But the emperor sympathized with us sisters, who were bored in the palace, and the imperial observatory saw that. June 16th was a good day. The emperor meant, I want the sisters in the palace to prepare well in the next 2 days, and cool off in the old summer palace this summer. Nian Sherlan had been to the old summer palace many times in her previous life, but she didn't feel any emotion. But the other concubines all looked happy. Li Guren said, That's great. I have heard that the old summer palace is the most comfortable place to cool off. But I didn't expect the emperor to take us there. And Deng also looked at Jin Changzai happily, and her eyes narrowed with laughter. She lived in Xinyanwu in the Yinchi Palace. The place there is much smaller than other houses. It is even more cramped and stuffy in this hot summer. Jin Changzai naturally knew that when Deng looked at her, there were so many expectations in it. She looked at Deng and said, "Now my sister can be more comfortable. I heard that the old summer palace is very cool." Elinara looked at the happy faces of the people below, smiled with satisfaction, and said, "The emperor still loves us the most. Everyone is really happy." Then she changed the subject, looking at Yin Shuruan. "Hua Fei, fourth prince is still young. You have to prepare a lot of things for him. Does the palace have enough manpower?" Yin Shuruan sneered in her heart. Elinara really never gave up. She would send people to Ikuan Palace whenever she got the chance. But she just smiled in response. "Thank you for your concern. Queen, I have enough manpower in Ikuan Palace. Hongli is still young. There are not many things. I will tell the palace servants to start packing in a while, and the ladies in other palaces should also pack their things quickly." Elinara nodded, without saying anything more, turned to concubine Duan. "Why are you wearing so plain clothes today?" "Concubine Duan? Although you came to the palace as early as concubine Hua, you never dress up. You are always quiet. I really feel sorry for you." Concubine Duan stood up and bowed, said, "I am ashamed to accept the queen's care. I have been wearing plain clothes these days, to mourn for my unborn child. Now that time has passed, I have gradually let it go. But I am used to dressing like this. And I haven't had time to make new clothes for the time being. When I do, I will dress up beautifully." Elinara said, "Since you are willing to dress up, I am happy. I have 2 new clothes, both of which are good in pattern and style. You can take them with you when you return after paying respects. Also, make some better jewelry. When you serve the emperor, you should dress up beautifully." The concubines went out of Jingren Palace in 2s and 3s. Shinguiren and Jin Changzai agreed to go together. Shinguiren said, "Water, since you and I live separately, we have less time to meet. How are you these days?" Jin Changzai said with a smile, "I should ask my sister this question. Sister is busy every day. Is your body okay?" Shinguiren said, "I'm fine. I'm just worried about you. But I can feel more at ease if you keep sister in company. This time the emperor is taking us to the old summer palace. I will definitely ask concubine Hua to arrange for the 3 of us to live together. This way we can see each other every day, otherwise, our feelings will fade if things go on like this for a long time." Chung Zaijin stopped, looked into concubine Shin's eyes, took her hand. "Sister, are you going to be estranged from me by saying this? Although I haven't seen you for a long time, but my servants have been telling me every day. I know you are fine, and you know I am fine. How could the relationship fade away?" Jin Changzai threw Shinguiren's hand away in a huff. "I know. It must be that you feel alienated from me. That's why you said this to irritate me." Shinguiren hurriedly pulled Jin Changzai's hand again, and said anxiously, "Water, you are making me sad by saying this. When did I become alienated from you?" And Yuang looked at the 2 of them like this, and laughed out loud. "I met the 2 sisters late, but I also know that Jin Jie is being naughty. Sister Mei was anxious. Okay, let's not stand here and talk. It's rare that Sister Mei is free today. Why don't I go to your place with Sister Jin to have tea? Since Sister Mei moved to Chongqing Palace, I haven't been there yet." Jin Changzai said angrily, "I have been in love with Sister Mei for many years, but Sister Mei doesn't understand me as well as Lingrong. Let's go to your place to have tea. The emperor gave you good tea, you should not hide it, and drink it alone." Shinguiren was relieved. He stretched out his hand, and pointed at Jin Changzai's forehead. "You are still as naughty as before. You have been in the palace for so long, but you are still like a child." The 3 of them happily walked hand in hand towards Chongqing Palace. When they were about to reach the gate of Chongqing Palace, they heard someone calling from behind. "Shinguiren! Shinguiren!" The 3 of them turned around, and saw that it was a little eunuch who came in a hurry. Perhaps he ran too fast, his hat was a little crooked. Shinguiren said, "Is there anything wrong with this eunuch?" The young eunuch knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "My lady, you are too kind to me. I am Shen Liang, a eunuch serving in the Ikuan Palace." Shinguiren said with a smile. "Please stand up." Eunuch Sheng. "Did Empress Hua ask you to come here? Is there something you want to tell me?" Shen Liang stood up, still bowing his waist. Very respectful. "My lady is smart. Empress Hua said that everyone will go to the old summer palace the day after tomorrow. And there is still a lot of work to be done. Empress Hua said that if my lady has time, please go over and help. Shen Guiran looked at Sheng Liang in embarrassment. Then looked at Jin Chongzai and Daing. She had just agreed to have tea with the two of them, and was thinking that she hadn't seen them for a long time. So she wanted to set up a table today to get together with her sisters. Jin Chongzai saw Shen Guiran's embarrassment and said, Empress Hua values you. Sister, please go and do your work first. We will have tea with you another day. And Daing also said, Yes. I thought that Sister May finally had time today, but concubine Hua is more important. Sister, you should go quickly. Sister Shen said helplessly. Well, it's my fault today. I invited you two sisters to have tea, but broke the appointment. I will invite you two sisters to get together another day. In this case, I will leave first. After saying that, he hurriedly left with Sheng Liang. Jin Chongzai looked at the hurried back of Shen Guiran, and the loss and loneliness in her eyes could not be concealed, and promised to calm down. Sister, don't be sad. Since Sister May has something urgent to do, let's just enjoy our own life. You said a few days ago that you liked the tiger embroidered by your sister. You embroidered a handkerchief with a tiger pattern for your sister these days, and agreed to take Jin Chongzai back to Yanxi Palace. She followed Jin Chongzai to Guanji Tower, and sent the maid Baoan back to Zinyanwu to get the handkerchief she had embroidered. Chapter 305 Feng Fu agrees. Jin Chongzai looked at the handkerchief that An agrees to give her, and her mood improved a little. She said with a smile, It's hard for you to think that I just said it casually, and you embroidered this tiger handkerchief. But with my status, holding this handkerchief, it looks a bit aggressive. And agrees to cover her mouth and laugh, and said mischievously, Sister, you misunderstood me this time. I know that although I am not favored now, I will be favored in the future. It will definitely shock everyone around, like a tiger out of a cage, and people will not dare to invade it. Jin Chongzai tilted her head and looked at the handkerchief again, and suddenly said in surprise, There is a flower here. What kind of flower is it? Is it a crabapple? And agreed, Yes. I think it looks fierce and monotonous to just embroider a tiger head. So I suddenly had an idea and embroidered the crabapple that you like. It really looks a lot softer. I hope you don't despise my humble intentions. Jin Chongzai put the handkerchief on her face, feeling the beauty of the fine silk sliding on her face, and her depression was swept away. How could I dislike it? I like you so much. My sister is thoughtful, and has similar interests to mine. It makes me regret that we met too late. I just hope to be with you every day. This deep palace is cold and lonely. It's a good thing that I know you. I know it's helpless, but I accept it as fate. And agreed and was stunned for a moment, but he immediately answered, Yes. Jin Chongzai did not notice An Ying's discomfort. An Ying had not received a good education since she was a child, and she did not understand many of the pedantic words. On June 16, Yinjin took all the concubines to the old summer palace for summer vacation. Yinjin handed the allocation of residences to Olenara, and only specifically ordered that Qinyang Palace be left to Hua Fei. Olenara stared at the list in her hand with mixed feelings, but her eyes did not look at the pages at all. The emperor really doted on Yen Shiruan. There was really no concubine in the palace who could compare with her. This couldn't go on, Olenara thought. Someone had to share Yen Shiruan's favor. Lu Chanfeng, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, stood aside with his head bowed, waiting for the queen to assign a residence, but saw the queen staring at the list in a daze. He coughed lightly, and Olenara came back to her senses. He laughed at himself. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night, I'm a little dazed today. Olenara looked at the list carefully and instructed. Lu Chanfeng, please remember this. The emperor personally instructed concubine Hua to live in Qinyang Palace. Concubine Duan will live in Xinghuichan Pavilion. Concubine Li and concubine Fucha will live in Yuetianju. Concubine Shen came to ask me a while ago, saying that she wanted to live with concubine Zhen, so I asked the three of them to live in Changchungxian Pavilion, where the place is bigger, and it's not crowded for 3 people. Concubine Li and concubine Xin will live in Huifang Academy. Olenara stopped and thought. Forget it. Let concubine Li live with concubine Xin and concubine Chao in Wuling Chun's. Lu Chanfeng said cautiously. Empress, how should concubine Jing and concubine Wan be arranged? Olenara said. Concubine Jing will naturally live alone with the princess. There is a bigger place, and the emperor will like it. Let's live in Bitong Academy. As for concubine Wan, when the previous emperor was alive, he intended to promote concubine Shu to concubine Shu, and build Tunghua Terrace for her. But the previous emperor suddenly passed away. The promotion of Shupin was shelved. After the emperor ascended the throne, she became the imperial concubine. The construction of Tunghua Terrace was also stopped. Now the emperor has been on the throne for 4 years. I wonder if Tunghua Terrace has been completed. Lu Chanfeng rolled his eyes and replied. Reporting to the queen, the emperor disliked Tunghua Terrace for being too luxurious. So he asked the craftsman to reduce a lot of precious wood and replace it with one wali wood commonly used in the palace. It was completed last summer. However, Tunghua Terrace was originally built by the previous emperor to drink and ask the moon. There is no place for people to live in. Even if we build it now, it is too late. Olenara said with a smile. I just remembered this place and asked casually. Do you think I want to let people live there? Let's arrange the residence of Concubine 1 in Changchun Garden. I think the emperor likes it there too. Lu Chanfeng took the order and left. Nian Sherlan learned about Olenara's arrangement of the residence. But she did not say anything. She just told Fuzi to follow her to Qingjing Hall to bring soup to Yinjin. Recently, Nian Sherlan has been bringing Fuzi with her more often. Songji knew that her master had her own considerations. However, no one expected that Fuzi would be lucky enough to serve the emperor on the 5th day after entering the old summer palace, and was even made a concubine. When the news came out, the whole palace was in an uproar. Olenara looked at Fuzi, who had become a concubine, standing in the hall to pay her respects. Although Fuzi still looked elegant, she was obviously more confident than before. Fuzi greeted Olenara, and then stood quietly, waiting for Olenara to seat her. The concubines who had just been favored had to pay their respects to the queen. Olenara smiled, looking at the little maidservant who used to be by her side, and said, Fu Yingying was born well, and has a good name. You are so lucky. I am happy for you to become a lady. Hui-chun, seat her, and serve tea to Fu Yingying. Fu Yingying bowed her head to thank her, and sat down carefully in her seat. Standing behind her was Hui, the maid chosen by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Hui-chun came over with tea, and she felt mixed emotions when she saw this little maid who used to be like her become a mistress. When she served tea to Fu Yingying, she looked at the pearl flower on Fu Yingying's head, which was more valuable than hers, and the dragon flower on her neck, which symbolized her status. She was distracted for a moment, and somehow her hand slipped, and the boiling hot tea in the teacup spilled on Fu Yingying. Fu Yingying was caught off guard and was scalded. He immediately screamed and stood up, and knocked over the half cup of tea left in Hui-chun's hand. Hui hurried forward to wipe the water stains on Fu Yingying's body with a handkerchief. Hui-chun also hurriedly put down the teacup, but her foot slipped and fell to the ground. The hall was in chaos. The servants finally helped these people up and settled them down. Hui-chun knelt down in front of Fu Yingying again. Please forgive me. Fu Yingying, spare my life. This servant didn't mean it. But Hui-chun knelt on the ground with her head down. The smug smile on her lips did not escape Fu Ying's eyes. Fu Ying was in a hurry again. Sister Hui-chun, please get up. It's okay. I'll go back and apply some medicine later. Sister Hui-chun bowed to me like this. I'm very scared. As he said this, Fu Ying actually bent down to help Hui-chun. Hui-chun refused and begged for mercy again. Olenara said, How can Hui-chun be so careless? You should quickly beg Fu Ying for mercy and confess your sin. Fu Ying was kind. I will spare your life. Nian Sherlan looked at the scene with a smile, waiting to see how Fu Ying would respond. Hui-chun was still refusing Fu Ying's help, begging for mercy, not idle for a moment. But when Fu Ying took a deep breath and knelt down in front of Hui-chun, everyone in the hall was shocked except Nian Sherlan. Chapter 306. The attack was not gentle. I heard Fu Ying kneel down and immediately started crying. Since Sister Hui-chun can't get up, I don't know what to do. I have to kneel down with Sister Hui-chun. At this time, Hui-chun, who had wanted to see Fu Ying embarrassed and make her look mean, realized that she might not be Fu Ying's opponent. Hui-chun hurriedly reached out to pull Fu Ying up, but as soon as she touched Fu Ying's wrist, Fu Ying screamed, then, as if she had realized something, she covered her mouth and kept silent. Hui-chun was frightened and took back her hand. Nian Sherlan said, Songji, go and see what happened to Fu Yingying. Jianqiu had also received a signal from Olenara's eyes, and walked down from the upper seat quickly, towards Fu Yingying and Hui-chun. Songji was close, and walked to Fu Yingying first, kneeling beside her, and said with concern, My lady Fu, our queen asked me to come and see. What happened to you? Fu Yingying looked up with tearful eyes and met Songji's. She immediately threw herself into Songji's arms and started crying as if she had found a savior. Choking as she cried, "Sister Songji, save me. I really don't know what to do. Sister Huichun pinched me in the chaos. I'm so scared." While Fu Yingda was crying, Songji patted her back with one hand to comfort her, and pretended to check her wrist with the other hand, but pinched Fu Yingda hard from an angle that blocked everyone's view. Fu Yingda cried even more miserably, more sincere and heartfelt. Jianqiu walked down, looking down at Fu Ying, who was kneeling on the ground and crying in Songji's arms, cursively bowed, and said, "The queen is concerned about the young lady. Please stand up." After saying that, she signaled Huichun, who was already stunned, to help Fu Ying stand up, but she didn't expect Fu Ying to wave his hands in fear immediately and not let her touch him, so Songji comforted him and helped him stand up. When Fu Ying sat on the chair with Songji's help, Olenara leaned forward. Her face was full of anxiety. "Fu Yingda, you are fine, but you, a young lady, are you angry with me?" And kneeling down. Fu Yingda had just recovered from her shock, and when she heard what Olenara said, her eyes immediately filled with tears. She struggled to stand up and kneel down again. Jianqiu quickly pressed Fu Yingda down and said, "You, young lady, just got angry with Huichun. Are you going to get angry with the queen now?" Fu Yingda couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they began to fall again. "The empress is wise. How dare I get angry with the empress? And Jianqiu said so, but it is unfair to me. Besides, I dare not get angry with Sister Huichun. When I was in Jingren Palace, I received a lot of favors from her. Olenara was helpless. Why didn't I notice that Fuzi had so many tears before? Okay, I am not blaming you. Look at you, you cry all the time. Your makeup is ruined by crying. If the emperor summons me, do you still have to go to see the emperor with red and swollen eyes?" Olenara smiled and looked at Fu Yingying. Before Fu Yingying could reply, Nian Sherlan, who had been sitting next to her and watching the fun, spoke up. "Fu Yingying just said that she was pinched by Huichun. Is it true? Since you said that you had received her favor in Jingren Palace before, how could she do such a thing?" Huichun, who had been stunned on the ground, heard Nian Sherlan say this, and immediately grabbed a life-saving straw like a drowning person. "Empress Hua, please understand, how dare I pinch the young lady?" Fu Ying said with tears in her eyes. It's no wonder that Empress Hua was suspicious. Sister Huichun had been very kind to me in Jingren Palace before, but I don't know why today. Look, my wrist is red. Huir helped Fu Ying carefully roll up her sleeves. Sure enough, she saw a large red patch on Fu Ying's right wrist, which showed that she had done a heavy job. Nian Sherlan looked at the large red mark on the fair wrist and couldn't help frowning. Fu Ying didn't put down her sleeves either, just exposed like that. The concubines sitting in the palace were all amazed in their hearts. This slave was too cruel. Fu Ying was also pitiful first. She was poured with boiling tea, and then someone secretly attacked her, so everyone looked at Huichun with more contempt. Huichun was busy explaining. "I didn't. How dare I?" Olenara suddenly slapped the armrest of the chair, said, "Enough. One or two, they are making a fuss in this palace like street shrews. Is this the rule in the palace?" The concubines who were whispering just now immediately fell silent. Only Nian Sherlan took a sip of tea indifferently, and then everyone heard the sound of the teacup being gently knocked on the table. Nian Sherlan looked around and saw everyone secretly looking at her, with a beautiful smile. "Why are you all looking at me? I can attract your attention even when I drink tea. But you turned a blind eye to what happened just now." Concubine Duan frowned, but she didn't say anything. Olenara adjusted her mood and said to Nian Sherlan, "Hua Fei, this matter is past, so don't bring it up again." Nian Sherlan curled her lips and said, "Queen, please forgive me for being nosy. It's just that the queen is too partial. Huichun is indeed your servant, but Fu Yingying is the newly appointed lady by the emperor. The new lady came to pay respects to the queen for the first time after serving the emperor in bed, and suffered such injustice. I'm afraid the emperor will know. I won't let it go." Huichun hurriedly knelt and crawled a few steps, kneeling at Nian Sherlan's feet, and said, "Madame Hua Fei has wronged our queen. It's all my fault. I failed to serve the young lady. Please don't blame the queen." "Madame Hua Fei." Songji got a signal from Nian Sherlan and suddenly said in a harsh voice, "How dare you? You did something wrong." But instead of sincerely repenting and begging for the forgiveness of the young lady Fu, you are slandering our queen. Our queen is a concubine, and the queen is the master of the harem. How dare you? A servant! Frame our queen and blame the queen. Are you really that bold? Yin Sherlan raised her hand, signaling Songji to leave. Queen, forgive me. Songji was a little impatient just now. I know that. You have to look at the owner when you beat a dog. But if this dog doesn't listen to its master, and instead causes trouble for its master everywhere, I think, there is no need to keep this dog. Yin Sherlan then looked at Fu Daying. Fu Daying was just beginning to be favored. After all, you are the one given to me by the Empress. Now that the Emperor has shown mercy and rewarded you with a residence and servants, you are now a proper master. You shouldn't call me sister on the left and on the right. Not only does it humiliate your own status, but it also makes people laugh at the Empress and me. Fu Ying lowered his eyes, stood up and walked to Yin Sherlan, bowed, and said, I have remembered the teachings of concubine Hua. But since I have said it, Hui Chun has been very kind to me before. Now I ask the Empress and concubine Hua to be lenient with her and spare her life. Chapter 307 Unwilling to give up. Yin Sherlan saw that Olenara was about to speak, and spoke before her. Fu Yingda is young after all, and kind-hearted. She was bullied by a servant, but she was generous enough to let him go. If the Emperor knew, he would definitely praise you. Yin Sherlan paused, and said with regret, but if the Emperor saw the wound on your wrist, he would feel sorry for you. Not to mention the Emperor, even I feel sorry for you now. Jin Chengzai looked at Yin Sherlan's behavior of supporting Fu Yingda, suddenly stood up. Concubine Shen, who was sitting opposite Jin Chengzai because of her higher status, was also anxious and almost stood up. But concubine Shen restrained herself and winked at Jin Chengzai to signal her not to speak. Jin Chengzai did not look at anyone, but slowly bowed to Olenara, and then knelt to bow to Yin Sherlan. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I think that it is inevitable for people to make mistakes. Hui Chun was flustered for a moment and spilled the tea. Fu Yingda was burned. This is because I was not careful. Wanqing Fu Yingda was not injured. I think the tea would not burn her skin through the fabric. It would be better for the queen to reward Fu Yingda to comfort her and then punish Hui Chun. After saying this, Jin Chengzai stood quietly waiting for Olenara to speak. The concubines present all looked at each other. Jin Chengzai usually didn't talk much. Why did she suddenly say so much today? Yin Sherlan squinted at Jin Chengzai. The expression on her face was unpredictable. It seemed that Jin Chengzai finally couldn't help it. Fortunately, her temperament was still the same as in her previous life. She liked to teach others, and was very courageous. People with discerning eyes had already seen that the queen and concubine Hua were not on good terms. But Jin Chengzai dared to stand up and speak fair words. Fu Daying glanced at Jin Chengzai secretly, and then quickly lowered his head, as if afraid of being seen. Olenara looked at Jin Chengzai with approval and said, Jin Chengzai is sensible. It is inevitable that people will have conflicts with each other. If they just fight or kill each other because of conflicts, then they will fight or kill each other. Amidba. The harem is full of women, so they should be more tolerant of each other. I know that Fu Yingda has been wronged, and I will reward you with the best burn medicine. By the way, Jianqiu, I remember that the Governor General of Guangdong and Guangxi presented a Mandarin Duck Harmony screen a few days ago. I will ask Fu Yingda to take it back later. As for Hui Chun, she is so careless in doing things, so I will give her 10 strokes of the board. Jianqiu, you have to watch the execution, and never tolerate it. Hui Chun, who was originally trembling with fear, was overjoyed, and kowtowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Queen. I will change my ways, and never do it again. Yin Sherlan sneered and stared at Jin Chengzai, but her words were directed to Olenara. Since the queen said so, I can only accept the grievance on behalf of Fu, but I have to be careful in the future. The servants around the queen, you dared to pinch the young lady, but you were not punished. I am very scary. Yin Sherlan then looked around. Her eyes were cold, and there was a smile on her lips. Everyone present here should also be alert. I remember that among the common ointments that the Emperor gave you, there is one that can promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. You should keep it well. Yin Sherlan stood up and casually shook her handkerchief, saying that she had something to do and left. After returning to Kuan Palace, Yin Sherlan asked people to send a lot of ointments to Fu Daying. Fu agreed and was very grateful. That night, Concubine 1 served him in bed. After the ceremony, Concubine 1 was lying on the bed and talking to Injin. Injin said, I always feel that you seem to be worried recently. Is it because someone made you unhappy? Concubine 1 held a strand of her hair in her hand and twisted it between her fingers. She raised her head and spoke in a gentle and clear voice. Silang, you worry too much. I am doing very well these days. I can't wear all the clothes and jewelry you gave me. The jade and treasures you gave me are. I can't stand it. Every time I think of Silang's favor, I feel lucky. Injin suppressed a smile and said with a fierce face. Wan is getting more and more naughty, and she is almost as bold as Concubine Hua in front of me. Wan Guirin got up from the bed, knelt in front of Injin, and said carefully, Your Majesty, please forgive me, I will correct it. But her eyes were flashing, all flashing innocence and simplicity. Injin stretched out his hand and pulled Wan Guirin into his arms. Pinching her little nose, she said lovingly, You are bold, you are indeed bold, you even dare to tease me. But I like you like this. Concubine 1 looked at Injin's eyes, as if he was looking at others through her face. She felt inexplicably bitter, but she knew it from the beginning, and now she just gently leaned her head into Injin's arms. Concubine 1 thought, It's good to accompany the Emperor like this. She knew in the past that she was very similar to the late Queen. I just feel that many things will be easier. Since Jin Chongzai, who is similar to Concubine 1, entered the palace last year, Concubine 1 suddenly felt unwilling and resentful. It would be fine if the deceased one was gone, but if this living woman took away her favor, the man would be fickle and sentimental. And the Emperor would be the most loyal man in the world. It is hard to guarantee that he would like her today, and someone else the next day. Fortunately, the harem favors her and Concubine Hua more. Concubine Hua is Concubine 1's lifesaver, and she is also the one she should be loyal to. But others, Concubine 1 did not want them to share the Emperor's favor. When people have no desires, they don't care about anything. But once there is a desire in their hearts, then everything that stands in the way should no longer exist. On the first day of July, the whole palace paid respects to the Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager Da. Nian Shilan often paid respects to the Empress Dowager, but there was nothing to talk about. Because the harem was still relatively peaceful, the Empress Dowager just reminded Nian Shilan to be careful and cautious on a daily basis. But Empress Dowager Da, who had not been seen for a long time, when she was supported by 2 palace maids and sat at the head of the table. Even though Nian Shilan was well informed, she was still a little surprised. She had never known that when a person's blood and chi were greatly depleted, their faces would become as haggard as bones. Empress Dowager Da looked at the concubines below with different expressions. And she also knew that she looked horrible now. She touched her cheek and tried to smile. But if she could see herself in the mirror at this moment, she was afraid that her smile would turn into tears. Concubine Duan looked at Empress Dowager Da's appearance. She couldn't help but clench the handkerchief in her hand. She had never known that a woman could age so quickly. The well-maintained woman in her memory was only in her 30s, but now she looked like she was in her 20s. Elinara and the other concubines paid their respects to the 2 Empress Dowagers, and then sat down below them. Mother seems to be getting worse these days. There is no useful doctor in the Imperial Hospital. Why not let the Emperor issue an order to find a good doctor among the people, come and treat my mother? Empress Dowager just smiled with difficulty, and said slowly, The Emperor is filial, and he has also privately found many folk doctors to treat me, but unfortunately, my illness is strange. Now, I can only watch myself getting weaker and weaker. When I see you all look bright and beautiful, I think of my youth. I was also beautiful before. Chapter 308 Well prepared. Elinara said. Yes, before my mother fell ill, she was also a very beautiful woman. When the late Emperor was alive, he praised my mother for her hair piled up like clouds, and her face was lightly brushed with light clouds. The Empress Dowager tried hard to show a shy expression on her withered face, but in the end, she only showed a weird look. She said with a smile, It's been so long, why are you talking about this? I have been ill for the past 2 years, but I have always been thinking about you. Today is the first day of the lunar year, and it will be the Chi festival soon. I hope that you will all be favored by the Emperor, and have more children for the royal family. Shushi, take out the rewards I prepared and give them to everyone. Everyone was overjoyed after receiving the rewards. The Empress Dowager looked at everyone's faces, and just smiled faintly. Empress Dowager Da was sick, and she also had many thoughts to win people's hearts. She was exactly the same as when she was a concubine. And she was annoying. Elinara said respectfully to the Empress Dowager. It has been a long time since the Empress Dowager came out to walk around. I wonder if the Empress Dowager is in good health. The Empress Dowager, who was well maintained, dressed elegantly, sat on a high throne in sharp contrast to Empress Dowager De next to her, looked like 2 generations apart from Empress Dowager De. Hearing Elenara's concern, the Empress Dowager smiled. I am in good health. The Emperor is filial. I eat well during the day, sleep well at night, and have nothing to worry about. Just be a happy god. Elenara nodded, indicating her agreement. As long as the Empress Dowager is in good health, the Emperor and I will be in a good mood. When the Empress Dowager is free, please give me some advice so that the harem can be more clean. The Empress Dowager finally looked at Elenara, staring into her eyes and smiling. I don't understand what the Queen said. The Queen is in charge of the harem. When did she need an old woman like me to give advice? The Queen should have her own style and opinions, and there is no point in accepting the advice of others. The Emperor is in charge of the front court, and the sea is peaceful, and the river is clear. The Queen is devoted to the harem, and she should also have her own rules. Elenara nodded modestly. Yes, I will teach you. The Empress Dowager looked at Elenara's submissive look, and it was difficult to say anything. However, Empress Dowager De had already rewarded everyone with gifts, and she was unaware of this, and did not prepare any rewards. The Queen Mother was about to say something. Yin Shiron suddenly said, The Queen Mother asked me to prepare the rewards the other day. I have already prepared them, and have someone waiting outside the palace. The Queen Mother looked at Yin Shiron, and seeing her sincere smile, she also smiled sincerely and continued. Yes, I am old and confused. I was so busy talking to the Queen that I almost forgot to give everyone rewards. Fortunately, Shiron is a careful child. I will trouble you again. I will give all the rewards to everyone on my behalf. When Yin Shiron returned to Ikuan Palace, she saw Zhang King, the eunuch who served the Empress Dowager, coming. I greet the Empress Hua, and wish you good luck. Zhang King knelt on one knee and saluted. Yin Shiron said, Get up. Why are you in such a hurry to come now? Zhang King replied respectfully, reporting to the Empress Hua. The Empress Dowager said, Thank you for helping me today, and invite you to have tea together. Yin Shiron thought for a while, said to Zhang King, Please tell the Empress Dowager that I am going to the Qingjing Palace now. I will go to her for tea tomorrow. After sending Zhang King away, Yin Shiron asked the nurse to bring the 4th prince. After playing with the 4th prince for a while, Songji could not help asking, Didn't the Empress say that she was going to the Qingjing Palace? Yin Shiron said while teasing the 4th prince. I just said it casually. I am going to the Qingjing Palace now. The Emperor must be reviewing memorials. Songji said again. Then the Empress Dowager invites you. Why don't you go? Yin Shiron said. The Queen sees me as a thorn in her side. Today, she has tested the Empress Dowager's feelings. If I rush to see the Empress Dowager today, the Queen will definitely regard the Empress Dowager and I as a party. Even if the Empress Dowager and I are just sympathetic to each other, it will be misinterpreted as forming cliques. The previous dynasty was taboo about forming cliques, and so was the harem. The Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager have always maintained superficial harmony, but they always check each other in private. Today, Empress Dowager suddenly gave out a lot of rewards, just to gain a reputation of benevolence. Fortunately, Sheila informed Empress Dowager of her movements in time, so I took the things from our own warehouse first, so that the Empress Dowager would not be left behind. Xiao Linzi said, Our master is truly kind. You can take out the things from your own private warehouse to help the Empress Dowager. If it is any other lady in the harem, I am afraid that they can't do it. Yin Shiron looked at Xiao Linzi and said, Are you talking sweetly again? My money is not wasted. Xiao Linzi nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Our master's money is not so easy to use. By the way, Master, Manager Wu said that he found that person. Yin Shiron was stunned for a moment, and then realized who Xiao Linzi was talking about. Where did you find him? Is your family clean? Xiao Linzi heard the question, first looked around. The servants in Ikuan Palace were all doing their own things, then he replied. Manager Wu has already inquired about it. Lady Wan's original name was Hao Kaifeng. The Hao family and the Ming family are good friends. The two families are in-laws. However, Qinshi town was destroyed by floods. Lady Wan's parents and siblings are all missing. Perhaps they were washed away by the floods. The Ming family saw this situation and fled for their lives. They did not take Lady Wan with them. Hao Kaifeng. Yin Shiron was shocked for a moment and said to herself, Hao Kaifeng, why is this name so rustic? I see that concubine one has a very good temperament, and she doesn't look like a girl from the countryside. Xiao Linzi smiled and said, My master, you may not know this. Concubine one's biological parents can be together. And there is a story of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Concubine one's father is a bastard of the local gentry Hao family. And her mother is the second daughter of the famous and prominent family in Jiangnan, the Cha family. Because the Cha family was unwilling to marry the second daughter to a bastard, Concubine one's mother eloped with her father. They have lost contact with both families. Songji was surprised. Ah, I didn't realize that Concubine one was from a famous family. But I heard that when Manager Wu found her, she was alone. Xia Lindsay continued. Sister Songji said that it was after the flood in Qingshi town. It is said that before the flood, the Hao family was also a scholarly family in the town. Concubine one's father, Hao Maosheng, was a scholar. But Concubine one's mother, the Cha family, never recognized this son-in-law. So the family has been wandering outside and has become a separate branch. Nian Sherlan asked curiously. In theory, Concubine one's father was a scholar, and he was considered promising. Why didn't his family recognize him? Chapter 309 Give Birth to a Baby. Xiao Lindsay lowered his voice, came closer, and said, This is exactly what I want to say. The news that Manager Wu got is that Concubine one's father has completely severed ties with the Hao family. It's not because of his marriage to Concubine one's mother, but... Xiao Lindsay looked around carefully again, and said in an even lower voice, It's because her father was involved in the affairs of the previous dynasty. The head of the Hao family was afraid of getting into trouble, so he took advantage of the fact that the two of them eloped and completely expelled him from the family. Nian Sherlan's heart tightened. In her previous life, the palace fights were always just about women. In this life, she was careless and involved in such a thing. She sent someone to find Concubine one. Her father was a remnant of the previous dynasty. I'm afraid that even her childhood sweetheart was specially married to her by her father based on her surname. Xiao Lindsay saw that Nian Sherlan didn't speak for a long time, and asked tentatively, Master, do you want to hear about Ming Shishin's situation? Nian Sherlan handed the fourth prince to Songji to take away. She was already sweating coldly. Xiao Lindsay whispered, According to the news that shopkeeper Wu has inquired about, I'm afraid the master has probably heard of Ming Shishan's family. The famous White Lotus sect is mainly active in the Jiangnan area. After the Ming family fled from Qingshi town, they didn't go far. It is said that they are in Yuan town, which is separated from Qingshi town. Nian Sherlan whispered to Xiao Lindsay, Tell shopkeeper Wu not to alert them, just send someone to keep an eye on them. Also, find a way to find out where Concubine one's family is. Xiao Lindsay went out. Nian Sherlan was still in a state of fear. She thought, This sounds dangerous, but it may turn things around at an important moment. The Empress Dowager heard Zhang Qing come back and say that Nian Sherlan was busy and could not accept the invitation. She just smiled and told Zhang Qing to leave. Su Mahila was fanning the Empress Dowager to keep her cool, and said with a faint smile, Don't be angry, my master. Maybe Concubine Hua has other considerations. The Empress Dowager didn't care at all. She didn't look angry at all. I was anxious. Sherlan is more cautious than I thought. She must be afraid of being targeted, which is not good for both of us. Wyatt didn't discuss with me today, and suddenly gave rewards to everyone. This trick of winning people's hearts almost made her succeed. Sumahila said. Yes, Empress Dowager was not honest when she was a concubine, and she is still the same now. Fortunately, the master has made preparations in advance. She is now capable of everything. She can't exert much strength. The Queen Mother smiled and said, In the past, I always suppressed her and didn't let her do anything. Now you can see that as a woman, she is already ruined. The Emperor claimed to be filial, but he could do nothing but watch his mother age rapidly. Sumara said again, I am curious. How did Concubine Hua know what the Queen Mother did today? I asked our people, but even she didn't know. The Queen Mother said, Sherlan, that child, has her own ideas. But I accepted her kindness today, and I will repay her in the future. You go back and sort out the things in my storeroom, pick out some good ones, and send them to Sherlan. It's also a little token of my appreciation. Since she became a concubine, Fu Yingying did not live with Sherlan. Instead, she asked her to live with Jingpin. Jingpin took Princess Kangol to live in Biton Academy, and Fu Yingying played with the princess every day. Jingpin was also very happy to see this. When Yingjing came that day, Fu Ying was chasing and playing with Princess Kangol in the courtyard. Princess Kangle was running around in the courtyard with a smile on her face, and Fu Ying, with a cloth covering her eyes, also tried to grab Princess Kangle with a smile on her face. Injin heard the laughter coming from Biton Academy from a distance, and just raised his hand to stop Su Peisheng from passing the message. The clever Princess Kangle saw Injin coming in, and just opened her mouth to call him Father Emperor, but saw Injin made a gesture to silence the princess. Princess Kangle immediately said with a smile, "Empress Fu is coming to catch me." But when Fu Ying rushed over with a smile, she hid behind Injin. So Fu Ying hugged Injin tightly. In the courtyard, Jingpin, who was watching Fu Ying playing with Princess Kangle, covered her mouth with a fan and laughed secretly. When Fu Ying hugged Injin, she felt something was wrong. The pleasant fragrance of the person in front of her made Fu Ying let go of her hand quickly, and ripped off the cloth on her eyes. When she first saw the light, Fu Ying was blinded by the sun. After a while, she could see the person standing in front of her. Injin was looking at Fu Ying with a smile on his face. Fu Ying blushed instantly and knelt down. "I didn't know that the Emperor had arrived. I am rude. I hope the Emperor will forgive me." Fu Ying had fair skin and always looked innocent. Her red face looked very cute at this time. Injin walked aside and sat on the stone bench in the yard. She said with a smile, "Get up. I saw that you and the princess were having fun. I couldn't bear to disturb you, so I didn't pass on the message." Jingpin came over to greet Injin and smiled. "Your Majesty is right. Fu Ying is young and plays with the princess every day. I am happy to be free." Rui had already brought the tea. Jingpin personally held the tea and handed it to Injin. "Your Majesty, please have some tea. This is the Longjing tea before the rain that you gave me. I can't bear to drink it. I just asked someone to brew it for the Emperor." Injin took the tea and said as he drank it, "It's just a cup of tea. How can you be reluctant to drink it? If you like it, I'll ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send it to you. Just drink it with peace of mind, lest it be spread out. And people will say that I am mean to the concubines, and I can't even give you a little tea." Fu agreed to stand aside, and the sweat he had produced while playing with Princess Kangle gradually disappeared, and his face, which had been red when he mistakenly held Injin, slowly returned to its whiteness. She just stood there obediently, and didn't say anything. Princess Kangle quietly pulled her hand, and tickled her palm. Fu Ying couldn't help but lower her head to look at Kangle, and with her other hand, she also tickled Kangle's back, and quietly laughed with her. Injin looked at the two of them, and felt that they were innocent and adorable. Fu Ying is good at playing with the princess. Princess Kangle let go of Fu Ying's hand, ran to Injin, and said, "Good luck." "Father!" "Kangle likes Fu Nyongyong." "Father!" "Just let Fu Nyongyong play with Kangle." Kong Lo leaned his little head on Injin's arm, raised his head, and acted coquettishly towards Injin. Jingpin was still worried that Kong Li's behavior was inappropriate. But she saw Injin's expression softened, and he smiled. Okay. You like Empress Fu. And I like Empress Fu too. What do you think Empress Fu should do?" Kong Lo stood up straight, looked around, and said something shocking. "That's not difficult. Let Empress Fu give birth to a baby to play with Kong Lo. And then Empress Fu can play with the Emperor." Chapter 310 Special Skills. As soon as Kong Lo said this, Fu Ying's fair cheeks, which had just recovered, instantly turned red again. She stamped her feet in shame and turned her back. Injin looked at Fu Ying's little appearance and laughed out loud. On the contrary, it was Jingpin who held back her laughter and comforted Fu Ying. "My sister is still young, and it is a little shy to hear these words. Please forgive the princess for her childish words." Fu Ying waved her hands, and her face became redder with anxiety. "My lady Jingpin is praising me. The princess is noble. How dare I argue with her? I just... Injin shook his head and smiled at Fu Ying. "Just what?" "It's okay. The princess just wants a playmate. The only one in the palace who is the same age as the princess is Hongshi, but it's a pity that the child has already started to learn, and has no time to deal with his studies every day. Hongli is too young. I heard that Kangle often visited Hongli. I am very pleased. And among the noble families, there are not many who can play with Kangle. It's not like he can come to the palace often. From this point of view, Kangle is actually a poor little thing, haha." After listening to Injin's words, Fu Ying also pulled Kangle to her side lovingly. Looking at Kangle looking up at her little face, she said with pity, "Your Majesty is right. I have nothing to do, and it is my blessing to be able to accompany the princess all the time." Injin thought, now that the situation is stable, the harem should have more children. But it's strange to think about it carefully. There were quite a few concubines in the palace. How come none of them had gotten pregnant in the past 2 years? Once suspicion arose, Injin would definitely get to the bottom of it. Injin called Su Peixiong, whispered a few words in his ear, and Su Peixiong left in a hurry. After Fu Ying had another night with the emperor, when Olenara sent someone to deliver the tonic, the people arranged by Su Peixiong saw it all. The people around Olenara stared at Fu Ying drinking the tonic till there was not a drop left, then they respectfully withdrew. Although Fu Yingda is young, she may not be able to guess whether the medicine is a real tonic. But the queen said it is. So it must be. Yin Shuan heard about the Biton Academy and said, "Since the emperor has discovered this himself, I am too lazy to get involved. The queen has done something wrong, and she should be punished." The reason why Yin Shuan did not get involved in this muddy water was because she knew that even if Injin found out something, it would not shake Ishio's position as queen. She had no intention of becoming the empress, and only hoped that the fourth prince would grow up well. She just watched from the sidelines. It was unknown whether Injin had found out anything, and the matter was later forgotten. However, Olenara no longer gave the tonic medicine that each concubine should drink. August 13th was Hongli's first birthday. Injin had long ago asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make good arrangements. And after repeated selections, the Ministry of Internal Affairs decided to hold Hongli's first birthday banquet on Cheonghua Island. Yin Shuan looked at the list presented by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. "I couldn't help but think of the last life when I was tricked by Olenara to go to Cheonghua Island. But I couldn't get on the boat, and I was exposed to the sun for a long time. I didn't know how those servants laughed at me in private." Yin Shuan handed the list back to Lu Chongfeng, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. "Cheonghua Island is in the center of the lake, and you need to take a boat to go there. There may not be enough boats, and the weather is getting colder. When the fourth prince's birthday comes, the breeze in the center of the lake will feel a little cool. In order to prevent the concubines from catching a cold, please choose a new place." Lu Chongfeng looked around in embarrassment, and said with his head down, "What concubine Hua said is very true, but this Cheonghua Island was ordered by the empress. The servants are just following the rules." Yin Shuan couldn't help but sneer. These days, whenever there is something in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it is always the Olenara family who takes care of it. Now in Yin Shuan's own son's first birthday party, the Olenara family has to choose the location. "You are doing a better job now. The empress probably just expressed her opinion? You actually misunderstood it as a must. My son's birthday is coming. I don't have the right to make the decision?" Seeing Yin Shuan's half smile, Lu Chongfeng thought of the rumor that concubine Hua was a paper tiger and would not really do anything to her subordinates. He said boldly, "Concubine Hua is too kind. The queen also means well. Cheonghua Island is decorated gorgeously, and it is very suitable for a banquet in this season." Yin Shuan suddenly said, "Since you are talking back to me, then I will not mind the trouble, and teach you a lesson. Come, slap eunuch Lu 10 times. Lu Chongfeng did not expect Yin Shuan to suddenly turn hostile. Why was he beaten for no reason when he came to Qingyang Palace to report a matter? Even if he was working for the empress, Lu Chongfeng, was still a respectable servant. After hearing Yin Shuan's call, Xiao Linzi immediately waved his hand and called the other 2 eunuchs to force Lu Chongfeng to kneel down. Lu Chongfeng was about to beg for mercy loudly, but changed his mind. He knelt down obediently. He thought, as long as he took the slap, he would have something to say in front of the queen. Just walking in the palace, this slap would make him the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Lu's face. Lu Chongfeng was determined to take the slap, and knelt down and closed his eyes. Yin Shuan saw that he was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, smiled, and raised his hand to stop Xiao Linzi. Lu Chongfeng saw that the slap was not falling, and secretly opened his eyes to take a look. I saw that Xiao Linzi had a board in his hand, and Lu Chongfeng's face turned green instantly. Yin Shuan said, "I suddenly thought that everyone in the palace loves face, and I think eunuch Lu is the same. Then I will show mercy today and not slap you. I will only give you 10 boards. Eunuch Lu, please accept it." Xiao Linzi had just learned the method of execution recently. According to the person who taught him, he only needed to be beaten with a big board according to the method he taught. The man's skin and muscles were rotten. The surface of the skin was the same as usual. Xiao Linzi weighed the board in his hand, eager to try, just waiting for Yin Shuan's order. Yin Shuan thought of the rumors she had heard these days, that Lu Chongfeng took advantage of his position, and forced the palace girl to have sex with him, which was despicable. Beat this servant who dared to talk back to the master, in this courtyard of the palace. Xiao Linzi, you must show your unique skills. Don't let the palace punish you later. Xiao Linzi rubbed his hands, dragged Lu Changfeng out of the house, and the other two held Lu Changfeng. And Xiao Linzi hit him with a stick again and again. Lu Changfeng was carried back by someone. It was said in the palace that concubine Hua had a bad temper. Lu Changfeng went to report something, but he was beaten and couldn't move. Yinjin learned about this and said calmly, since the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was beaten, it must be his own fault. He made Sherlan angry. Although Sherlan has a stronger temper, she has been with me for a long time, and she has never punished innocent people. Lu Changfeng was beaten, and it must be inconvenient for him to work these days. Su Peixiang, pick another good one to fill the vacancy of the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and let Lu Changfeng go back to recuperate. Chapter 311. It's time to get pregnant. Su Peixiang pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, as far as I know, Tu Jinda, the Deputy General Manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, is efficient and has a sharp mind. Yinjin said, Then let him take over. By the way, Sherlan is not satisfied with Cheonghua Island, so where do you want to settle down? Su Peixiang replied, I haven't heard concubine Hua talk about this again. I think Lu Changfeng has forgotten it. Why don't you point out a place for your Majesty? You and Empress Hua are in tune with each other, and you will definitely be chosen to please Empress Hua. So concubine Shen was summoned by Yinjin, saying that she would help the queen with some trivial matters in the banquet arrangement. Concubine Shen immediately agreed. Concubine Shen asked someone to send a letter home, in which she told her family in detail that she was valued by the emperor, and asked them to rest assured. Nian Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi to pass a message to concubine Wan, saying that she didn't have to always take the lead in front of the emperor. Nian Sherlan had other considerations. After listening to what Xiao Linzi said, Wan Guiran sat there in a daze for a long time, until Cui Jinsi brought in the impatiens. My lady, are you thinking about something? You are standing there in a daze. Cui Jinsi put the impatiens box on the table, and said to Wan Guiran, who was in a daze, with a smile. Wan Guiran gradually came back to her senses, and said inexplicably, The world is like flowing water, and life is just a dream. In my life, I have enjoyed things that I shouldn't have enjoyed. Now the dream is about to end. Cui Jinsi was speechless. This young lady is fine. Why is she suddenly saying this? Cui Jinsi tried to say, Young lady, have you thought of anything? Perhaps I can give you some ideas. Wan Guiran saw Luo Yu coming in through the curtain from the corner of her eyes, raised her head, and smiled at Cui Jinsi, indicating with her eyes that someone had come in, and then said, Nothing. By the way, you took these mini impatiens flowers. Are you going to dye my nails? Cui Jinsi smiled. Yes, young lady. The other day, the emperor came, and I heard him praising the young lady's nails, which looked like water lilies, for being very beautiful. I thought that the new species of impatiens balsamina cultivated in this flower room would look even better if used to dye the young lady's nails. I went to ask for some today, to add a little more beauty to the young lady. The noble lady once stretched out her hands, and Cui Jinsi began to dye her nails. Luo Yu came forward and said, I will crush the petals for the young lady, and then grind the alum finely and add it in. Cui Jinsi took the petals from the box and put them into the small stone mortar, while casually saying, There is medicine for the fairy jade powder for the young lady on the stove outside. You can go and watch it. I am enough here. Luo Yu said unconvinced. It was obviously me who served the young lady first. But now you are the first and I am the last. Now you are ordering me around. Who do you think you are? Cui Jinsi was rebuked by Luo Yu, and her face immediately turned red. But she was always calm. He quickly adjusted his mentality and said, Miss Luo Yu's words are not appropriate. When serving the master, it does not matter who comes first or who comes later. It only matters whether you are devoted to the master or not. Since entering the garden, Miss Luo Yu has become more and more impatient. I am not deliberately making things difficult for you. Am I? Just to say that when the emperor came the other day, if Zhou Ninghai had not been there to take over, that set of pink glazed carved tea sets would have been destroyed in your hands. Right? And Cui Jinsi hadn't finished her words when she heard Luo Yu say impatiently, Okay. I'll go and look after the stove. Miss Jinsi is so fussy. I won't talk to you anymore. Luo Yu ran out to look after the stove. But he kept his ears perked up to listen to the noises in the room. Wang Guiran said, "Okay. You two are my people. But you have been fighting like black-eyed chickens recently. If it gets out and other people laugh at you, I can't serve you wholeheartedly. It's my incompetence." Cui Jinsi looked outside the door, sighing. How could I have ever wanted to argue with Miss Luo Yu? It's just that Miss Luo Yu can't let it go, and always find fault with me. Cui Jinsi looked down at the fair hands of Wang Guiran, and changed her tone again, said with a smile. The young lady has beautiful hands, not at all like what the young lady said, when she played in the fields when she was a child. Now the young lady is just dyeing her nails with impatience. When she is promoted to the position of concubine in the future, the nails can be inlaid with winter jasmine. Not only will it look better, it will also be more unique, which will surely be admired by other concubines, and more liked by the emperor. Guan Guiran thought of Jin Chengzai, who was similar to herself. In spring, she liked to pick winter jasmine flowers and put them in the house. Guan Guiran said, "I don't like winter jasmine flowers, and I don't want to please anyone. The emperor has his reasons for liking someone. If the emperor is tired of me, I will just live my life quietly." Cui Jinsi didn't look up, while carefully wrapping the finger of Wang Guiran. He chuckled and chattered. It is good for a lady to have such a temperament in the palace. But it is also bad. The good thing is that people with a calm temperament are not easy to make enemies with others. The bad thing is that people with a calm temperament are more likely to be bullied. Fortunately, the palace is still peaceful now. And the emperor is fair. Go here today. Summon that person tomorrow. And the ladies can get along well. But if anyone gets pregnant, I'm afraid that this situation will be disrupted. When Concubine 1 heard this, she unconsciously touched her belly. Cui Jinsi smiled when she saw this. My lady has served the emperor for 4 years. It's time for her to have her own child. Concubine 1 showed a bitter smile. How can it be so easy? Pregnancy depends on fate. On the day of the Chichio festival, all the concubines gathered together for singing and dancing. And suddenly they saw Concubine Fucha covering her mouth, as if she was going to vomit. The servant who served Concubine Fucha hurriedly took the silk handkerchief to catch it, but Fucha Guiran retched for half a day, and then stopped. Injin saw the movement from a distance and asked, "What happened to Fucha Guiran? Did you eat something that hurt you?" Fucha Guiran finally calmed down, and was about to speak when she started retching again. Su Peisheng hurriedly sent someone to invite the imperial physician. Everyone in the palace stopped feasting, and looked at Fucha Guiran. Olenara asked with concern, "Fucha Guiran, did you eat something unclean for breakfast?" Noble Lady Fucha felt uncomfortable for a long time. And then she felt better. She took a sip of tea from the maid's hand, suppressed the remaining discomfort, and stood up and replied, reporting to the emperor and the queen. "I did not eat anything when I got up early. I was..." Olenara looked at Noble Lady Fucha's blushing face, and her heart sank. But she still smiled and said jokingly, "Noble Lady Fucha, what's wrong with you? You might as well say it directly. We are all sisters here, so why should you be embarrassed?" Nian Shuran took the wine glass, drank a sip, and watched Songji pour wine for herself, while she said intentionally or unintentionally, "I see Noble Lady Fucha in this state. Is she pregnant?" Chapter 312 Predicting the Future. When Yin Shuran said that Noble Lady Fucha was pregnant, Noble Lady Fucha's face became even more embarrassed. "Empress Hua is wise, I am indeed pregnant." Olenara smiled happily, turned to Injin, and said immediately, "Your Majesty. Congratulations, congratulations. Your Majesty." Then she turned to Noble Lady Fucha and said, "You are so lucky, have you asked the imperial physician to diagnose you?" Noble Lady Fucha was a little proud, raised her chin and smiled. In response to the queen's question, "I have asked the imperial physician to see me. I should have reported it to the emperor and the queen yesterday, but I was afraid that I might have eaten something harmful. So I asked the imperial physician Chio to come and see me early this morning. I am indeed about a month pregnant." Injin's eyes were bright, and he clapped his hands and smiled. "Good. Today is a good day. Fu Cha has made great contributions to the Dragon Clan, and I am very pleased. If the Queen Mother knew, she would be happy too." Su Peisheng had quietly instructed people. The dishes of Noble Lady Fucha were changed to lighter ones. Noble Lady Fucha had just sat down, and suddenly she covered her mouth again. After a while, she just shouted that she wanted to eat something sour. Injin ordered someone to make sour plum soup. Noble Lady Fucha drank 2 bowls in a row. She was stopped by the palace maids around her, and the bowls were taken away. She wiped her mouth with a smile. I begged the emperor not to laugh at my greed. I just want this sour taste right now. Injin just smiled and signaled the banquet to continue. Concubine Li's voice came from the side. People often say that a sour boy and a spicy girl. Concubine Fucha has been pregnant for only a month. And she likes sour food so much. She must be pregnant with a strong prince. Congratulations to Concubine Fucha. Concubine Fucha thought of the previous conversation with Concubine Li, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. In front of everyone. She did not respond to Concubine Li's words. Seeing this, Concubine Li's face turned pale and blue, and her silver teeth almost broke. She secretly spit, gritting her teeth. She whispered, "She's just pregnant, and she's so rampant. It's not certain whether she can give birth to the baby." The frightened Ligiron's personal maid Chonner quickly leaned over and whispered in Ligiron's ear, "Andy, please keep your voice down. If someone hears you talking like this, what if something happens to Fucha Giron's dragon fetus? Wouldn't it be related to you?" Ligiron curled her lips in disdain and said loudly, "You're the only one who heard it. Who else can hear it? Besides, whether her dragon fetus is safe or not, what does it have to do with me?" Chonner shook her head helplessly, glanced at the emperor on the throne, and lowered her head silently. Nian Shuruan thought to herself, "Many things in this life did not happen according to the trajectory of the previous life. I don't know about the epidemic. In the previous life, when Fucha Giron was found to be pregnant, an epidemic broke out outside the palace. This life is still stable. But Nian Shuruan had a plan in mind. After the Qixi banquet, Nian Shuruan summoned Wen Xianqing. He just told others that he was not feeling well and asked the imperial physician to come and see him. Nian Shuruan looked at Wen Xianqing and bowed, called him up, and said, "I haven't seen Lord Wen these days. I wonder what Lord Wen is busy with." Wen Xianqing said, "I have nothing to do in my free time, but I just read medical books to kill time." Li Dong brought tea, handed it to Wen Xianqing with both hands, and took the tea tray away. Nian Shuruan looked at Wen Xianqing sipping the tea, and said with a smile, "I had a dream the other day. In the dream, it seemed that during these days, there was an epidemic outside the palace. Sir Wen often walks among the people. Have you ever sensed anything?" Wen Xianqing looked at Nian Shuruan with amusement. "Did Empress Hua ask me to come here just to discuss dreams with me? Your Majesty, if you have anything to say, please speak directly. I always listen to you." Nian Shuruan smiled embarrassedly when Wen Xianqing saw through her thoughts. "Sir Wen is handsome and intelligent. You are so merciless to my thoughts. Then I will not beat around the bush. Sir Wen, do you still remember that when the emperor was still in the palace, he was sick with an epidemic when he returned to Beijing from Hunan to provide disaster relief? I wonder if Sir Wen still has the prescription for treating the epidemic." Wen Xianqing bowed and said, "Of course I have it. Your Majesty, do you want to use it? But now is a peaceful and prosperous time. I have not heard of any epidemic anywhere." Nian Shuruan sighed worriedly when Xianqing's question was answered. "My dream was too real. I couldn't let it go after waking up for a long time. I thought about it today and called you here to ask a question." Wen Xianqing said, "Your Majesty's worry must be related to your daily care of the garden. You must have too many things during the day, and you can't help dreaming about something bad at night. Why don't I take your pulse and prescribe some tonic medicine to calm your nerves?" Nian Shuruan waved his hand, stood up, and said as he walked out, "I am afraid too. I hope the country is safe. You don't need to prescribe me any tranquilizers. Just keep the prescription for the epidemic. It's always better to be prepared." Nian Shuruan didn't know how to explain to Wen Xianqing. She suddenly asked about the prescription for the epidemic, so she had to say it was a dream. But on the third day after Nian Shuruan asked Wen Xianqing came hurriedly with a eunuch and a medicine box, reporting to Concubine Hua. An epidemic broke out outside the palace overnight. I am worried about the spread of the epidemic, and I have improved the prescription for treating the epidemic overnight. I wonder if there is anything unusual in the dream of Concubine Hua, Nian Shuruan said, not surprised. I only dreamed about the epidemic, and I can't remember much else. But this epidemic is dangerous, and it must not be allowed to spread into the palace. When Xianqing took out several gauze-wrapped medicine bags from the medicine box, and Xiao Linzi hurried forward to take them with both hands. This medicine bag can prevent epidemics, and has a certain effect of eliminating epidemics. Please hang it in your own bedroom, and the bedroom of the fourth prince. Just in case. I am concerned about the people outside the palace. I have already met the emperor and asked to leave the palace to treat the people. According to the ancestral teachings of my family, I should take the lives of the people as my duty. Yin said. Did the emperor agree? Lord Wen is now the backbone of the imperial hospital. I am afraid that the emperor will not let you go so easily. If something happens in the palace, if Lord Wen is not here, the emperor and I will not be happy. When Xianqing heard this, and his impassioned speech fell silent instantly, he looked up at Yin Shiruan awkwardly and said, Your Majesty is indeed as good as a god. The emperor does not allow me to leave the palace. Yin Shiruan felt a little funny, but she held it back. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, coughed lightly, and said, Then Lord Wen, just stay in the palace. You just need to take out the prescription for treating the epidemic and give it to the emperor. The emperor will definitely send someone to treat the epidemic. When Xianqing thought about it and reported the truth, although I can't leave the palace to see patients, my father has set up a charity in Beijing with my son. My father once said that an old horse can be used when he is old. I have also reported this to the emperor, and the emperor praised my father for his benevolent heart as a doctor. Chapter 313 A Flash of Inspiration. After sending Wen Xianqing away, Yin Shiruan was silent for a long time. She couldn't figure out why this was the case. Many things in this life were obviously different from the previous life, but some small things were overlapping. Would it be possible for big things to overlap? For example, Zhen Huan was favored, or even had a child. Since Fu Chaoguren became pregnant, she had been asking the imperial kitchen to send her food every day. That day, she had just drunk bird's nest in the morning, and was going to pay her respects to Elinara. I heard a commotion outside. Noble Lady Fucha hurriedly sent her maid to see what was going on outside. Suddenly, a young eunuch about 12 or 13 years old ran in from outside. When he saw Noble Lady Fucha, he knelt down on the ground and said hurriedly, It's good that the young lady is here. The young eunuch Xiao Detzi from Noble Lady Li got up early to get something from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and fainted on the long street. Just now, the Imperial Hospital sent a message that Xiao Detzi was infected with the epidemic. The Queen sent me here to tell the young lady not to go out yet. It is said that Xiao Detzi is the man of Li Guiran. Li Guiran has something to do and lives with you. You are pregnant now, so you are in danger. Fu Chaoguren was shocked when she heard this, and her face turned pale like gold paper. After coming to her senses, Fu Chaoguren said anxiously, Really? Are you telling the truth? The eunuch knelt on the ground and kowtowed. How dare I pass on the imperial decree? Please don't go out here. This is also for the good of the Queen Mother. Before Noble Lady Fucha could say anything, the voice of Noble Lady Li came from the other side. Noble Lady Li shouted in a hoarse voice, Why don't you let me go out? That little Detzi is sick. But I am not sick. The other eunuch who was responsible for informing Noble Lady Li was so anxious that he kept bowing. Please forgive me, my lady. It was not my idea. It was the Queen's decree that no one in Yuedianji could go out. Noble Lady Li shouted, I want to see the Queen. I am not sick. When Noble Lady Fucha saw Noble Lady Li making a fuss, she was immediately furious. If it weren't for the sickness of the eunuch in Noble Lady Li's place, how could Noble Lady Fucha be implicated and confined to her house? If you ask me, you'd better keep quiet. You're shouting like a street shrew. Don't disturb the dragon fetus in my belly. Noble Lady Li and Noble Lady Fucha have always been at odds. After hearing what Noble Lady Fucha said, she immediately turned her spearhead and angrily said to Noble Lady Fucha, Come on. You, being pregnant is like getting a treasure. And you show off in this small yard every day. Fu Chaoguren was angry and wanted to say something, but no one knew what she thought of. Fu Chaoguren snorted coldly and went back to her room. Li Guiran punched the cotton, but did not get a response from her opponent, and was so angry that she fell backwards. Li Guiran glared at Fu Chaoguren's closed door with hatred, and went back to her room. But the weather in July was hot, and she couldn't stand it for a while. She sent people to ask the Queen to let her out. Unfortunately, the gate of the courtyard was guarded by the guards, and she had no choice. When Yin Shiruan got the news, she immediately asked Xiao Linzi to take people to guard the door of Qingyang Palace and not let anyone in. She took Lidong and Songji with her and went to find Yinzhen. Yinzhen had just finished discussing things with the ministers in Qingyang Palace and thought that Yin Shiruan was just here to invite him to dinner. Yin Shiruan entered the palace, and before she had time to greet him, she saw Yinzhen said, No need to be polite. I have to meet with the military minister later. Is there anything wrong? Sherlan? Injun had already thought of a way to refuse dinner, but Sherlan said, "The emperor is busy with government affairs. I shouldn't have disturbed him. But I heard that there was an epidemic outside the palace, and I was very worried. I thought, I really can't bear the suffering of the people. But the treatment of the epidemic requires a lot of money. I will give all the money my brother gave me to the emperor and the national treasury. I hope the emperor will not despise my humble intentions." Injun didn't expect Nien Sherlan to say this. And after a while he said, "Sherlan is so loyal. I am very touched. But at present, we don't need concubines to donate money to treat the epidemic. Since it is your brother's subsidy, you should keep it well. By the way, your brother fought outside, survived many dangers, earned this fortune. But he was still worried that you, his sister who married into the royal family, didn't have enough money, and he always gave you money. You two siblings have a deep relationship. I am very envious." Nien Sherlan knew that the family affection in the royal family was thinner than paper. And Injun's sudden sigh was just a casual remark. "Your Majesty is considerate of me, and does not want to accept this money. So I will go back first." Nien Sherlan left the Qingjung Palace, and ordered Xiao Linzi to take the money to Wen Xianqing and ask him to purchase some medicinal materials needed to treat the epidemic. Xiao Linzi was puzzled. Why does the master attach so much importance to this matter? Nien Sherlan looked ahead, said, "Just ask Lord Wen to purchase the herbs, and then give them to my eldest brother. My nephews and nieces are still young, and my second brother is far away in the northwest. So I will ask my eldest brother to do the job of applying the herbs." Xiao Linzi took the order and left. This Ilanara family strictly ordered that no one should move around, and specifically instructed Yuedi where Li Guiran and Fucha Guiran lived, to fumigate inside and outside with quicklime and mugwort. Jiang Fuhai personally led people to the houses where the two of them lived in Yuedi. The mugwort leaves were burned, and quicklime was sprinkled everywhere. Fucha Guiran stood in the corridor, holding her nose, and said dissatisfiedly, "The quicklime smells so pungent, and the smoke from the burning mugwort leaves is also strong. I am worried about the dragon fetus in my belly." Li Guiran stood outside her room, and looked coldly at Jiang Fuhai, nodding and bowing to Fucha Guiran with a respectful look. Jiang Fuhai said, "Don't worry, my lady. The imperial physician said that the quicklime and mugwort leaves will not hurt your fetus. You just need to be careful not to get anything used by a sick person. Because Xiao Detzi served in this courtyard, the empress is particularly concerned. She specifically ordered the servants to destroy all the things used by Xiao Detzi. You and Li Guiran can rest assured. The empress is holding you too, and not letting you go out now, because she is concerned about this storm, and is afraid that you two will be gossiped about. Please understand the empress's good intentions." Jiang Fuhai returned to Ilanara, seeing that there was no one around. Ilanara said, "Have you said everything you should say?" Jiang Fuhai bowed his head, and replied respectfully, "Yes, I have said everything according to your instructions. It depends on whether concubine Li can understand. I asked someone to take away the things used by Xiao Detzi in front of concubine Li and concubine Fucha. In the room where the servants lived, only a teacup was left." Ilanara smiled. "You are doing things more and more steadily now, and I am relieved." Concubine Li was sitting in the room, gritting her teeth and hating concubine Fucha's pregnancy. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she remembered Jiang Fuhai's words. Chapter 314. Fucha is making a fuss. Li Guiran waved her hand and called Pei Hong. Ever since concubine Hua threw Yin Ji, Li Guiran's former personal maid, into the Xinjiang division, Pei Hong has been serving Li Guiran. Pei Hong was a maid selected by the Ministry of Internal Affairs from the Laundry Bureau for Li Guiran. She was originally timid, but she has been following Li Guiran for these days, and has become bolder. After Pei Hong whispered to Li Guiran, she went down. When Xianqing purchased a large amount of medicinal materials, said people to deliver all the herbs to the Nian Mansion. The Nian Mansion in this life has always followed Nian Gingya's instructions, trying not to show up in front of people as much as possible. Therefore, there are not as many spies around the Nian Mansion as in the previous life. But for the sake of safety, when Xianqing still sent the herbs to the Nian Mansion through the back door, with a letter from Nien Sherlan. Nien Xia received the letter, and told the family members not to move around, let alone leave the house. He took his personal followers out, and was also prepared to stay away from home for a long time. The epidemic spread in the capital, and patients with the epidemic were seen everywhere, falling down weekly. People in the capital were in a panic. Injun was also very anxious in the old summer palace. But he could not lead the people back to the palace rashly. To return to the palace, he had to pass through the market, which would inevitably cause more infections. When Xianqing ordered people to carry Xiao Detzi, who was infected with the epidemic by Li Guiran, to an uninhabited palace, which was far away from the concubines' residences, and there was no fear of infecting others. When Xianqing also asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs for another group of people, they were ordered to cover their faces with scarves and not to leave the palace. At night, noble Lady Fucha had a stomachache and asked the guards at the gate to invite the emperor. The head of the guards replied coldly through the door. The Queen Mother has ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave you at Yunju. Please don't embarrass us. The Queen Mother said that since you are pregnant, you must be more careful not to get infected. Noble Lady Fucha's maid Changxia returned to the room. He answered the guard's words truthfully to Noble Lady Fucha, who was sitting at the table. Noble Lady Fucha was very angry and raised her voice. It's the eunuch at Noble Lady Li's place who is sick. What does it have to do with me? Go again. Let that servant go and report to the emperor. Just say that the dragon fetus is restless in my belly. The emperor must take me out, or the emperor must come here. The head of the guard had no choice but to send a little guard to Jiuzhou Qingyan to report to Injin. Su Peixian glanced at the lights in the hall that were still on. I feel sorry for my master who has been sleepless for the past 2 days. I say, you are too tactless to report such a thing to the emperor. The emperor is worried about the epidemic, and you have to come to invite the emperor. The guard whispered. What Eunuch Su said is true, but if I don't come, Noble Lady Fucha will make a fuss. I really have no choice. You see, what should I do? Su Peixian sighed and said, wait a minute, I will ask the emperor for his opinion today. After all, Lady Fucha is pregnant with a dragon fetus. If something really happens, we servants can't afford it. Su Peixian entered the palace and hesitated for a while. Injin was looking down at something. If you have something to say, just say it. Injin didn't even raise his head, but glanced at Su Peixian from the corner of his eye. Su Peixian said, Your Majesty, I know you haven't slept for the past 2 days. Just now, Lady Fucha sent someone to say that the dragon fetus in her belly is moving restlessly. Please go and take a look. Or, Injin had been sleepless for 2 days. When he heard Su Peixian's hesitation, he was furious. Su Peixian, I think you have done enough. Su Peixian knelt down with a plop. The imperial pressure from Injin made Su Peixian sweat on his forehead. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your servant, I dare not make the decision on your own. Su Peixian knelt on the ground, and sweat was dripping down his forehead. And his back was also covered with sweat in an instant. Injin finally looked Su Peixian in the eye. Fucha is spoiled. I have always tolerated it, because it is normal for a woman to be a little bit temperamental. But now the epidemic is raging. I can no longer indulge her like this. The guards on duty at Yuedi Yunju should also be replaced. Fucha has been pregnant for only a month. How could she have a restless fetus? You even come here to bother me. Su Peixian raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat that were about to flow down his temples, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I will send someone to tell Noble Lady Fucha right now. Your Majesty, calm down. Su Peixian stood up and went out in a flash, raising his hand to call Xiao Xiazi over. You bastard. The Emperor is anxious and angry, and you are still taking a nap here. Go and tell Noble Lady Fucha, tell her to calm down. The Emperor is anxious, tell her to stop making trouble for him all the time. Xiao Xiazi tilted her head and looked at Su Peixian, and the words I don't understand were almost carved on her face. Su Peixian was so angry that he hit Xiao Xiazi on the head. Stupid thing. You are usually quite smart. Why are you so stupid today? Just go find a doctor, and it's all over. Xiao Xiazi shrank her head, raised her hand to cover her head, but was afraid that her master would get even angrier, so she quickly lowered her hand. Master, isn't Noble Lady Fucha still pregnant with a dragon fetus? The Emperor is so angry too. Su Peixian frowned, and raised his hand to hit Xiao Xiazi. Xiao Xiazi wanted to hide, but she held back. Su Peixian sighed, gritting his teeth. He withdrew his hand. Noble Lady Fucha is not a blessed person. Just after she was found to be pregnant, there was an epidemic among the people. Didn't you see that the Emperor's eyes were bloodshot from the 2 days of staying up late? Even though Dr. Wen is a skilled doctor, the old epidemic prescription is not very useful for this new epidemic. In my opinion, it's going to be troublesome. Alas. Come on, you bastard, go first and finish the job for Noble Lady Fucha. Xiao Xiaozi went to the imperial hospital as he was told. A royal doctor was invited to Yuedi Yunju. After the royal doctor finished the treatment, concubine Fucha had a headache again. The royal doctor said, "The young lady has been pregnant for only a month, and you should avoid emotional fluctuations at this time. I don't need to prescribe medicine for you, just try to go to bed early at night." Concubine Fucha saw that the emperor did not come, and only sent a royal doctor, and did not let her go out, and she immediately became dissatisfied again. The royal doctor didn't even prescribe medicine. "You know, I have a dragon fetus in my belly." The imperial physician was speechless. How should he refute this? If you are not pregnant with a dragon fetus, it will be a big deal for the whole family. Do you know? But after hesitating, the imperial physician could only bow respectfully. "Then I will prescribe some pregnancy-maintaining medicine for you. You should drink it on time." Noble Lady Fucha still insisted. "Humph, I have never heard of a doctor not prescribing medicine for a patient. What's more, I am pregnant with a dragon fetus." Noble Lady Li's maid said worriedly in the room. "My lady, you say, if Noble Lady Fucha really gets the epidemic, would we also be affected?" Noble Lady Li glanced at Noble Lady Fucha's light that was still on through the window, and sneered disdainfully. "What are you afraid of? She is blessed, she has a dragon fetus in her belly, so God will protect her. We didn't do anything, I warn you. Don't confess yourself." Chapter 315 and San returns. Finally, concubine Fucha had enough of her troubles, and was willing to let the doctor go. The doctor walked out of concubine Fucha's room, patted his chest, took a long breath, shaked his head, and walked down the stairs. But just as the doctor walked down the stairs, before he could stand firmly, he heard Changxiu hurriedly behind him. "Doctor, please stay. Our young master just complained of dizziness, and now he fainted." The doctor sighed inwardly. "Well, I can't leave here today." As soon as Nian Sherlan woke up in the morning, she heard that Noble Lady Fucha had caught an epidemic. She was not surprised by this result, and just asked Xiao Linzi, "Who has been to Yuedi Yunji these 2 days?" Xiao Linzi thought for a while, and replied, "I only know that Jiang Fuhai, who is in the service of the Empress, took people to Yuedi Yunji to sprinkle quicklime and burn mugwort leaves. I heard that Noble Lady Fucha made a fuss all night last night. She said she had a stomachache and the dragon fetus was restless. And then she made a fuss to see the emperor. Later, Doctor Hu from the Imperial Hospital went there, and he never left Yuedi Yunju again. This morning, the Ministry of Internal Affairs sealed Yuedi Yunju, and even Concubine Li was locked inside. Concubine Li was also unlucky. First, her servant got sick, and then Concubine Fucha, who lived with her, got sick. Now she herself might be in trouble. Nian Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi's report, and her mind was turning quickly. She sneered and said, "Concubine Li is not innocent. Xiao Linzi has been with Nian Sherlan for a long time." After hearing this, I had some guesses in my mind. "Master, do you mean that Concubine Li did it on purpose? But what good does this do to her?" Nian Sherlan stared down at her armor. There was a small hollow fox engraved on the golden armor. Injin said, "This fox is her." Nian Sherlan. Xiao Linzi lowered his head, and waited for Nian Sherlan to speak. Nian Sherlan raised her head, smiling. The first place in the garden to have an epidemic was Concubine Li's place. But how could the epidemic in Beijing spread to the palace? And it just happened to be the time when we found out that Noble Lady Fucha was pregnant. Go check and see if the servants of Noble Lady Li have any dealings with the outside world. In my opinion, Noble Lady Li herself is not that cunning, but it was just a coincidence. I heard that the servants have carried away 4 or 5 of them in the past 2 days, and sent them to Lord Wen for treatment. I don't know if there is any improvement." Suddenly a voice came from above Nian Sherlan's head. "Your Majesty, there is no need to check, I know." When the voice came out, Xiao Linzi had already looked up at the beam. "Master." Nian Sherlan calmed down and said calmly, "Li Ke, aren't you a man of the underworld? How did you become a subordinate?" Li Ke flipped down from the beam and landed in front of Nian Sherlan. "I, and San from the Secret Guard Battalion, pay my respects to the Empress Hua. May the Empress be blessed." Nian Sherlan looked at Li Ke, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, and saluted. Oh no! It was San. He didn't call him, just staring at him. And San lowered his head, feeling Nian Sherlan's probing eyes, who had been practicing killing skills since childhood. Actually felt uncomfortable. But he had plenty of patience, just lowered his head and didn't speak. After a long time, Nian Sherlan smiled and said, "It seems that my guess was right. It was indeed a secret guard." And San sighed. From the tone, Empress Huafei was not angry. Your Majesty is smart. I had no choice at the beginning. The Emperor has already taught me a lesson. Yin Sherlan waved her hand. Get up. Where have you been these days? Also, what's your real name? And San stood up after hearing this, scratched his head, and replied, My real name is Li Ku. It's just that I don't have my own name anymore after entering the Dark Guard camp. I'm the third in the group, so I'll be called San. Yin Sherlan said unhappily. Since you returned to the Dark Guard camp, why are you hanging on my beam now? I'll report this to the Emperor and skin you alive. And San knew that Yin Sherlan was a person who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He suddenly drooped his eyebrows and looked at Yin Sherlan secretly. His voice was a little aggrieved. This time, I also came out secretly to see the queen. Logically, the secret guard should not have any concerns. But in the past in the palace, the queen treated me very well. I knew that the emperor came to the palace to escape the summer heat. And I found an opportunity to come and see the queen secretly. I originally just wanted to secretly see the queen and then go back. But when I passed by Yuedi Yunju, I just happened to hear concubinely complaining, saying that she couldn't handle such a small matter, and also caused an epidemic. I listened to her for a while, but I couldn't help but reply, if the queen wants to take me to the emperor for punishment, then I will be captured. It's just that I missed the snacks in the queen's palace. Can the queen give me some snacks? So that I can live a full life. And San knelt down again, stretched out his hands, and waited for Xiao Linzi to tie him up. Yin Sherlan rolled his eyes. She looked at San with disdain. Come on, don't act pitiful to me. I won't fall for that. Yin Sherlan still pointed at the snacks on the table impatiently. Get up, eat whatever you like, and then come and do something for me. And San opened his mouth, thought about it, and said cautiously, I came out secretly. If I don't go back after the time is up, I'm afraid it won't work. Yin Sherlan couldn't help rolling her eyes again. You are such a long-winded person. You can actually enter the Dark Guard camp. It shows that the Dark Guard camp is not that powerful. That's all written in the notebook. The bad guys die because of their nagging. Okay, eat first and then go to work for me. I'll ask the emperor for you. And San immediately kowtowed to thank him, and smiled as he picked a few snacks to eat. Xiao Linzi was stunned watching from the side. Master, eat slowly. Don't the Dark Guard camp give us food? And San, bang, reached out and knocked on Xiao Linzi's head. Suddenly he stopped eating, and looked suspiciously at Xiao Linzi, who was about the same height as him. And San stretched his neck to swallow the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth, and said, You used to be much shorter than me. How come you have grown so tall after not seeing you for a few years? You are much more handsome than before. Xiao Linzi said proudly. That's right. Following concubine Hua, you can eat delicious food, wear warm clothes and eat well. You are more respectable than other servants in the palace when you go out. Of course, you have to look more respectable than other servants. And San took another bite of the snack and said disdainfully, But no matter how respectable you are just a eunuch. Xiao Linzi said angrily. You? I thought you were my master. You laughed at me. Yin Sherlan interrupted impatiently. Have I been too indulgent to you? Do you still have me in your eyes? Xiao Linzi and San knelt down quickly. And San lowered his head and chewed the snack in his mouth quietly. Yin Sherlan said, What did you hear when you passed by Yuedi Yunju? Tell me quickly. And San had already swallowed the snack in his mouth and said hurriedly, Reporting to the queen, I heard from Concubine Li that it seemed that Concubine Li asked her servant to go out of the palace to sell something, and the servant was infected with the epidemic in the street market. After San finished speaking, he secretly wiped his greasy hands that had eaten the snack on Xiao Linzi's body. Xiao Linzi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 316 Injun asked repeatedly. This is strange. The emperor's concubine actually asked someone to sell things? Li Gairen's family is not low. Why is she so short of money? Perhaps she has other uses that cannot be disclosed? That's all? No more. Yin Sherlan asked San. And San continued to report. I also heard Li Gairen talking to the little girl beside her about the teacup, saying that the teacup used by Xiao Detzi is really useful. Yin Sherlan suddenly realized this scene is so similar to the previous life. At that time, she did not hear the hint from Molinara. But Xiao Qinmo heard it, and gave Yin Sherlan some advice. She sent the things used by the palace maids, who were infected with the epidemic to Shen Meizhuang, which caused Shen Meizhuang to be infected with the epidemic. Linara's trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife was exactly the same as in the previous life. It was just that in the previous life, she borrowed Nian Sherlan's knife to kill Shen Meizhuang, who was in great favor at that time. This time, Jiang Fuhai must have hinted or passed the message to Li Guiran. Otherwise, with Li Guiran's brain, how could she think of this trick? Nian Sherlan figured it out, and turned back to look at Ansan with disdain. It has been 4 years since Injin ascended the throne. He still looks thin, but he looks a little taller than before. Ansan said that he came out secretly, but he was wearing ordinary clothes, which shows that it was not secretly as he said. Injin asked Ansan to guard him before, probably to protect Nian Sherlan's safety. But why did they suddenly release Ansan now? Nian Sherlan said, "Since you came out secretly, there is nothing I need you to do here right now. For now, Shaolinzi is enough. Why don't you go back first? When I need you, I will find a way to ask the emperor to let you out." And San was stunned. Why did concubine Hua go back on her words again? She said before that she would ask the emperor to let her out of the secret guard camp, but now she says she doesn't need me anymore. And San couldn't figure it out, so he could only say yes dejectedly, and didn't dare to say another word. Shaolinzi laughed, looking at Ansan's frustrated look, and gloated. "Master, have a safe journey. It's enough for the master to have the disciple to protect him." And San glared at Shaolinzi unhappily, and disappeared on the beam. Fu Cha Gairen's maids Changxiu and Ingxiu served by Fu Cha Gairen's bedside. The medicine prescribed by doctor who did not work after she took it, and Fu Cha Gairen was still unconscious. Changxiu knelt in front of Doctor Hu anxiously. The words were filled with tears. "Please ask the imperial physician to save my young lady. The young lady is pregnant, and that is the emperor's son." The imperial physician, who was extremely helpless, and wanted to reach out to help Changxiu up, but he did not dare to do it rashly. "Miss, please get up quickly, I have tried my best. Why not ask the emperor to ask the imperial physician when to come and see her?" Changxiu cried out. "I have asked the guards outside to report to the emperor, but there is no news yet. Please ask the imperial physician to treat my young lady again, prescribe some more medicine to try." Doctor Hu shook his head. "Miss, you don't know. It's because Lady Fucha is pregnant that I dare not prescribe any more medicine. The medicines used in ancient prescriptions to treat epidemics are all bad for the fetus. I dare not use them without authorization," Ingxiu said anxiously. "Does the doctor mean that if Our Lady wants to get better, the dragon fetus may not be able to be kept?" Doctor Hu nodded and replied. "To be honest with you two ladies, it's not that the dragon fetus may not be able to be kept, but you will definitely not be able to stay." Changxiu stood up, rushed out of the door again, and shouted at the guards at the door. "Brother guard, please report to the emperor quickly. Lady Fucha has contracted the plague. The dragon fetus in her belly is in danger." The head guard outside sneered. "Come on. I don't believe the story of the boy who cried wolf. Yesterday, I was scolded a lot for Lady Fucha." Changxiu cried and shouted. "This time it's real. Please, brother guard." The head of the guards just shook his head through the door. "This noble Lady Fucha always complains about feeling uncomfortable here and there, and he doesn't want to be scolded again." Changxiu turned back to ask Doctor Hu for help. "Please, doctor, tell the guards outside that Lady Fucha has really caught the epidemic." Doctor Hu had been told before he came, so he wouldn't bother to tell the guards about this. He was also getting impatient with Changxiu's pestering, and his face was no longer pleasant. "My humble servant has little influence, who would listen? Miss, think of another way." There was a commotion in the house of Fu Cha Guiran, while Li Guiran was drinking tea leisurely, as if nothing had happened. Pei Hong gently patted Li Guiran's shoulders, and said in her ear, "Are you not afraid at all? Young lady? Fu Cha Guiran is ill." Li Guiran said. "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? What does her illness have to do with me?" Pei Hong did not stop her movements and said, "What I mean is, noble Lady Fucha is with us. Please don't infect us. It's still so hot today. We dare not open the windows. It's uncomfortable for you to stay in the room." Noble Lady Li put down the teacup in her hand and said with a smile, "As long as she is unhappy, what does it matter if I suffer from the heat?" Injin suddenly raised his head from a pile of memorials and called out, "Su Pei-sheng, noble Lady Fucha sent someone to see me last night, saying that the dragon fetus is uneasy. Have you asked the imperial physician to take a look?" Su Pei-sheng slapped his head, thinking, "How come I forgot about this when I was so busy? I'll go ask the doctor right now." when Su Peisheng hurried back to the Qinzheng palace. Injin was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Injin noticed that Su Peisheng had returned, and said with his eyes still closed, "Tell me, are noble Lady Fucha and the dragon fetus okay?" Su Peisheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and knelt down. "Your Majesty, please don't be anxious after hearing this." Injin opened his eyes. "Sit up straight. You speak first." Su Peisheng kneeled on the ground with his head down, said, "Yes, I just went to Yuedi Yunju in person and found out that noble Lady Fucha was infected with the epidemic. The doctor who treated noble Lady Fucha was Doctor Hu. Doctor Hu said that noble Lady Fucha was infected with the epidemic and was pregnant. I dare not use medicine. The medicine for treating the epidemic will affect the dragon fetus, but if I don't take medicine, I'm afraid noble Lady Fucha's life will be in danger." Injin had a gloomy face, leaning forward, looking at Su Peisheng's forehead. He didn't know whether it was heat or fear. The sweat beads oozing out fell to the ground. "What you said? Is it true? Fucha Guiran got an epidemic. Such a big thing. Why didn't anyone come to report it to me? What do the servants eat? I only said that no one is allowed to enter or leave Yuedi Yunju at will. But all food and drink are the same as before. And no one can be short of food. What did the Ministry of Internal Affairs do? I remember that doctor who was not good at women and infants. Why did the Imperial Hospital send him instead of the Master Doctor of Women and Infants?" Chapter 317 Meizhuang delivers medicine. Injin's series of YS, each one of them hit Su Peisheng's head like a heavy hammer. Su Peisheng had been serving Injin for so long, and this was the first time he was speechless when asked. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I have already asked, and the guards guarding the entrance of Yuedi Yunju all said that because noble Lady Fucha always complained about this and that, she really got the epidemic this time, and the maid asked the guards to report to the Emperor. The guards just thought that noble Lady Fucha was just throwing a tantrum again. Doctor Who went to treat the patient because all the doctors in the Imperial Hospital were trying their best to develop a prescription to overcome the epidemic, and they were too busy." Injin sneered. "I am worried about the epidemic. But my successor is also important. The Imperial Hospital is becoming less and less useful. It seems that without Wen Xianqing, there is no one who can be used." Su Peisheng felt the pressure from Injin at this time, and he didn't even dare to wipe his sweat. Injin calmed down his suppressed anger after taking a few deep breaths. He continued, "How is Lady Fucha's condition now?" Su Peisheng said cautiously. "I heard from the servants who served Lady Fucha through the door that Lady Fucha had been in a coma. She vomited out all the medicine she had been fed. The servants kept boiling the medicine and tried to feed it into the lady's mouth to see if she could swallow it a little. When I came back to report to the Emperor, Lady Fucha was still in a coma." Injin waved his hand. "Immediately send someone to invite Wen Xianqing. We must save the dragon fetus and cure noble Lady Fucha." Su Peisheng responded, and hurriedly stood up and left the palace, running towards the direction where Wen Xianqing was. After Wen Xianqing followed Su Peisheng into Yuedi Yunju and treated noble Lady Fucha. Wen Xianqing immediately said, "Please go back and report to the Emperor. Eunuch Su, this epidemic is fierce and spreads very quickly. There are many people in this residence now, and I am afraid it is not suitable for noble Lady Fucha to treat her. It is better to let noble Lady Fucha and her servants live here, while concubine Li is still not sick. Move out first, just in case." Su Peisheng immediately reported to Injin as he said, and returned to Yuedi Yunju to inquire about concubine Fucha's condition. Elenara heard about Yuedi Yunju and asked Jiang Fuhai to come and ask concubine Li to move out. Concubine Li was eager to get away from concubine Fucha, and immediately followed Jiang Fuhai to live in the new residence happily. Concubine Li turned a disaster into a blessing, and lived alone in Huanhua residence. Concubine Li looked at the hastily cleaned residence with satisfaction, smiled. "What do you think? It's so unlucky to live with noble Lady Fucha. It's better to stay here. Although it's a little far from the Emperor's Jiuzhou Qingyan, it's more secluded and elegant." Pei Hong said, "Yes, you are still lucky. Look, the queen thought of your hard work and just sent this string of beads. I smell it, and it smells so good. Look, my lady, the beads are transparent and red. After all, they were given by the queen. So good." Li Guiran took the string of beads from Pei Hong. She was so happy that her face was full of smiles. She turned the beads over and over in her hands, and said with a smile, "It's still the queen who cares about me." Pei Hong continued, "That's right, the queen is trying to win you over. But the queen also ordered you to move out of that unlucky house. Just in case, the queen said, you should go to pay respects to the emperor and the queen in half a month. You should stay here for the next few days. It's just right to avoid the epidemic that's raging in the garden now, said Li Guren. Of course. Then, I'll go to thank the queen in half a month. Nian Shiran watched the wet nurse coax the fourth prince to sleep, and then took Songji to Yuedi. The small residence has been surrounded by guards. The original group of guards has disappeared, and I heard that they were sent by the emperor. Now the new guards are very alert. Your subordinate greets the concubine Hua. Good luck to the queen. Nian Shiran stood in front of the closed gate of Yuedi, poked her head out, and saw that the house was indeed crowded with people. Get up. I heard that noble Lady Fucha was ill, so I came to see her. But looking at the current situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to see her. When she wakes up, tell her that I came to see her. Giving her this ginseng is also a token of my appreciation. The guard saw that the high-ranking concubine Hua was so reasonable. Overwhelmed, he hurriedly said, I will convey the queen's care to Lady Fucha. Nian Shiran turned and left. When Xianqing frowned in the room, Lady, in your condition, I'm afraid even if Hua Tuo were alive, it would be hard to save the dragon fetus. Su Peixing heard when Xianqing's words outside the door, and said, Sir One, the emperor said that if you really can't save the dragon fetus, you must save Lady Fucha. When Xianqing frowned and examined for a long time, and even turned over Lady Fucha's eyelids with his hands, replied to Su Peixing, I know that eunuch Su has to serve the emperor in the Qinzheng palace, so please inform the emperor that I will do my best to save the life of the young lady. Please rest assured. Your Majesty. After Su Peixing agreed, just as he was about to turn around and leave, when Xianqing said again in the room, Eunuch Su, remember, you should take a bath and change clothes first, and then go to serve the emperor. Here, noble Lady Fucha was still unconscious, and over there, concubine Jin and the others got the news, and immediately ordered the servants to clean their residence inside and out. It was thoroughly fumigated with mugwort and other things distributed by the imperial hospital. Jin Chongzai watched the servants busy and said to an Ing, Lingrong, let's not go out these days. Wait until the epidemic in the garden subsides. It will be safer. And Ing shook Jin Chongzai's hand with her backhand, smiling innocently. Everything is up to you. Sister. When Xinguren brought a lot of medicinal herbs, she was watching Jin Chongzai and an Ing talking and laughing, and she couldn't help feeling sad. I don't know when, she seemed to be drifting away from Huaner. It was an Ing who had just met her in the palace. The latecomer took the lead in this sisterly relationship. And Ing looked back and saw Xinguren standing at the door, and hurriedly said, When did sister may come? You didn't even let me know. Please come in and sit down. Jin Chongzai was also surprised. It's rare that sister has time to come today. Please come in and sit down. Xinguren forced a smile, walked over and took Jin Chongzai's hand. I followed concubine Hua, and was busy with the epidemic. The palace maids died one by one. I am thinking about my younger sister. I hurriedly asked concubine Hua to give some medicinal herbs to my younger sister. I am too busy to take care of them during the day, so I hope you two younger sisters will take care of yourselves. Jin Chongzai stretched her head and looked at the baskets carried by the servants behind concubine Shin, which contained mugwort leaves and Scutellaria bicalensis. She patted concubine Shin's hand and said with a smile, Sister, you still care about Huaner, but you gave all these to me. What will you do if you need them? Chapter 318 Feeling Lost. When concubine Shin saw that concubine Shin was still thinking about her, the sadness in her heart also disappeared. She sighed and said, You don't have to worry about me. I have concubine Hua to take care of me. All the medicinal materials are sufficient. But you have seen the current situation in the garden. It is better not to walk around. I followed concubine Hua to see concubine Jing. Concubine Jing took good care of the princess. I just hope she can get through this safely. By the way, have you heard about noble Lady Fucha? Jin Chongzai pulled noble Lady Shin into the house, and replied, I heard that noble Lady Fucha had an epidemic. Lingrong and I were watching the servants fumigating the house with medicine, and my sister came by chance. I was planning to send someone to see if my sister was okay. Now that you are here, I feel relieved. Noble Lady Shin had just entered the room where Jin Chongzai lived, and before she could even sit in the chair, Zhou Ninghai came in to report, My lady, there are servants from the Ministry of Internal Affairs outside to invite concubine Shin, saying that concubine Hua has assigned concubine Shin to distribute some medicinal materials. Jin Chongzai looked at concubine Shin, who looked helpless and anxious, sighed, took concubine Shin's hand and said, Sister has just arrived, and she has to be busy again. This is too hard. Sister follows concubine Hua every day, and doesn't even have a moment of her own. How can she gain the emperor's favor? It is said that sister has been favored by the emperor for a year. Why isn't my sister pregnant yet? Shinguren smiled bitterly and said, You've seen it too. I follow Empress Hua every day, and am favored by her. How dare I be lazy? The emperor also said that I am getting better and better at handling things. You say, if I get pregnant at this time, wouldn't I be giving away something I worked so hard to get? Besides, the dragon fetus. Is it something I can have just because I want it? With the right time, right place and right people, the same is indispensable. Look at the current situation in the palace, and how many people are dissatisfied with me. I don't expect to gain much, I just hope that, one day, you and I can live freely in the palace. After Shinguren said this, she suddenly realized that Ndeng was also beside her, and she changed the subject without leaving a trace. Of course, this is just my previous thought. Now, you are also on good terms with Sisterin, which means that I am also on good terms with Sisterin. I naturally want to protect you too. I hope my two sisters can understand my painstaking efforts. Zhou Ninghai came in again. Mrs. Shin, please hurry up. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is in a hurry. Jin Changzai reluctantly urged Mrs. Shin to leave, and stood at the door until she could no longer see Mrs. Shin. Then she lowered her head in disappointment. Sister Mei has been too busy since she followed concubine Hua to help manage the 6 palaces. Before entering the palace, the sisters agreed to rely on each other. It seemed to be getting harder and harder. Jin Changzai leaned against the door for a long time without saying anything, and promised to sigh silently. After all, she knew Jin Changzai late, and the relationship between her and Shinguren could not be compared, and promised to cheer up, smiled and walked forward, took a handkerchief and pretended to wipe Jin Changzai's tears. Sister, you are too sentimental. Sister Mei, and we are both in the palace. You can see her if you want. Besides, Sister Mei has a good support. Being by the side of concubine Hua, that is something that many people envy. If sister is sad about this, it would be too much. When sister is favored in the future, and can also become a concubine, wouldn't it be possible to talk with Sister Mei every day? Jin Changzai forced a smile. Be favored? Concubine? Sister, don't dare to say this in front of others. The relationships in the palace are complicated. What virtue do I have? And agreed, looking into Jin Changzai's eyes, sincerely said, Sister is a dragon and a tiger. If you get help, you will soar to the sky. Jin Changzai was amused by An's promise. But she did not deny that she would definitely be favored. She thought, when her favor can be compared with that of concubine Hua, she will not have to be separated from Sister Mei like this. Thinking of concubine Hua, Jin Changzai did not like her arrogant and conceited look. But the emperor doted on her, and it was said that her brother Nian Qingyo from her mother's family loved her even more. Jin Changzai and Ningda went into the house together. Jin Changzai's maid Huanbi saw that Jin Changzai seemed to be in a bad mood, and wanted to go forward to comfort her. But seeing Ningda beside her, Huanbi gave up, and just looked outside absent-mindedly. Fu Chaguren was still in a coma. When Xianqing prepared medicine, and took out a silver needle. But when Xianqing held the silver needle for a long time, and didn't insert the needle, Chengxiu watched for a long time and cried again. Dr. Wen, why don't you insert the needle? When Xianqing put away the silver needle, his voice full of helplessness. Let's boil this medicine first, and let the young lady take it. I wanted to try the acupuncture method in the ancient prescription on the young lady, but I was afraid that something might go wrong. So I'll just leave it alone. Angxio's muffled voice came from under the face towel. Dr. Wen, please forgive me for talking too much. Anyway, our young lady is in such a situation, and the dragon fetus can't be saved. Why don't you try acupuncture? What if this acupuncture combined with your medicine is more effective? Changxiu seemed to have reacted. She hurriedly grabbed Wen Xianqing's arm and said, Yes, Dr. Wen. My young lady has been in a coma for a day and a night. Why don't you try acupuncture? Isn't there a saying? Try to save a dying horse as much as possible. I'm not good at speaking, so I can only think of this sentence. When Xianqing hesitated for a long time, and gritted his teeth and said, Since I entered the Imperial Hospital, I have become more and more timid. Okay, I'll try it now. When Xianqing finished acupuncture, Chengxiu came over crying and holding the medicine bowl to feed Fu Chaguren medicine. Angxiu really couldn't stand Chengxiu's crying when something happened. So she grabbed the medicine bowl and said, I'll do it. Don't drop your tears into the young lady's medicine bowl, or it will lose its medicinal properties. This time, when Xianqing fed the medicine to noble Lady Fucha, but she only vomited a little bit. When Xianqing said that this should be related to the acupuncture he had given her before. In the Qingyang Palace, Nian Sherlan came back from outside and told the servants to prepare hot water, bathe and change clothes first, and then fumigate with medicine. I just went to the fourth prince's room to visit him. The fourth prince, who will be 1 year old in a month, opened his arms to Nian Sherlan with bright eyes in the arms of the wet nurse, and asked her to hold him. Nian Sherlan did not wear armor after bathing and changing clothes, but she still habitually looked at her hands first. She took off the jade ring on her wrist, and handed it to Xiaoman who was following behind her, and then took the fourth prince, who was about to rush over from the wet nurse's hands. The wet nurse smiled. The fourth prince pays his respects to the Empress Hua, and the Empress is blessed. Nian Sherlan hugged the fourth prince, and was satisfied. You two have worked hard, and now there is an epidemic outside, and no one knows who will be infected. You should stay in Qingyang Palace and don't go anywhere. When the epidemic is over, you can take the fourth prince out for a walk. Chapter 319 Epidemic Containment. The two wet nurses who were taking care of the fourth prince said yes repeatedly. Nian Sherlan continued. You have served well. When the fourth prince turns 1 year old, I will give you an additional 5 taels of silver per month. This money will come from my regular silver. You just need to take good care of the fourth prince. The two wet nurses looked at each other, and knelt down to thank them happily. Nian Sherlan looked at the fourth prince, and then returned to her room. Guyu and Mengzhong helped Nian Sherlan wash and brush her teeth, lying on the bed. Songji came in from outside. Guyu and Mengzhong retreated immediately with great tact. Nian Sherlan had just laid down, seeing Songji coming in, knowing that she must have something to say, so she sent Lingji and Xiaoman, who were on duty, and only asked them to serve outside. Songji leaned close to Nian Sherlan and said, Your Majesty, just now there was news from Yuedi Yunju. After concubine Fucha woke up, Dr. Wen told her the truth. He said that the dragon fetus was not saved, because he wanted to save concubine Fucha's life. Fucha Guiran cried for a while, then cheered up, and said she was grateful to Dr. Wen for saving her life. She was not too sad about the loss of the dragon fetus. However, Fucha Guiran heard that Chang Xiu and Ying Xiu were loyal to her during her coma, and she now trusts them very much. Nian Sherlan smiled, lay down, folded her hands on her abdomen, closed her eyes, and said lightly, It's good to trust them. The role of the two of them is just to pass on the message. As for the dragon fetus, the queen has done another sin, and I will save it for her, Songji said with regret. Yes, I didn't know before that only the children in the palace who can be born are considered blessed. Nian Sherlan replied. Being born is considered a blessing? In my opinion, the children in the palace, especially the princes, are not blessed. Songji was puzzled. My queen Nian Sherlan stopped answering and just closed her eyes and went to bed. Songji gently lowered the bed curtain, tiptoed out, and told the two night watchmen to listen carefully to the noise inside, so as not to wake the queen in the middle of the night without even water to drink. Elenara also knew what happened in Yuedi Yunju. She twisted the beads in her hand and chanted Amiibo. Jianqiu said, Noble Lady Fucha herself was useless and failed to save the dragon fetus. Elenara said, She was useless. It was she who was infected with the epidemic. The dragon fetus and she, only one can be kept. Jianqiu replied, Yes. Fortunately, the dragon fetus is only more than a month old, and Noble Lady Fucha has not suffered much. It's just that the medicine for treating the epidemic has been taken, and the dragon fetus can no longer survive in the womb. It has nothing to do with anyone. I have prepared everything that the queen has asked me to do. They are all carefully selected in the warehouse. I think Noble Lady Fucha will like them too. Elenara was relieved, and told Jianqiu, by the way, tomorrow morning, you personally deliver the things I prepared to Yuedi Yunju. You don't have to go in, just hand it to the guard at the door, and say that I feel sorry for Noble Lady Fucha who is sick and lost her child, so I specially found many treasures, hoping to comfort her. Others heard about Noble Lady Fucha's abortion to save her life, and some were kind-hearted inside, such as concubine Jing and concubine Xian. But more people were gloating, especially Noble Lady Li. She hid in Huanhua residence, listening to Jianqiu's instructions. She was fully prepared to stay at home for half a month. At this time, Li Guiran was proudly talking to the maid beside her. I knew she was not a lucky girl. She just got pregnant, and there was an epidemic outside the palace. Now if we want to save her life, we can't save the child. Alas, I feel sorry for her. Pei Hong poured tea for Li Guiran and said flatteringly, "You are smart. You sent the teacup to Fu Cha Guiran's room, so that we can achieve what we have today." Li Guiran suddenly slapped the table, scolded. "What are you talking about? What does it have to do with me? If you say anything wrong outside, I will pull out your tongue." Pei Hong shivered with fear, and immediately slapped herself. "I deserve to die, I didn't say anything." Li Guiran watched Pei Hong slap her hard for more than 10 times, and then smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, stop it. Look at you, you are so cruel, I feel sorry for you. Go, I have a box of plasters on my dressing table. It is for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. You can apply some medicine before going to bed at night. There will be no trace on your face when you wake up tomorrow." Pei Hong lowered her head and said, "Thank you for your reward, young lady." Li Guiran did not notice the moment when Pei Hong lowered her head. There was a flash of contempt and hatred in her eyes. But Concubine Duan felt sorry for Concubine Fu Cha, who had a miscarriage and was still sick, so she sent someone to send Dong Yijiao and many supplements. Concubine Fu Cha was able to sit up. At this time, she looked coldly at Chang Xiu, who was delighted to bring the things sent by Concubine Duan to her. Chang Xiu said, "Look, young lady, this is a reward from Concubine Duan." Chang Xiu looked up, but saw that Concubine Fu Cha had no gratitude or joy on her face. Chang Xiu was wondering, how could this young lady not be happy after receiving a reward? Concubine Fu Cha said, "A reward from Concubine Duan, huh? Is she here to laugh at me? Or to celebrate that I had a miscarriage like her?" Chang Xiu was stunned. How could Concubine Fu Cha think so? She said cautiously, "Young lady is still ill, don't be angry. I guess Concubine Duan wants to comfort the young lady." Noble Lady Fu Cha suddenly said viciously, "Is it comfort or pity? Concubine Duan is a concubine after all, but she always looks as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. Who is she doing this for? She deserves to be suppressed by Concubine Hua and can't raise her head. Now I didn't save the dragon fetus, but she doesn't have to be so impatient to laugh at me in the name of reward." Chang Xiu was stunned. Noble Lady Fu Cha had a miscarriage. Even the way she looks at people has changed. Chang Xiu opened her mouth to persuade Noble Lady Fu Cha, but Ing Xiu came over with medicine and shook her head quietly at her, so Chang Xiu kept silent. Noble Lady Fu Cha threw the purse that had been placed beside her pillow and shouted, "I didn't save the dragon fetus. They all want to laugh at me. Even the emperor didn't come to see me. Does he also think I'm useless?" Chang Xiu didn't dare to remain silent anymore, and hurriedly stepped forward and covered Noble Lady Fu Cha's mouth. "My lady, be careful with your words. Such treasonous words, you must never say them again." Noble Lady Fu Cha broke away from Chang Xiu's hand and fell silent for a moment, whispering, "The emperor must think I'm useless. He doesn't even come to see me. You go and ask, who did the emperor go to tonight?" Ing Xiu couldn't help but say, "My lady, as far as I know, since the epidemic broke out, the emperor has not gone anywhere, nor has he summoned anyone. My lady is sad now, but she has to take medicine on time. Only then can you get better and serve the emperor again. Once the young lady recovers, she can give birth to children for the emperor again." Ing Xiu held the medicine bowl in front of Noble Lady Fu Cha, and only felt relieved after watching her drink all the medicine. When Xian Qing tried out a treatment method combining prescriptions and acupuncture on Noble Lady Fu Cha, and immediately taught this method to the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital, which stopped the epidemic in the palace. As for Nian Shiyao, his good deed of distributing medicine among the people also reached Yinzhen's ears, and Yin Sherlan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The elder brother Wenyu was in Beijing to pity the people and distribute medicine, and the second brother Wuyo was guarding the northwest to prevent the enemy from invading. If they continued on this path, before Hongli came of age, the Yin family should be safe. Chapter 320 Hongli is infected with the virus. But before Nian Sherlan could make any move, Mongzhong hurried in crying and knelt down in front of Nian Sherlan. "My queen, fourth prince." The fourth prince's nurse suddenly fainted, and the fourth prince also has symptoms of fever. I'm afraid it's not good." Nian Sherlan's hand holding the teacup was so strong that her joints turned white. She suddenly stood up, and felt her feet soften, and she almost fell down. Guyu and Lingji, who were serving beside her, rushed forward in panic. "Your Highness, be careful." Nian Sherlan was supported by someone to stand steadily. She looked around blankly, her mind was in a mess. Since the beginning of the epidemic, Hongli had been well protected by her in Qingyang Palace, and the food and drink for the wet nurse had been provided by her small kitchen. How could he suddenly get the epidemic? Songji came in hurriedly from outside, and gently helped Nian Shuolan breathe in her chest. After a moment, Nian Shuolan finally recovered and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Looking at the clear scene in front of her, Nian Shuolan also woke up instantly. She really became confused after becoming a mother. Hongli is sick, so he should be cured. What is the disease? Check it out. Nian Shuolan stood firm and uttered a word. Let's go! She shook off Guyu and Lingji, who were still holding her arms, and Mengzhong, who was kneeling on the ground, quickly made way. Nian Shuolan strode towards the side hall, where the fourth prince was. Songji and other palace servants followed closely behind her. Xia Linzi was sent to deliver something to Yunli, not in Qingyang Palace at this time. A young eunuch had already rushed to find him. When Nian Shuolan walked to the side hall, the fainted wet nurse had disappeared, and there was only another wet nurse, who looked normal in the hall, holding the fourth prince and coaxing him. The sick fourth prince had been crying anxiously, but his voice gradually became weaker. Nian Shuolan felt very distressed, and quickly stepped forward to hold the fourth prince. But the wet nurse slightly twisted her body, avoided Nian Shuolan, and said, "Please forgive me. Concubine Hua. I dare not hand over the fourth prince to you. The fourth prince is having a fever. I am worried that he has been infected with the epidemic. I am not afraid of infection, but your precious body cannot fall down at this time." When Xianqing came in hurriedly from outside. As early as the fourth prince had a fever, a young eunuch had gone to find Wen Xianqing. When Xianqing heard about the fourth prince's condition, he called the young eunuch to bring the medicine box, and he ran over without paying attention to etiquette. As soon as he entered the room, he panted, "Good luck to the Empress Hua, I am late." Nian Shuolan stood a few steps away, looking at the flushed face of Hongli in the arms of the wet nurse, feeling extremely anxious. "Sir Wen, please excuse me. Please take a look at Hongli." Nian Shuolan took advantage of Wen Xianqing's medical consultation with the fourth prince, staring at the palace servants in the palace, and asked, "The fourth prince's wet nurse is sick. How come she didn't tell me until she fainted? Where is she now? The imperial palace has told you not to go out these days. How did the wet nurse get the epidemic? If you don't tell the truth today, I will beat you all to death." The palace maids were all trembling, knelt on the ground, and lowered their heads, and dared not look at Nian Shuolan. Nian Shuolan had always been kind to the palace maids in her palace, and always gave money to the palace maids during festivals. When had the palace maids ever seen Nian Shuolan speak so harshly? They felt that the pressure on their heads was about to break their spines. Xiao Shunzi, who had been assigned to serve the fourth prince since he was born, spoke tremblingly. Report to the master. The sick wet nurse Lu has been carried away. Because we are afraid that she will die here, it is unlucky. These days, we have followed the master's instructions and have never left Qingyang Palace. I don't know why the wet nurse got sick." Xiao Linzi ran in from outside and knelt in front of Nian Shuolan. "Master, I have been on duty these days, and I have been on guard for many times, but I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Master, please punish me. Seeing the young master like this, I feel really bad." Nian Shuolan stared at Xiao Linzi for a long while, and was about to speak when she heard Wen Xianqing say, "Your Majesty, according to my humble diagnosis, the fourth prince is just at the beginning of the epidemic. Your Majesty, don't worry. With me here and many good medicines in the palace, I will ensure that the fourth prince will be worry-free and will be fully recovered within 10 days. When Injin heard that the fourth prince had the epidemic, he rushed to Qingyang Palace without hesitation. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Wen Xianqing's voice, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Peixian said loudly, "The emperor has arrived." Nian Shuolan stood in the house, but did not come out. But her voice came out. "I lead the palace servants to pay my respects to the emperor. May the emperor live long and well. But now is different from the past. Please stay." Injin took back his raised footsteps and stood outside the palace. "How is Hongli? I came here as soon as I heard about it," Nian Shuolan said in the palace. "I thank the emperor for his concern on behalf of Hongli. Mr. Wen said that Hongli will recover in 10 days. Please rest assured. Your Majesty is in great danger. Please forgive me for being blunt. You shouldn't come here," Injin said helplessly. "When I heard that Hongli was ill, how could I still think about doing other things?" Nian Shuolan's voice came. "The emperor is not only a father, but also a monarch. I appreciate the emperor's kindness. Hongli is here, for the time being. I and Dr. Wen are enough, Your Majesty. Please go back. Su Peixiong glanced at Injin's worried face, but did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, Yin Sherlan continued. Eunuch Su, please prepare a bucket of mugwort water for the Emperor after returning to Jiuzhou Qingyan, and help the Emperor bathe and change clothes. Su Peixiong nodded immediately. Yes. I will not let the Queen worry. Injin knew that Yin Sherlan was worried that he would be infected. Okay. I will listen to Sherlan. Qingyang Palace has all the needs. No one is allowed to stop me. Injin left this decree and returned to Jiuzhou Qingyan with Su Peixiong. However, while he was in Jiuzhou Qingyan, his heart was in Qingyang Palace. The mother and son weighed more and more in his heart unconsciously. Su Peixiong brought in a bowl of soup and carefully placed it in front of Injin. Your Majesty, this is the invigorating and nourishing soup sent by the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace. The Empress Dowager said, You have been working hard these days to fight the epidemic. People have become skinny. The Queen Mother specially ordered the kitchen to stew this soup. Injin looked at the white porcelain soup bowl in front of him and felt a slight movement in a corner of his heart. When he was a child, he grew up under the care of Imperial Noble Consort Tong Jia. His biological mother, Consort De, now Empress Dowager De, had always ignored him. And in order to avoid suspicion, even when they met in the palace every day, Consort De was always indifferent to him. Later, as he grew up, Consort De gave birth to the 14th child, and he often saw Consort De walking with the 14th child in the imperial garden. At that time, Injin still had a desire for Consort De as his mother, and even went to see his biological mother and 14th brother secretly, regardless of the displeasure of Tong Jia. Chapter 321 The Queen Mother takes action. But every time, all he got in return was De Fei's indifferent and distant greetings. That greeting was not at all like the care for her own son, but more like a routine conversation between an elder and a younger person. As 14th brother grew up, Injin saw De Fei more often, and could only respectfully address her as De Fei Nyang Nyang. Because the little 14th brother, he could already hug De Fei's legs, look at his brother Injin with a wary face, and say, Stay away from my mother. Such words. And every time at this time, De Fei would just lovingly pick up 14, gently pinch his little face, and say, Don't be rude to your fourth brother. She said your fourth brother, not your brother. Every time Injin met De Fei and 14, and went to pay respects to Imperial Noble Consort Tong Jia would scold him, saying that, Only when you raise a child will you know the kindness of your parents. Gradually Injin no longer expected to get motherly love from De Fei, he would get closer to Tong Jia. Injin would happily give the things that the previous emperor had given him to Tong Jia in exchange for Tong Jia's praise. As for concubine De, she would say behind people's back that she only had one son. The 14th. Injin thought of this and looked at the bowl of soup again, his eyes full of disgust. Things that he had not been able to get since he was a child are now in vain for him. Take it and pour it out. I don't drink things that come from unknown sources. Su Peixiong also knew Injin's thoughts at this time. He hurriedly took the white porcelain soup bowl away. When Xiao Xiaozi saw Su Peixiong bring out the soup bowl intact, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, this is sent by the Empress Dowager. Why doesn't the Emperor drink it? Su Peixiong looked at the hot potato in his hand, and said unhappily, You ask me? You can ask the Emperor yourself. Su Peixiong took the opportunity to put the soup bowl in Xiao Xiaozi's hand, and ordered him to pour it out. Xiao Xiaozi didn't dare to say anything and hurried to do things. Yin Sherlan ordered the Qingyang Palace to be sealed up. All supplies can only go in, and not out. The fainted wet nurse was carried to the place in the garden that Wen Xianqing had cleared, where there were 2 imperial doctors, who were using the method taught by Wen Xianqing to treat the sick palace maids. The little 4th prince's face was red with fever when Xianqing reduced the dosage of the medicine, and reduced a few more needles, and when the last silver needle was pulled out of the 4th prince's body, Wen Xianqing said, Your Majesty can be more at ease now. I have already given the 4th prince acupuncture, and I think it will take less than half an hour. The fever will go away. But I am afraid that you can't drink milk for the time being. I just saw the appearance of the wet nurse. She looked tired and weak, and I am afraid that she has been infected with the epidemic. Yin Sherlan made a decision through the mask. I will take care of Hongli myself. Songji and Lingji hurriedly advised. Your Majesty, we are here, and we will do our best to serve the 4th prince. You must not stay here for long. Yin Sherlan looked at the 4th prince on the bed. He closed his eyes tightly, and felt extremely heartbroken. When Hongli was just born, Yunli gave him medicine. Fortunately, it was only superficial at that time. After being treated by Wen Xianqing, there were no sequelae. Now he is about to turn 1 year old. But he has been infected with this deadly epidemic. Nian Sherlan's tears flowed down her face unconsciously. But she was very firm when she spoke. My son, I can only raise him with peace of mind if I raise him myself. When Injin heard this, he recalled his childhood, and concubine De wanted to climb up the social ladder, sending himself to be raised by Tong Jia. Injin felt even sadder, and felt even more distressed for Nian Sherlan and her son. Empress Dowager De had used some miraculous medicine recently, but she looked much more energetic. Zhu Shi dismissed the palace servants, took a pill from a brocade box, brought warm rice wine, and placed it in front of Empress Dowager De's mouth. Empress Dowager, this is the last pill. I have already sent a message to Lord Longkodo. Lord Longkodo said that he would send more medicine in as soon as possible. I heard that Lord Longkodo had begged to visit you in the palace many times. But the Emperor always said that you were not in good health, and that meeting people would only make your illness worse. So he always refused Lord Longkodo. The Empress Dowager De touched her gradually bulging cheeks and sneered. My good son, you want me to fend for myself? Zhu, she said. The Empress Dowager is worrying too much. The Emperor values filial piety. The Emperor has given you all the good medicines in the palace. The medicines that are not available in the palace, the Emperor has also sent people to look for you. But your illness is really strange, and it has not healed for a long time. Empress Dowager De put down her hands, and stared at her hands again. Her previously withered hands slowly had flesh and blood, and seemed to be getting better little by little. Does the Emperor value filial piety? If he really values filial piety, how could the late Emperor suddenly pass away? How could I be a widow before the age of 40? If he really values filial piety, how could he depose Yunjin as a commoner and imprison him despite my pleading? If you really value filial piety, how can you not ask people to treat me wholeheartedly? Isn't Dr. Wen a miracle doctor? Why don't you ask him to treat me? I have been sick for 2 years. In the end, I have to rely on myself. Empress Dowager De became more and more angry as she spoke. She slapped the table with her palm, making the yellow wine pot on the table shake. Frightened, Zhu Shi stabilized the wine pot, and spoke to comfort Empress Dowager De. Your Majesty, calm down. You just took the medicine. Lord Longkodo repeatedly warned you that after taking this medicine, you must not get angry. I know you are sad, but only when you recover from your illness, you will have the energy to make long-term plans. Only when you recover from your illness, can you think of a way to rescue the 14th Master. The Empress Dowager De calmed down her anger a little, and snorted coldly. My son was demoted to a commoner, but concubine Hua's son is still fine. I don't want to see her happy, go. Keep an eye on Qingyang Palace for me. This time, I want her son's life. Zhu Shi was shocked. She stayed with Empress Dowager De every day. But she didn't know when Empress Dowager De attacked the 4th prince. She didn't know how Empress Dowager De attacked him. Zhu Shi replied, and took away the wine pot and brocade box with a heavy heart. In less than a moment, Zhu Shi came in again, and sent the maids in the hall out. She watched Empress Dowager De's face gradually become more rosy. Although she was not as graceful as before, she was much better than the past 2 years. Empress Dowager De leaned on the couch and closed her eyes to rest. Zhu Shi said, Your Majesty, I just heard. Empress Dowager De opened her eyes slightly, and said lightly, Say, what did you hear? Zhu Shi continued, Yes, I heard that. Concubine Hua was personally guarding the 4th prince, feeding him medicine, wiping his body, and Imperial Doctor Wen was using acupuncture. The 4th prince's fever has subsided, but he still has no energy. The wet nurse, who was sent to the Imperial Doctor, who was the first to fall ill, is gone. The other wet nurse also fell ill. Now he is in the servants' room of Qingyang Palace, not knowing whether he is dead or alive. But I think, according to concubine Hua's temper, she will definitely give the wet nurse a good treatment. Empress Dowager De laughed in anger. Oh, how can she be so lucky? Is her son really blessed by God? I don't believe in these. I only believe that man can conquer nature. I have already made a move. There is no turning back. I must make her son die. Chapter 322 The Inappropriateness. Zhu Shi's lips moved, and he finally swallowed what he wanted to say. Empress Dowager De continued to close her eyes, and she kept talking. Although the 4th prince is also my grandson, I shouldn't be so cruel. But the throne of the queen must always be in the hands of the Ulanara family. The honor and disgrace of our Wei family and the Ulanara family are one. If Hua Fei's son can grow up safely, That is what I am most worried about. Zhu, she said. I see that the situation in the court is gradually stabilizing. I heard that when the emperor first ascended the throne, many old ministers of the previous emperor were dissatisfied. For example, Machi even claimed to be sick and did not attend the court many times, and the emperor was helpless. I don't know how Nian Gengyao did it, but Lord Machi continued to attend the court. On the surface, he looked no different from when he served the previous emperor. I once heard Fang Ruo say that the emperor praised Nian Gengyao many times in the Yangqin Palace. He praised him as a pillar of the country and a loyal minister. Empress Dowager said, "This is what I am most worried about. Nian Gengyao is powerful, but not arrogant. I asked people to form alliances with him, but he was unmoved. He always opposed Long Kodo, and I was simply helpless against him. The emperor is my own son. Although he did not grow up with me, I know his character. The emperor is suspicious by nature. I have experienced this since he was a prince. If Nian Gengyao continues to act so cautiously, the emperor will certainly value him more. Only when he becomes arrogant and conceited can he arouse the emperor's fear." Zhu, she sighed. The Empress Dowager is wise. However, Nian Gengyao has been in the northwest for a long time and has little contact with court officials. How can we make the emperor fear him? Empress Dowager suddenly smiled, and her closed eyes showed a look of relief. This kind of thing should naturally be left to Long Kodo. I believe that he is also dissatisfied with Nian Gengyao. What's more, he had promised me that he would rescue the 14th. Long Kodo had never liked the emperor. If it weren't for my face, he might not have helped the emperor to ascend the throne. It was just that the emperor treated me, his biological mother, as a bridge to cross the river. After using it, he wanted to tear it down. Look at the smug face of Nuhila now. I have been ill for 2 years, but she is enjoying the Sinang Palace. I, the biological mother of the emperor, have to live in the Yonghe Palace. Throughout the dynasties, how many people have had 2 Empress Dowagers? In my heart, the one I hate the most is the emperor. Since you had already taken action, why didn't you use the Nyanhilu family to implicate me in my current situation? Zhu, she leaned over and whispered. Empress Dowager, be careful with your words. Empress Dowager stopped talking, just closed her eyes and rested, thinking about something in her heart. Nian Sherlan had replaced 2 healthy wet nurses for the 4th prince. The 2 new wet nurses carefully served the sick 4th prince and were very concerned about him. As for the 2 wet nurses before, one died and the other was sick. For the dead one, Nian Sherlan gave her family a reward of 10 taels of silver, and the body was disposed of by the palace, along with those palace maids who had died of illness earlier. For the sick one, Nian Sherlan had her detained in a separate room in Qinyang Palace, and when Xianqin treated her. That morning, when Xianqin gave acupuncture to the wet nurse Taisher, as soon as he left the room where Taisher lived, he saw Nian Sherlan standing in the courtyard. I, your humble servant, pay my respects to the Empress Hua. Good luck. Your Majesty, why are you standing here so early? Nian Sherlan has been taking care of the 4th prince in person these days, and she is a little haggard, but fortunately, she is in good health and has not felt any discomfort. Get up. I was worried about Hongli and couldn't sleep well, so I got up early. The summer heat has not subsided yet, and it is cooler in the morning. How is Tai? When Xianqin answered honestly, reporting to your Majesty, Tai is in much better spirits than yesterday. I know, the queen has doubts in her heart. Now that Tai can speak well, the queen can interrogate her on her own. Just let me remind you that when you talk to Tai, you still need to cover your face with a mask, and you still need to take the medicine I prescribe for you every day. Nian Sherlan said. I know. In this case, I will ask Tai in person. Nian Sherlan ordered Xiao Linzi to call Tai out of the room. Tai's sallow complexion a few days ago has indeed improved a lot. Nian Sherlan sat in the shade of the courtyard, playing with a whip in her hand. Tai was only the 4th prince's wet nurse. She had only heard that concubine Hua was born in a military family and was good at whipping. When she saw the whip in concubine Hua's hand today, Tai, who had just walked in front of concubine Hua, her knees softened as if she had no bones. I greet concubine Hua. May your Majesty be blessed. I deeply thank you for saving my life. Nian Sherlan twisted the whip into a flower in her hand, and a crisp whip sound rang out. She smiled and looked at Tai. Throw the whip to Xiao Linzi beside him. You are Hongli's wet nurse. The wet nurses of princes and princesses have always been honorable. I have always treated you well, just so that you can serve Hongli wholeheartedly. But after this incident, I dare not trust you anymore. Tai raised her head in fear. I am stupid. I don't know what the queen is referring to. Nian Sherlan was still smiling, but that smile was playful. Are you still going to pretend to be confused in front of me? Tai was still bewildered. Please tell me. Madam. Xiao Lindsay swung the whip that Nian Sherlan handed to him in the air, making a crackling sound, and he scolded. As early as when the epidemic began, the master had told us not to step out of Qingyang Palace. I had also told you and Lu about this matter. You are the ones who serve the fourth prince every day. The fourth prince is young and cannot withstand the infection of the epidemic. You should just stay in Qingyang Palace. There are so many people in Qingyang Palace. But you two are the ones who got sick. And you even caused the fourth prince to suffer such a great crime. How can you two have a clear conscience? Tai heard the whip sound, and was so frightened that she trembled all over, and hurriedly kowtowed to Nian Sherlan. Please be clear, Your Majesty. Even if I have 10 courage, I dare not do anything that is not good for the fourth prince. I am also puzzled. I have never stepped out of Qingyang Palace. Why did I get sick? And I also caused the fourth prince to suffer. The smile on Nian Sherlan's face disappeared, said, I'll give you another chance. Think about it carefully. You or Lu. Tai lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and thought to herself, I don't know how Lu is ill. If Hua Fei came to ask her, it must be because she didn't get anything out of Lu. She and Lu grew up together, entered the palace together, and later got married together, and became the fourth prince's wed nurse together. But now it seems that Hua Fei wants to find out something. Lu, since she betrayed her master, Tai doesn't need to care about the past relationship. Tai raised her head, looked at Nian Sherlan, and said, I just thought about it carefully. Before the epidemic came here, there was indeed something wrong. Chapter 323 Deliberately Killing. Nian Sherlan sat up straight instantly, staring at Tai. Tell me what's wrong. Tai recalled, said. I remember that 2 days before Lu fell ill, she suddenly smiled happily with a purse that she didn't know where she came from. I was curious, and I took the purse and looked at it. The purse should have been filled with silver and money, but it was empty when I took it in my hand. I asked her where the purse came from, because the needlework on the purse was not Lu's. I remember, it was an emerald purse, with lotus embroidered on it with pink silk thread. Lu just said she got it by accident, and when asked again, she just smiled and said nothing. For this matter, I was angry with her. The next day when Lu held the purse, she looked a little depressed. I thought she didn't sleep well. But I was angry with her that day, so I didn't ask her. Now that I think about it, she must have been infected with the disease the next day after she took the purse. I regret that I should have asked more questions at that time. I kept in mind the instructions of the queen, and did not dare to step out of Qingyang Palace. The only thing I had never seen was the purse. Nian Sherlan winked at Xiao Lindsay, and Xiao Lindsay shook his head, meaning that when he was packing Lu's things, he had not seen the purse. Xiao Lindsay immediately said to Tai, Do you remember where Lu kept it? Tai was already weak from her illness, and after kneeling for so long, she was already staggering and exhausted, and her lips began to turn pale. Nian Sherlan said, If you are telling the truth, I will ask Dr. Wen to continue to treat you. If you lie, I will whip you and lock you up with your young son. You don't want to see your son, who is only 2 years old, implicated by you. Do you? When Tai heard Nian Sherlan mention her son, the cute little face instantly appeared in her mind. Tai forced herself to stand up and said respectfully, I dare not hide anything. The purse? The purse should have been put in Lu's bag. Xiao Lindsay said sternly. Nonsense. I have seen all her things. There is no purse embroidered with lotus flowers. Tai looked up in astonishment. She thought of what Nian Sherlan said, that she was locked up with her young son. Tai said anxiously. In addition to a bag that Lu often used, she also liked to hide some valuables behind a water tank behind the hall. Please, Master Lin, go find it. I dare not lie. Nian Sherlan asked Xiao Lindsay. What water tank? Xiao Lindsay replied. Master, there are several large water tanks in the palaces in the garden. There should be water in them all year round, and they should be changed frequently. One is to prevent mosquitoes from growing in summer, and the other is to prevent water from leaking so that rescue can be carried out immediately. Then let someone go find it. Xiao Lindsay left after receiving the order, and soon came back. Master, I found a small hole behind the second jar from left to right behind the palace. I didn't dare to dig it out with my hands, so I poked it with a bamboo pole, and used an iron hook to hook out a bundle. I opened it with the iron hook and saw that there was a purse. The color and pattern matched what Tai said, But the purse was empty, as Tai said. Nian Shuan pondered for a while, and asked Wen Xianqing, who was standing beside him. Sir Wen, I know that a healthy person can get an epidemic disease if he uses a teacup used by a sick person. What about silk fabrics like purses? Do they have the same effect? When Wen Xianqing heard about the purse incident, he had already suspected it. Now, when he heard Nian Shuan's question, he saluted. Reporting to Madame Hua, according to my medical experience, if silk fabrics are used by sick people, they are more contagious than teacups. Madame Hua suspected it was the purse, said without hiding anything. I also suspected it. Nian Shuan nodded and said, Then, now we just need to test whether the purse is the source of the epidemic. Can it be confirmed? Nian Shuan said after getting Wen Xianqing's affirmative answer. But, how can we be sure that the purse was used by a sick person? Wen Xianqing hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid. Someone has to try it. Nian Shuan frowned when he heard it. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Nian Shuan looked around at the servants in the courtyard, but met their eager eyes. Nian Shuan was stunned for a moment. Xiao Linzi had already spoken. Master, I am willing to give it a try for the fourth prince. Other servants also rushed to speak. I am willing too. I am willing. Nian Shuan couldn't help but think in the last life. The servants in her palace were afraid of her, and no one would interfere. In this life, the people in her palace are so united. Why is that? Nian Shuan said what he thought, and asked his own question unconsciously. It was the first time that Wen Xianqing saw servants serving their master like this, and he was also curious. A maid named Xiuzhu came out from the side, and knelt in front of Nian Shuan. Your Majesty, I am humble, but I am not afraid. I am willing to try my best to verify whether the purse can make people sick. Once, I made a mistake in my busyness, and broke the jade vase in your palace. If your Majesty had not let me know, I would have been punished. And your Majesty always gives us many rewards during festivals. We are lucky to be able to work for you. Now, with Dr. Wen here, I am not afraid of getting sick. Nian Shuan looked around, and all the servants knelt down, saying that they were willing to try. She was silent for a while, and said, Forget it. Lu is dead, and it is useless for me to torment a living person. But I want you to find out where the purse came from. Xiao Linzi was the first to take the lead, and swear that he would relieve his master's worries. So Xiao Linzi followed Wen Xianqing's instructions, boiled the purse in boiling water, and then brought it out for everyone to identify. Tai was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. She said weakly, I remember one thing. Some time ago, Lu said that her husband wanted to buy a few acres of land. I don't know why. But 2 days later, she happily told me that the land had been bought. I know that Lu's family is in a similar situation to mine. I don't know where she got the money to buy the land. Why don't you go to Dahu village in the suburbs of Beijing and ask Lu's husband? Tai was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, barely surviving. Nian Shuan ordered people to carry her away, and carried her back to the same room, and ordered people to give her medicine. However, when Xiao Linzi followed Tai's instructions, and led people to Dahu village outside the capital, and found Lu's home, he found that Lu's husband and 2 children had died tragically. Nian Shuan held the fourth prince in her arms, and her face was cold when she listened to Xiao Linzi's report. She originally thought that the wet nurse's illness was accidental, but Nian Shuan thought about the way she dealt with Shen Meizhuang in her previous life, and knew that the epidemic would not break out for no reason. In addition, the purse that Tai mentioned was also found, and Nian Shuan thought, someone deliberately wanted to kill Heng Li. Chapter 324 Drawing Lots to Reward the String of Beads. Nian Shuan looked at the fourth prince in her arms. His eyes looked brighter than the previous 2 days, but he still looked listless. Hate surged in Nian Shuan's heart. She had made many enemies in her previous life, she knew it, and didn't care. In this life, because of the misfortune of giving birth to Heng Li, she always left some room for maneuver in her actions, and always silently accumulated blessings for Heng Li in her heart. But the tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Nian Shuan's teeth were almost broken. It's okay to go after her, but it's absolutely not okay to go after Heng Li. Xiao Linzi didn't miss the sinister look in Nian Shuan's eyes. He was waiting for Nian Shuan to speak. Nian Shuan was silent for a long time. When she spoke again, she just said lightly, Forget it. The Lu family has died tragically. Heng Li is not in any serious trouble. Let's just forget about it. Xiao Linzi was very confused. Forget it? When did his master become so peaceful? Xiao Linzi was confused. but he still said yes. She went back and did other things. Nian Sherlan lowered her eyelashes and teased the fourth prince in her arms. Without even raising her head, she instructed Xiaoman. The fourth prince has gotten much better. It looks like he will be fully recovered in 2 days. I want to have a good sleep tonight. Go and prepare hot water for me to bathe. Then add the jasmine essential oil given by the emperor to the water. I will soak in it first. Xiaoman agreed and left. But before she left, she looked at the fourth prince in Nian Sherlan's arms, who was laughing at the moment. As if unintentionally, Nian Sherlan waited for Xiaoman to leave the door. And then she looked at the direction where Xiaoman left thoughtfully. Guyu and Jingzhe were serving her, as well as 2 new wet nurses. Nian Sherlan handed the fourth prince to the wet nurse, and Guyu helped him leave. Jingzhe followed behind Nian Sherlan, wanting to say something but stopping himself, and was seen by Songji, who came forward. Songji smiled and said to Jingzhe, "What are you thinking about? You look like you have a lot on your mind." Jingzhe shook his head and replied, "Sister Songji is joking. I serve the empress, I eat better than other palaces, and wear more beautiful clothes than other palaces. What else can I worry about?" Songji did not say much, but came forward and took Nian Sherlan's arm, and said as they walked, "I went to ask around, and found out that Concubine Li has been living happily in Huanhua residence these days. I heard that Concubine Li has become increasingly irritable for some reason, and she beats and scolds the palace maids at every turn." This sentence aroused Nian Sherlan's curiosity, although Lady Li was also stupid and unreliable in her previous life. She would not beat or scold the palace servants. Even for a fool like Kong Luhai, Lady Li just watched him slap himself. Nian Sherlan said, "Have you found out clearly? Why is Lady Li doing this?" Songji shook her head. The servants in Huanhua residence have been complaining recently, fearing that they would make Lady Li angry if they were unhappy. It is said that every time Lady Li got angry, the palace maiden named Pei Hong beside her would take out a string of beads for Lady Li to smell. The palace servants in Huanhua residence saw clearly that when Concubine Li smelled the beads, her temper was suppressed. She could even smile at the servants, who had been beaten and scolded by her before. However, they did not know that it was precisely because of Concubine Li's mood swings that the servants were more afraid of her. Nian Sherlan smiled. Who would not be afraid of a master with a mood swings? You have to ask clearly. What beads have such a miraculous effect? I also got them, to suppress my temper. Nian Sherlan and Songji were joking, and Songji told Nian Sherlan all the details she had found out about the beads. There was no way. The servants who served Li Guiran in Huanhua residence were more curious than Songji, and they were also grateful for the beads. Serving under such a master, the servants had already spread the beads awarded by Olinara in private as if they were magical. They said that the beads could calm the mind when placed on the pillow, and they could feel at ease when worn on the hands. So the concubines in the palace who were brave enough, so they also went to ask Olinara to give them a string. But Olinara said that the material of the beads was precious, and it was a tribute. After giving 1 string to Li Guiran, there were still 2 strings left. In order to make the concubines feel fair, Olinara even asked the concubines to draw lots when they paid their respects. Nian Sherlan had not paid her respects to Olinara these days. I heard that in the end, Concubine Duan and Concubine Xian each got a string. Songji said that Concubine Xian was so happy that she wore the string on her wrist every day. This made Li Guiran, who lived with Xian Chongzai, feel weird for several times. Xian Chongzai deliberately showed off. When she saw Li Guiran staring at her wrist, she would show the beads from her wrist at any time, and then said proudly, "This gift from the queen is really good. It has a unique fragrance. Come, smell it. I heard that these beads are treasures from the western regions. There are only 3 strings in the palace, and the queen was generous and gave them all to us. By the way, sisterly, you can also smell this bead and see if it smells good." Concubine Li, who was enjoying the cool in the courtyard, was so angry with Concubine Xian that she turned around and went back to the house. But she sat in the house and couldn't swallow this anger. So she ordered her maid to pour all the water after washing in front of Concubine Xian's door. Concubine Xian was not angry, but continued to show off in front of Concubine Li happily, which made Concubine Li look at Concubine Xian more and more unpleasantly. Nian Sherlan thought, in the previous life, Li Guiran had the 3rd prince by her side, and Injin had to talk to her for the sake of his son. In this life, Li Guiran had neither the prince by her side nor her brain, and one day she didn't even know how she died. However, These things had nothing to do with her. So Nian Sherlan just listened to them. When the fourth prince finally recovered, it was already the beginning of August, and everyone in Qingyang Palace began to enter and leave normally. Nian Sherlan and the servants were relaxed here. On the other side, Empress Dowager De was so angry that her teeth were almost broken. Waste. He was cured? A baby less than 1 year old, he survived this epidemic. Zhu Shi was beside Empress Dowager De and said softly, Empress Dowager, please calm down. Empress Dowager De snorted coldly. Calm down? Unless concubine Hua's son dies, the anger in my heart can be eliminated. Empress Dowager De took a breath and continued. How is Yunjin these days? I can't even see him now. How can I not hate him? Empress Dowager Zhu Shi paused for a moment. Smiling. Your Majesty, you should be relieved. Lord Longkoto has always taken good care of the 14th Master. You don't need to worry about it. Although you can't see the 14th Master now, he is doing well under the care of Lord Longkoto. I heard that the 14th Master has gained some weight in recent days, and his face is also very rosy. Empress Dowager De suddenly seemed to lose her temper. Her body softened, and her tone was full of regret. It's all my fault that I was sick at that time and couldn't protect him. Otherwise, how could concubine Hua have planned so much? Chapter 325, Catching the Assassin. When Nian Sherlan was soaking in the bathtub, she suddenly felt her ears were very hot. She thought she was infected with the plague. She was not afraid of death, but suddenly thought, if she died of the plague, what would Hongli do? Nian Sherlan signaled Songji to help her up, and asked Xiaoman to wipe her body. When Xiaoman lowered her head to serve Nian Sherlan suddenly saw a hairpin on her head. She had seen that hairpin in the storehouse of Empress Dowager De in her previous life. Nian Sherlan suddenly thought of a possibility, but she was not sure where this hairpin came from in this life. Nian Sherlan tried hard to suppress her anger, and just let Xiaoman clean up for her without making a sound. When Nian Sherlan returned to her room, she called Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi leaned over Nian Sherlan's side, listening to Nian Sherlan's instructions, and the indignation in his eyes rose. Master, rest assured, if she is really a traitor, I will never let her go. So in the next few days, Nian Sherlan intentionally or unintentionally gave Xiaoman and Hongli the opportunity to get along. Xiaoman made Hongli happy, and stretched out his little hand to ask her to hug him. Nian Sherlan sat in the yard watching the scene, and just smiled and said, Hongli likes Xiaoman. Xiaoman smiled, and Nian Sherlan couldn't tell whether she was smiling for real or fake. When Xiaolinzi showed Nian Sherlan a piece of cloth that he secretly found in Xiaoman's room, Nian Sherlan felt her temples throbbing. The piece of cloth in her hand was the same plain brocade as the purse. This kind of brocade was not used by the palace people, but she found it from her own palace servants. Nian Sherlan gritted her teeth and told Xiao Linzi to put the things back. Xiao Linzi said that the palm-sized cloth contained a jade rabbit, which seemed to have just been made and had not been given to others or used by herself. On August 12th, which was the eve of the fourth prince's first birthday, Nian Sherlan deliberately asked Xiao Linzi to leave the back door of Qingyang Palace unlocked. The lights in Nian Sherlan's bedroom were turned off early, and Songji sat in the darkness with gnashing teeth. Nian Sherlan listened to the sound of Songji grinding her teeth and chuckled. I'm not angry yet, but you're very angry. Songji gritted her teeth and said, My queen, I really can't understand it. We in Equin Palace have always been well-fed. Let's not talk about the distant past. A few days ago, the fourth prince recovered from his illness, and the emperor also rewarded us servants who served him. I remember clearly that the hoof was rewarded with 10 taels of silver. I didn't realize in these years that the bitch could be so bad. The other day, the emperor came and sat there talking to you. I realized that the bitch was watching the emperor's every move. I guess someone behind her must have promised her something great. Otherwise, how could she dare to take such a risk? Nian Sherlan whispered to herself. I was also wrong. Last time, I didn't have this person in my palace. Songji said puzzledly. What are you talking about? Madam? What last time? I am by your side every day. Which time are you talking about? I can't remember. Nian Sherlan's voice became even lower. Nothing, I was just talking to myself. Let's wait and see. Xiao Linzi has already laid a net, and see if she jumps. To be honest, I don't want it to be her. I don't want someone in my palace to betray me, but... Just as she said this, I heard a fight outside. Nian Sherlan listened to the Bang bang. The sound of falling to the ground, judging how many people were knocked down. Xiao Linzi's voice came from outside. How dare you? You dare to assassinate the fourth prince? You are looking for death. The man fighting with him did not answer, but his fists were blowing. Yin Shuolan turned over. She was wearing a tight-sleeved outfit and holding her whip. As the fighting outside became more intense, Xiao Linzi sounded at a disadvantage. Someone come! Don't let the assassin run away. Yin Shuolan. Shua. Opened the door and used her whip to entangle Xiaoman, who was trying to escape under the cover of the man in black. Unexpectedly, Xiaoman's strength was a little stronger than usual, and he almost broke free from Yin Shuolan's restraints. But before Xiaoman could break free, another figure fell lightly from the roof and knocked Xiaoman, who was struggling hard unconscious with a knife. Then the figure went straight to the man in black, who was fighting with Xiao Linzi. The man in black knew that he was no match for this figure, and stopped fighting. He planned to climb over the wall and escape. But the figure who had knocked Xiaoman unconscious was obviously not going to let him go. He spun the short blade rapidly at an unexpected angle, forming a blade shadow, which turned into a cold light, and directly attacked the chest of the man in black. The man in black saw that things were not going well, and hurriedly retreated a few steps, but was still hit by the blade, leaving a tiny cut on his clothes. The black shadow did not stop his attack. He turned around, like a ghost, and the short blade in his hand turned into several afterimages, under the moonlight. The silver blade light was like rippling waves. The man in black felt the pain, and had to resist with all his strength. However, each attack of the black shadow was more intense than the last. His speed and strength seemed to be enhanced by the night wind. Finally, after a fierce battle, the short blade of the black shadow was like a flash of lightning, and found the fatal weakness of the man in black in an instant. At this critical moment, Yin Shuolan blurted out, "Leave him alive." The black shadow flipped his wrist, and with a puff sound, the sharp blade pierced the black-clothed man's abdomen. The black-clothed man lost his strength in pain, and was kicked down by the black shadow, who rode on him. He tied his hands behind his back, and took the rope thrown by Xiao Linzi, and tied the black-clothed man tightly in no time. Xiao Linzi had already pounced on him, stepped on the black-clothed man's head, and quickly stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth to prevent the black-clothed man from biting his tongue and committing suicide. Yin Shuolan said to the black shadow riding on the black-clothed man, "You are from the Dark Guard camp, but you can't kill him in 3 moves. And you let him fight for so long. You are really not good at learning." And San opened his mouth, pulled down the mask on his face angrily, left the black-clothed man who was bleeding in the abdomen but could not die, and came to pay respects to Yin Shuolan. "Your subordinate is late. I hope that Empress Hua will forgive me." Yin Shuolan looked at the black-clothed man, who was pressed to the ground by Xiao Linzi, and could not move, and ordered, "Take off his mask. Let me see who is so bold. It's not good to kill Hung Li in secret, so let's do it openly." The man in black wanted to struggle, but it was in vain, so he could only let San tear off his mask in anger. Under the mask was a handsome face, but it was a stranger. Songji ran over, and said to Yin Shuolan, "Fortunately, the queen planned well. The fourth prince is sleeping in your bedroom now, and was not awakened by the fighting. The wet nurse is with the fourth prince." Yin Shuolan nodded, looked at Xiaoman who fainted on the ground, and then looked at the man in black who was tied up, but the smile on the corner of her mouth was cold enough to make people feel cold. Chapter 326 Visiting Xiaoman. And San stood up and kicked the eunuchs and several guards, who were beaten to a pulp by the assassins, and curled his lips. None of them can fight. Yin Shuolan had already sat on the chair brought by Jingzhe, and she put away the whip again. Songji walked forward angrily, and poured a basin of hot water on Xiaoman's head and body. It was almost Mid-Autumn Festival, but there was still some residual heat in the night. Songji poured this basin of hot water that was almost boiling water, and Xiaoman could not help but wake up. Xiaoman was shivering from the burn, but she still closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Songji ordered a shivering eunuch next to her to pour the prepared cold well water all over Xiaoman. If it was a glass object, it would have exploded into pieces. Xiaoman on the ground almost jumped up, but was kicked back by Guyu. Yin Shuolan's smile did not fade, but her eyes were cold. Dare to touch the fourth prince, who was also someone close to her. Yin Shuolan couldn't help but get angry. Xia Linzi clenched his fists and clucked them, wishing he could beat this traitor to death immediately. Xiaoman was also tied up, and made to kneel in front of Yin Shuolan. She didn't know whether it was sweat or the water that Sungji had just ordered people to splash on her forehead that fell to the ground. Her eyes were a little blurry, and she couldn't see the expression of Nien Sherlan, who was sitting above her. And she knew very well what kind of ending she would face. If she kept silent, she would lose the wealth she had longed for forever. If she spoke, she was about to lose her life. But it dispelled the pressure in her heart. Tell me. Nien Sherlan's voice was cold and ruthless. How did you collude with the enemy to harm me and the fourth prince? Xiaoman's lips raised with all her strength. To hide her helplessness and pain, she suppressed the trembling answer in her throat. I didn't. Nien Sherlan smiled disdainfully. Look at yourself. Is this a confession? Xiaoman's lips moved, the voice was calm. I didn't. Okay. Nien Sherlan coldly withdrew her gaze. In that case, you can enjoy the treatment that follows. She stood up from her seat and left without any kindness. During the long night, screams were heard from a corner of the Qingyang Palace courtyard from time to time. Finally, when the east was slightly bright, Xiao Linzi came to greet Nien Sherlan, who had already stood up. Master, I asked a little something from that lowly maid. It's just that the matter is of great importance. I have come to ask for your instructions. Nien Sherlan, who was dressing up, looked at Xiao Linzi, who looked serious. In the mirror, she waved her hand and dismissed Guyu and Jingzhe, who were combing her hair, leaving only Sungji and Xiao Linzi by her side. When Nien Sherlan saw Guyu about to leave, she suddenly said indifferently, Guyu, I know that you have always been good friends with Xiaoman. You should go and see her. Guyu was stunned, and suddenly looked up at Nien Sherlan. What does concubine Hua mean? Did she doubt herself? Guyu, plop, knelt on the ground, knocking her forehead heavily to the ground. Xiaoman is ungrateful to her master. I don't want to associate with such a person. My queen has a good eye. I used to be good friends with her, but since I knew she betrayed my master, I have only hatred in my heart. The master is so good to us. How dare she murder the young master? I can't tolerate that I have been good friends with such a person. I hope the master can forgive me for my death. Nien Sherlan turned around, still sitting in front of the mirror, and said, You go down first. There are some things that I am afraid only a good sister like you can ask. Guyu has been following Nien Sherlan for several years, and it is not in vain. She immediately understood what Nien Sherlan meant. She cowed out again and said, I understand. When Guyu went to visit Xiaoman, who was tortured, she was mentally prepared to see Xiaoman covered in blood. She pushed open the door and went in. What he saw was Xiaoman, who had no blood on her body. Anson was sitting on a chair nearby, eating a chicken leg that he got from nowhere. Just when his mouth was full, Guyu pushed the door open. Anson was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took out another greasy chicken leg from his arms, and handed it to Guyu. Guyu's face instantly turned red. Do I look like I can eat a lot? Guyu waved her hands awkwardly, and said softly, I just came to see her. Guyu pointed at Xiaoman, who was hung on the rack with her hands locked, and San nodded in understanding. Put the chicken leg back in his arms, and chewed the chicken leg in his hand. Xiaoman was exhausted after a night, and she raised her head weakly. The assassin was hanging on the shelf next to her. The assassin's hands were also locked, and there was still a cloth ball in his mouth. The bleeding in his abdomen had been stopped, but his face was as pale as a ghost due to excessive blood loss, which was even more terrifying under the candlelight in the room. Guyu glanced at the assassin, and then moved his eyes back to Xiaoman. She said bitterly, You are so stupid. Xiaoman, the queen treated us so well. You actually. Xiaoman raised her head slightly, but soon it dropped again due to exhaustion. Her voice came out muffled, as thin as a mosquito. Guyu felt bad seeing her former companion like this, so she approached Xiaoman, wanting to hear clearly what she said. As Guyu approached, Xiaoman's voice became even smaller. Guyu took 2 steps forward, but saw Xiaoman suddenly raise her head and grin. The cracked mouth was actually filled with rotten teeth. Each tooth seemed to be broken in half. With Xiaoman's mouth full of blood, she looked as scary as a ghost. Before Guyu could react, Xiaoman spat out a mouthful of blood towards her face. And San, who had been gnawing on a chicken leg, never let go of the two of them, and at this time, he had already pulled Guyu back several steps. The blood in Xiaoman's mouth did not spray Guyu. She laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. You keep saying you are my sister? But now you are trying to get me to tell you something. Bah! What kind of good sister are you? If you are really a good sister, then save me now. And San swallowed the last bite of chicken leg, and hit Xiaoman with a chicken bone. Xiaoman lost her voice instantly, and her head drooped down. Guyu looked at the change in front of him in horror, looked up at Insan, and then at Xiaoman. Insan grabbed the handkerchief in Guyu's hand. After wiping his greasy hands, he threw the handkerchief to Guyu. "Don't worry. I just pressed her sleeping point. You can go back. Everything will be handled after the queen's order. Today is the good day, when the fourth prince turns 1 year old. You must still be busy and busy." Guyu went out and looked at the bright sky, turned back and looked at the closed door, and sighed deeply. In Nian Sherlan's bedroom, Xiao Linzi had already reported to Nian Sherlan what he had heard from Xiaoman. The jade hairpin in Nian Sherlan's hand fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. "Oh, I know she is a traitor, and I know someone in the harem wants to harm me, but I never thought that they would have a connection." Chapter 327 Torture in Service. Xiao Linzi said. "I didn't dare to believe it at first. I knocked out Xiaoman's teeth one by one, and he didn't say a single useful word. I wanted to take the handkerchief out of the black-clothed man's mouth and torture him severely. But Lika stopped me. He said that this person should be a death warrior. If we let go of the handkerchief, they would bite their tongues and commit suicide. And then our efforts would be in vain." Nian Sherlan said. "Death warrior? I heard that. The assassins will have medicine under their tongues. Once their actions are exposed, they will swallow the medicine." Xiao Linzi said with a chuckle. "I have to admire Lika for this. He had already taken this out of that person's mouth." Xiao Linzi said, and took out a small and very delicate porcelain bottle from his arms. The bottle looked like it could only hold 1 pill. Xiao Linzi put the bottle in his palm and showed it to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan frowned. And Songji said immediately, "You are courting death. Kid, what kind of dirty stuff is this from a dirty person's mouth? You dare to bring it to the queen? It will only dirty the queen's eyes." Xiao Linzi hurriedly put away the small porcelain bottle. Nian Sherlan waved her hand and said, "Then how did you find out in the end?" Xiao Linzi said proudly, "I still have to admire Liku. He inserted needles into the fingertips of the slave girl one by one, and did not pull them out. As long as the slave girl moved, it was painful, and when she didn't move, it was burning." Lika asked, and then patted the fingertips of the slave, which made her unable to bear it, and spit out. Songji felt numb all over just listening to Xiao Linzi's words, and she didn't dare to think about the needle falling on her hand. Nian Sherlan nodded in appreciation and said, "Very good. This is how you should deal with such people. I was so angry just now that I didn't think about it carefully." Xiaoman said, "Was it the Queen Mother who ordered her? This is not right. The Queen Mother had no reason to kill Hongli. She has no children, and she is the Empress Dowager, so Hongli poses no threat to her." Xiao Linzi said, "That's why I dare not believe it. Besides, I see that the Empress Dowager treats you well. You and she should be allies. So how could she attack the fourth prince? Oh, that man in black is a eunuch." Nian Sherlan asked Songji to call in Guyu and Jingjia to continue to dress her up, and said to Xiao Linzi, "I know you go down first. No matter who it is, as long as they want to harm Hongli, I will pull her down even if I risk my life." Guyu said while combing Nian Sherlan's hair, "I just went to see Xiaoman. She is stubborn. I hate her so much. But today is a good day for the fourth prince. I will make a new hairstyle for you, and choose a more festive dress, to relieve the bad luck of being betrayed by others. The master has not paid respects to the queen for a few days, and today he must be the best among all the beauties." Nian Sherlan looked through the mirror at Guyu's face, who was trying hard to suppress his anger. She nodded and dressed according to Guyu's suggestion. Before Nian Sherlan left, she called Xiao Linzi over and told him a few words. Xiao Linzi saw Nian Sherlan take Songji and Guyu out of the door. Then he stretched in the torture room and said to Insan, "Master, we were tormented all night last night, so let's take a nap." Xiao Linzi turned his back to Xiaoman and the man in black, and winked at Insan. Insan nodded, and then he really sat on the chair, closed his eyes, and dozed off. At some point, Xiao Linzi was suddenly awakened by the sound of fighting. In front of him, Insan had already taken down another man in black in a few moves. It was the same process. Gag, tie hands, and hang him up. Insan clapped his hands, looked at Xiao Linzi with disdain. Xiao Linzi wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth awkwardly. "Master, listen to me, I am really too tired." Insan looked at Xiao Linzi with contempt. He turned around and looked at the extra person on the shelf, and suddenly sighed, and said, "Xiao Linzi, do you think this looks like the bacon hung in the folks? I really want to eat bacon. Can you get me some bacon for lunch? I promise not to tell the queen. You fell asleep while on duty. And you were almost rescued by the assassin, who was trying to murder the fourth prince. Xiao Lindsay was dumbfounded. There are such shameless people in the world. But he could only pinch his nose and admit it. And began to think about how to go to the imperial kitchen to get some bacon for Lika to eat. This time. And San didn't talk any more nonsense. He broke all the joints of the new black-clothed man in a few moves. Even his jaw joint. He also took out a knife and a bottle of medicine from the man. And San opened the bottle and smelled it. It was either a drug or poison. Xiao Lindsay watched this scene and swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he had never resisted in San. And San went to interrogate the black-clothed man. Yin Sherlan had already stepped into Tawawawu. Tawawawu is the residence of the Olinara family in the garden. This place is quiet and unique. And the most beautiful scenery. Yin Sherlan first greeted Olinara. And then sat on her chair. Olinara looked at Yin Sherlan in a scarlet Manchu dress. With a more gorgeous and complicated jadeite jewelry on her head than usual. And a flower decoration of the same color as the jadeite on her snow-white dragon flower. Then she looked at what Yin Sherlan was wearing on her hands and feet. All of which showed her nobleness and magnificence. Olinara smiled. I haven't seen my sister Huafei for a long time. And my sister is still so beautiful and charming. I heard that Hongli was ill a few days ago. And I was really worried. I wanted to visit Hongli. But my sister knew that my third prince was still young. And I was afraid that I would pass on my illness to him. So I couldn't visit him. I hope my sister won't worry too much. Yin Sherlan was worried about what happened last night. So she just answered perfunctorily. Your Majesty, you are too kind. You are the queen. And the health of the phoenix is the most important thing in the harem. Hongli is a junior after all. So I can't trouble you to visit him. I have received the reward from the Empress. And I am very grateful. I came here today to express my gratitude to the Empress. Yin Sherlan said thank you. But her body did not move. Olinara saw it but did not care. Instead, she felt strange that Yin Sherlan used to argue with her. But today she was so honest. Concubine Duan said, I also heard that the fourth prince was sick. And I am very sad for him. I wonder how the fourth prince is doing now. Today is the good day, when the fourth prince turns 1 year old. We must congratulate the fourth prince. First, to get rid of diseases and ward off disasters. Second, to pray that the fourth prince can grow up safely. Yin Sherlan turned to look at Concubine Duan and said with a smile, Thank you for your concern. Concubine Duan. Hongli is much better now. Others also greeted him. But Yin Sherlan felt very annoyed by the noise of so many people. This time, because I was busy taking care of Hongli some time ago. The Queen Mother took the trouble to arrange Hongli's birthday banquet. There are still many things to do today. So I have to go back first. I will carry Hongli to the banquet to show you later. Chapter 328 Empress Dowager Ta. As Yin Sherlan stood up, Olinara also said with a smile. Okay, as long as the fourth prince is healthy, I will be relieved. Yin Sherlan felt a strange feeling in her heart. Olinara seemed to be testing Hongli's safety intentionally or unintentionally today. She bowed and left. There were still things waiting for her to deal with in Qingliang Palace. Others also stood up and left, and went to prepare for the palace banquet today. Everyone walked in groups of 3 or 2. Shin Changzai and an Ingdao were also walking side by side. Shin Guiran called them from behind and said with a smile, Sister-in is wearing a simple and elegant outfit today. Sister-in is at a good age. She should wear bright colors. When an Ingdao saw Shin Guiran commenting on her outfit, her eyes were flustered for a moment, and she bowed her head. When Jin Changzai saw an Ingdao like this, she smiled and said to Shin Guiran, Sister, you are really something. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you say these things right away. Sister, take a look. Does the dress I'm wearing today look good? While talking, Shin Changzai turned around on the spot and showed her dress to Shin Guiran. Shin Guiran smiled, tipped her nose, and said, You are the best looking, and you look good in anything. I don't mean anything else, but I see that Sister-in is beautiful, but she wears such plain clothes, and I'm afraid that it would be a waste of her talent. Speaking of this, Shin Guiran said again, I'm going back to prepare clothes for the fourth prince's first birthday banquet today. I have some good fabrics given by Concubine Hua. Why don't you 2 sisters come with me and pick out the ones you like, so that we can all be bright and beautiful together? Jin Chengzai looked at Deng happily, pulled her hand affectionately, and said, Come on. Let's go to Sister May's place together, and I can pick out 2 bright clothes for you. and Daeng wanted to refuse. But when she met Jin Chongzai's cheerful eyes, she swallowed the words on her lips and just nodded. Okay. Everything is up to you. Sister. In the Qingyang Palace, Nian Sherlan ordered someone to open the door of the torture room and walked in. Xiao Linzi had already moved a chair over and said, Master, this place is dirty. I'm sorry for putting you in trouble. Nian Sherlan didn't seem to be disgusted. She sat down at ease and told Xiao Linzi, After a while, when I leave, just restore this place to its original state, and all these things must be demolished. Xiao Linzi nodded his head. I understand. Xiao Man listened to Nian Sherlan's voice and raised her head. She didn't have any injuries, but blood flowed out of her mouth from time to time, but Nian Sherlan didn't care. Nian Sherlan brushed off her clothes and spoke. I don't expect you to tell the truth. I know that your family moved away in the second year you followed me. At that time, I also suspected that you were bribed by others. To prevent people from using your family as a threat, this is what I did. But I saw that you were diligent and quiet every day, so I thought I was overthinking it. Xiaoman, do you know that? I have high hopes for you. Xiaoman's eyes were filled with surprise. She thought that the family relocation was kept secret, but she didn't expect that concubine Hua knew about it, and even the specific time. The surprise in her eyes did not escape Nian Sherlan's eyes. She had lived 2 lives. I don't care about seeing this little surprise. But Xiaoman just bit her lip and didn't respond, with an attitude of letting it go. Nian Sherlan was not in a hurry, just leisurely reached out and took the few pieces of paper handed over by Xia Linzi, looked at them carefully, and said, Oh, I don't like reading, I can't recognize all the words. Xia Linzi, you come and read to me. What is written on this paper? Xiaoman was stunned, looked up at Nian Sherlan in confusion. Nian Sherlan is obviously literate. Xiao Linzi squeaked, and took the papers from Nian Sherlan again, and suddenly squeaked. Master, these are some land deeds and house deeds. From what I see, the place is in Handan, not far from Beijing. Xiao Man's expression changed, and Xiao Linzi continued. The seller of these land deeds and house deeds is a man named Yao Liangyan. By the way, Master, there are 2 IOUs, and the signer is also named Yao Liangyan. The debt is 1,000 taels of gambling debt. Xiao Man suddenly spoke incoherently. Enough. Yao Liangyan is my father. I do all this for the good of my family. Nian Sherlan showed that half smile again. It seems that your father has taken all your efforts to gamble. Yao Qiani. Xiao Man heard what Nian Sherlan said, and he lowered his head weakly. After a long time, he continued to speak incoherently. The queen is smart. Nothing can escape the queen's eyes. I thought I could just move my family away earlier, but the queen still found out. Nian Sherlan said, You look stupid and dumb around me, but I didn't expect you to be quite cunning. Fortunately, I was cautious since your family moved away. I used it here today. But you haven't told me who is behind you? Xiaoman laughed, and blood foam came out of her mouth again. Nian Sherlan sat opposite her, unmoved. I have already told Xiao Linzi. I took the Empress Dowager's money, and I am doing things for her. Nian Sherlan smiled, and did not refute the loopholes in Xiaoman's words, but stood up and made a gesture to leave. It doesn't matter if you don't tell the truth. Your father has been locked up by the gambling house. Your mother is sick, your brothers and sisters cry day and night, and there is no way to make money at home. Alas, I originally thought that. I couldn't bear to see them starve to death now. It seems that. What does it have to do with me? Even if you don't tell me, I can find a way to find out. When the time comes, the emperor will give an order, not to mention that your whole family will die, your 9 clans will all die because of you. You will not be at peace even in the underground. Oh! By the way, I almost forgot, the Manchus don't believe this, just pretend that I didn't say it. Nian Sherlan walked out slowly, and said to Insan, who was chewing a cake from nowhere beside him. After you finish this bite, send her off, go back to Handan. You know what to do. Insan hadn't swallowed the cake in his mouth yet, and he nodded hurriedly, saying, See Nian Sherlan off. But before he could send Nian Sherlan away, Xiaoman spoke vaguely again. It's Yonghe Palace. Please, madam, give me a quick death. Please let my family go. And San was stretching his neck to find water to drink. Hearing this, he tried hard to swallow the cake in his mouth, and rolled his eyes because of choking. Nian Sherlan didn't see Insan's movement behind her. She stopped and slowly turned to look at Xiaoman. What you said? Is it true? You have already bitten the Empress Dowager. Do you want to bite the Empress Dowager again? Chapter 329 The Emperor Returns. Xiaoman nodded weakly and said, "In the past few years, I have told Empress Dowager to all the news about the Empress. She was ill before, but I don't know what happened recently, but she is getting better day by day. She promised me that, as long as this matter is done, she will distance herself from the Emperor while the Empress is sad, and Empress Dowager will let the Emperor make me his mistress. I don't want to be a slave anymore. I want to turn over a new leaf. I want to stand out." When Xiaoman talked about turning over a new leaf, her eyes sparkled. Xia Lindsay couldn't help but spit at Xiaoman. "Bah! Who do you think you are? How dare you dream of being a mistress? You still want to be a mistress. I think you'll end up dead." Xiaoman endured Xia Lindsay's anger, but she still looked at Nian Shiruan. Nian Shiruan couldn't suppress the sneer on her lips. Hongli is her grandson. How dare she? She has always disliked me. Her son poisoned my son on the day he was born, and was stripped of his title and imprisoned by the Emperor. She was so cruel that she could even kill her own grandson. Repeatedly. This is intolerable. How can it be intolerable? Nian Shiruan thought of the abortion medicine that the Empress Dowager had prepared for her in her previous life, which was passed to her by concubine Duan. In this life, she was so impatient that she asked the people around Nian Shiruan to do it. Xiao Lindsay didn't dare to breathe. He could clearly feel Nian Shiruan's anger. After a long time, Nian Shiruan finally calmed down. Before leaving, she just said calmly, "Anyone who betrays me must die." And San said behind Nian Shiruan, "I have just learned a skill of slicing flesh, which can make people watch their bodies being sliced into slices. When she has her last breath, I will dig out her eyes, cut off her nose and ears, and turn her whole head into a smooth ball of flesh. But I have always been suffering from having no place to practice. So I asked the queen for instructions." Xiao Lindsay felt cold all over when he heard this, and once again lamented how wise it was to give Sam whatever he wanted. Nian Shiruan didn't even turn her head. "These 3 people are given to you as a reward." So on the 3rd day of the 4th prince's first birthday banquet, Qingyang Palace reported to the Ministry of Internal Affairs that a servant had been infected with the epidemic and died suddenly. The people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs avoided her, and only symbolically sent 2 eunuchs to collect the body. The 2 eunuchs were also afraid of being infected, and they covered their faces with masks. I just watched from afar as the servants of Qingyang Palace carried away the servant covered with white cloth and burned her. As for the 2 assassins, they had been taken away by Insan to practice, and when they became pieces, no one in the world except Insan would know. Xiao Lindsay said, "Why didn't the master report this to the emperor? Even if Empress Dowager is the emperor's biological mother, the 4th prince is also the emperor's biological son." Nian Shiruan looked at the sleeping Hongli at that time and replied, "Hongli was safe this time after all. Even if I told the emperor that's the emperor's biological mother, the emperor will not blame his biological mother for something that didn't happen. The emperor is the one who values filial piety the most. If I tell the emperor, it will make him unhappy. In the future, whenever the emperor is with me, he will think of his biological mother's dead to me and my son, and he will feel uncomfortable. I can't lose the favor at this time." Xiao Lindsay said again. "Then will the master just swallow his anger? I am scared when I think about it. If it weren't for Master Huiman, who noticed that something was wrong with that slave girl, the 4th prince would have been harmed by her. Besides, Liku is a secret guard, and is loyal to the emperor. Even if master doesn't tell the emperor, there's still Liku." Nian Shiruan sneered. "Liku? He's almost showing up in the open now, so how can he be called a secret guard? Without the emperor's tacit consent, he wouldn't show up here often. But this matter, I've said, he's not allowed to tell anyone, unless he wants to die. As for Empress Dowager, I cannot kill her with my own hands, which is my hatred." Empress Dowager, who was hated by her, was restless in Yonghe Palace at this time. "You said, it has been several days. Where did those 2 go?" She said a quarter of an hour ago that the Empress Dowager wanted to take a nap, and sent away all the servants in the room. She said, "I should say something I shouldn't say. The Empress Dowager is too impatient." The mother and son of concubine Hua now have a very important position in the emperor's mind. Haven't you noticed these days? Since the 4th prince recovered from his illness, the emperor has been running to Qingyang Palace every day. If it weren't for the news that the slave girl died of illness yesterday, the emperor would have wanted to live in Qingyang Palace every day. This time, the snake has been alerted, and concubine Hua has become suspicious. "I just don't know if the slave girl has betrayed you." The Empress Dowager just said angrily. What's the point of you saying this? I also regret that I acted too hastily this time. But what can I do if I regret it? It doesn't matter if the slave girl dies. The AI family was afraid she would come out of the AI family. There are two too, also waste. The AI family originally thought they had worked hard, but I don't want to use something to be used. What do you want to say? But the more bad the temper of the Empress Dowager, only silence. Baoan promised Anshin, with a pale green clothes. Little master. See, this clothes not only look good, the material is also superior. Shinguren is so nice to you. And promised to sit, just with the hand of Baoan, touching the dress gently said. Yes, such good material, I can't bear to wear it, Shinguren said to give it away. So she gave it away. We are both human beings, Sister Jin and I have been in the palace for a year, and have not yet slept with the Emperor, let alone being favored. But look at Shinguren, she has the Emperor's favor, and the favor of concubine Hua. She has all kinds of good things, which I can't get. Seeing that Andarin was not in a good mood, Baoan also lost interest. She pouted and sighed. To be honest, concubine Shin, and you only became acquainted after entering the palace. But she and Jin Chongzai have been friends since childhood. She has been favored for so long. And she has never thought of sharing her favor with Jin Chongzai. I have only seen such good materials in the things that the queen gave you. Concubine Shin is really generous. My lady, you say, isn't Jin Chongzai sad? This kind of sisterhood seems very fake to me. And agreed. Don't talk nonsense. It's not right to talk about the young lady behind her back. If someone hears it, it will be another mess. After a pause, and agreed and said, but what you said is true. I also mentioned it to Sister Jin. Sister Jin just smiled, and said that they were close friends. If Lady Shin could recommend her, why wouldn't she recommend her? Okay, you and Baoke pack up your things. Tomorrow the Emperor will return, and we can go back to the palace. On the day when Injin returned to the palace with everyone, the court officials reported that the epidemic in the capital had been cleared, and good news came from the palace. Fu agreed, she's pregnant. Chapter 330 His Tenderness. When Olenara heard that Fu Ying was pregnant, she asked Jianqiu to take Dr. Zhang to Fu Ying's residence. Since Fu Ying was favored, Injin granted her the residence of Yinshuangzai, where Wan Guiren lived before in Chuxiu Palace. Injin said at that time that Wan Guiren was given the title of Fu when she was a concubine, and Yinshuangzai was also a blessed place. Dr. Zhang took Fu Ying's pulse, and confirmed that she was pregnant for more than 40 days. Dr. Zhang bowed and said, Congratulations, my lady. Congratulations, young lady. You are indeed pregnant for more than a month. From today on, you should avoid spicy and cold foods. Fu Ying was very happy, looking up at Jianqiu, who was standing beside him. Please report to the queen, I will give birth to this child well. Jianqiu bowed hurriedly. My young lady, please excuse me. Just call me by my name. I will report to the queen, you can rest assured and take care of your baby. After sending Jianqiu and Dr. Zhang away, Fu promised to rub his cheeks. Xing, the maidservant beside him, smiled. My young lady, are you tired so soon? Just now, concubine Jing sent someone to tell her that she is coming to visit you. Fu promised. I am tired. Smiling at this, and that all day long, my face is sore from smiling. Since concubine Jing is coming, you can go to the imperial kitchen and ask for some snacks that Princess Kangol likes. I'm sure the imperial kitchen will give them to her. Xinger smiled and covered her mouth. My young lady is worrying too much. Not to mention that this snack is for the princess. Even if you eat it yourself, it is enough now. When the emperor heard that you were pregnant, he specially instructed the imperial kitchen and the Ministry of Internal Affairs to meet your needs. You don't have to stick to the quota. You can eat whatever you want and wear whatever you want. Speaking of which, besides concubine Hua and concubine Wan, you are the most favored in the palace. Last time concubine Fucha was pregnant, she was not so favored. Fu Ying touched her still flat belly, a little proud. Don't say this in front of outsiders. I still have to thank concubine Hua for her support. If I can give birth to a little prince, the emperor should also give me a promotion. Right? Xinger said. Of course. I see, the emperor is young and handsome, and he treats pregnant concubines in the harem very well, which is really a blessing for you. Fu agreed and became even more proud. I heard that on the day we returned to the palace, the court officials outside reported that the epidemic in the capital had been cleared. I have good news again, it's double happiness. Xinger wanted to flatter her a little more, but suddenly a eunuch outside shouted loudly. Fu Yingying, please accept the imperial edict. Fu Yingying and Xinger looked at each other. Xinger said, "It must be the emperor's reward, young lady. Please go and accept the imperial edict." After the eunuch who announced the imperial edict left for a long time, Fu Yingying still couldn't come back to her senses. She was a palace maid, and it would be fine if she was granted the emperor's grace and became a concubine, but now, because she was pregnant, she was made a concubine. If the child is born, can she be promoted to a noble lady? Fu Chengzai was very happy, holding the imperial edict and the gold, silver and jewelry awarded by the emperor, and couldn't let go. Jianqiu pouted in Jingren Palace and said to Lenara, "Your Majesty, when Fu Chang got pregnant, you didn't think of a way, but you personally asked for a title for her. She was born a palace maid. This is too much of a compliment to her." Lenara's wolf hair brush wrote a word Fu, but when the word Fu was finished, the ink-filled pen suddenly dropped a drop of ink, and the word that Lenara had just written was ruined. Jianqiu did not dare to say anything. When Lenara was practicing calligraphy, she hated others' noise the most. Today, she was careless and violated the taboo. Lenara put down the pen in her hand, and she was not angry. Instead, she smiled and admired her own words. "Look, this word Fu originally had a good trend. When I wrote it, I also dipped the pen in thick ink. Unfortunately, with one careless stroke, the entire piece of fine rice paper was ruined." After the people in the harem knew that Lenara had requested a title for Fu Chengzai, everyone said that the queen was kind and benevolent, and they all hoped that they could have the same good fortune as Fu Chengzai. Once she got pregnant, it would be a double happiness. In the evening, Yinjin came to Jingren Palace, which was rare. He saw Lenara wearing light makeup, with her black hair tied up in a simple bun, and wearing a simple moon-white dress. She saluted him gently. "Get up. The queen usually dresses neatly, and never steps out of line. Today she is dressed simply, and I think she is very pleasing to the eye." Yinjin walked to the couch and sat down. Jianqiu served tea, and Lenara was helped to stand up by Huichun. Lenara smiled gently. "It has been a while since the emperor returned to the palace. The weather is getting cooler. Let Su Peisheng serve the emperor. He should stew a bowl of tremella and pear soup for the emperor every day. It is the best for nourishing the yin and moistening the lungs." Yinjin looked at Lenara in front of him. I vaguely remembered that when they just got married, Lenara always dressed like this. She had beautiful long hair, soft and black. Yinjin always liked to play with a bunch of hair between his fingers after they were intimate. Yinjin suddenly stretched out his hand to Lenara, and Lenara slowly put her hand in his palm. "Over the years, I have neglected you. You first took care of the palace for me, and then organized the harem, so that I had no worries in the previous dynasty. Your name is Ishio, as expected. The name is as good as the person, suitable for the family, cultivating virtue, and establishing new things. I am blessed to have you as my queen." Lenara was sad. After so many years, the emperor still didn't remember her name in the boudoir, even though he had told her when they got married. Ishio was the name that the mistress changed when she got married. She didn't like this name. But Lenara was only sad for a moment, and immediately leaned on Yinjin, and said softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise." The emperor said, "I am wearing plain clothes today. In fact, I always like plain clothes. First, luxury costs money. I am the queen, so I should set an example of frugality. Second, 9 days later is the 10th anniversary of my sister's death. I want to wear plain clothes for a few days. On the anniversary of my sister's death, I will preside over the sacrifice." Yinjin was absent-minded for a moment. "Has Yunqi been gone for 10 years? I am already 30 years old. But his Yunqi is still in her prime of 20 years old. Good. It's her blessing to have a sister like you. Now that she's gone, I should treat the living better." Yinjin embraced Lenara in his arms. When Lenara put her head in Yinjin's arms, she heard his strong heartbeat, and couldn't help crying. She and Yinjin had been through ups and downs for more than 10 years. This was the first time she had received his tenderness since she gave birth to the stillborn baby. Empress Dowager Da's complexion has been getting better recently. It's the beginning of winter, but she is not as haggard as before. She waited for these days, but there was no movement from Nian Sherlan, so she was relieved. It seemed that Nian Sherlan didn't know what she had done before. However, it was not Empress Dowager Da's wish to watch Hengli grow up. Chapter 331 Seeking Empress Dowager Da. Nian Sherlan brought a fox fur coat to Yoma Palace. The eunuch, who was guarding the gate of Yonghe Palace, hurried in to report to Empress Dowager De. Empress Dowager De was wearing a sapphire green dress, sitting high up at the head of the table, with her hands folded and in a very graceful manner. Seeing Yin Sherlan greet her, she coughed twice, and then said slowly, "Hua Fei, get up. It's rare that you have time today to come and visit me. Zhu Shi, give Hua Fei a seat." Yin Sherlan stood up carefully, smiled. "First, I would like to thank the Empress Dowager for giving me a seat. Next, I would like to thank the Empress Dowager for not blaming me." Empress Dowager De frowned when she heard what Yin Sherlan said, which seemed to have a deep meaning. "Why should I blame you? Your words make me confused." Yin Sherlan continued to smile. "Although I am the Emperor's concubine, I am also the daughter-in-law of the Empress Dowager. As a daughter-in-law, I should serve my mother-in-law. But the Empress Dowager knows that. A few days ago, Heng Li was ill in the courtyard. In order to prevent the spread of the epidemic, I asked to seal off my residence in the garden, Qiliang Palace. I was in a state of panic all day long, and I devoted myself to Heng Li. But I forgot to serve the Empress Dowager all the time. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager did not blame me, and I am very grateful." Empress Dowager De looked at Yin Sherlan with sincerity, and was not sure what she meant. Since the first time she met Yin Sherlan, Empress Dowager De didn't know why, but she didn't like her. In the palace these years, Empress Dowager De would only see Yin Sherlan during major festivals, and they were not very close on weekdays. On the contrary, Empress Dowager De knew that Yin Sherlan, her daughter-in-law, had a good relationship with Empress Dowager Nuhilu. "What is going on today?" Empress Dowager De took a long time to answer. "Sons are the apple of their mother's eye. You are so worried about Heng Li's health that you can't sleep every night." "How could I, the Empress Dowager, blame you for this? If I really blame you for this, if it gets out, I, the imperial grandmother, will be too mean." Yin Sherlan sneered in her heart. "Bah! You are worthy of calling yourself the imperial grandmother?" But she just pretended to be relaxed, and laughed as if relieved. "I hope the Empress Dowager doesn't blame me. The Empress Dowager is so considerate of me and the fourth prince. I don't have anything good to give you." Songji heard this, hurriedly stepped forward, held up a fox fur cloak with both hands, and Yin Sherlan pointed at the cloak and said, "This cloak is made of the fur of a black fox, which my brother found by chance while hunting in the northwest. I thought, such a precious fur. I am afraid that I am not lucky enough to wear it. After thinking about it, I think that only a person like you, the Queen Mother, who is both blessed and intelligent, can wear it to look elegant. Look, Queen Mother, I know you love beauty, so I especially made the lining of the brocade with gold and silver threads. Now that winter has begun and the weather has become cold, you will look very elegant and luxurious when wearing it." When Empress Dowager De heard Yin Sherlan talking about this fox fur coat, her eyes lit up. She was only 45 years old. Not old. So she naturally liked these things. When the late emperor was alive, she was just a concubine, and above her were the empress and the head of all concubines. Concubine E. So her food, clothing, housing and transportation were all within the regulations. Now she is the Empress Dowager. And although there is an Empress Dowager on the same level as her, as the biological mother of the current emperor, she is also very honorable and respectable. But thinking of the Queen Mother just suddenly turned cold and snorted. "Oh, I have always seen you and the Queen Mother like mother and daughter. Nowadays, there are probably not many such good cloaks. How dare you give them to me as a gift? Don't you want to use this cloak to please the Queen Mother?" Yin Sherlan's eyes were drooping and no emotion could be seen, but when she raised her eyes to look at Queen Mother De, her eyes were full of sadness. She stood up and slowly knelt down in front of Queen Mother De. "This is the second thing I came here for today." But Yin Sherlan looked around in embarrassment. Zhu Shi understood, and immediately sent the servants from Yonghe Palace away. In the palace, only Empress Dowager De and Zhu Shi, the master and servant, and Yin Sherlan and Song Ji, the master and servant, were left. "But what? You should stand up and talk first. You keep kneeling, I am afraid you will hurt yourself." Empress Dowager De seemed to be interested. She wanted to hear what Yin Sherlan could say. Yin Sherlan kowtowed to Empress Dowager De first, then stood up carefully and said, "I came here for no reason. The Empress Dowager is so smart. She probably saw that I have something to say. That's why she was willing to give me some room to listen to me." Empress Dowager De frowned, with some impatience. "Just say what you want to say. Why are you beating around the bush? Nian said. Yes. Then I will speak directly. In the palace, on the eve of Hongli's first birthday, something happened. Nian said, as she secretly glanced at Empress Dowager Da's expression. And seeing that she seemed to be normal, she continued, a palace maid died. And I only told the public that it was caused by an epidemic. But in fact, before the maid died, she told me who was behind her. At this point, Nian deliberately paused. Empress Dowager Da's heart skipped a beat. Was Nian testing her? But for someone like Empress Dowager Da, having been immersed in the palace for a long time, even if she is not very resourceful, she can always keep a basic expression before things are clear. Empress Dowager Da's heart was beating fast. But she asked calmly, what happened to Hongli? Who is the mastermind behind the maid? Did you find out? Nian slowed down and said with gritted teeth, Hongli was almost killed by someone. The maid named Xiaoman confessed before she died that it was the Empress Dowager's fault. But I really can't think of it. How did I offend the Empress Dowager? It's just that the maid is dead, and I don't have any extra evidence to incriminate the Empress Dowager. And the Empress Dowager has been in the palace for many years, and has her own power, and I am powerless to fight her. The Empress Dowager said, a son is the apple of a mother's eye. Hongli suffered this disaster, and I am heartbroken. As Nian spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears. At this time, her tears were half true and half false, but in the eyes of Empress Dowager Da, she felt much happier. Empress Dowager Da suppressed her inner joy and pretended to be sad and indignant. Since the maid said it was the Empress Dowager, why don't you go and ask the Emperor? Nian wiped her tears and raised her head. I will not hide it from the Empress Dowager. I dare not tell the Emperor about this. I know very well that the Emperor values courtesy, righteousness and filial piety the most. The maid Xiaoman is dead. How can I point out my mother? The Empress Dowager. With nothing to show for it? I have thought about it for a long time. And now I come to ask you. You are the Holy Mother Empress Dowager. You are the only one in the palace who can rival her. You are the only one who can protect Hongli. You are Hongli's grandmother. You will definitely think about everything for Hongli. Parents who love their children will make long-term plans for them. I will also make a plan for my son. I beg the Empress Dowager to fulfill my mother's wishes. Chapter 332 Protecting Hongli. Nian spoke with sincerity and tears in her eyes. I wonder how happy Empress Dowager Da was to see this. But for the sake of face, Empress Dowager Da always had to pretend. But seeing that Empress Dowager Da's face also became sad, she wiped her tears with the handkerchief in her hand and said, You, my child, have done a lot for Hongli. I am deeply moved. But you can see that I am now in a difficult situation. I can't even protect myself. How can I protect Hongli as you wish? In my opinion, you should ask the queen for protection. She is the master of the harem. As long as she protects Hongli, Hongli will be safe. Even Songji despised the words of the Queen Mother Da in her heart. Everyone in the palace knew that the queen and Hua Fei did not get along. If you want the queen to protect Hua Fei's son, I am afraid the queen is not so generous. As if she knew what Songji was thinking, Nian said sadly. The Queen Mother pointed out the way for me. I have thought about it before. It's just that the Empress is noble, and she is the mother of the country. She is the mother of all the subjects in the world, and she has to take care of so many people and things. Besides, the third prince is still young, and needs careful care. If there is another Hongli, I am afraid that it will make the burden on the Empress even heavier, and add to the burden. Empress Dowager Da looked at Nian with dissatisfaction, and put away the tears that she had squeezed out before. Speaking of this, I have to say a few more words. The queen is the mother of the country. And you, concubine Hua, are in charge of the 6 palaces. The emperor loves you. And this is well known in the palace. But you should be more restrained. And always respect the queen. After all, since the queen is the mother of the country, she has the responsibility to take care of the livelihood and safety of all the people in the world. I and the emperor are relieved to leave Hongli to her protection. Nian heard that the Queen Mother Da refused and only wanted to push this matter to the Ulanara family. The sneer in her heart swept over with hatred. In the previous life, I lost my son due to the scheme of Empress Dowager Da, and was constantly oppressed by the Ulanara clan. In this life, Empress Dowager Da has taken action personally, and will naturally not let Hongli go easily. Nian secretly took a deep breath and pretended to be regretful. Since the Empress Dowager has said so much and is unwilling to protect Hongli, I have nothing to say. I know that the Empress Dowager has many prejudices against me because of many trivial matters in the past. That's why I don't want to. Today I have disturbed the Empress Dowager. I will bring Hongli to greet the Empress Dowager some other day. The Empress Dowager will see my sincerity. When Yin Shuoan walked out of the main hall of Yonghe Palace, she seemed to be talking to herself, or to Songji. Alas! Poor Hongli, he has to live in fear every day. He is only 1 year old. Songji said something comforting, and the master and servant left Yonghe Palace. Once they left Yonghe Palace, Songji asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, I don't understand one thing." Yin Shuoan had returned to her usual self at this time, and there was no trace of sadness on her face. "I know you want to ask me, Xiaomin said it was her. Why did I still ask her to protect Hongli, right?" Songji said. "Your Majesty is smart. I am thinking the same thing." Yin Shuoan walked towards the sedan chair that had been parked outside the Yonghe Palace, and before getting on the sedan chair, she looked back at Yonghe Palace. 3 words, just said coldly. "This is not a place to talk. Go back to the palace." The Queen Mother looked at Yin Shuoan leaving. The coldness in her eyes made Zhu Shi scared. Zhu Shi brought cakes and some sweets from the side, and said, "The Queen Mother and concubine Hua have been talking for a long time. You must be tired. Eat some cakes and relax." The Queen Mother shook her head gently, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Zhu Shi, you said, did she come here today to ask me to protect Hongli?" Zhu Shi replied, "I see that concubine Hua is sincere and not as arrogant as usual. I think she is really repentant, and is here to ask for your protection." Empress Dowager looked at the plate of freshly made preserved fruits on the small table next to her. The golden color was very tempting. Empress Dowager said, "Concubine Hua is like this preserved fruit now. She looks like she has come back and changed her appearance. In fact, no one knows which fruit in this plate is sour. When I eat it, I will be surprised. It makes me feel sour. But I can't argue with this fruit." Zhu Shi picked up the plate of preserved fruits and presented it to Empress Dowager. "You are overthinking. Empress Dowager. These preserved fruits are made by the imperial kitchen in the palace through several processes. Even if 1 or 2 fruits are a little sour, it is within the control of Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager picked up a preserved fruit and put it in her mouth. But she smiled and said nothing. As soon as Yin Shuoan left Yonghe Palace, Olenara got the news. "Oh, you mean Hua Fei went to ask the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace to protect the 4th prince?" Olenara seemed to have heard some joke, and couldn't hide her smile. Jianqiu said, "Reporting to the queen, yes. That's what they said." Olenara said with disdain in her smile. "I thought she had some ability, but she went to Yonghe Palace to ask for help. Did she think she could keep the 4th prince safe? She is really at her wit's end. I am the queen. If she doesn't come to me for help, she doesn't even know who to pray to." Jianqiu hesitated for a moment and said, "I dare to say something." Olenara said, "Just you say it." Jianqiu said, "I always feel that Hua Fei's move is not that simple. Your Majesty, look at the current situation in the harem. Although Hua Fei has not formed a clique, she has never stopped opposing you. She gave birth to the 4th prince safely. Your Majesty, your 3rd prince and the 4th prince are a similar age. Your Majesty, do you feel that concubine Hua has been unusually well behaved these days? She is not as domineering as before. I am a little uncomfortable with this." Olenara stopped what she was doing and pondered. She recalled Yin Shuoan's recent actions in her mind and found that it was just as Jianqiu said. When Yin Shuoan paid her respects, he neither argued with her nor refuted anything she said. "After you said that, I realized that concubine Hua really didn't want to oppose me anymore. Tell me, why is that? Could it be because, when we were in Yuan Minjiwen a few days ago, the 4th prince had an epidemic, and she stopped thinking about fighting me?" Then Olenara denied her own statement. "No. If she really stopped thinking about it, I don't believe it. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Send someone to keep an eye on the movements of Ikuan Palace." Jianqiu replied, "Don't worry, madam. Whether in the past in the mansion or in the palace now, Jiang Fuhai has never relaxed his attention on concubine Hua's movements. I think that concubine Hua is the only one who has received half of the emperor's grace in the palace, and the others should also share some of the grace. What do you think, madam?" Chapter 333 Intentional Reduction of the Feudal Servants. Olenara looked at Jianqiu with approval. "You have some ideas now. This sentence is to the point of my heart. Look around. Now the emperor has only Hua Fei, then 1 Guiran, or 2 or 3 concubines who are not bad. If this goes on for a long time, the harem will inevitably become a place of resentment, and the concubines will inevitably feel resentful and jealous, which will not be good for me to appease the harem. Jianqiu lowered her head and smiled, said, I was originally worried that the Majesty would think I was too talkative. But the Majesty is humble and amiable, and I am happy. I secretly calculated that, except for concubine Jing who has given birth to a child, she always looks unwilling to compete for favor. The other is concubine Duan, who seems to disdain to compete for favor. The others, such as concubine Xian, concubine Xiao, and concubine Fu, who has just been promoted, can only serve the emperor once in a while. But there are 2 concubines in the Yinshi Palace, who have never slept with the emperor. Since they entered the palace through the selection last year, until today, they have not won the emperor's favor. If the queen promotes such people... Alinara smiled and continued. If I promote such people to sleep with the emperor, and if they can win the emperor's favor, I believe they will be loyal to me. Is that what you want to say? Jianqiu said. The queen is wise. I saw that. The concubine Jin was trying to seek the queen's blessing. But I also know that the queen is unwilling to share the emperor's heart easily. But to suppress the situation where concubine Hua is the only favorite, I think the queen should think carefully. Alinara slowly put away the smile on her face. When concubine Hua was the only favorite in the mansion, the emperor also ignored me most of the time. Later, I entered the palace, and there were so many people who shared the emperor's favor. These days, the emperor occasionally comes to stay here, and I sometimes feel that. It's like going back to the time before my sister entered the palace, when she was in love with the emperor. Jianqiu, I don't want to share the emperor's favor from my heart. Do you know that? Jianqiu said. Of course I know that. And I also know your love for the emperor. However, your words made me think that concubine Hua doesn't seem to be as eager to win favor as she used to in the palace. Could it be because her love for the emperor has faded? Otherwise, how could she bear to see the emperor favor someone else? Alinara sneered. I have had this doubt recently. Do you remember? When my sister was here, she stopped the emperor from coming to me. But she didn't stop other concubines and maids. Do you think my sister really loves the emperor? Jianqiu was silent. How could she not think of the meaning of this? In the Yongqing Palace, Su Peixing was serving a bowl of snow pear soup. Carefully brought it to Yinjin's desk. Your Majesty, you have been reviewing memorials for 3 hours. I, following the Queen's instructions, have specially asked the Imperial Kitchen to stew this tremella and snow pear soup. You can use it to moisten your throat and body. Yinjin's subordinates kept writing and read, just saying, put it there for now. Su Peixing sighed, put the snow pear soup on the desk, thought for a while, and said again, Your Majesty, I am afraid that this snow pear soup will not taste good if it gets cold. The Empress said, it is better to drink it while it is hot. Yinjin stopped writing, picked up the memorial he had just approved, and threw it aside. You keep talking about the Empress. Is it me who is your master, or is it the Empress who is your master? I didn't realize that. You have been closely involved with Jingren Palace recently. How could a shrewd man like Su Peixing not hear the dissatisfaction and doubt in Yinjin's tone? Hearing this, Su Peixing was so frightened that his knees softened, and he knelt in front of the table. Your Majesty, please understand. I have served you since I was young, so I am naturally loyal to you. But he was complaining in his heart. He just wanted to persuade the Emperor to use snow pear soup. But how did the Emperor suspect that he had any connection with Jingren Palace? It is a taboo for eunuchs to have contact with the harem. Yinjin picked up the bowl of snow pear soup without caring, put it to his lips, and was about to drink it, and then said, Get up. I don't think you have the courage. Recently, the 3 feudatories have been growing stronger and stronger, and are ready to make a move in the southwest border. I am anxious. There is not even a single general available in the court now. If the harem is not stable again, I will not be able to be the emperor anymore. Su Peixing, who had just stood up after wiping the sweat from his forehead, knelt down again with a plop. Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. The country is in your hands, and you have the final say in personnel deployment. I am a eunuch, and I do not understand the affairs of the court, but I know that there are few generals in the court now. General Nian guards the northwest, and General Yu Zhongqi guards Sichuan. But there should be some generals, who can be used in the court. Your Majesty, please do not worry about this matter, or it will hurt your body. Yinjin drank the snow pear soup in one gulp. Xiao Xiaozi, who was standing beside him, hurried forward and took the bowl from Yinjin with both hands. You are right. It's just that I was worried that the generals of the previous emperor's reign could not be truly used by me. Now I have to choose carefully. Go and call Ma Qi to me. Ma Qi was a close friend of the previous emperor. The previous emperor once praised him as the first Baturu of the Qing dynasty. It was also he who taught ancient horsemanship and archery. Later, due to the sudden death of the previous emperor, Ma Qi had always been dissatisfied with Injun, and had often claimed to be ill, and did not attend court in recent years. Until last year, when Yan Gingyo was ordered to return to Beijing to report on his work. Somehow, the two of them hit it off. After Yan Gingyao's lobbying, Ma Qi's illness suddenly recovered since last year. Su Peixiang went to work in a sweat, and hurriedly summoned Ma Qi. Injun had a secret conversation with him in the imperial study until the hour of high before letting him go home. 2 days later, Yin Shiran heard that there were disputes in the court. Some wanted the emperor to continue to appease the princes, while others wanted the emperor to dismiss the princes. Yin Shiran thought carefully. At this time in the previous life, it was the late emperor who was handling these matters. In this life, I don't know what Injun will do. However, based on Yin Shiran's understanding of him, he will definitely not be bullied by the princes. It is said that Wu Sangui was not only restless in the southwest, but also made indirect accusations when he was drunk. Injun always appeased him before. If he appeased him again at this time, it would be unavoidable to appear cowardly. Moreover, when the late emperor was alive, he intended to reduce the power of the feudal lords. But the late emperor passed away too quickly, and many things were not done. Yin Shiran hurriedly wrote a letter, sent Xiao Linzi out of the palace, and asked manager Wu to find a way to quickly send it to Niangingyi in the northwest. Yin Shiran pieced together an important thing from the few memories of the 3 feudatories in his previous life. The feudal lord Wu Sangui should be about to propose returning to Liaodong, which was immediately approved by the late emperor in his previous life, and he praised his idea. Then, the late emperor took this opportunity to abolish the feudal lords. Yin Shiran wrote a secret letter to Yan Gingyao, asking him to make another military achievement in this matter. But Yin Shiran could not reveal her rebirth. She just used the excuse that she heard a few words from the emperor during the emperor's service to provide key points for Yan Gingya to analyze. Yin Shiran knew that her brother was very smart and not a reckless man. He would naturally understand what to do. Chapter 334 Unsure. After sending it out with confidence, Yin Shiran quietly waited to see the situation in Beijing. At that time, Wu Sangui's son had been in Beijing for many years. He was nominally the son-in-law of the emperor, but in fact he was a hostage. As Yin Shiran expected, before Injun and his ministers took any action, Wu Sangui and Geng Jingzhong took the initiative to propose to remove their titles of princes and return to the north. Injun summoned all the ministers to discuss the matter. Many ministers said that Wu Sangui and his men's request to remove the princes was false. If their request was approved, Wu Sangui will definitely rebel. In response to this, Injun said in the court, Wu Sangui has long had ambitions. If the feudal system is abolished, he will rebel. If it is not abolished, he will rebel sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative. Then, he issued an imperial edict to reply to Wu Sangui, allowing him to abolish the feudal system. After the imperial edict was issued, Wu Sangui was furious. He had always regarded himself as an old minister of the founding of the Qing dynasty. Now that the young emperor actually abolished his power, he had no choice but to rebel. Wu Sangui raised an army in Yunnan. In order to win the hearts of the people, he took off his Qing dynasty prince's clothes and put on the armor of a Ming dynasty general. He cried in front of the tomb of Emperor Yongli, saying that he wanted to avenge the Ming dynasty. However, people remember clearly that it was Wu Sangui who invited the Qing army into the Central Plains. And it was Wu Sangui who killed Emperor Yongli in the end. Now he actually raised the banner of restoring the Ming dynasty. Who could he deceive? After receiving the secret letter from Yin Shiran, Yan Gingyo had already made up his mind. Now that Wu Sangui has taken the lead in the rebellion, it is exactly what Yan Gingyo wants. He took advantage of the opportunity when the court was going to send troops to attack Wu Sangui, and wrote to Injun, saying that the people in the northwest border were all stable, and the emperor could appoint other generals to temporarily replace him. He knew that the court was in need of people at the moment, and there was a lack of military generals. There was only one Ma Qi who could be used. As for Fei Yonggu, he had already retired. If he was used again at this time, he would only be laughed at by the enemy for having no one in the Qing court. Injun was overjoyed when he received Nian Gingya's letter. He clapped his hands and said, "Great! Nian Gingyo is indeed my brother-in-law. He is so in tune with me. I have just thought of this. The situation in the northwest has stabilized. Why not let Ma Qi temporarily take charge of the northwest? Nian Gingyo is young and energetic, but he is experienced and skilled in leading troops. This is very much in line with my wishes. Su Peixiang. Pass on the order immediately. Give Nian Gingyo the tiger talisman, and he can mobilize my army. I want him to quell the 3 feudatories and put down the rebellion. Help me achieve a peaceful and prosperous era. Yin Sherwan learned the news in the harem. The hanging heart was also put down. In the secret letter she wrote to Nian Gingyo, she also expressed her own views in a tentative tone. And those views, most of them were things she heard sporadically in her previous life. At this moment, Yin Sherwan suddenly regretted. In her previous life, she only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, and compete for favor. If she had paid more attention to current affairs at that time, she could help her brother more this time. But she thought again, she was a woman in the deep palace, and knew too much about the court. It is inevitable that my brother will be suspicious. Forget it, now these things should be enough for my brother. Nian Gingyo was a Jinsha graduate. Unlike many military generals, who were superficial in writing, Nian Gingyo's attainments in military strategy were also unfathomable. Olenara heard about the court affairs, and went to see Empress Dowager De at night. Your son is so late, I come to pay my respects to you, and I am sorry to disturb you to rest. Empress Dowager De was originally planning to take off her hairpins and rings to rest, but when she heard that the Empress outside the palace wanted to see her, then she summoned Olenara to her bedroom. Why are you here so late? Is there something that happened in the palace that is difficult to deal with? Empress Dowager De asked, looking at Olenara's absent-minded look. Olenara had already greeted her, and sat on the seat given by Empress Dowager De. When she heard Empress Dowager De's question, she wanted to stand up and bow to answer. Empress Dowager De waved her hand and said, We are close relatives, and there are no outsiders here. You don't have to stand up and sit down all the time. I was also exhausted watching this. Olenara had no choice but to give up. She thought about it in her heart and spoke carefully. Nothing happened in the harem. If there was anything, it was just a few concubines making trouble. The emperor went to someone today, and he should go to another place tomorrow. I came here so late because I have something to ask you. Mother. Shushi saw that the queen had something to say, so he took the palace maids away, and even took Jianxiu, who was beside Olenara, away. Okay. Now that there's no one here, you can talk as much as you want. What's the matter with you coming here so late? Empress Dowager De was already a little sleepy. Seeing that Olenara had been hesitant for half a day, she was inevitably dissatisfied. But she also knew that her niece had always been opinionated and must have encountered difficulties. Olenara said, Mother, you know that since I became the queen, everything I have done has been for the glory of Olenara and Waya. But now I am becoming more and more uncertain. Has your mother heard about what happened in the court today? The Empress Dowager De sat back on the couch and nodded gently. I have heard a few words. The emperor wants to abolish the 3 feudatories, but there are few people available in the court at this time. I heard that Nian Gingyo asked to go to the battle, which is understandable. The queen came late at night, just for this matter? Olenara frowned secretly, hearing the tone of the Empress Dowager De. Why does she seem to be indifferent? Nian Gingyo asked to fight this time. The prestige of the Nian family in the court will surely rise, and then Hua Fei will have more capital to be domineering. The son born by Hua Fei is almost the same as her own third prince, and there is no guarantee that Nian Gingyo will not support the child to take the throne in the future. If there comes a day, wouldn't I have to hand over my position as the queen to Hua Fei? This is what Olenara does not want at all. Olenara lowered her head and said respectfully, The Empress Dowager is my mother-in-law, and also my aunt. I dare not lie to the Empress Dowager. I came here for this matter. The Empress Dowager was ill in the past 2 years, and I dare not bother her easily. But this time, I was worried and had to ask the Empress Dowager for advice. Empress Dowager De looked at Olenara coldly, and there was no ripple in her heart. She was ill in the past 2 years, and everyone in the palace knew it. Olenara, the queen, Empress Dowager De's niece, not only did she not serve by her side all the time, but seemed to be hiding from her. This made Empress Dowager De very unhappy. Now that Empress Dowager De is getting better, she wants to find a backer again. As the saying goes, no one comes to the palace for no reason. Olenara came to Empress Dowager De's Yonghe palace, but she came empty-handed at night. Even Nian Shuan knows that. You need to show some sincerity when asking for help. Empress Dowager De said calmly. The queen is right. I am both your mother-in-law and your aunt. But you can see that I am not in good health. I can hardly protect myself. How can I help you? Chapter 335. Self-Destruction. Lenara knew that it was because Empress Dowager Da was dissatisfied with her, and was unwilling to let go and join her in dealing with Nian Sherlan. But Nian Sherlan had many grievances with Empress Dowager Da before, which she also knew. Lenara gritted her teeth and said, I know that. The Empress Dowager is still angry with me for what happened in the past. But the Empress Dowager knows that I have my own reasons. What you told me before was not something I was unwilling to do. Empress Dowager Da looked at Lenara with interest. When have I ever told a queen anything? I have been sick these days and confused. I have thought about it over and over, but can't remember it. Why don't you remind me? Lenara was speechless and had to leave reluctantly. When Gila passed the news to Ikuan Palace, Nian Sherlan looked amused. She still thought the Queen Mother was the same as before? Since Empress Dowager Da fell ill, how many times have you seen her send people to visit her? She is a proper daughter-in-law. But she has not done as much as I, a concubine. If she can win the advice of Empress Dowager Da, I will really cry for her. All right. Just wait and see. Nian Sherlan thought. The Empress Dowager gave Empress Dowager Da medicine, which made her sick for some time. In this life, Lenara has obviously suffered from her youth. She is not as calm and calculated as in the previous life, because of the variable of Nian Sherlan's rebirth. Lenara has not realized it yet. Many things did not go as she had planned. In the harem, the most honorable woman is the queen, but the woman with the most power and favor is none other than Nian Sherlan. Speaking of favor, Nian Sherlan remembered that she had not heard from Concubine Wan for a long time. Xiao Linzi, what's the latest news from Concubine Wan? Xiao Linzi hurried forward and asked. My lord, the medicine from Concubine Wan has been supplied on time. Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes at Xiao Linzi. I know. I didn't ask that. Xiao Linzi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized what Nian Sherlan was referring to. I am stupid. Concubine Wan has been reading and practicing calligraphy in Suyukshuan recently. Since the outbreak of an epidemic in Yuanminjiwan, Concubine Wan has always stayed at home, except for occasional visits to the emperor. I heard that she always stays in her room. Nian Sherlan asked in confusion. She is so honest? Is there anything unusual about her? Xiao Linzi thought for a while, and said, I also heard that Jin Chong seems to be chatting with Concubine Wan these days. But Concubine Wan always seems indifferent. So I guess the two of them have no private contact. Songji couldn't help but said, You kid. Why are you so absent-minded today? You only answer what the queen asks. In the past, you always talked endlessly without waiting for the queen to ask. Are you hiding something in your heart? Xiao Linzi said, And in return, Nian Sherlan looked at him with a scrutinizing look. I was just about to ask you. Why are you so distracted? What are you hiding from me? But with a thump, Xiao Linzi knelt down and spoke tremblingly. I am guilty. I beg you to forgive me. My master? Then, without waiting for Nian Sherlan to ask again, Xiao Linzi took out the purse that Qianer, the personal maid of noble Fucha, had sewn for him, and told him everything in a nutshell. My master, please look. This is noble Fucha's personal maid, the purse that Qianer forced on me. But this purse is not filled with silver or anything. Yes. Xiao Linzi suddenly blushed after Nian Sherlan was stunned. She guessed something. She held back her laughter and asked tentatively, Does she have you in her heart? Xiao Linzi's face instantly turned red to his neck, and he immediately shook his head like a rattle. I am the master servant. How dare I be so bold as to do something that embarrasses the master? I said I don't want this purse, but Qianer was very brave. She stopped me on the long street when I was coming back from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. She stuffed this into my hand and ran away. I have never seen such a thing before. I was anxious and angry for a moment, but I didn't dare to chase her and make a fuss. I could only watch her run away. My master knows that it is a capital crime for eunuchs and maids in the palace to be found having sex. How dare I commit such a capital crime? What's more, she took advantage of my stunned moment and took away my handkerchief that I was using to wipe my sweat. Servant, slave. I am so angry that I am going to die. When Nian Sherlan heard that it was the maid of noble Lady Fucha who forced the purse into Xiao Linzi's purse and boldly took away Xiao Linzi's personal belongings, her face was instantly covered with clouds. She sneered repeatedly. Oh, are you trying to disintegrate the people around me first, and then accuse me of not managing my subordinates well in front of the emperor? Songji said anxiously. Your Majesty means it's not Xiao Linzi's fault? Nian Shuruan thought, such a simple method. Noble Lady Fucha is really desperate, but I don't know when she will explode. Why do I blame Xiao Linzi? Who wants him? A eunuch. To have such a good-looking face. That's why others have worked hard on this and thought of him. Nian Shuruan said to Xiao Linzi, who was kneeling in front of her. Xiao Linzi kowtowed repeatedly in anxiety. Master, please forgive me. It's not that I intentionally hooked up with her. Master, you don't like my face, so I ruined it myself. So that the master won't worry about this. Xiao Linzi was about to look for a sharp weapon to destroy his appearance. And Songji was so panicked that she said, My queen. Nian Shuruan sighed helplessly, and hit Xiao Linzi's hands with the silk handkerchief in her hand, and instantly knocked down his raised hands. Xiao Linzi looked at Nian Shuruan in astonishment. He only knew that his master was good at whipping. But he didn't know that Nian Shuruan could hit him with such force even if she picked up a silk handkerchief. Seeing Xiao Linzi's dazed face, Nian Shuruan couldn't help rolling her eyes again. You are looking for death after a small incident. What use is there for me to have you? Since you told me the truth, you must believe me in your heart. I just sighed that you have a good appearance. But you are trying to destroy your appearance. If it gets out, I will lose all my face. Go! Finally cook for me. I want to see what noble Lady Fucha is up to. Xiao Linzi was scolded and felt ashamed to face Nian Shuruan. So he took the excuse of finding Li Ke too. He hid far away. When Li Ke took the purse with the willow leaf embroidery and put it in the eunuch's bag in the palace of noble Lady Fucha, Xiao Linzi was relieved. To do such a thing, it was his master who had to do it. Besides, his master did not blame him, which was the most important thing. After Li Ke finished his work, he took out a fist-sized orange from his bosom and threw it to Xiao Linzi. Here, eat an orange to calm your nerves. Look at you. You are so useless. I really don't know how that blind little palace girl could like you. Just because you are pale? Xiao Linzi was originally uncomfortable with this matter. Now he heard Li Ke laugh at him. And he immediately withdrew his gratitude and admiration for Li Ke. He was holding the orange in his hand and became indignant. Li Ke took out another orange, peeled it, stuffed it into his mouth, and said with a smile, This orange is really sweet. Come on. I'll take you to see a good show. Chapter 336, A Unique Approach. When Xiao Linzi was pulled up by Li Ke and squatted on the beam in the palace of noble Lady Fucha, his legs began to shake unconsciously. Li Ke sighed secretly. It seems that he still has a long way to go in teaching Xiao Linzi. He first silently covered Xiao Linzi's mouth, for fear that Xiao Linzi would be frightened and make a sound. Then he pulled Xiao Linzi back, and Xiao Linzi slowly calmed down. However, Xiao Linzi never dared to look down, but he could hear the voices of the people in the house clearly. It was noble Lady Fucha talking to her maidservant in a low voice. I only heard noble Lady Fucha saying, I think you are a good person. When you accomplish this, I will report to the queen and promote you to be my first-class maidservant. Another voice came. Xiao Linzi immediately recognized that it was Qianer who stuffed the purse into his pocket. It is my blessing to serve the young lady. However, I am always afraid. I heard that if such things happen in the palace, they will be severely punished. Noble Lady Fucha said in a very gentle tone. That's all you heard. You just came to the palace not long ago, and you were pointed to me by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I've already picked it out for you. That little Linzi beside concubine Hua. She's also a bit prettier. Think about it. When you servants get older, some of you who don't want to leave the palace and have great abilities are lucky enough to become a prestigious aunt by the side of some young lady. But most of you are just dragged out and paired with a servant. I just saw that you were young, so I took great pains to plan for you, hoping to determine your future early. Just think about it. The chief eunuch beside concubine Hua is young and has a bright future. If the little Linzi on the beam had not been held down by Li Ke and covered his mouth, he would have wanted to jump down and slap the master and servant several times when he heard them talking. The little Linzi was still angry on the beam, and Qianer's shy voice came from below. Thank you very much, my lady, for planning for me. But I am also worried. What if? Fugitive noblewoman said with a smile. Don't worry, there is no such thing. I also saw that you were interested in that boy, so I tried to help him. If Changxiu and Yingxiu were not old, I would have taken Xia Linzi for one of their sisters. You would have no role to play at that time? Oh my, she is a little girl after all. Look at her blushing face. I am happy to see her. Not to mention a young boy like Xia Linzi. Although he is a eunuch, This is the best way I can plan for my people. Please don't let me down. This sounded sincere and thoughtful. And Qian'er had already begun to dream of being with Xiao Linzi in her heart. When Xiao Linzi returned to Kuan Palace, he reported the matter to Nian Shilan with shame and anger. The smiles that Nian Shilan and Songji tried their best to hold back did not escape Xiao Linzi's eyes. The embarrassed Xiao Linzi just blushed and lowered his head without saying anything. Li Ke seemed to be fine on the beam of Kuan Palace. He leisurely took out a few walnut kernels and ate them. He seemed to be talking to himself. But his voice was heard by the 3 masters and servants in the hall. These walnut kernels are really delicious. I really hope my unworthy disciple can eat a few of these delicious things to nourish his brain. Xiao Linzi couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his teeth, and his teeth made a clattering sound. Master, your unworthy disciple begs you, don't always eat, and eat in front of the master. Li Ke had just swallowed the last walnut on the beam. Touched the back of his head innocently. And the voice came down slowly. It's not me who cares about you. Why do you have such a big malice towards me? Nian Shilan and Songji looked at each other, and finally laughed out loud. When Nian Shilan laughed enough, she stroked her chest, took a breath, and said seriously, Okay, I'm not laughing at you. I just think that's such a stupid idea. Perhaps only Fucha could have thought of this. I think she had a miscarriage, and even her brain was lost. She wanted to plot against me, but she chose a unique way that no one has taken. I admire her brain very much, and that maid is also stupid. In this case, I will no longer show mercy to her. On October 15, Yinjin went to Cunning Palace, which was reserved for Queen Chunyuan. Without saying a word after the morning court, the layout of Cunning Palace was carefully arranged according to Queen Chunyuan's preferences during her lifetime. The palace servants also cleaned it every day, not letting it get a speck of dust. The palace servants who worked here, probably the most relaxed and comfortable ones in the entire Forbidden City. They didn't have to serve their masters carefully, and the monthly allowance was paid in full, and no one dared to be short of it. Only on the anniversary of Empress Chunyuan's death every year did they need to serve the emperor meticulously and carefully. And the emperor was also very easy to serve. Often at this time, the emperor would sit alone in the bedroom of Cunning Palace for most of the day, and the servants would just wait for the emperor to leave before tidying up a little. But the Jing'an Palace was in chaos that day. Alanara stared at the noble Lady Fucha, who was kneeling in front of her, and asked, You mean? You want to ask for a marriage for the maid beside you? I remember that Qian'er beside you seemed to be chosen by the emperor after you fell ill in the garden. Why are you in such a hurry to marry her off? Tell me, did you choose a guard or a doctor for her? As the queen spoke, everyone's eyes were on the noble Lady Fucha, and the maid with a red face kneeling behind her. What is this drama today? Noble Lady Fucha said with a smile, reporting to the queen. It is not that I am in a hurry to marry off my daughter. Rather, it is that I have my own difficulties. As she said this, noble Lady Fucha looked around carefully. Concubine Duan's eyes were full of curiosity. And noble Lady Li and her ilk were also puzzled. Only Nian Shilan was drinking tea leisurely, looking at the master and servant kneeling on the ground as if watching a drama. Alanara understood this was something that Fucha Guren felt a little embarrassed to say. So she said, Everyone here is a sister, you can say whatever you want. If you feel it is really hard to say, then you can go to my inner room and tell me later. Fucha Guren originally wanted to let everyone know, so how could she be willing to go to the inner room? She bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind, and said, The queen is right, all the sisters here are serving the emperor, I should speak directly if I have something to say. Although this matter is a little difficult to talk about, it concerns the reputation of me and my palace maids. After thinking it over, I think I should speak directly. If this matter is approved by the Queen Mother, it will be clear. And when others talk about it in the future, it will not ruin my reputation. Olanara did not miss the frequent glances of noble Lady Fucha and Nian Shilan, and she knew what was going on. If this matter was related to Nian Shilan, she would have to help noble Lady Fucha. Chapter 337 The Queen's Disposition. You have been talking for half a day, but you still haven't said what it is. Is there someone in this palace that you are afraid of? Olanara asked. Li Guren spoke up. But she didn't hide her intention of watching the show. Yes, you said it yourself. Everyone here is a sister. And you are still hesitating. Which shows that your sister is very fake. Or, which sister are you afraid of? So even the queen's repeated questions were ignored. It was known to everyone in the harem that noble Lady Fucha and noble Lady Li were at odds. But this time, noble Lady Li's words fell into noble Lady Fucha's ears, But she did not refute, but hurriedly explained. No. 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 Noble Lady Li misunderstood me. Noble Lady Fucha then said to Elenara. The queen asked questions, and I should answer them in full. It's just that I'm seeking a marriage for a palace maid, and this man is not a guard, he is not a doctor, but a eunuch. Fucha Gairen's words caused a great uproar. All the concubines present were shocked. Is Fucha Gairen crazy? What nonsense is she talking about? Eunuchs and palace maids have had sex. There have been examples in the previous emperor's time. They were all beaten to death. How dare she say such a thing so blatantly? Fu Changzai was only 3 months pregnant, but she was born a palace maid. At this time, looking at Li Gairen and Xian Changzai's eyes on her intentionally or unintentionally, she couldn't help but secretly get angry. But she held on to the idea that less trouble is worse than more trouble, and held back her anger. Although Elenara was mentally prepared, she was obviously not prepared enough. Even she looked surprised, but she quickly calmed down and said, Noble Lady Fucha, do you know what you are saying? Noble Lady Fucha said anxiously. Empress, I know that this matter is against the palace rules and etiquette. But I am speaking out now, it's better than Qianer being discovered by others one day, and then implicated to me. I beg the queen to make the decision, and help Qianer, who is beside me, and Xiao Linzi, the chief eunuch of Ikuan Palace. If the previous words of Noble Lady Fucha shocked everyone once, then the words just now shocked everyone twice. Each blow was more powerful than the last. The seemingly calm situation in the palace has been maintained for a long time. With such a new thing, everyone instantly became alert. Elenara looked frightened again. But she was the queen, so she should be calm. So after being shocked, Elenara suddenly slapped the armrest and said sternly, How dare you? Noble Lady Fucha, do you know what you are talking about? Everyone present today is one of us. Take back your absurd words just now, and I will pretend that this incident never happened. But Noble Lady Fucha looked determined. She raised her head, looked directly at Elenara, and said, Since I have said it today, I was determined to find a home for Qianer. I couldn't bear to see the people around me being threatened by a eunuch and living in fear all day long. Your Majesty, you don't know that Xiao Linzi forced his personal belongings on Qianer. He also forced Qianer to embroider a purse for him. Qianer was so scared that she was absent-minded all day long even when she was doing her job. I felt something was wrong, and after asking carefully, Qianer cried and told me everything. Your Majesty, if Qianer was secretly given to him by Xiao Linzi, she would have died. I beg the Empress to make the decision. After saying this, Noble Lady Fucha knelt on the ground as if she was exhausted. Qianer hurried to help her up. Elenara said anxiously, Quick! Help Noble Lady Fucha up first. She has been kneeling for a long time, and had a miscarriage not long ago. Don't let her kneeling hurt her body. Qianer hurriedly stepped forward to pull Noble Lady Fucha up, calling out, My lady! My lady! Noble Lady Fucha sat on the chair in a weak manner, with a pale face, and did not forget to hold Qianer's hand. I have tried my best for you. You are mine. I will seek justice for you. Seeing this scene today, Qianer already felt regretful. But the arrow was on the string, and had to be shot. Now that she had said this, she could not back down. So Qianer settled Fucha Gairen, and knelt in front of Elenara again, raising her pale face and crying, Your Majesty, I was coerced by Eunuch Lin. I don't really want to marry Eunuch Lin. But he threatened me, saying that his master has the power to assist in the 6 palaces, and as the chief eunuch of Ikuan Palace, he also has some face. If I don't obey him, he will make it impossible for me to live in the palace. My young master really has no choice, so she has to resort to this last resort. I also asked the queen to make the decision for me. Elenara sighed and said slowly, You are also a poor child. Get up first. I ask you, since you say he coerced you, do you have any evidence? Qianer did not stand up, but pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve. The material of the handkerchief was obviously made by a respectable servant, and there was a tree pattern embroidered on the corner of the handkerchief. She held the handkerchief in both hands and said firmly, I will present the evidence to the Queen Mother for her to see. This handkerchief was given to me by Eunuch Lin. He also threatened me to embroider a purse for him, and there was a pattern of willow leaves and hearts on the purse. If the queen doesn't believe it, you can ask Eunuch Lin. Before Elenara could say anything, Yin Sherlan, who had been sitting aside and watching the show, suddenly laughed. You are really grown up, and you have your own ideas. Xiao Linzi serves me every day. But I didn't know that he has such a bad side? Olenara said. Hua Fei. I have to ask Xiao Linzi in person about the truth before I can make a decision. Jiang Fuhai. Go to Ikuan Palace and bring Xiao Linzi to me. Jiang Fuhai left in response. Nian Sherlan sat in the hall, looking at Qianer leisurely, with an inquiring look, mixed with an undisguised scrutiny. Xiao Linzi can be said to have grown up by my side, and I know that he is born to be more outstanding among this group of servants. But I didn't know that. He could be so low-minded as to fancy a servant like you. Nian Sherlan's scrutinizing eyes wandered around Qianer's face, and sighed. How can I say, you look so good, even if 10 of them were tied together? I still don't believe that Xiao Linzi would like you. Forget it. Since the queen has spoken, let's wait for Xiao Linzi to come. In front of so many people, you should think carefully. If Xiao Linzi is wronged, then you too, the master and the servant, have slapped me in the face in public. Qianer didn't dare to look directly into Nian Sherlan's eyes, but she still trembled and mustered up the courage to speak. I dare to ask the queen concubine Hua. What if what I said is true? I am a girl. How can I joke about my reputation? Nian Sherlan sat up, looked down at Qianer, and said coldly, if Xiao Linzi really did this, I will let the queen deal with it. Chapter 338. So that's it. Jiang Fuhai was quick, and soon brought Xiao Linzi back to Jingren Palace. Xiao Linzi looked confused, and knelt in front of Olenara. I pay my respects to the queen, and may the queen be blessed. Olenara did not call out, but just asked. Xiao Linzi, on your way here, I think Jiang Fuhai has already told you, and you know why I asked you to come here. Xiao Linzi was not stage frightened, after the initial confusion. He looked up at Olenara and blinked. Please forgive me. Queen, I really don't know what I have done. Eunuch Jiang only said that I had a maid testify that I coerced her. But on the way here, I was almost racking my brains, and I didn't expect that I had done such a wicked thing. Qianer immediately looked as if her innocence was insulted when she heard this, and pointed at Xiao Linzi. Eunuch Lin forced this handkerchief on me himself, and threatened me to make a willow-shaped purse and take it away. How come now that our young master has come forward to ask the queen to grant me a marriage? You flatly deny it? You? Where do you put me? Xiao Linzi looked at Qianer with a confused look on his face, and his eyes were clearly filled with deep confusion. Before he could say anything, Qianer said to Olenara, please ask the queen to make the decision for me. Although I am a bondservant of the lower 3 banners, I am also a human being. I can't bear to be insulted like this. But I can't get an explanation. Li Guiran, who had been curious all along, felt that she had figured out the matter, and said angrily, there is such a thing in the harem. The queen must punish him severely. I look at the Xiao Linzi. I thought he was an honest man in the past, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Concubine Duan glanced at Li Guiran, and before she had time to worry about her, she really provoked Nian Sherlan to say something. Li Guiran, as the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog, not to mention that Xiao Linzi is someone close to me. I am still here. How can you say that? Olenara said. Okay, concubine Hua. Lady Li is just upset. Qianer, since you said you made a purse for Xiao Linzi, where is the purse? Lady Li was no longer angry, shrank her neck and sat back. Xiao Linzi said weakly. Quite, queen. Please allow me to report. I have seen this servant before, but I have never thought of her. I am serving concubine Hua. She would never be so bold knowing that having an affair is a capital crime. The handkerchief she was talking about was indeed hers. Xiao Linzi was interrupted by Qianer before she finished speaking. Listen, queen. Eunuch Lin himself admitted that the handkerchief was his. Nian Sherlan said calmly. A servant is shouting so loudly in the queen's palace, and the queen is going to sit back and watch? Noble Lady Fucha seemed to have recovered, and stood up and saluted to Olenara. Empress, when things are not fair, they will speak out. Qianer must have been very angry about Xiao Linzi's denial. She spoke in a panic. Please understand her feelings as a girl and forgive her for her impoliteness. Olenara nodded slightly, and turned to Nian Sherlan. Hua Fei, I am just asking for clarification. Are you telling me how to do things by talking like this? Nian Sherlan sat upright, and lowered her eyes. Said, how dare I teach the queen to do things? Noblewoman Fucha also said, if things are not fair, people will speak up. If a noblewoman can speak up for her servants, I can certainly say something for my servants. Right? Since that servant said she made a purse for Xiao Linzi, then where's the purse? Also, Xiao Linzi was interrupted by her before he finished speaking just now. Yin Sherlan looked at Xiao Linzi. Tell me, how come the handkerchief you wipe your sweat with is in the hands of a servant? Xiao Linzi blinked. With a bitter face. Secretly looking at Elenara. Not daring to look at her. Yin Sherlan said again. Just tell the truth. Xiao Linzi said. Reporting to the queen. I feel ashamed about this matter. And I am concerned about the face of this servant. So I don't want to make it public. But today I was on duty. And was brought here by Jiang Gonggong. I saw that I was being blamed. I have to say it. I have my reasons. Qian'er's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know what Xiao Linzi was going to say, so she said in a panic. Nonsense. When did this slave rely on you? Yin Sherlan threw the handkerchief in her hand and sat up straighter. Empress, this is the second time that this slave in the palace has been rude. Elenara also frowned. Qian'er was too excited. But today's matter was aimed at Yin Sherlan's palace, and she couldn't miss this opportunity. Even if it was just to beat up the most capable eunuch around her, that's good too. Thinking of this, Elenara said. Qian'er, Hua Fei is right, you are indeed a little rude. But I think you are the victim, so I will spare you the punishment again. Qian'er hurriedly. Bang bang. Counted. Queen, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Elenara said to Xiao Linzi. Go on. Xiao Linzi kowtowed, and then continued. Reporting to the queen, this is the case. Yesterday, when I was on duty, I went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs as ordered by concubine Hua. On the way back from the errand, I was stopped by this servant on the long street. I was still wondering, I have no friendship with the Yinchi Palace, why did she stop me? As a result, this servant took out the handkerchief I used to wipe my sweat from my arms. She said, Eunuch Lin. Lend it to me. I didn't react for a moment, I got her wrong. She was waiting for me here. I was working for concubine Hua, you should have some dignity. Please judge for yourself. Queen. After saying this, Xiao Linzi was secretly proud in his heart. Isn't it just a random remark? I can do it too. Yin Sherlan sneered. I have always claimed that I don't like worldly constraints, but my rules are still within the world. I didn't expect that this noble lady Fucha, who looked quiet, is actually a person with her own ideas. This servant who was taught by her is also a person with her own ideas. Fortunately, everyone is here today. Otherwise, I will wrong my people. How can I? Who is so tongue-tied? Reason with you? Li Guiran wanted to say something, but she didn't know what she thought of. And she shut up again. Li Guiran didn't dare to look up at Yin Sherlan. Shin Guiran looked around and said, Yes, it's a good thing that Xiao Linzi said it today. I usually don't notice that Xiao Linzi is a person who can think about the girls. Fu Changzai also said, I was still thinking that the eunuch and the palace maid having sex was originally against the rules. How could Sister Fucha bring this up in public? So that's how it is. When noble lady Fucha heard concubine Fu mention her, she became furious. She didn't dare to do anything to concubine Hua, so she wanted a concubine who was lower than her to ride on her head? Noble lady Fucha looked at concubine Fu coldly, and saw that she looked submissive and attentive. Noble lady Fucha felt that it was fake, and couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Oh, I thought it was someone else, it turned out to be concubine Fu, who became famous because of her son. Fu Changzai was born as a palace maid. But she has no sympathy for Qian'er, who is also a palace maid. Do you think that the emperor has made you Fu Changzai? And you have really risen to prominence overnight? Fu Changzai entered the palace late. And didn't she know that the title of Wan Guiran was the real Fu? You are taking advantage of the fact that your name contains the word Fu. And you are still being ungrateful. I am not worthy of being the sister of someone like you. Chapter 339 Fu Cha died suddenly. Elenara frowned secretly. Fu Cha's thoughts were diverted by Fu Changzai again, but Fu Changzai just lowered her eyebrows and replied, Your Excellency is teaching me a lesson, I was reckless. Elenara said at the right time. Okay, Qian'er, since you said you embroidered a purse for Xiao Linzi, where is the purse? Qian'er stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. She was obviously the one who was about to win. How could Xiao Linzi confuse right and wrong? Qian'er came back to her senses, and said in a panic, The queen asked me questions. And I don't know? But Eunuch Lin did force me. I think he didn't bring the purse with him. So it must be in his residence. I'm afraid we have to search it. Songji stepped forward and scolded her harshly. How dare you? You are so bold. Do you think you can search the Ikuan Palace? The rules of your Yinchi Palace are so high. You taught me to reverse the hierarchy. Nian Sherlan looked at the people around her, whispering with a half-smile, as if she was enjoying a farce. It's up to the queen. Elenara looked at Nian Sherlan's attitude, and her heart sank again. Seeing that this servant and Fucha had conspired to frame Xiao Linzi, but things had come to this point. Elenara said, Hua Fei, things have come to this point. I want to clear your servant's name. I'm afraid I have to send someone to check his residence. Nian Sherlan was very straightforward. She agreed immediately. Okay. But I'll make it clear first. After searching my palace, you should also search the Yinchi Palace. I've been busy with trivial matters these days. I've heard a few rumors, but I didn't take them seriously at first. But this way, I can take this opportunity to help the queen and sort out the gossips in the harem. Fuchai Guiran also felt something was wrong at this time, but it was too late to back down, so she had to reluctantly agree. After Jiang Fuhai led people to search Xiao Linzi's residence in Ikuan Palace, only a few pairs of Xiao Linzi's socks and 2 sets of clothes were found. Nothing more. When they turned to the Yinchi Palace, they found a willow leaf-shaped purse and a little book in the servants' room of Fu Cha in full view of everyone. Elenara only took a glance and knew what the little book was. It turned out to be a pornographic picture. Everyone in the harem was shocked. This servant of Yinchi Palace was so bold. Fu Cha and Qianer were already pale. According to the example of previous years, Injun, who should be in Queen Chui Yuan's bedroom at this time, had received the news and arrived outside the gate of Yinchi Palace. The emperor has arrived. Injun strode over with a gloomy face. And everyone, led by the queen, bowed to Injun and greeted him. I heard that Fucha Guiran used the opportunity of seeking a marriage for her maid to expose the eunuchs in Hua Fei's palace, forcing the maids to have sex. I wonder how the queen handled this matter. Elenara glanced at Nian Sherlan. She lowered her head and answered, Your Majesty, today is the 10th anniversary of my sister's death. I know you don't allow anyone to disturb you today. I originally wanted to suppress this matter and wait for you to deal with it later. I don't know why I alarmed you. Injun sat on a chair in the Yinchi Palace, looking tired, and said lightly, I heard that you also searched the Ikuan Palace. Hua Fei is a concubine, and you searched her palace for a servant's matter. If it gets out, how will the civil and military officials in the court view her? How do you view me? Nian Gingyao is fighting in the front, and his sister is being treated so harshly in the harem. Do you still want to save my face? Do you still want to save your face as the queen? Elenara was dumbfounded. It would be fine if the emperor knew about this soon. How did it escalate to such a level? Elenara looked at Nian Sherlan, who was lowering her head and looking obedient. This was no longer the arrogant and domineering look she had in Jingran Palace. Nian Sherlan said softly, Your Majesty, don't be angry. I think the queen didn't expect things to get to this point. But if my servants commit a crime, my reputation will be damaged. I have no choice but to agree to the palace search. Injun glanced at Nian Sherlan and sighed in his heart. At the critical moment, this fox pretended to be so docile. It was only because she played along that she allowed the queen to search the palace. Otherwise, if she really cared about it, who in this palace would dare to search her palace? But Injun just glanced at her, turned around, and said to Elenara, What was the result of the palace search? Elenara gritted her teeth and bowed her head. I didn't find anything in Xiaolinzi's room. But I found something in Yinchi Palace. She waved her hand, signaling Jianqiu to present the things. But Injun just waved his hand and said, Take these dirty things away. Since Hua Fei and her servants were wrong, how does the queen plan to deal with them? Elenara said, This matter is a concubine who also wants to give justice to Hua Fei's sister, but it hurt Hua Fei's face to some extent. Why not let Hua Fei's sister handle this matter? What do you think? Your Majesty? Nian Sherlan thought to herself, Elenara is trying to get something for nothing. Injun looked at Nian Sherlan and said, What do you want to do? Sherlan? Nian Sherlan pretended to come back to her senses. Please, Your Majesty, make the decision for me. Injun stared at Nian Sherlan's eyes playfully and said with a smile, Your servant has been wronged. I am not you. I don't know how you feel. Similarly, I don't know how you want to deal with the person who wronged you. Nian Sherlan glanced at Qianer, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. The eunuch who cried out that he was wronged after something was found. And the noble lady Fucha, who was like a quail and dared not say a word. In order to clear herself of the rift, noble lady Fucha pointed at Qianer and said, I pleaded for mercy in front of the queen for your sake. I didn't expect you to lie to me. You slave, I will never dare to use her again. Injun looked at noble lady Fucha coldly. She had provoked Nian Sherlan several times, And Injin knew it. But Nian Shuolan had let her go several times before. Today, she didn't know how Nian Shuolan would deal with her. Nian Shuolan was also tired. And she bowed to Injin. Your Majesty, things have come to this point. And I don't want to get entangled anymore. Noble Lady Fucha and her maid conspired to wrong me. But she had served your Majesty for a long time after all. And I didn't want to harm her life. Why not ask Noble Lady Fucha to move to an uninhabited place in the palace to reflect for a while? As for this slave, your Majesty will decide for me. Helenara looked at Nian Shuolan with a hard word to say. A place where no one lives, isn't it the Cold Palace? Injin waved his hand. Then it's settled. Noble Lady Fucha falsely accuses others, confuses right and wrong, has a bad moral character. It's not appropriate for you to serve me anymore. Demote her to a commoner, send her to the Cold Palace to reflect. Palace maid Shiner. Drag her out. And beat her to death. I am too lazy to investigate this eunuch. And will just send him to the Ministry of Prudence. Since then, everyone in the palace has avoided Nian Shuolan. But Xiao Linzi said bitterly later. That eunuch Hoshi. It's not an injustice. I heard that he also puts his hands on the new palace girls. When I asked Master to release the purse, I picked him up. As for Fucha, I heard that she went crazy not long after entering the Cold Palace. And no one knew when she died suddenly. Only when the eunuch who was delivering the stale rice found that the rice was not touched. Did he find that she had died in the corner. Chapter 340. A Miserable Death. It was the end of October, and the sky was getting gloomy, and it looked like it was going to snow. And De Ying was sitting in the house embroidering a handkerchief. On the white handkerchief, she had carefully drawn a crabapple flower. Bao Wan saw how seriously De Ying was embroidering, brought a cup of hot tea, and said, My lady, the weather is getting colder day by day. Yesterday, the Ministry of Internal Affairs distributed winter clothes to the servants, and I saw that it was the same as in previous years. It's all padded, and it doesn't look bulky when you wear it. I just wonder if it will be cold when the snow melts. It looks like it's going to snow. And agreed and took the hot tea from Zhuan's hand, took a sip and put it down. Then he turned his wrist, and said with a smile, That's right, it's getting cold. I see you guys are working very hard on night duty in the corridor, and I feel bad for you. But I'm a nobody, and I can't get anything good. You are wrong by following a young lady like me. Bao Wan said. Young lady. What you said is really an insult to us servants. In the harem, besides the special food, clothing and expenses of concubine Hua, even concubine Duan lives according to the rules. We servants are already very grateful to be able to eat and dress warmly by following you. And De Ying looked gloomy and murmured. Yes, concubine Hua is the most favored. So naturally her food, clothing and expenses are special. If I can have half of her favor, I will be satisfied. Look at the clothes in my box. They are all the materials given by the queen. What I have, everyone in the palace has. What's the fun? Bao Wan stuck out her tongue and said, I have brought up the sad things of the young lady. I am guilty, and I beg for forgiveness. And Ying came back to his senses. His usual smile appeared on his face. And he comforted Bao Wan in return. What did you do wrong? You were just chatting with me. At this time, Bao Wan promised to refill the tea for him, and said casually, Just now, the young lady said that the materials in your box are all awarded by the queen, and they are no different from those of others. But when I was packing my things, I saw the 2 clothes given by Shinguiren. The colors are beautiful and the materials are excellent. Why did the young lady never wear them? Such good materials are better than those awarded by the queen. I saw that Jin Chongzai also had such clothes. She wears it occasionally, and it looks really good. Why don't you wear it too? If she catches the emperor's eye one day, you won't have to endure this hard life anymore. Somehow, these words touched in Ying's heart, and she suddenly became a little angry. If you think that kind of clothes are good, then you can wear them. Why are you making a fuss in front of me? And Ying gritted her teeth and said, Such good material. Just because concubine Shin is favored, she can give it away at will. I have been in the palace for more than a year, and I have never been favored by the emperor. Even the servants of the Ministry of Internal Affairs dare to neglect me. Now, even you come to laugh at my hard life. Bao Wan was frightened by De Ying's expression. She knelt on the ground, not knowing what to do. And De Ying took a breath and continued. I used to think that even though I met Sister Shin and Concubine Shin after entering the palace, but Concubine Shin is on good terms with Sister Shin, so she would not look down on me. Later I realized that noble ladies like them. who had been pampered since childhood, could give away jewelry and bright clothes at will, just like giving away kittens and puppies. Why do I have nothing? And they have everything? At present, it seems that only Sister Jin can keep me warm in this palace. Baowan knelt on the ground with her head down, not daring to say a word. After a while, she heard and promised not to speak any more. And then she said tremblingly, "My lady, please forgive me for being nosy, but I really don't mean to look down on you. You are the emperor's concubine. How dare I look down on you? I just thought that the dress was beautiful and suitable for you to wear. I will never say too much again. Please forgive me, my lady." Bojuan's words fell into the ears of Ndaing, who was in a trance. She seemed to have recovered and looked at Baowan, who was still kneeling. She stretched out her hand, but a tear fell from the corner of her eye. "Get up, Baowan. I just lost my composure and scared you. In this palace, I have no one to rely on, and you are the only one who serves me wholeheartedly." Baowan then slowly stood up and wiped away tears for Ndaing. "My lady, you are right. The most favored person in this palace is concubine Hua. But no matter how favored she is, she can never surpass the empress, the most honorable woman in the palace, and even the most honorable woman in the world, is the empress, my lady." And Ndaing gradually stopped crying, and she said with a thought, "You mean, let me rely on the queen? But I am so humble. How can I catch the queen's eye?" Baowan smiled mysteriously and said, "I have run errands for Aunt Jianqiu several times in private. I believe Aunt Jianqiu will remember my kindness. Another day, I will invite Aunt Jianqiu to drink and find out what the queen likes. When the time comes, you can do it according to her preferences, and you will always catch the queen's eye." And agreed and looked at Baowan hesitantly. "Is this okay?" Baowan was about to answer, when the voice of the eunuch came from outside. "Jin Chengzai is here." And Ningda quickly burst into laughter, wiped her eyes, and stood up to greet Jin Chengzai, who was bringing Lu Zhu into the house. "Sister, I greet you. Sister, good luck." And Ningda said good luck, and was about to bow down, but was supported by Jin Chengzai, who came over with a smile. Jin Chengzai said in a reproachful tone, "What are you doing, sister? Such a strange relationship. There are no such rules between Meijia and me. If you continue to do this, you are not treating me as your own family. You are lying to me with what you said on a daily basis." And Ningda's smile became even bigger, and she stood up straight following Jin Chengzai's hand. "Sister, you have wronged me. Etiquette cannot be abolished." The two sisters sat down hand in hand, and Ningda called Baowan to bring hot tea. Lu Zhu could not stay idle, and followed Baowan to work. Around, Jin Chengzai and Ningda lived together in Yinshi Palace. The servants in Guanji Tower and Xinyanwu are all very familiar with each other. When Baowan and Lu Zhu poured tea for the two, Zhou Ninghai suddenly came. "My lady, I just got a piece of news." Jin Chengzai asked curiously. "What news? There are no outsiders here, you tell me first." Zhou Ninghai whispered. "I just heard that Fu Cha in the cold palace is gone. I heard that the eunuch who delivered the meal found that the meal delivered the day before was not touched, so he went in to see how Fu Cha was, but she was found in a remote corner of the cold palace." The eunuch said Fu Cha did not seem to have died of illness or starvation, but had died suddenly with blood gushing out of all her orifices. But after the Ministry of Internal Affairs knew about this, they took Fu Cha away to clean the coffin overnight, and sealed the coffin tightly. Fu Cha was a woman from a prominent family, but she died so miserably. Chapter 341 Tribute to Shoe Brocade. Jin Chengzai and Ndaing were both women, and had never seen big storms and waves. When they heard that someone they had seen every day had suddenly died, they were shocked. Jin Chengzai couldn't help but feel sick. Baowan hurriedly found a spittoon, and Lu Zhu grabbed the spittoon and put it in front of Jin Chengzai. Jin Chengzai retched a few times, and then gave up. And Ndaing just covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, and it was impossible to tell whether she felt sick or not. After much effort, Jin Chengzai calmed down. Lu Zhu blamed Zhou Ninghai. "You are such a fool. You have served the young master for so long. Don't you know that the young master is kind-hearted? They are all dead. Why are you talking so much? Are you deliberately disgusting the young master?" Zhou Ninghai bowed his head and confessed calmly. "Young master, please forgive me. It is my fault. I will pay attention to the way I speak in the future." Jin Chengzai shook his hand. Weakly, "I am too weak. I originally thought that she was banished to the cold palace. But at least she had a life. I didn't expect that she would be so miserable and die so tragically. It's not your fault. It's because I was unprepared. And agreed. Sister is really kind-hearted. When Fu Cha was alive, she didn't look like an easy person to deal with. But her death was so strange. Didn't the emperor ask about it? Jin Changzai said. The emperor might have forgotten about her. Do you think she dared to frame the most favored concubine Hua in the palace? Even if she was favored in the past, how could she be compared with concubine Hua? But in this case, concubine Hua was too cruel. She had said that she would let Fu Cha live. Zhou Ninghai could not help but remind her. My lady, be careful with your words. Jin Changzai suddenly covered her mouth and said in surprise. Ah, why did I say the truth? You must not go out and talk nonsense. In the Yinchi Palace, Jin Changzai and De Ying were talking casually, discussing the sudden death of Fu Cha. On the other hand, the others in the palace were trying their best to restrain their palace maids, asking them to be careful in what they said and did, and never to provoke concubine Hua easily, nor to provoke her palace maids. Nian Sherlan looked at the recent situation in the palace, and sent Xiao Linzi to inquire. But what he heard back was rumors everywhere. Nian Sherlan said indifferently. Tell me, what are the rumors? I want to listen to. What can people in this palace say all day long? Xiao Linzi said. Yes, the master will be angry after hearing this. Rumors say that Fu Cha's death was strange. I'm afraid it has something to do with you, the master. But when Fu Cha was alive, she was not popular, so people just talked about it in private. The master doesn't have to take it to heart. Nian Sherlan looked at her nails. The nail bed was sharp and pointed, making her fingers look slender. Of course, I won't take it to heart. The rumors I spread, am I still afraid? Fu Cha was a lucky woman. I was fine. But she died. Xiao Linzi replied. Yes, master is right. I also think Fu Cha's death is too strange. She was fine. But she died with blood coming out of her 7 orifices. It doesn't look like a normal death. I think it looks like poisoning. But the emperor just said lightly, just bury her properly. Nian Sherlan was not surprised at all. In the previous life, after Zhen Huan regained favor, Fu Cha was frightened to death. Yinzhen just asked people to move her to the cold palace. The imperial family is the most ruthless. It's just that in the previous life, Nian Sherlan risked her life to understand this. Now thinking carefully, Zhen Huan must have discovered the emperor's ruthlessness a long time ago, which is why she could tell herself without changing her expression that she had been plotted against by the emperor all her life. And according to the scene that Nian Sherlan saw in her dream after her rebirth, Zhen Huan must have been heard by the emperor. Then he threw himself into 17's arms. Thinking of 17, Nian Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi, what has Yunli been doing these days? Why haven't I seen him for so long? Xiao Linzi said, it is said that the 17th master is concentrating on studying. I heard a few days ago that the emperor praised his knowledge. The master knows that the 17th master is younger than the emperor, and the emperor always tolerates him. Nian Sherlan said, the emperor has few brothers and sisters left. If he doesn't treat Yunli well, how can I stop you from talking? Xiao Linzi was silent for a moment, and finally couldn't help but speak. Master, I have always had a question. You seem to be a little dissatisfied with the emperor? When you mention the emperor, I always have a faint expression. But I think the emperor loves you from the bottom of his heart. As long as you want it, the emperor will always try his best to satisfy you. Just after saying this, Xiao Linzi regretted it again. Forgive me for being so talkative. Nian Sherlan didn't seem to care much. She did not deny it, but just smiled and said, you are right. I do not blame you. You have this doubt, because you have served me for a long time. Once some things take root in your heart, no matter what others do, the thorn will always be there. Before Nian Sherlan finished speaking, someone spoke outside. Li Dong's voice sounded first. Hello. Eunuch Su, why are you here at this time? Then Su Peisheng said with a smile. Oh, you girl. You always talk sweetly. I am here on the order of the emperor to deliver something to concubine Hua. Is the concubine in there? Li Dong said with a smile. Please wait a moment. I will pass the message. When Su Peisheng brought 2 eunuchs in with something and bowed to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan could see clearly what the 2 eunuchs following Su Peisheng were holding. Good luck to concubine Hua. I am here on the order of the emperor to deliver something to you. Look, this is the shoe brocade that was recently paid tribute from Shu. The emperor said, you look good in clothes made of shoe brocade, so he sent all of them to you. Nian Sherlan was lost in thought when she looked at the shoe brocade. Su Peixiong thought that Nian Sherlan liked it too much, and continued with a smile. The emperor also said that, if you like it, he will order the embroiderers from Shu to pay tribute on time. In addition, there is another good news. The emperor wants me to tell you that General Nian won a great victory in the southwest. Wu Sangui and other vassal kings were defeated. Oh, the emperor received the victory news today. I can't tell you how happy he is. The emperor said, for today's dinner, I have asked the imperial kitchen to prepare it well. The emperor wants you to have dinner with him in the Yangqing Palace. Please tidy up. The sedan chair will come to pick you up in a while. Nian Sherlan put away her wandering thoughts, and smiled much more gently than usual, and replied, Okay, I am very grateful for the emperor's kindness. I will pack up now, and go to the Yangqing Palace to thank you in person. Su Peixiong hurriedly said goodbye with a happy face, and returned to Yangqing Palace to work. Songji looked at the bright and beautiful shoe brocade, and her eyes were full of surprise. Look, Your Majesty, this shoe brocade is really beautiful. I have been following you since I was a child, and I have seen the world. But I have only heard of this shoe brocade but never seen it. Today I saw it with my own eyes, and realized that this shoe brocade should be worn by a noble person like Your Majesty. Nian Sherlan stretched out her hand, and passed over the shoe brocades. After a while, she said, This shoe brocade is beautiful, but it takes a lot of work. This piece of cloth requires 10 shoe embroiderers to embroider for 3 months. Making clothes is like making people. It should be grand and colorful. This peony pattern is also my favorite. Pick 2 good-looking ones, and send them to the needlework bureau to make 2 new clothes. It's almost the end of the year, and this leftover cloth will be very useful to me. Chapter 342 Shared Dinner. The Yangqing Palace was warm, but not stuffy, and it was just the right comfort. When Nian Sherlan stepped over the threshold, Injin had just washed his hands, and sat at the table. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May Your Majesty be blessed with good health. Injin listened to Nian Sherlan's voice without her innocent and naive tone, which seemed even more gentle and charming. A deep smile appeared on his face, and his eyes looked bright. Get up. You are wearing warm clothes today, and the fur on this dress is good. It is a perfect match for you. She is elegant and generous. She is worthy of being my favorite. Injin's words clearly sounded like he was appreciating and proud of the woman he loved, but Nian Sherlan did not feel happy when she heard it. Nian Sherlan thanked him, walked slowly to Injin, but was not in a hurry to eat. She just stretched out her hand tenderly, waiting for Injin to hold it. Sure enough, Injin frowned unconsciously, and said, Why are your hands so cold? Didn't the servant who followed you go out and give you a hand warmer? Nian Sherlan felt her small hand being wrapped by Injin's big hand. He stroked Nian Sherlan's hand. When he glanced at Songji behind Nian Sherlan, Songji had already knelt down in fear. Nian Sherlan said coquettishly, Your Majesty has wronged my concubine. My hands and feet are cold in winter. It's only early winter now. I thought it wouldn't be that cold, so I didn't ask the servant to bring a hand warmer. The emperor felt sorry for the concubines in the harem, who were afraid of the cold, and asked to turn on the floor heating early. I still feel hot when I go to bed at night. Besides, it is winter now, and I am always worried about whether the soldiers on the front line are wearing warm clothes. No matter how little money the palace saves, it is a small gesture to help the front line. So I only choose warmer clothes to wear. When it snows, it will be colder in the capital, and I will use the hand warmer. Injin held Nian Sherlan's gradually warming hand and smiled. Since I ascended the throne, although the treasury is not very full, there is still some money for the palace. I don't expect you women to save a little money. If people find out, they will say that I'm being harsh on you. How much can your little hand warmer cost? Just use it with all your heart. Nian Sherlan let go of Injin's hand, and walked to the seat across the table. Songji hurriedly got up from the ground and carefully took off Nian Sherlan's cloak, and put it away. The warmth she had taken out of Injin's hand remained in Injin's palm, which made Injin feel a little lost. Nian Sherlan waited until the others were seated firmly before speaking. Your Majesty is concerned about the state affairs, but I am concerned about the trivial matters of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea. I will give you an example. Take that small hand warmer for example. One time it costs 1 tael of the best silver charcoal. It needs to be changed 5 or 6 times a day. One person needs about 20 caddies of silver charcoal a month. The silver charcoal is expensive now. I have checked the accounts of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This winter, 1 caddy of silver charcoal costs 4 taels of silver. The monthly expenditure for hand warmers is 80 taels. You, the 2 Empress Dowagers, and the Empress spend more on this item. The rest are the concubines, and some concubines of the previous emperor. And then the ladies we see every day in the palace. According to the account of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the monthly expenditure for this item is nearly 1,800 taels of silver. At this point, Yin Sherlan paused and then said, I have said too much now. Why don't you have your meal first? Your Majesty? After the meal, I will tell you again. Yin Sherlan stopped talking, Injin said with a smile. Okay, let's eat first. Today I asked the Imperial Kitchen to prepare all your favorite dishes. Do you think they're okay? Yin Sherlan looked at the table full of dishes she used to like, mainly braised shark's fin, stir-fried phoenix tongue, cherry meat, steamed pigeon with flour taro, emerald tofu, immortal stew, chicken marrow bamboo shoots, steamed shad, Longjing shrimp as supplements, and several exquisite snacks. Su Peisheng and Songji stood beside Injin and Yin Sherlan respectively, waiting to serve the 2 masters. Yin Sherlan looked at the dishes and said, Your Majesty is so kind. I cannot afford it. Now is the best time to eat deer tendons. And Your Majesty likes to eat this. I wonder if the Imperial Kitchen has prepared it today. What she was thinking about was that in her previous life, she was always thinking of ways to please Injin. If one day Injin sent someone to tell her to have a meal in her Ikuan palace, she would definitely get up early and watch the small kitchen carefully prepare the dishes that Injin liked. Those shark skin chicken soup, fresh mushrooms and cabbage hearts, roasted deer tendons. Yin Sherlan still remembers the detailed methods. Yin Sherlan was recalling the situation in her previous life while having a meal with Injin. Suddenly, Injin said, Sherlan, have you been worried recently? You talk less in front of me. And you are not as lively as before. Yin Sherlan had just swallowed a mouthful of the 8 treasure sweet soup. She picked up the silk handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth. Smiling, I heard that when the emperor and the queen were having a meal, it was once said, don't talk while eating. Don't talk while sleeping. I followed the rules and stayed awake, and didn't dare to speak casually during the meal, so as not to disturb the emperor's interest in eating. Besides, I am not young anymore, and there are many concubines in the palace. As a concubine, I should set an example. Injin had a mouthful of food in his mouth, and before he could swallow it, he heard Yin Sherlan say this, and he opened his eyes in surprise. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. Su Peisheng was so panicked that he hurriedly held the soup with both hands. Ouch, Your Majesty. Please go slowly. Injin stretched out his hand to block the soup, and leaned forward towards Yin Sherlan, smiling. You are 7 years younger than me. Sherlan, yes. 7 years. You said you are not young anymore, aren't you saying I am too? But I feel that I am in my prime. What's more, I don't like the queen to talk too much. Why are you doing the same? Injin's words didn't sound like a question, it's more like curiosity. Wanting to find out. Yin Sherlan rolled her eyes in her heart. But her face was calm. And she even sat up straight, looking dignified. She suppressed her smile and said, Your Majesty is right. I am 7 years younger than you. But I have been helping the Empress these days, so I should be more stable. Today, the Emperor seems to be 7 years younger than me, which makes me have an illusion. Injin asked curiously, What illusion? Tell me about it. Yin Sherlan just smiled and said nothing. She waved her hand and asked the servants to clear the table, indicating that they had finished eating. When the servants had finished cleaning up and left the Yongqing Palace, only Injin and Yin Sherlan were left in the palace. Yin Sherlan leaned close to Injin's ear and whispered, My illusion is that. But? Is. After a long while, she stopped talking, which made Injin unable to bear it any longer. He picked up Yin Sherlan and walked towards the inner room. Yin Sherlan hooked her hands tightly around Injin's neck, pretending to be nervous. What is the Emperor doing? We have just finished the meal, and it is not time to go to bed yet. Chapter 343 Spices are excellent. Injin looked down at the person in his arms with his eyes rolling around, laughing in his heart, and said fiercely, I don't know where Sherlan learned this habit. You always want to keep me in suspense when you talk, so I'll keep you in suspense tonight. I want to see what Sherlan's illusion is. After a satisfying night, Injin forgot to ask Sherlan about her illusion. When Sherlan walked slowly from Yongqing Palace to Jingren Palace, she paid her respects to Elinara, then she was the last one. But now in Jingren Palace, it was not as lively as before. Everyone just drank tea silently. Elinara did not speak either, just quietly waiting for everyone to come. I am late, I pay my respects to the queen, and wish the queen good luck. Nian Sherlan bowed respectfully and waited for Ulanara to call her, and sat in her place. Ulanara stroked a jade ruby in her hand. Her fingers were as white as jade. Her fingernails were also a healthy light pink. She smiled. Hua Fei came so late today. Are you feeling unwell? Nian Sherlan changed her usual careless demeanor, and stood up, bowed her head respectfully and said, Thank you, Queen, for asking. I am fine. Dr. Wen often comes to check the pulse of me and Hung Li. The reason why I came a little late today is that I slept with the Emperor last night, and the Emperor asked me to sleep a little longer today. The Emperor said that he would send someone to inform the Empress, and told me to sleep peacefully. But even though I am favored by the Emperor, I dare not lose my sense of propriety. I waited until the Emperor went to court, and hurried to pay my respects to the Empress, and asked the Empress to forgive me. These words seemed to be a respectful explanation by Nian Sherlan, but in fact, they sounded more like showing off her favor to everyone. Li Guiran and Li Guiran curled their lips quietly, but they always spoke without thinking. I dare not say anything more. How did Fu Chasher die? The palace is now abuzz with rumors, and the rumors are spreading like wildfire, but the Queen Mother has not stopped them, and the protagonist of the rumors, concubine Hua, has not made any moves. Doesn't that mean that the rumors are likely to be true? Jin Chengzai and Ndeng also lowered their heads. Concubine Duan stared at her handkerchief. Jingpin also followed Concubine Duan's eyes, and looked at the handkerchief in Concubine Duan's hand. Fu Chengzai said today that she was not feeling well, so Ulanara exempted her from paying respects. Concubine 1 looked calm, drinking her tea. Xian Chong had an inexplicable smile on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Only Concubine Shen looked at Nian Sherlan openly. When Nian Sherlan noticed her, Concubine Shen nodded to her. Ulanara said, It's rare that Concubine Hua is so sensible today. Since the Emperor wants you to rest more, you can just send someone to tell him. We serve the Emperor, so we naturally obey his orders. I don't care about these little details. Nian Sherlan didn't say much, thanked him and sat back. The tense atmosphere in the air eased a little. Jingpin smiled awkwardly. Empress, when I came out this morning, Kangol felt a little uncomfortable. I thought, after I pay my respects to you, I will ask the Imperial Physician to check on Kangol. Ulanara said with concern. Is Kangol uncomfortable? It's not a big deal for you to pay your respects to me. You should ask the Imperial Physician to check on him first. This will make me feel more at ease. By the way, Fu Chengzai now lives in Yinshuangzhai and Chuxiu Palace. I heard that. When you were in Yuan Minjiwen, you were also good friends with her. Kangol also likes her. She is pregnant and boring now. When you have nothing to do, you can take Kangol out for a walk. That's all for today's greetings. Go and ask someone to invite the Imperial Physician to see Kangol. Jingpin stood up and thanked her profusely, and hurriedly left with Rui. Nian Sherlan stood at the gate of Jingren Palace, watching Jingpin's figure going away. Songji couldn't help but remind her. Your Majesty, the sedan chair has been waiting for a long time. You were tired last night. Why don't you hurry back to the palace to rest? Nian Sherlan didn't speak, nor did she move. Songji followed her gaze, and understood what Nian Sherlan was thinking. Your Majesty, do you think Jingpin has forgotten her roots, and is ungrateful? Nian Sherlan turned and walked towards the sedan chair led by Xiao Linzi, saying as she walked, Things in this world, everything is destined. I cannot force others to be grateful to me. Everyone has their own fate. I can help her once, but I can't help her for life. Nian Sherlan was supported by Xiao Linzi to sit on the sedan chair, and she silently added a sentence in her heart. I have paid off what I owe her, and it has nothing to do with me from now on. It's just that she can't say these things, and only she knows them. Shinguren, Jin Chengzai, and Nyanda walked out of Jingren Palace together, and saw Nian Sherlan's sedan chair going away. Concubine Shin didn't show any expression, but it agreed and said with a smile, Fortunately, Concubine Hua was tired today, and didn't assign anything to Sister Mei. Why don't you, Sister Mei and Sister Jin, come to my place for tea? I haven't been willing to drink the good tea given by the Queen last time, so I'll take it out today to have tea and chat with the two sisters. Jin Chengzai smiled, and pulled Concubine Shin's hand, shaking it like a spoiled child. Since I moved to Yinchi Palace with Lingrong, Sister Mei hasn't been there for a long time. Come with me to Lingrong's residence today. Let's have a good talk. Sisters, in this palace, I only have my sister and Lingrong, she said with a cute face, and pulled Shingiren's hand to shake it, Shinguren swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Shinguren thought, the matter that Hua Fei asked should not be urgent, even if you are lazy occasionally. It's no big deal. Okay, you still have the temper of a child now. You do whatever you want. I don't want to wait even a moment. Today, we have nothing to do. So let's go to Lingrong to have tea together. And Ying was very happy to see Shinguren agreed. It seemed that Shinguren did not look down on her. However, Shinguren's next words made Ying's smile disappear quietly. Shinguren said to Caixing, the maid beside her, Caixing, go to the imperial kitchen and tell them to send my tea and snacks to an Ying in Yinshi Palace right now. Anyway, I can't eat that much. And I haven't seen my two sisters for a long time. Let's have a good chat with the tea and fruit. Caixing responded and went down to do her job. Kaiwe, who stayed behind, followed Shinguren to the Yinshi Palace. All the ladies returned to their respective residences. But no one noticed that Duan Fei, one of the two concubines in the harem, had been staying in Jingren Palace. Although it was early winter, Jingren Palace was still filled with fruity fragrance. It was just replaced with seasonal fruits, such as grapefruit. Duan Fei smelled the refreshing fruity fragrance and said with a smile, I have never noticed before that the Queen's Palace is actually filled with the fragrance of flowers and fruits. I see that the spices prepared by the craftsmen in the palace are very good. They are both comfortable to smell and have a calming effect. It seems that the Queen never burns them to smell. Chapter 344. I would like to hear more details. Elenara followed concubine Duan's gaze and looked at the fruits placed in various places in the palace. Some of those fruits were tributes from foreign countries, and some were seasonal fruits. Among them, the most fragrant was grapefruit. The palace was already warm, and the fragrance of the fruits was heated by the heat, and it felt even sweeter. Elenara smiled. You are a careful person. I am also a woman. As a woman, how can I not like spices? It's just that there are many sisters in the palace. Everyone likes to burn incense and wants to make their clothes smell good. This alone costs a lot of money every month. I am the queen, and I can't think of any way to make money. So I have to save as much as possible on these small things. Concubine Duan nodded slightly and bowed, as if to respond to Elenara's words, still with that dignified look, and said, the queen is virtuous, and I am ashamed of myself. I put away all the spices and said, you should also learn from the empress and be a virtuous concubine. Elenara listened to concubine Duan's words, and the admiration in her eyes fell on concubine Duan's eyes. But Elenara's words were to persuade concubine Duan. Sister Duan, please don't learn from me. This is the only way I can think of. Sister is still young, in her prime. Why do you say such old-fashioned words? You should take care of yourself and find a way to please the emperor. Have a son and a daughter soon. Look at concubine Hua, who is in the same position as you. Her food, clothing and daily expenses are what a concubine should have. Unlike your sister now, she doesn't even wear a piece of colorful clothes. If even spices are cut off, wouldn't she be as pure as the nuns in the nunnery? I feel bad watching this. Concubine Duan suddenly sighed, and said with a sense of loss, Your Majesty knows that. Since I had a miscarriage last time and hurt my body, I was obsessed with the pain of losing my child. The emperor also came to see me several times, but I was not good enough, and I didn't get pregnant again. I am only 23 years old, but I feel that I am just like what the queen said, and I am no different from the nuns in the nunnery. While Duan Fei was talking, she was secretly observing Elenara's expression. Elenara's face showed a sad look. Sister's words also brought up my sad things. Sister is only 23 years old, my heart is as dry as a tree. But how can I be any better? Although I am the queen now, I also have many sad moments. My eldest prince was not blessed to grow up well. He died at the age of 3. He was still so young when he died. Even though so many years have passed, I often see him in my dreams when he was still 3 years old. Every time I wake up, I feel extremely heartbroken. When I think of that child 2 years ago, the queen, it doesn't feel good to do it. Duan Fei watched Elenara wipe her tears, and the sadness on her face was real. She thought of what Yin Shiruan said carelessly on the day she had a miscarriage. Has she been blaming the queen wrongly for the past 2 years? The queen is also a mother. How could she bear to harm her child? But in the past in the palace, how did Duan Shi die? Duan Fei could still guess a little. Duan Fei wanted to stand up and walk over, but she felt that it was against the rules. She remained seated on the chair, and comforted Elenara in a gentle voice. My condolences, Empress. I entered the palace late, and I had no chance to see the eldest prince, which is a great regret. Now, the Empress' tears have also fallen on my heart. Your Majesty knows that I am also in pain. Jianqiu had already changed the handkerchief in Olenara's hand, and watched Olenara stop crying, and quietly retreated. When concubine Duan noticed it, she found that she and the Empress were the only ones left in Jing'an Palace. Olenara put on a faint, but very tenacious smile again, and said to concubine Duan, "It's my fault for bringing up this old story, which has disturbed your mood. But you also said that as a mother, you must understand my thoughts. By the way, something happened in the palace recently, and I guess you don't know it yet. The Emperor said a few words to me that day." Upon hearing this, concubine Duan sat up straight and asked, "What is it? I would like to hear the details." Olenara said, "Sister, you know that although the late emperor had many sons, few of them were personally cared for and taken care of by the late emperor. The current 17th Prince Yunli is one of the youngest sons that the late emperor loved. His mother, the current concubine Shu, was said to have been favored by the late emperor in the past. But for some reason, concubine Shu recently proposed to the emperor that she wanted to shave her head and become a nun to chant sutras and pray for the late emperor. Yunli was reluctant to let his mother become a nun. The incident was brought to the emperor. The emperor is now in a dilemma. If he agrees to Shu Taiping's becoming a nun, the royal family will lose face. But if he does not agree, he is afraid of being labeled as unfilial. Logically, Shu Taiping is also our emperor's stepmother. Sister, your title is the character Duan bestowed by the emperor. I know that the emperor gave you this character because you are dignified and polite. It is said in Guangya that Duan means upright. The emperor and I both think that this character is very suitable for you. So, I also want to hear your opinion on this matter." Olenara stopped and looked at concubine Duan. Concubine Duan knew that this was the queen's attempt to test her. Concubine Duan pondered for a while, and slowly spoke. "I am grateful to the emperor and the queen for their love. But I am stupid, and can only restrain myself in my words and deeds. For such a management ability, it is better for the queen to ask concubine Hua's opinion, and see what her opinion is." Olenara smiled and he did not continue the topic, but changed the subject and talked about Nian Shuruan. Hua Fei, like my sister, was born in a military family. But she is a little impatient, and is not as calm as you. Many times, she is not good enough in handling trivial matters in the palace. I have the intention to ask the emperor to help me manage the 6 palaces. In this way, I can also take a break and take care of my body. But I haven't asked you what you think. I wonder what you think about this matter. Faced with the solicitation of the Olenara family, concubine Duan did not dare to answer rashly. But she was unwilling to give up the power of assisting the 6 palaces. She pondered for a long time, considered for a long time, and then slowly said, "The queen is so kind, I dare not take the initiative. I also want to share the worries of the queen, but the queen knows that I am stupid, and the queen has to make the decision on major matters. I can only run errands for the queen on some small matters." Olenara knew that concubine Duan had agreed to stand by her side. She smiled with satisfaction and said, "Although I am the queen, I am always busy alone. I have observed my sister for a long time, and I know that my sister will definitely be a good helper for me. I have some spices here, which are made of ambergris given by the emperor, and many other good-smelling spices. I dare to guarantee that this smell is not available in the palace. Today you happen to be here, so I will give you this fragrance. You don't have to learn my frugal way. Don't waste your good years in vain." Chapter 345 A Peaceful Life. As she was talking, Jianqiu came in from the outer room, holding a small box in her hand. When the box was opened, a strange fragrance filled her nose. Duan Fei was also a woman from a noble family. She had seen many good things and used many good spices. When the fragrance came over her in just a moment, Duan Fei knew that this was something of great value. She waved her hands and said hurriedly, "Empress, such good spices are really too expensive. How can I take your things for nothing? Besides, that ambergris is very precious. I heard that the emperor doesn't give many gifts. How can the queen give me such a precious thing? I dare not accept it." Olenara signaled Jianqiu to close the small box and placed it on the table in front of concubine Duan. "This is what I give you. Just take it with confidence. No matter how precious ambergris is, it's just a spice. What's more, it's a spice that I don't need. I asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to carefully prepare this spice. It is reserved for those who are willing to follow me sincerely. You can use it without worry. This incense smells really good. It is better than the spices that concubine Hua uses daily. Since you are my person, I will naturally not let you suffer any setbacks in food, clothing, and daily expenses. Concubine Duan could not refuse any more. Besides, the fragrance of the spices only spread for a moment. It smelled so good. If you burn it in your own palace with an incense burner, you will not know how comfortable it will make you feel. Concubine Duan stood up, thanked her, then she said casually, I thank the queen for the gift. Such a good incense. I wonder if it has a name. Elenara looked at Concubine Duan opening the small box, took a deep breath, and her eyes were full of smiles. This incense, I named it Huan Yixiang. If you like it, after you use it up, I will ask someone to make more for you. Concubine Duan thanked her again, and told Jixiang to take the small box, and left Jing'an Palace, and returned to her own palace. Elenara looked at Concubine Duan's leaving figure, and smiled meaningfully. The ambergris in the Huan incense is a good thing. I hope Concubine Duan will not let such a good thing go to waste. When the news that Concubine Duan got the Huani incense reached Nian Shirlan's ears, she couldn't stop sneering. In the previous life, the Huani incense was carefully prepared by Empress Dowager De, and was given to her by Injun as a special item. But it was the Huani incense that caused her to be unable to have children until her death. Nian Shirlan thought about how she had begged doctors from outside to come to the palace in order to have a child in her previous life. Seeing the concubines in the palace having children one by one, Nian Shirlan even thought that if she ate more pickles, she could get more favor from Injun. Just like morning sickness. How ridiculous it is now. It was not until she died in her previous life that she learned the truth from her mortal enemy Jin Huan. At the moment she learned the truth, Nian Shirlan's will to survive was instantly shattered. Nian Shirlan insisted in the cold palace that she would wait for the emperor's decree before she would die. But she didn't expect that her infertility was just a topic of conversation with his mortal enemy after dinner. In her previous life, Nian Shirlan loved Injun so much that she even had a naive fantasy of giving him a child. Unfortunately, their relationship was calculated from the beginning. Just like Shen Huan said, if there was no Nian family, how could she be favored by Injun? Nian Shirlan thought about the past. Her eyes gradually dimmed, but the sneer on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. In this life, I don't know who instructed Elenara to give Huan Yixiang to Concubine Duan. In this life, many things are different from the last life. Nian Shirlan found that. It seems that Empress Dowager De and Elenara are not as close as in the last life. Empress Dowager De is more concerned about, not Nian Shirlan and the Nian family, but the Empress Dowager. If this life is still based on the trajectory of the last life, Nian Shirlan can handle it with ease. But unlike the previous life, things became more and more interesting. Honglei's birth was also beyond Nian Shirlan's expectation. Nian Shirlan never forgot the hardship of seeking a child in the previous life. But since she had a child in this life, Nian Shirlan would plan everything for her child. However, Honglei was still too young. Only 1 year old. Nian Shirlan ordered the palace maid to bring Honglei over. The little soft child was just beginning to learn to speak. And the palace maid and the wet nurse usually taught the fourth prince to call mother and emperor father. But the fourth prince could not explain clearly. Songji comforted Nianchalan. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the nobleman speaks slowly. Our fourth prince will have great fortune in the future. Nianchalan held the fourth prince and teased him, and said to Songji with a smile, I am not in a hurry. What is the nobleman speaking slowly? That is just words to comfort myself. I do not expect Honglei to have any great fortune. A peaceful life is what I expect. Honglei, I hope you will live in peace for the rest of your life. Mother only wants to see you grow up well. The maid serving in Ikuan Palace surrounded Nian Shirlan and the fourth prince, watching the warm scene of Nian Shirlan teasing the fourth prince. The eunuch sang loudly outside. The emperor is here. Nian Shirlan held Honglei in her arms, and was helped up by the palace servants. Injun had already strode in from outside. As soon as he came in, he saw Nian Shirlan holding the child, and trying to pay his respects to him. She hurriedly said, No need to be polite. Nian Shirlan took 2 steps forward while holding Honglei, bit her knees slightly, and smiled gently with her head down. The fourth prince and I thank the emperor for his consideration, but etiquette cannot be abolished. The fourth prince and I wish the emperor good health, and good luck to the emperor. Before Nian Shirlan finished her words, the fourth prince in her arms suddenly flapped his arms, and tried to pounce on Injun, still shouting incoherently, Father Emperor. When Injun heard clearly what the fourth prince was shouting, He was immediately overjoyed. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. Sherlon, get up quickly. Did you hear clearly? Just now Hongli called me the Emperor Father? Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being my good son. You must have taught him this. After being surprised, Nian Sherlon turned the struggling fourth prince in her arms to Injin's arms. She said with a speechless and jealous look on her face. Your Majesty, if I say I didn't teach you, would you believe it? I have always taught Hongli to call her mother, but I didn't expect that he only thought about you. The Emperor Father, until now, I have never heard a complete word of mother from him. But when the Emperor came today, Hongli called out father. I don't accept it. Injin held the fourth prince in his arms, and couldn't let go of him. He didn't care about Nian Sherlon's jealous look, and said with a smile, after the morning court today, I originally wanted to review the memorials, but I really missed you and your son, so I came to see you. I didn't expect Hongli to give me such a big surprise. Sherlon, you tell me, is this the first time Hongli called me father? Nian Sherlon said. It's not the first time. I held him every day, and never heard him call me mother, but when the Emperor came occasionally, I happened to hear Hongli calling me father. The smile on Injin's face was magnified in front of the little Hongli. Chapter 346 Dumbfounded. The next morning, Nian Sherlon went to Jing'an Palace to pay respects, and met Jin Chongzai and De Ying walking towards her on the palace road. And De Ying was as timid as ever, shrinking behind Jin Chongzai, and together with Jin Chongzai, she paid respects to Nian Sherlon, who was sitting high on the sedan chair. I pay respects to Concubine Hua, Concubine Hua. Good luck. As Jin Chongzai and De Ying paid respects in unison, they knelt down to salute. Nian Sherlon just glanced at them indifferently. He called them up. But he didn't make things difficult for them. The two had been in the palace for more than a year, and they had never served in the emperor's bed. They were usually very honest. And Ying followed behind Jin Chongzai, wearing a pink dress. But the fur on the collar was purple, which looked very rustic. Nian Sherlon frowned and said to Ying, Ying, the color of this dress is beautiful, but the fur doesn't match. You are with Jin Chongzai every day, so you should learn some of her dressing skills. After saying that, Nian Sherlon didn't care about the two people's expressions, and didn't stay any longer, and went straight to Jing'an Palace. And Ying, who was already thinking a lot, felt that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet after hearing what Nian Sherlon said. She was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Hua Fei was so straightforward, and others saw it, and they didn't know how to laugh at her. Jin Chongzai knew that Ying was thoughtful, and hurriedly pulled her hand and said, Sister, don't worry. Hua Fei has always been like this. I think my sister is good in every way. My sister should not feel sorry for herself because of an insignificant word. It is important for people to respect themselves. I will pay my respects to the Queen Mother later. We will go back. I have several new clothes that have not been worn yet. Pick 2 good ones for my sister. And agreed to try her best to control her slightly trembling hands, gently pulled her hand out of Jin Chongzai's hand, and tried to smile. Thank you for your concern. Sister, I'm fine. Concubine Hua is right. It is my own fault for not knowing how to dress that made me laugh today. By the way, sister, when I got up early and went out, I felt that my period was coming, and I was feeling unwell. Now I feel a little unwell. Why don't you ask the queen to take leave on my behalf? I will go back to the palace first. Jin Chongzai said hurriedly. Sister, are you too lazy to see people because of what Concubine Hua said? And agreed with a forced smile. No. Sister, don't worry. I really feel unwell. I am afraid that I will make a fool of myself in the queen's palace. I also asked my sister to ask for leave on my behalf. Jin Chongzai looked at the direction where Nian Sherlon was going away, and sighed softly. Okay. Since my sister is not feeling well, then go back and rest first. The queen has always been kind and tolerant, so I think she should agree. I will go and pay my respects first, and I will ask Lu Zhu to take you back. And agreed and waved his hand to reject Jin Chongzai's words. Don't worry. Sister, you only brought Lu Zhu with you. I have Baoan with me, it won't be a problem. Go and pay your respects to the queen. Jin Chongzai couldn't get rid of Anne's promise, so he watched her go away, and then he hurried to Jing'an Palace with Lu Zhu. Because of what happened just now, Jin Chongzai was delayed for a while, and was the last one to arrive at Jing'an Palace. And Nian Sherlon was already sitting there drinking tea leisurely, still looking like nothing happened. Jin Chongzai was dissatisfied in her heart. But she knew that she was insignificant and unpopular, and it would be dangerous to face this favored concubine, who was rampant in the harem. Jin Changzai stepped forward, greeted Elenara, and said, I have something to report to the queen, and promised that she would not be able to pay her respects to the queen today. Please allow me to do so. Yin Sherlan, who was gently stirring the tea with the lid of the teacup, paused when she heard this, and continued to stir the tea. Elenara smiled and approved Jin Changzai's request, and asked with concern, I know that you and An Ing are good friends. Since she is not feeling well, please take the trouble to take care of her. There is no master in Yinchi Palace now, and only you two live there. But you sisters have always been in harmony, so I have to worry less. If all the sisters in the palace are like you, I will feel more at ease. Jin Changzai thanked An Ingzai for her and sat down. Li Guiran suddenly spoke in confusion. Jin Changzai just said that An Dan was not feeling well after getting up early, and could not come to pay respects to the Empress. But when I got up in the morning, I saw you sisters walking down the long street together. Jin Changzai, you are guilty of deceiving the Empress. When Li Guiran said this, the atmosphere in the palace was obviously silent for a moment. Even Elenara looked at Jin Changzai with doubt. Jin Changzai had no choice but to stand up and reply. Li Guiran asked, I dare not refuse to answer. But what I said is the truth, and promised that she felt uncomfortable after getting up early, but she endured it, and came with me to pay respects to the queen. However, when they walked to the long street, and promised that she really couldn't hold on until the end of the greetings, she was afraid of losing manners in front of the queen. So she asked me to come and ask for leave from the queen on her behalf, which was also a confession. Speaking of this, Jin Changzai turned to Elenara and said, Queen, please forgive me. I didn't say it clearly just now. I have caused the noble sister to misunderstand. I did not mean to deceive you, but An Da-ing is a woman, and there are always inconveniences in January. I thought about this, so I did not tell An Da-ing what was wrong in time. Elenara relaxed her brows, dispelled the doubts in her heart, and smiled. It's okay, although Jin Changzai is young, she is very thoughtful. After your explanation, the sisters present will understand. In other words, it is not easy for us women to live in this world. Many times, there is no need to slander each other all the time. Li Guiran, don't you think so? Li Guiran felt that she was reckless when she heard Jin Changzai speak. Now that the queen asked this question, she could only nod awkwardly and echoed yes. She didn't dare to say anything else. Instead, Li Guiran, who had been watching a show, said leisurely, what the queen said is right. Although Jin Changzai is young, she is very thorough in thinking about things. She is also very careful in her words. Seeing this, Jin Changzai turned around calmly, bowed to Li Guiran, and said with lowered eyebrows, Thank you for your praise, Guiran. I will be more cautious in the future. It was a humble remark. But when Li Guiran heard it, she felt that Jin Changzai seemed to be mocking. Li Guiran said unhappily, Jin Changzai, stop calling me Guiran all the time. I can't be your sister. I can't learn to talk in a roundabout way like you, and make everyone happy. Jin Changzai raised her head and looked at Li Guiran in astonishment, not knowing what she said wrong to cause Li Guiran to be so rude. Chapter 347, Market Women. Just as Jin Changzai was about to make another argument, Yin Sherlan suddenly said, Queen, please forgive me for being so talkative. Every day when I come to pay my respects to you, I have been arguing like market women in the palace. I can't stand it anymore. I am very tired. If the queen has nothing else to tell me, I will take my leave first. Yin Sherlan stretched out her hand and asked Songji to help her stand up. As soon as Songji's hand touched Yin Sherlan's, Elenara said with a smile, Hua Fei, you are my mother now. You should control your hot temper. It's just a joke between sisters. I think it's quite lively, just like talking to my family. But Hua Fei, you don't seem to like this kind of atmosphere, and there's no need to compare sisters to women in the market. Li Guiran, who was looking at Jin Changzai with anger just now, turned to Yin Sherlan immediately after hearing what Elenara said. But facing Yin Sherlan's impatient and disdainful look, Li Guiran suppressed her dissatisfaction again and quietly lowered her head. Yin Sherlan looked at Li Guiran's cowardly appearance and was too lazy to do anything to such a person. So she just let her jump around for a few days. I really don't know how such a stupid person could escape the poison of Elenara in the previous life and give birth to the third prince under her nose. In this life, without the third prince as a child, Yin Sherlan will see how far Li Guiran can go. Thinking of the third prince, Yin Sherlan said to Elenara, The queen's teachings are very true. I am a mother. Even for the sake of my own child, I should control my temper. The queen is indeed a mother, and is much more tolerant than me. I will learn from the queen in the future, and be a good mother to the fourth prince. Nian Sherlan said without looking up, but just shook the silk handkerchief in her hand, and turned her eyes to the tip of her shoes. The shoes Nian Sherlan wore today, it was made of brocade material. The same color as her dress. There were huge pearls on the tip of the shoe, and a circle of smaller pearls around the shoe. But if you look closely at the pearls, you can see that they are all of the same size, without any flaws, and are all top-quality Hapu pearls. Concubine Duan followed Nian Sherlan to look at her shoes, and smiled to smooth things over. Concubine Hua is dressed well today, and it looks very valuable. Even I am envious of her. Concubine Wan, who had been drinking tea nearby, also looked at Nian Sherlan and said with a smile, Empress Hua is elegant and graceful. This kind of dress suits Empress Hua best. Everyone discussed some gossip about clothes and jewelry, diluting the tense atmosphere, and Ulanara dispersed. But when everyone left Jingren Palace, Ulanara couldn't help it after all, and threw the teacup at hand. She said with a gloomy face, Empress Hua is getting more and more presumptuous now. Everyone in the harem knows that my eldest prince died young, and my third prince is not my biological son. But she insisted on mocking me as a mother. She deserves death. Jianqiu sent away the maids in the palace, gently stroked Ulanara's back, and said to her, Your Majesty, please don't let her anger hurt your body. I see that people in the palace have a big prejudice against her now. A few days ago, I reported to your Majesty, there are rumors in the palace. Fu Cha's death was strange, but the rumors all point to Concubine Hua. Today, she contradicted you in Jingren Palace again. There is no guarantee that the Emperor will not know. Your Majesty, you and the Emperor are young couples, and there is a natural grace. In my opinion, the Emperor should also know about what happened today. Ulanara held her temple, rubbed it weakly, and said, Fu Cha's death was ugly, but the Emperor gave her dignity after death. They even ordered her to be buried with the ceremony of a noble lady. The Emperor may not be unaware of the rumor, but there has been no movement from the Emperor, and I don't know, what exactly does the Emperor like about Concubine Hua? Or, how much does he like her? Jianqiu squatted on the ground and slowly picked up the broken porcelain pieces, saying, Empress, I have something to say. You have the third prince by your side, and you are the most noble woman in the world. If you really want to deal with Concubine Hua, isn't it easy? Her mother's family has made outstanding military achievements. But our emperor is not a fool. You say, if military power is greater than imperial power, what will the emperor do? Besides, Hua Fei gave birth to a son, and there is no guarantee that the Nian family will not support this child in the future. If Hua Fei and her son are not eliminated as soon as possible, they will always be a hidden danger for the queen. Ulanara said, I know what you said, but what you said is easy. I am afraid it is a fool's dream. Hua Fei is so rampant in the palace now, in addition to the emperor's favor. It is the confidence given to her by the Nian family. She must find a way to bring down the Nian family. But how easy is that? In the Yanqi palace, An Ning, who lived in Xinyanwu, sat on the couch in a trance. In front of her was the clothes she wore when she went out in the morning. Baoan looked at the clothes on the ground that were cut into pieces by An Ning with scissors with pity, and said, My lady, in fact, you don't have to tear this dress. The material of this dress, it was given by the Empress Dowager. And De Ing seemed to have lost his soul, and said after a long while, No matter how good the material given by the Empress Dowager is, it will not look good on me. Baoan, when I think of what Concubine Hua said this morning, I feel ashamed. I originally thought that this dress was well made, and it is rare for me to have a dress that I can show off. But when I saw Concubine Hua today, I realized that my dress was so annoying in her eyes. Baoan looked at the woman sitting on the couch, and who was only wearing her inner garment. Agreed. My lady, I think. You don't need to take Hua Fei's words to heart. You also know that Hua Fei's mother's family is prominent, and she herself is deeply favored by the emperor. What good things can you want? By the way, there are still clothes in the box that Shen Guiren gave me last time. I think the material is bright and beautiful. Why don't I find them, and some jewelry, and dress you up well, and go to pay respects to the queen tomorrow, so that no one dares to say anything? And agreed with a sad smile, and bowed his head. Mrs. Shen gave me clothes out of sympathy. If I were the clothes she gave me, wouldn't it be more self-degrading? Sister Jin and Mrs. Shen are close friends, and neither of them were the clothes given by Mrs. Shen. Why should I lower myself to the dust? In the final analysis, it is because I am useless and not favored by the emperor, which caused the humiliation today. Baoan bit her lip and suddenly said, "It has been more than a year since the young master entered the palace, and she has not yet served the emperor. Why don't you ask the queen for help? The queen is the kindest, and I think she can understand the young master's situation and help the young master a little." Chapter 348. Divide your energy. And agreed not to comment on Bojwan's words, but was lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a sound outside. Baoan hurried out to take a look, turned back, and said happily, "My lady, it's Jin Chengzai who came to see you." Before she finished speaking, Jin Chengzai came with Lu Zhu, Huan Bai, and Zhou Ninghai. As soon as Jin Chengzai entered the room, she said, "Why is your room so cold? Didn't the emperor ask for the heating to be turned on early? Sister, you are sitting here, you won't be afraid of catching a cold." Baoan saw and agreed to sit in the room, wearing only his underwear. So she stopped Zhou Ninghai, who came with Jin Chengzai, outside the door. Zhou Ninghai smiled and stuffed the tray in his hand to Baoan. "In that case, please take this in. Miss Baoan, I'll be waiting for our young lady outside the door." Baoan also smiled happily, nodded and said yes, but turned around and rolled her eyes. "I don't know why. Baoan just doesn't like Zhou Ninghai. Every time I see him, I always feel that he has some scheme. But Zhou Ninghai serves Jin Chengzai very well, and Jin Chengzai uses him very much, and all the errands are sent to Zhou Ninghai." Zhou Ninghai stares at Baojuan's back as she enters the room, and his playful smile just now disappears, and his eyes turn sinister. He was brought into the palace to be a eunuch since he was young, and he has suffered all kinds of hardships, and seen all kinds of looks. Now following Jin Chengzai is just a temporary measure. It was his brother who asked him to come. But Baoan was just a little maidservant, and dared to look down on him intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Ninghai remained calm, and just suppressed his dissatisfaction. When An Ying heard that Jin Chengzai was coming, she put on the clothes that she had been putting aside and didn't want to wear. However, she had been sitting in the room for a long time, and there was no charcoal fire to warm her, so her hands and feet were cold. Jin Chengzai grabbed An Ying's cold and thin little hand, and felt very distressed. "Why are you doing this, sister? As soon as I paid my respects to the empress, I came to see you. I was afraid that you would be upset in your room, but I was still a little late." Jin Chengzai looked at the scraps of cloth on the ground that Baoan had not yet picked up, and then turned to Dan, saying, "Since you don't like this dress, then you don't have to wear it. I still have 2 new clothes that have not been worn. The colors are light and beautiful, which is very suitable for your sister to dress like this." Baoan hurriedly came forward with a tray, said, "Mrs. Jin is so kind to our young master. But just now, I saw that our young master was not wearing an outer coat, so I stopped the eunuch show who was following you. I hope you won't worry." Jin Chengzai smiled, reached out to take the clothes on the tray, and said, "You are a careful girl. Your young master is lucky to have you." After showing the clothes on An Ying, Jin Chengzai pulled her up and walked to the dressing table together. "Sister, you are beautiful. This light green dress is perfect for you. Lu Zhu, you are skillful. You can help An Ying to make a neat bun. Huan Bi, you can show your makeup skills to me and help An Ying to make up." Jin Chengzai pressed down An Ying, who stood up in a panic, and said with a smile, "Sister, just sit here. Let's see how you dress up." Jin Chengzai was teaching An Ying to dress up, while Nian Sherlan knew about it. Nian Sherlan stood up gracefully and said with a smile, "It's time. I should let the emperor try out a newcomer." Xiao Linzi hurried forward and held Nian Sherlan's arm. He said with a chuckle, "Master, do you want to promote An Ying?" Nian Sherlan said, "Why would I promote her? I just think that good bricks should be used in good places." When Nian Sherlan arrived at the Yangxin Palace, Su Peixiang was standing outside the door. "Your servant greets the Empress Hua. May the Empress be blessed." Su Peixiang was very clear when he saw Nian Sherlan, and he bowed respectfully. Nian Sherlan stood still and said, "Please stand up. Eunuch Su. It's so cold. Why aren't you serving in the palace? I remember that the emperor has always been kind to you." Su Peixiang smiled apologetically, reporting to the queen, "The emperor has always been kind to us servants. It's just that there are several military ministers discussing matters inside today, and it's not convenient for the servant to stay inside. So I hurried out. I just wanted to tell the queen the emperor is busy." Nian Sherlan said, "Oh, the military ministers are discussing matters inside? Then please tell the emperor." Eunuch Su. and I will go back first. Su Peixiong said again. How about, Your Majesty? Please wait for a while in the West Warm Pavilion. Let me go in and report to the Emperor. The West Warm Pavilion is warm. It's so cold. You are here. I can't bear to see you go back. Yin Shuolan smiled when he heard it. And that smile made Su Peixiong's eyes blur. Then please tell Eunuch Su. I will wait in the side hall first. Yin Shuolan waited in the West Warm Pavilion for about half an hour and drank 3 cups of tea. But she did not look anxious at all. Just sitting quietly. The door curtain moved. Su Peixiong opened the curtain. And Injin walked in. Yin Shuolan stood up slowly, walked towards Injin, and greeted him with a smile. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, and I wish you the best. Injin had just finished talking with the military minister, and heard Su Peixiong say that Yin Shuolan had been waiting in the West Warm Pavilion for a long time. So he walked over casually, just thinking of stretching his muscles. Get up. Why is Shuolan here now? It's not dark yet. Injin teased Yin Shuolan with a smile, making Yin Shuolan's face turn red, and said coquettishly, Your Majesty. As soon as this soft and tender Your Majesty came out, Injin felt his body, which had been tired for half a day, suddenly softened. He couldn't help but grab Yin Shuolan's hand, and took her to sit on the couch, and smiled and glanced at Yin Shuolan. I've been tired for half a day. Can you please help me loosen up my muscles? Yin Shuolan said seriously. I will serve the Emperor. As soon as they finished speaking, the two looked at each other and laughed. Injin was always relaxed in front of Yin Shuolan, and would not restrict her to do anything. So Yin Shuolan also showed a casual look. Yin Shuolan pretended to rub Injin's shoulders, and then she refused to do anything else, saying that her arms were sore, and she could not move. But Injin grabbed her hand with his backhand, with a mischievous look on her face. Why is Shuolan becoming more and more lazy? I remember that you are very good at whipping. If it weren't for your whip that entangled me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sit here today. You just rubbed my shoulders a few times, and your arm starts to hurt? Yin Shuolan subconsciously dodged backwards, but there was a flattering smile on her face. Your Majesty, I have been weaker since I gave birth to Hongli. Now, let alone letting me use a whip, even if you make me into a soft whip, I really can't use my hands. Besides, Your Majesty is always in my Ikuin Palace, or I come to the Yongxin Palace to serve you. There are many rumors in the palace. I think carefully. Are there any sisters in the palace who have not slept with you so far? Why don't you give them some energy? Chapter 349, A Lively Event. Su Peixiong, who was standing aside, listened to Yin Shuolan's words, and his eyebrows jumped. What on earth is this concubine Hua up to? Other concubines want the emperor to revolve around them every day. But concubine Hua is the opposite. She encourages the emperor to visit others? Injin's eyes were filled with inquiry. The young emperor couldn't understand this woman's mind. Women in the harem have always been secretly competing with each other for who they go to at night, or who they summon to visit. But this fox suddenly used the excuse that she was weak after giving birth, and asked him to find someone else. Even the queen was looking forward to him going to her Jingren palace all day long, but this fox mentioned that there was a woman in the palace, who had not yet entered the bed with him. The figure appeared in Injin's mind. The one who had not yet entered the bed with him, wasn't it Jin Chongzai? But for a moment, Injin felt that Jin Chongzai was still gentle and charming, but compared to Wan Guiran, she was a little inferior. Injin held Yin Shuolan's hand tightly again, looking into Yin Shuolan's eyes with a half-smile. He approached Yin Shuolan, regardless of other things, and put his hand around Yin Shuolan's neck, saying, Shuolan is really generous. Then tell me, who do you want me to go to? The Injin reflected in Yin Shuolan's eyes, had a younger and more handsome face than in the previous life. But the pressure on him was not as strong as in the previous life. That's right. In this life, after all, Injin had just reached the age of 30. And compared to the throne that he had won after a hard fight in the previous life, the throne in this life seemed to be much easier to come by. Without having experienced the many schemes in the previous life, Injin was not so afraid of Yin Shuolan in this life. Yin Shuolan smiled widely, and smiled sweetly. Your Majesty heard me. How could I bear to let you go to someone else? I am very jealous. Injin loosened his grip on Yin Shuolan's wrist and sneered. You are still jealous? When I was in the palace, I could believe you when you said this. Now that I have lived in the palace for so long, I am getting more and more confused about you. Yin Shuolan was about to say something, but Xiao Xiaozi came running over. Your Majesty, The Empress is here. And she said, she wants to see you for something. Yin Sherlan swallowed what she wanted to say, stood up, and bowed to Injin. Your Majesty, since the Empress has something to report, I will take my leave first. As she was about to retreat, Injin grabbed her arm. Don't leave. What the Empress wants to say is nothing more than the affairs of the harem. You help the Queen to manage the 6 palaces. There is nothing you cannot hear. I have something to say to you. You stay here. So when Elenara entered the West Warm Pavilion, she saw Yin Sherlan standing aside with a proper look. After Elenara saluted Injin, Yin Sherlan saluted Elenara again, then sat down. Injin saw clearly that Elenara was hesitant to speak, but he just pretended not to see it. Sure enough, Elenara turned to Yin Sherlan and smiled. I didn't know that Concubine Hua was here, and I disturbed the Emperor and Concubine Hua's mood. Yin Sherlan bowed her head respectfully, and her tone was extremely submissive. It was I who disturbed the Emperor and the Queen. I heard that the Queen had something to see the Emperor. I wanted to go back to Ikuin Palace first, but the Emperor said, I will help the Queen to manage the 6 palaces. There is nothing that I can't hear. I have no choice but to obey the King's will. Stay here for now. If it is inconvenient for the Queen to speak because I am here, then I will take my leave first. Yin Sherlan's words seemed respectful, but in fact, she was telling Elenara that it was the Emperor who asked me to stay here, and if you drive me away, it would be against the Emperor's will. Elenara naturally understood, and her attitude was very generous. Hua Fei is too modest. Since the Emperor ordered you to stay, how could I let you go? The Emperor is the Son of Heaven, and no one should disobey the Son of Heaven's will. Injin looked at his wife and concubine coldly, and he quietly turned the ring on his hand. Su Peixiang was secretly anxious on the side. Oh, my ancestor, why can't you be quiet in front of the Emperor? Injin finally coughed lightly, and said to Elenara, the Queen just asked to see me, saying that she had something to report. I wonder what it was. Sherlan is not an outsider, and the Queen can speak frankly if she has something to say. Elenara smiled. To answer the Emperor's question, I have nothing important to do today. It's just that the new year is coming soon. This new year is the 4th year of your accession to the throne. It is also the first reunion year after the mourning period for the late Emperor. I have come to ask the Emperor for advice. Should we have a more lively celebration this year? But if we want to have a more lively celebration, it will inevitably cost more money. I dare not squander it casually. Please give your advice. Your Majesty. Injin looked at Elenara's half-new clothes. The material was still the Lingyun brocade that was popular last year. The jewelry on her head looked old, as if it was made for her after he ascended the throne. Then he looked at Yin Sherlan, who was sitting on the other side. She was wearing a new dress made of Sichuan brocade, and her hair was covered with fresh and beautiful kingfisher jewels. Her hair was also a new style that he had never seen before. Injin suddenly became angry. The Queen had wronged him to this extent. Injin said coldly, the Queen has thought it through. This year should be a more lively event. I have been mourning for the late Emperor for the past few years, and the people in the harem have also lived frugally with me. After all, there are all beautiful women in the harem, and they don't need to be too frugal in their daily dress, or they will look shabby. I remember that the good things that were tribute in the past 2 years were all sent to Jing'an Palace for the Empress to choose first. But the Empress is still wearing her old clothes and jewelry, which shows that the servants below are not serving her well. Before Elenara came, she specially picked out today's clothes and jewelry. She wanted to act like a good wife who managed the household. But she made Injin unhappy. This was something she never expected. She held her breath, suppressed her doubts, and said humbly, Your Majesty has wronged us. It is I who do not like to buy new clothes and jewelry, so I have always kept the old style. I think Hua Fei has reviewed the monthly expenses of the harem. I think that the national treasury is not rich enough, and it is good to save some money. So although my clothes are a little shabby, but the other sisters were not treated harshly. The fabrics I gave to the other sisters were also fashionable fabrics. Injin suppressed his anger and said coldly, The Queen is respectful and cautious, and is a model of the mother of the country. If the Queen has nothing else to do, then do as I say. Make sure to make it lively, so that the harem can have a good time. If there are any tedious matters, ask Sherlan and Shinguren to help you. Elenara calmed down and said with a smile, I have another thing to say. But Sister Hua Fei is here, and I am afraid that if I tell her, she will be jealous. Chapter 350 Refute the Queen. Yin Sherlan was eating a fruit nearby. When she heard this, her eyes widened, and she looked at Elenara in confusion. What the queen wants to say is related to me. Then I'd better take my leave first. Nian Shuruan put down the fruit in her hand, and was about to stand up, but was stopped by Injin. You eat yours, and the queen will say it, Elenara said. Your Majesty, I came here today, first to prepare for the New Year's Day, secondly, I think, there are not many concubines in the palace now, except for concubine Hua and concubine 1 who serve the emperor more. The rest of the concubines rarely see the emperor. Concubines of high rank like concubine Duan and concubine Jing are better. Concubine Fu is pregnant and cannot serve the emperor. Concubine Li and concubine Li can serve the emperor once a month. Concubine Shen is busy with concubine Hua every day, and can often see the emperor. For example, concubine Chao and concubine Xian can only serve the emperor once every 2 or 3 months. But I thought about it, there are sisters in the palace, who have not been favored by the emperor since they entered the palace. I have been comforting them. The emperor is busy with political affairs, but even so, after a long time, it is inevitable that there will be complaints in the harem. As early as when Elenara said. Secondly, Nian Shuruan guessed her intention. It seems that Elenara has also set her sights on the 2 in the Yinshi palace. In the entire harem, only the 2 in the Yinshi palace have not yet slept with the emperor. One is because of fear, missed the chance to sleep with the emperor. This can't be blamed on others. The other is that due to repeated mistakes, she couldn't get the emperor's favor. This naturally can't be blamed on others. But the complaints made by Elenara, Nian Shuruan thought, given the current situation of the 2 of them, even if there are complaints, they won't reach Elenara's ears. Elenara stopped talking and looked at Injin. Injin said, The queen is virtuous. You came here today just to talk about this matter. Right? I neglected this point. But Shuruan also mentioned this matter just now. I feel much more at ease with you virtuous wives and concubines taking care of the harem. Then Injin asked Elenara casually, saying, Then the queen can arrange this matter. I just don't know who does the queen like. Elenara glanced at Shuruan, and saw that she picked up another fruit and put it in her mouth, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. Elenara said, I don't have anyone I like, but I think, according to the hierarchy, it is always good. Zhen Chongzai and Aningda are the only 2 people in the harem who have not slept with the emperor. Please let the emperor decide. Elenara turned to Nian Shuruan, who was chewing slowly, and said with a smile, Hua Fei, I know you are favored more on weekdays. I hope you can be more generous this time. I and you are both old people around the emperor, and we should give up some time to let the emperor have more contact with the newcomers. Nian Shuruan swallowed the food in her mouth, and slowly took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. And then she spoke with a smile. I'm sorry that the queen said this in front of the emperor. I don't agree with it. I personally think that the emperor is the son of heaven, the emperor of man, and he should have his own choice. The queen's words seemed to have decided for the emperor. I would not dare to do such a thing even if I had 100 more courage. Besides, the queen calls herself an old man, but I am only 23 years old. I feel I am still young. Elenara was shocked. She, who always sat calm and calculated, was visibly flustered. But she forced herself to calm down. The sharp look in her eyes at that moment made Nian Shuruan think she was having an illusion. Hua Fei, is it the etiquette for a concubine to talk to me like this? Nian Shuruan ignored Elenara's words and smiled at Injin. Your Majesty, I joked with the Empress. And the Empress got anxious. Injin sat on the couch and felt like a decoration. This wife and concubine were talking to each other in front of him, saying that they were thinking about him. But no one asked him what he thought. Nian Shuruan was better, but Elenara seemed to be making decisions for him. As daughters of the Elenara family, Ishio and the deceased Yunshi were very different. Injin looked at Nian Shuruan's pretty face. There was a hint of doting in his tone. Don't make a fuss. The queen is the mother of a country. How can you joke around so easily? After lightly reprimanding Nian Shuruan, Injin turned to Elenara. I understand the queen's intentions. I also know that the queen abides by the hierarchy in the palace. I have my own considerations for this matter. If there is nothing else, I still have many memorials to review. The queen and concubine Hua, please go back to the palace first. After sending Elenara and Nian Shuruan away, Injin sat alone in the West Warm Pavilion for a while, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, when Elenara and Nian Shuruan walked out of the Yongxin Palace one after another, Elenara, who was walking in front, no longer had a smile on her face. Nian Shuruan followed her out the door, and said in a long tone, The queen and I are going in different ways. so I will not follow the queen. The queen is sent off by you. Olenara stopped, turned her back to Nianshirlan, and slowly turned around. She said with a half-smile, I know the way back by myself. So there is no need for Concubine Hua to see me off. Concubine Hua can save her energy and think about how to please the emperor. There are new people in the harem. After that, Olenara took the servants back to Jingren Palace. Nianshirlan looked indifferent, and Songji supported her arm and said, Your Majesty just refuted the queen in front of the emperor. I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause next. Nianshirlan said nonchalantly. Am I afraid of her? Songji stopped talking. Of course she knew that her master was not only not afraid of the queen, but even a little excited, as if he always wanted to deliberately anger the queen. Since her master woke up after falling 6 years ago, something seemed different. But no matter what, I just need to follow my master. Injin listened to Xiao Xiaozi's report of what happened just now, and called Su Peixiong over to ask. In the Yinchi Palace, besides Jin Chongzai and an Yingying, are there any other ladies living there? Su Peixiong replied immediately, Your Majesty, there are no other ladies. Jin Chongzai lives in Guanju Tower in the Yinchi Palace, which is the front courtyard, and Yingying lives in Zinyanwu at the back. I heard that these two ladies are good friends and always live together. Injin said, I remember that an Yingying was the one who was very afraid of me when I first entered the palace last year. Su Peixiong thought for a while and replied, Your Majesty, yes. I think that an Yingying is timid, but Jin Chongzai who lives with her is more cheerful. Chapter 351 So Shabby. Injin thought of Olenara's proposal, and he was furious again. If you are timid, then practice more. You can't be timid all your life. I also like timid and obedient people. Let an agree to sleep with you tonight. Su Peixiong understood that. This was because the emperor was unwilling to accept the queen's arrangement, and deliberately didn't listen to the theory of there are rules for respect and inferiority in the palace. But an agree, Su Peixiong hesitated and spoke. Reporting to the emperor, an agree didn't even go to pay his respects to the queen when he got up early. She said she had asked for leave. I asked her the reason for the leave, and she said she was not feeling well, and was afraid she would not be able to sleep with me today. Injin's anger suddenly turned into a tone of laughter. So it was the queen who had planned it, and promised that she could not sleep with me today. So she deliberately came to mention Jin Chongzai. In that case, then let's wait until it promises that she can sleep with me in a few days. Tonight, I will go to Concubine One's place. I have been busy these days, and I have not been to her place much. You go to Suyuxuan, I will go to Suyuxuan for dinner tonight. The restless Jin Chongzai had dressed herself up more beautifully than usual, and quietly sat in the room waiting for the emperor's message of sleeping with her. What she got was the news that the emperor went to Suyuxuan, and Jin Chongzai's heart, which had been hanging for a whole day, finally died. She stared at the book in front of her, and could not read a single word. It was not her wish to enter the palace in the first place, but since she entered the palace, she had to work hard to survive. The current situation is quite different from what I expected when I first entered the palace. I am only 17 years old. If I don't have the emperor's favor, will I die of old age in the palace? There is no son in my family. I entered the palace thinking that I could also help my father, although I can't become a relative of the emperor. If the emperor can love my father and promote him, wouldn't it be a good thing? But after more than a year in the palace, I can't even get close to the emperor. When the late emperor was alive, Jin Chongzai knew that she would be selected as a concubine. She was reluctant at that time because of the huge age difference between the late emperor and herself. If she entered the palace, she would have to face a man as old as her father every day. However, she did not expect that when Prince Yong ascended the throne, the young emperor would be handsome and romantic, and Jin Chongzai would think that he was much better than the late emperor. Today, Jin Chongzai was talking to an Ing about how to dress, summoned by the empress. The empress's words implied that she intended to promote herself. Unfortunately, Jin Chongzai was preoccupied and tossed and turned until the late night before she went to bed. Wan Guirin tactfully accepted the favor, and also went to bed in the late night. The difference was that Wan Guirin got up early to wait on Injin to attend the morning court, and then rushed to pay respects to Olenara. And De Ing anxiously urged Jin Chongzai several times before Jin Chongzai could go out. When Jin Chongzai and De Ing hurriedly arrived, but she bumped into Nianshirlan, who was always late. Nianshirlan looked down at Jin Chongzai and Aningda, who were bowing to her. It was already November, but Jin Chongzai was wearing a cool moon-white dress. The hair on her neck looked like sable fur, and she looked beautiful. Jin Chengzai's lips were painted with bright lip balm, which instantly made her plain and simple outfit look lively. And Ningda, who followed her, changed into a light green dress today. The fabric was no longer outdated, but Huanhua brocade, and Ying's hair seemed to have some new styles. The plain silver hairpins she usually wore were gone, and there were 2 red gold hairpins decorated with emeralds on her head. Nian Sherlan glanced at Jin Chengzai and looked forward. Isn't Jin Chengzai always very active in paying respects to the queen? Why did you get up so late today? Nian Sherlan didn't call her to get up, and Jin Chengzai didn't dare to stand up rashly. So she kept her knees bent. Replied, in response to the question from concubine Hua, I may have drunk too much tea last night, and had trouble sleeping. I went to bed late, so I didn't get up in time this morning. Huanbi, who was following Jin Chengzai, saw Jin Chengzai's body starting to stagger, and quietly helped her up. Xiao Linzi coughed lightly, and Nian Sherlan saw Huanbi's little move, and was so panicked that Huanbi quickly withdrew her hand. Nian Sherlan sneered in his heart. Huanbi was not very stable in her previous life. In this life, she still looks like she is afraid to take on responsibilities. But Nian Sherlan was too lazy to argue with Jin Chengzai at this moment, and she just walked into Jingren Palace by herself. She left behind Jin Chengzai and Ningda, who were already a little exhausted. When they stood up with the help of their personal maids, and rushed to the main hall of Jingren Palace, they found that they were the last to arrive. Jin Chengzai and Ningda walked slowly to the front of Elinara and bowed. My concubine and Ningda are late to pay their respects, please forgive me. Queen. Elinara's smile today seemed a little forced, but she still chuckled. It's okay. Get up. The moment Jin Chong sat down, she quickly glanced at Wan Guiran, who was sitting leisurely, and saw that her face was rosy, and she was calm. Wan Guiran was wearing a dress made of diamond brocade that the emperor had awarded her a few days ago. The water-red dress was matched with the silver fox's wind hair, which was rich and gorgeous. She wore on her head, it was a complete set of jewelry inlaid with red gold and gemstone beads, and the same ruby earrings were hanging on her ears. Even the shoes that concubine Lian Wan was wearing were made of diamond-shaped brocade. Jin Chengzai looked at her carefully dressed appearance today, and she shuddered a little in her heart, so shabby. Nian Sherlan did not miss Jin Chengzai's eyes, and she sneered in her heart. She had no reason to attack her, but she just wanted to let her know that she was inferior to others. Nian Sherlan knew how proud Jin Chengzai, her rival in the previous life, was. Unfortunately, if she had to do it again, if she was a dragon, she would have to coil around Nian Sherlan. If she was a tiger, she would have to lie down for Nian Sherlan. Where Nian Sherlan was, she would never be asked to stand out. Elinara said, why do all the sisters look lazy today? Is it because of the cold winter that you are all too lazy to move? Nian Sherlan pouted and said nothing. Concubine Duan smiled while holding the hand warmer. The queen mother said exactly, the weather is getting colder day by day. I held this hand warmer today, and it was still hot when I came out, but it has cooled down a bit now. If it weren't for the extra warm air in the queen mother's palace, I would have felt cold too. Elinara looked at the hand warmer in concubine Duan's hand and said, your Pinjinkuo silk hand warmer looks good, I have a similar one too. Put the silver charcoal in it, it can also cover for a long time. Jin Chengzai was still lost in thought, and then heard Elinara say, Jin Chengzai went out in a hurry today, and she didn't even bring a hand warmer. You are a woman, and you are more delicate, it would not be good if your hands were frozen. Jin Chengzai raised her head, and Elinara could see the faint dark blue under her eyes. Chapter 352 Can't Sleep. Jin Chengzai's fair face suddenly showed dark circles under her eyes. Nian Sherlan just laughed secretly. It's just a short while, and she can't sleep all night. Jingpan is kind-hearted. Seeing Jin Chengzai's slightly haggard appearance, she couldn't help but ask with concern. What's wrong with you? Sister? Didn't you sleep well last night? Facing Jingpan's concern that didn't seem fake, Jin Chengzai raised her hand and touched her face, then replied with a shy smile. Thank you for your concern. Concubine Jing. I drank too much tea before going to bed last night, and I didn't know why I couldn't sleep. I didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. I was also very sleepy this morning, and I was late even in paying my respects to the Empress. Fortunately, the Empress is kind and doesn't blame me. But the dark circles under my eyes have worried Concubine Jing. Concubine Jing said a few more words of concern, and then stopped talking. Fu Chengzai has been pregnant for nearly 4 months, and her pregnancy has begun to show. But the clothes of the concubines in the palace don't show their waists very much, so you can only see a little shape when you sit down. At this time, Fu Changzai put her hand on her lower abdomen, touching her increasingly bulging belly, smiling. Sister Jin is used to drinking tea, so she shouldn't lose sleep because of drinking too much tea. Did you get some good tea yesterday, and the tea is too strong, so you can't get used to it? Jin Changzai faced the emperor's new favorite, although she entered the palace first, but she didn't have as good a life as Fu Changzai. Fu Changzai is joking. What good tea can I have? It's just some tea from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Unlike Fu Changzai, who is favored by the emperor and has all the good tea she wants, I'm really envious. Fu Changzai looked obedient and opened her innocent eyes. Sister Jin, there is something I don't understand. Please help me solve it. Jin Changzai frowned secretly. Fu Changzai, who was born as a palace maid, really didn't understand what she meant. Or are you pretending not to understand? Fu Changzai, please speak. I may not be able to answer your questions, but I am willing to listen. No one in the room interrupted, just watching the two concubines, who were also Changzai, talking back and forth. Fu Changzai really looked confused and puzzled, frowning her brows. Sister entered the palace before me and came before the emperor, but I heard that sister has not slept with the emperor until now. At first, I thought sister was unwilling to sleep with him, but our emperor is the most handsome man in the world. If my sister doesn't want to sleep with such a man, I wonder what kind of man she really likes. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Fu Changzai was talking about something irrelevant, like scolding a monk for being bald. But looking at Fu Changzai's behavior during the day, she didn't seem like someone who spoke without thinking. So why did Fu Changzai suddenly attack Jin Changzai? Alanara couldn't help but look at Fu Changzai. This little palace maid was by her side before, and she was wrong. I didn't see anything about her. Only Nian Chuan laughed out loud, but immediately sat up straight, as if nothing had happened. Jin Changzai, who was asked by Fu Changzai to solve the mystery, had a red face at this time. And Ding, who had never slept with her like her, was almost furious, but quickly lowered his head to hide his emotions. The usual peace and quiet seemed to be burned by a fire. But Jin Changzai was like a room, the anger was suppressed temporarily, and had not yet come out of the house. Huanbi, who was standing behind Jin Changzai, also blushed and said, "Please be careful with your words." Fu Changzai, Xing, the maid who served Fu Changzai closely, was very dissatisfied. Miss Huanbi, be careful with your words. Our young lady is a Changzai after all. When is it your turn to talk nonsense? Seeing that the war was about to break out, Olanara, who had been silent for a long time, signaled Jianqiu to speak. Shut up. The masters haven't said anything yet. You guys are the ones who are arguing non-stop. How can you behave like this in front of the Empress? Huanbi and Xing'er immediately lowered their heads and dared not say anything. Jin Changzai's flushed face regained some color. Her tone was emotionless, but she was steady, as if she was talking about someone else's business. I remember Fu Changzai is not young anymore. How come you are still so rash when you speak? I broke my leg some time ago, and I rested for a long time. Our emperor is naturally the most handsome man in the world, but the emperor is the ruler of a country, busy with state affairs, and does not often come to the harem. Since Fu Changzai was promoted, she has been favored by the emperor, and is very proud. Then please serve the emperor well. Fu Changzai did not say anything more, just said oh like a child, not caring about Jin Changzai's appearance at all. Turned around and said to Alanara, Empress, I have a big appetite recently, but the imperial kitchen has to take care of everyone's taste. Sometimes I don't like the dishes. I want to ask for the queen's grace. Olanara looked at Fu Changzai with a complicated expression, and said patiently, Oh, it's a good thing to have a good appetite. The emperor has ordered that pregnant concubines can ask the imperial kitchen to cook whatever they want to eat. But Fu Changzai said this, but do you have other ideas? Fu Changzai smiled embarrassedly. The queen is wise. I do have other considerations. I wonder, can I ask the queen mother to order the imperial kitchen to give me an extra snack every afternoon? Lanara breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Fu Changzai was going to ask for a huge reward, but she didn't expect it was just an extra snack. Is this little thing worth asking me for? I'll ask the imperial kitchen to order it soon. For the snacks every day, just make what you like, eat whatever you want, don't worry about it. Alanara said to Fu Changzai with a smile on her face. Happy. Fu Changzai quickly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Queen. Yin Sherlan, who had been watching coldly, began to wonder. Fu Changzai was almost 4 months pregnant, although the fetus was stable after 3 months. It was still very dangerous if she didn't eat properly. If Fu Changzai ate one more meal every day, she would have one more chance to poison others. Was she really not afraid? But Jin Changzai was embarrassed by Fu Changzai's question today. She had a gloomy face, and was unwilling to speak since she left Jing'an Palace. She even ignored Shin Guiran's call. Shin Guiran looked at an Ing who was chasing Jin Changzai, and was about to catch up to comfort Jin Changzai. Xiao Linzi's voice came from behind. Shin Guiran. Empress Hua said that the Ministry of Internal Affairs has received some new tribute tangerines. Empress Hua remembered that you like to eat them. Except for the ones in the Queen's Palace. You are asked to pick the rest first, and then distribute the rest to the concubines in each palace. Empress Hua said, this is a delicate job. It needs a careful person to do it. So please go and take a look. Kaiwa looked at Shin Guiran and hesitated to speak. Shin Guiran shook her head gently, and turned to Xiao Linzi. I know. I've troubled Eunuch Lin to let him know. I'll go and watch the distribution of the tangerines now, and please report to Concubine Hua, and don't worry. Chapter 353 Yunli falls off his horse. After Xiao Linzi bowed and left, Kaiwa said with a worried look on her face. My lady, shouldn't the servants of the Ministry of Internal Affairs do this? How come Concubine Hua has also assigned you to do such a small matter? In this way, you don't have time to look for Miss Shin. Just now in the palace, even I felt unfair for Miss Shin. Fu Changzai is the same as me, born as a palace girl, and she dares to speak harshly to Miss Shin. You have to make a decision for Miss Shin. Shin Guiran bowed her head and said nothing. After a while, she walked and whispered, What can I do? Water has always been proud. Today's incident was beyond my expectation. I wanted to comfort Water, but Empress Hua values me, and I can't let her down. It's a pity that I am now insignificant. Although I help Empress Hua to manage the 6 palaces, I only do chores. Fu Changzai's background is like this. Don't talk about it anymore in the future. Water was too strong today. Fu Changzai just asked her what kind of good tea she got, and she said something sarcastic. Even I didn't expect. When did she become so mean? Kaiwa was stunned, and her mouth opened unconsciously. Her mistress never said a word against Jin Changzai before. What happened today? However, from Jin Changzai's previous words, it was not difficult for those who were attentive to hear that she was saying that since Fu Changzai had been favored by the emperor, she still wants to be good after getting the advantage. Fu Changzai can climb onto the dragon bed, so how could she not hear this little bit of discord? Jin Changzai and Daing returned to the Yanqi Palace in silence. And Daing did not return to Xinyanwu where she lived, but sat with Jin Changzai in Guanju Tower with a worried look on her face. Sister, don't be angry. Fu Changzai is outspoken, and I don't think it's intentional. Jin Changzai had been holding on for a long time outside, and finally couldn't help but have red eyes. Before she spoke, she could hear her sobbing. After finally stopping her tears, she held An Ying's hand and said, It's all my fault that I'm useless. I made my sister suffer with me. It's sad to say that in this palace, you and I are the only ones who haven't really slept with each other. Even Fu Changzai can get pregnant, and she still dares to speak rudely. I only know today that the confidence of speaking is different when you are favored or not. And Ingen thought of what Fu Changzai said today, and she couldn't help but feel some hatred. But she used to be the most obedient. She didn't dare to show any hatred, fearing that Jin Changzai would look down on her and blame her for being narrow-minded, and agreed and shook Jin Changzai's hand, forcing a smile. It's okay, sister. I don't care what she says, as long as I can be with you. It doesn't matter whether I am favored or not. By the way, when I paid my respects to the Empress these days, I smelled the fragrance of concubine Duan. My father had been in the spice business for more than 10 years before he became an official. I also know a little bit about the craft of making incense. What kind of fragrance does my sister like? We are free anyway, so why not mix some incense and burn it, and enjoy it? Jin Changzai looked at the purse that Aningda took out from her bosom, and sniffed it closely. It was indeed a fragrance she had never smelled before. What's in your purse? It smells so good. I like this kind of fragrance. When I was at home, every 1st and 15th day of the month, I went to burn incense with my mother. I like to smell the scent of incense and candles in temples. The things in your purse smell a bit like those incense and candles, but they are more refreshing. Seeing that Jin Changzai liked it, Aning gave the purse to her with both hands. If you like it, put it under your pillow, or wear it on your body. These are the spices I mix myself. Unfortunately, my monthly allowance is meager, and I can't get some of the more expensive spices. I can only use similar ones instead. If I used expensive spices, it would smell better. The two chatted about spices. Fu Changzai and Chuxiu Palace drank a bowl of blood swallows leisurely. Xing, who served her, took the empty bowl and handed it to Xiaomon beside her. Xing helped Fu Changzai stand up, walked around the room twice, and said, "What the young lady said in Jing'an Palace today, I was worried about you. What if Jin Changzai holds a grudge against you?" Fu Changzai stroked her bulging belly and said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? I just asked her what kind of good tea she had. And she was so jealous. Do you really think I couldn't hear it? Besides, she and I are both concubines, although we are both in significant positions. But I am pregnant now, and I have someone to rely on in the future, so I don't have to be afraid of her." Xing said carefully, "My lady, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say." Before Xing finished speaking, she was interrupted by Fu Changzai. "Since you think it's not right to say it, then there's no need to say it, lest it ruin my mood." Xing dared not say anything, but just thought silently in her heart, since when did Fu Changzai stop being steady and well-behaved? It seems that since she got pregnant, Fu Changzai has changed. She used to be quite cautious, and would never take the initiative to bring up a topic like today. But Xing thought, Fu Changzai must have her own plans to get to where she is now. Forget it, just follow the master. In Equin Palace, Li Dong and the wet nurse escorted the fourth prince to rest. Nian Shuan leaned on the chaise longue. "I haven't seen Li Ke for a long time. What has he been doing now?" Xiao Linzi scratched his head and said, "The master said last time that he was not allowed to stay on the beam in the hall, so I asked someone to vacate the room next to mine. I just said I would use it, and no one said anything. The master is resting in that room now, waiting for the master to send him at any time." Nian Shuan said "Oh," and said again, "By the way, you have two masters. Your other master, I haven't heard you talk about him for a long time. Don't forget, your ability to read and write now was all taught by your master." Xiao Linzi laughed. "Master, others don't know what I am like, but do you know me? I always remember your kindness, and the kindness of the two masters. It's just that the master who taught me to read has been unwilling to show up in front of people because of his leg disease. Last month, he was transferred to the Imperial Horse Park by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Feeding the Imperial horses is his old job. I asked him about the hard work in the Imperial Horse Park. I beg you to give him a job. But master said that he was used to dealing with horses and didn't like dealing with people. In addition, he had found his brother, and now he was very peaceful." Yin Shuan said, "I'll tell your master later that Yinli is getting older and likes to ride horses in his spare time. You must make sure he takes good care of Yinli's favorite horse. He should be trained to be docile. I will not treat him badly." Xiao Linzi replied, "Well, I will go to see master in a moment. By the way, you are really good to Master 17. Yin Shuan smiled. "He is much younger than the emperor, and the emperor dotes on him. I have to treat him better for the emperor's love, don't you think?" But before Xiao Linzi could go to the Imperial Horse Park to settle Zhou Anhai, the news came that Yunli had fallen off his horse. Chapter 354 The Emperor Saves Me. The eunuch who came to report to Nian Shuan looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. He knelt on the ground in panic, not daring to raise his head. Reporting to the Empress Hua, the 17th prince went to ride a horse today and accidentally fell off the horse. Nian Shuan sighed secretly. It was really what he said. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had just asked Xiao Linzi to settle down in the Imperial Horse Park, and the news came in the next quarter of an hour. Yin Shuan said, "Yunli is about to set up a mansion at this critical moment. He fell from his horse. How did the servant serve him? Does concubine Shu know?" The little eunuch knelt down with his head lowered and replied, "Someone has also reported to concubine Shu. The imperial doctors from the imperial hospital have already gone to the prince's residence. The emperor said that the 17th prince has not yet established a residence. Since he lives in the prince's residence, concubine Hua will have to take care of all matters. I hurried to report to the queen." Yin Shuan waved his hand. "Stand up. Let's go. I'll go see Yunli. I think he's in a lot of pain. Xiao Linzi, go get the best golden medicine the emperor gave me." Xiao Linzi replied, "Yes," and ran to get the medicine. Yin Shuan asked the eunuch who came to report, "You get up first. You were so flustered just now, and you haven't told me where Yunli was hurt?" The eunuch got up and said, "I heard that the prince broke his arm, but I was sent to deliver the message, so I didn't ask if it was the left arm or the right arm. Your Majesty will know when she sees it in a while." At this time, Xiao Linzi happened to take the medicine, and held it in front of Yin Sherlan with both hands. Yin Sherlan said, I think Lu Chanfeng doesn't want to do the job of the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs anymore, so he sent me to report the matter, but he knows nothing. Go, pass on my words, and discipline the new palace servants. Xiao Linzi glanced at the young eunuch, knowing that he had made his master unhappy. But Xiao Linzi had seen this eunuch before, and he was an honest man. Xiao Linzi scolded. You foolish boy. How did you get the job? You don't know anything. What's the use of you? Get out of here. Don't bother the queen here. Xiao Linzi had his back to Yin Sherlan, and he glared at the eunuch while speaking. But the eunuch not only looked stupid, but his actions were even more stupid. He looked at Xiao Linzi in confusion, and was very puzzled. Eunuch Lin, are your eyes uncomfortable? Your eyelids seem to be twitching. Little Linzi felt extremely suffocated instantly. What kind of wood was this human figure carved from? I winked at him to leave quickly, but he asked me if my eyes were uncomfortable. Yin Sherlan was still dissatisfied with this little eunuch, but now she was so angry that she laughed. Poochie. She covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief and shook her hands. Forget it, I think he is really stupid and foolish. Let's go, follow me to check on Yuli's injury. After saying that, she swayed her waist and got on the sedan chair brought by Li Dong. Xiao Linzi gritted his teeth, looked at the innocent-looking eunuch, and quickly followed Yin Sherlan's sedan chair. Only the eunuch was left standing there, watching Yin Sherlan's sedan chair go away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then a trace of pride surged in his heart. Who said that concubine Hua was smart? Didn't she see through my pretending to be stupid just now? He straightened his waist proudly. He also went in the direction where Yin Sherlan left. And San, who had been hiding in the corner of Ikuan Palace, grabbed a handful of huge raisins from nowhere with his left hand, and stuffed the raisins into his mouth one by one with his right hand. And San looked at the smug expression of the eunuch, who came to report the matter, and said to himself, this guy doesn't look like a good person. He pinched the remaining raisins, and followed the eunuch while eating. The eunuch left Ikuan Palace, and at first, he walked obediently along the wall. Later, turning the long street, he actually went to Qixing Palace. And San was wondering what he was going to do in Qixing Palace. Before he could stuff all the raisins in his hand into his mouth, he saw a patrolling guard coming from a distance. And San hid himself temporarily. And the doubts in his heart grew little by little. No. This matter must be reported to concubine Hua. In the prince's residence, the place where 17 lived was full of people inside and outside. When Yin Sherlan arrived in the sedan chair, Xiao Linzi was already in front and shouted, the Empress Hua is here. The imperial doctors and servants, who were busy going in and out, knelt on the ground immediately. Yin Sherlan was helped down from the sedan chair by Songji, looking down at the dark backs of the kneeling heads on the ground, said, everyone get up. I heard that the 17th prince injured his arm while riding a horse, but I don't know how serious the injury is now. The 17th prince fell off his horse, which was a serious matter, so even the director of the imperial hospital, the imperial doctor Zhang Mizhang, was present. Dr. Zhang bowed and stepped forward. To answer the question of concubine Hua, the horse the prince was riding was very fierce, and threw the prince off. But somehow, the prince's footrest was not removed in time, and the prince's left side and arm were dragged several feet by the fierce horse. Fortunately, the clothes were thick in winter, and the prince's arm was only slightly injured, and the bones were not injured. So, it will be fine after a few days of rest. It's just that the skin and flesh will be a little painful in the next few days. Yin Sherlan was relieved, just as he was about to go into the house to take a look. He heard the eunuch outside singing, the emperor has arrived. After Yin Sherlan bowed to Injin, she went into the house with him. Only then did he see Yunli lying on the bed with his eyes blinking, his left arm tightly bandaged. Your humble servant pays respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Your humble servant pays respects to concubine Hua. Long live concubine Hua. Yunli pretended to struggle to get up, but Injin pushed him back. Alright, just lie down. I was reviewing memorials. When I heard that you fell, I rushed here immediately. But I didn't expect that concubine Hua would come faster. You are going to set up a new residence soon, and you still make me worry so much. Your mother must be here soon. Yunli lay back down under the force of Injin's hand, curled his lips, and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, I am strong. And I will be fine after a few days of rest. But my mother just sent someone to tell me that my brother is disobedient. I am too lazy to come and see my brother. Look at what my mother is saying. I am afraid she wants me to fend for myself. Injin scolded. Nonsense. You have made your mother worry and sad. And you don't allow her to be angry with you? Even if your mother doesn't care about you. Can I and concubine Hua just watch you do nothing? Yunli blinked and laughed. But the pain in his arm stopped his smile. It hurts. Your Majesty. Save me. Injin looked up at the sky, but he only saw the bed curtain above his head. He sighed and said lightly, The Emperor is famous for his literary and military skills. He had high hopes for you when he was alive. If he knew that you were so desperate now, I am afraid he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Chapter 355. Making Moves. Injin looked like he hated Yunli for being useless, but he didn't expect that these words would fall into Nian Sherlan's ears. She almost couldn't resist the urge to roll her eyes. If we talk about being unfilial, the princes of the entire Qin dynasty are not as good as you. Injin? Now you are scolding Yunli, but you are just bullying him because he is young. Nian Sherlan was still complaining in her heart, when Injin suddenly turned around and said, I am busy every day, and I can't take care of Yunli. Why not choose a wife for him on a certain day? After he gets married and sets up his own household, with a wife to take care of him, I and the Queen Mother will feel relieved. Nian Sherlan was startled by Injin, which made Injin suspicious. What are you thinking about? Sherlan? You are so absorbed in your thoughts. Is it possible that I scared you by talking to you? Nian Sherlan smiled dignifiedly. Your Majesty and I are really in tune with each other. When I saw Yunli like this just now, I felt sad and scared. I was thinking, Yunli has reached the age to get married. He should be given a wife, who will take good care of his daily life. But I am thinking, even if you want to give him a wife, you have to pick one that he likes. Only in this way can the couple love each other deeply after marriage, and treat each other with respect. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan in surprise, and said mercilessly, I didn't realize that Sherlan could use two idioms. But Sherlan, do you know where the illusions of love between husband and wife and treating each other with respect come from? Nian Sherlan pretended to think. And after a while, she twisted her body like a spoiled child. With a look of resentment. Why did the Emperor suddenly test my knowledge? The Emperor knew clearly that I hated reading the most. Does the Emperor want me to be the top scholar in the harem? Please forgive me. My Emperor. Injin laughed dumbly, and shook his head. You are always so unreasonable. When did I ask you to be the top scholar in the harem? The Emperor and his favorite concubine laughed, and talked unscrupulously in front of Yunli's sickbed. Yunli, who was lying on the sickbed, felt that it was an eyesore. But he didn't dare to say anything. He could only shrink into the bed like a quail. Alanara, who had received the news late, just walked out of the door, and heard the laughter in the room. She stopped and stood outside the door, suppressed her thoughts, and allowed the eunuch to report. The queen has arrived. The laughter in the room stopped abruptly. When Alanara entered the room, she saw Injin sitting in front of Yunli's couch. Nian Sherlan stood by. Alanara looked at this scene, and vaguely remembered that when her sister was here, it was also the same situation. When she went to visit her pregnant sister, her sister, who was chatting and laughing with the Emperor in the room, also suddenly stopped laughing. The difference was that when she entered the room, her sister was leaning on Injin's arms. Alanara lowered her head and walked to Injin, and greeted him. Your Majesty, I greet you, and I wish you good luck. Injin said lightly. Queen, please stand up. Alanara listened to the emotionless and cold tone, as if the laughter just now was her hallucination. She stood up and sat on the stool brought by Xiao Xiazi. Nian Sherlan then walked to Alanara and bowed with a smile. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the Queen. May the Queen be well. Alanara smiled softly. Hua Fei, stand up. I also heard that 17 fell and was injured. Come and have a look. It seems that you, concubine Hua, got the news earlier than me, and came even faster. Alanara smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. She was sitting next to Injin, so Injin didn't see it. Nian Sherlan stood up straight, bowed her head and answered respectfully. I helped the queen to manage the 6 palaces. The things that the prince did, those foolish servants had no idea, so they came to me in a hurry. When 17 sets up his own palace in the future, the Empress will take care of all the affairs of the palace. At that time, I cannot interfere. Alanara smiled and said softly, You are right. In short, you are always right. After saying this, Alanara said to Injin again, I am late. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, I was watching Hongshire practice calligraphy in the palace. When I heard that 17 fell off his horse, I was shocked and scared, and I hurried here. Injin said. Shouldn't it be the time for Hongchu's teacher to teach him now? Why is the queen watching him practice calligraphy? Olenara said. Your Majesty, Hongchu caught a cold yesterday, so I didn't let him go to the teacher to learn today. Injin frowned. If he caught a cold, why didn't you let him rest? Hongchu is only 4 years old, as a mother. The queen is too harsh. Olenara said with a lowered eyebrow. Your Majesty is right. Although Hongchu is young, he is a very hard-working child. He often told me that diligence leads to success, and play leads to failure. Therefore, he never forgets his studies. This way, I can rest assured. But I also feel distressed. Today, I also told Hongchu to have a good rest. But Hongchu himself refused. Your Majesty, Yin Sherlan said in her heart. Hongchu is only 4 years old. Can he really bear such a big blame? She couldn't help but look at Injin, but she found that Injin was also looking up at her. The two looked at each other, and were both speechless for a moment. Injin was the emperor, and he could think of what Yin Sherlan could think of. But he was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. After all, Hongchu's talent was mediocre, and he did not have high hopes for him. Thank you, Queen. Yunli saw that the emperor and the empress were talking, and he quietly moved to the side of the bed, but he did not notice that he pulled a wound on his left hand. He could not help but scream in pain. Hiss. Olenara then remembered the purpose of her visit, and hurriedly summoned Jiang Fuhai to come forward. On the tray in Jiang Fuhai's hand, there was a piece of fine hui ink and 2 jade pendants. I thought that the 17th brother's injury would be cured by the medical skills of the Imperial Hospital doctors, and the various wound ointments awarded by the Emperor. So I picked this piece of ink, and these 2 jade pendants carved from fine mutton fat jade to ward off evil spirits, and protect the 17th brother. Injin originally wanted to say, a gentleman should not speak of strange and supernatural things, but when she looked back at Yunli's bright eyes, she knew that the queen's gift touched his heart. The queen is thoughtful. I remember that this hui ink was presented by the governor of Huguang. The queen herself was reluctant to use it, and gave it to Yunli as a reward. Olenara smiled virtuously. No matter how precious this ink is, it is just a square of ink. My 17th brother is still young, and I am very uneasy about the disaster he suffered this time. I have asked carefully, and the horse that my 17th brother rode today was very docile in the past. But I don't know why it suddenly went crazy today. It's hard to say. Someone has done something wrong. Nian Sherwan suddenly thought of Zhou Anhai, who served in the Imperial Horse Park. Xiao Linzi, who followed Nian Sherwan, obviously also thought that his master Zhou Anhai might be in trouble. Chapter 356. Thank you for your grace. After hearing what Olenara said, Yunli poked his head out of the bed again in confusion and said, What does the queen mean? You mean, someone wants to harm me? But I don't have any enemies with anyone. Who could it be? Injin was reminded by Olenara, and was also confused. The queen is right, the imperial horses are well trained. The horses ridden by the royal family are even more docile. Yunli always rides a horse. I know the temperament of horses very well. Why did it suddenly go crazy today? Su Peixing. Bring all the servants serving in the Imperial Horse Park to me. Also, have someone carefully check the horse that Yunli rode today to see what happened. Su Peixing turned and went out. Nian Sherlan looked at Yunli stretching his neck on the bed, gasping in pain, and found it funny and pitiful. Nian Sherlan said, Your Majesty, before I came, I thought Yunli had injured his bones. So I took some medicine. But now, those gold wound medicines are useless. I have some excellent scar removal medicine, which was previously prescribed by Dr. Wen for Songji. The emperor knew that Songji once injured her hand when she was in the palace. I thought that a girl should not leave scars, so I asked Dr. Wen to prescribe scar removal medicine. I didn't expect that the effect was much better than the medicines commonly used in the palace. Later, I always kept this medicine in the palace. Anyone with a scar or something can use it. Now I have sent Xiao Linzi to get it. I will try it in 2 days after Yunli's wound is scabbed over. If it works well, I will trouble Dr. Wen to make a new one. What do you think? Your Majesty? Injin nodded. I remember. By the way, why is Dr. Wen not here today? Zhang Mi was about to reply, but Nian Sherlan said, Your Majesty doesn't know that Dr. Wen was invited to the Duke of Pei's mansion because of his excellent medical skills. It is said that the Duke of Pei is ill. Dr. Wen must cure the Duke of Pei before he is allowed to come back, Injin said, turning the ring on his left hand, his expression showing nothing. I didn't know that the doctor who served you could go out to see patients at will. Whose idea was this? This time, Yin Sherlan did not rush to speak, but just stood aside calmly, watching Zhang Mi, who was already sweating, walk forward hesitantly. Xiao Linzi had quietly retreated after receiving Yin Sherlan's instruction. On the surface, he was going back to Ikuan Palace to get medicine. But in fact, he had already gone to the Imperial Horse Garden at a very fast speed. In the house of the Prince Sua Yunli courtyard, Zhang Mi knelt in front of Injin, reporting to the Emperor. Dr. Wen was invited by the Duke of Pei. I have also said that Dr. Wen has other important tasks. But the Duke of Pei only asked Dr. Wen to take a look. I neglected this matter. I will send someone to bring Dr. Wen back. In Yin Sherlan's dream the night before, he dreamed that Meng Jingxian, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Pei, married into the Prince of Guo's mansion as a concubine. And Guo Jinwang is the title of Yunli in the future. As for Yunli's marriage that Yin Sherlan saw in her dream, she had never experienced it in her previous life. I think it happened after Yin Sherlan's death in her previous life. Yin Sherlan was thinking about this matter these 2 days, and Yunli fell off his horse today. It just so happened that Piguodong Mansion asked Wen Xianqing to leave a few days ago. But Ulanara suddenly brought up this matter, which made Yin Sherlan think more. Yin Sherlan hadn't figured it out yet. Then Injin said, "Come here, go and call back Dr. Wen. Duke Pei has served the country loyally, so he should be treated well. Duke Shang is the head of the Imperial Hospital, so please go and see Duke Pei." Zhang Mi didn't dare to say much. He nodded repeatedly, wiped his sweat and retreated, and quickly went to call back Wen Xianqing. Yin Sherlan had wanted to call back Wen Xianqing before, but the news he got said that Duke Pei was seriously ill, and only Wen Xianqing could treat him. Yin Sherlan thought Duke Pei had also made contributions to the court. It's okay to be arrogant once in a while. Today, these things happened together, and Yin Sherlan realized that something was wrong. Yin Sherlan laughed at herself in her heart. When she was just reborn, she thought that she could go smoothly with the memory of her previous life. But this disordered time and disordered people always disrupted her plans. It seems that she has to deal with it as it happens. Alinara said again. 17th brother. It's a good thing that you didn't hurt your bones this time. I went to visit concubine Shu some time ago. I also told the Empress that my 17th brother is already 17 years old, and it is time for him to get married and set up a residence. The Emperor also said that after the new year, he would let my 17th brother set up a residence and live separately. Even my 17th brother's residence has been renovated. I wonder what the Emperor thinks about my 17th brother getting married. Injin said. I have been thinking about this these days. Both Empresses are thinking about Yunli's marriage. But I still have to ask Yunli himself what he thinks, to see if he has someone he likes. Yunli, who was being discussed by the Emperor and the Queen, looked helpless. Brother, I am only 17 years old. I just want to study hard and get married. Can I wait a few more years? Injin suddenly lowered his voice. The Emperor passed away suddenly. I have always thought of your young age and have been more tolerant of you. But as for getting married, I, your brother, still hope that you can listen to my advice. Unless you can give me a reason that convinces me. Saying why you don't want to get married now. Yunli said. Brother, I want to find someone I really like to marry. Is this a reason? Injin looked at Yunli's eyes for a long time. Yunli's eyes and nose looked like the late Emperor's, which is one of the reasons why the late Emperor loved Yunli when he was alive. Injin even speculated that, if the late Emperor were still alive, with the late Emperor's love for Shu Taipin should have been promoted to the position of concubine by now. Okay. Since you said so, I have no reason not to agree. Yunli was so happy that he didn't even care about the pain. He laughed and thanked the Emperor. I thank the Emperor for his kindness. Yunli had just finished speaking when Su Peishan came in through the door curtain. Your Majesty, I have brought all the servants from the Imperial Horse Park. They are kneeling outside now. In addition, I have asked someone to take a close look at the horse that the prince rode today. I can't see anything for now, but I am afraid that the horse will hurt someone again. So I have asked someone to tie it up separately. Injin nodded. Did those servants say anything? Su Peishing said. Your Majesty, the servants all said that everything was normal today, and there was nothing unreasonable. Alinara said. Eunuch Su, ask them carefully again, and see if they have missed anything? Injin said. The Queen is right. Su Peishing. Go and ask each servant individually. Su Peishing lowered his head and walked out. Xiao Linzi came in, with a delicate ceramic box in his hands. Your Majesty, I followed the instructions of concubine Hua and brought the scar removal medicine. However, this medicine has not been used in recent days, and the paste in the box is a little dry. Chapter 357 Sudden Headache. Injun looked at Xiao Linzi's hand, and saw that the medicine in the box was a little dry. Forget it. Put it aside. When Xianqing comes back, ask him to re-prepare the medicine for Yunli. Xiao Linzi had to put the small ceramic box aside, and stood behind Yin Sherlan. Xiao Linzi looked around, and saw that no one was paying attention to him. So he moved closer to Yin Sherlan, and said in a very low voice, "Master, my master is also unaware of it." Yin Sherlan nodded gently, meaning that he understood. Su Peixiang went and came back, knelt in front of Injun. "Your Majesty, just now when I separated the servants serving in the Imperial Horse Garden, a servant stood up and pointed out that there was a servant named Zhou Anhai in the Imperial Horse Garden, saying that he always stood in front of the horse ridden by the 17th master and muttered something, and also said that Zhou Anhai personally fed the horse these days. I checked, Zhou Anhai is an old man in the Qiandi Palace, and now he is the manager of the Imperial Horse Garden. Logically speaking, he doesn't have to feed the horse himself." Su Peixiang stopped talking here, quietly waiting for Injun's reaction. Injun frowned and asked, "Then the servant only said that Zhou Anhai fed the horse? Didn't say anything else?" Yin Sherlan said, "Yes, Eunuch Su. I can't figure it out. What does Eunuch Zhou feeding the horse have to do with Yunli falling off the horse? Or does the servant have other intentions?" Su Peixiang thought for a while and said, "The servant didn't hear anything else. But since that servant has singled out this matter, I am here to ask the Emperor whether you want to continue the trial?" Injun said, "Investigate, and ask carefully what is going on." Alinara reminded Su Peixiang. Eunuch Su asked that servant carefully. "I heard that it seems that there is something wrong with the fodder." Su Peixiang retreated. Yunli suddenly groaned. "It hurts, Your Majesty, I have a headache." Yin Sherlan blurted out. "Oh! Yunli. Did he break his brain?" Everyone in the room started to get busy. Injun said, "What are those doctors out there doing? Hurry up and see Yunli." After the doctors were busy, Yunli suddenly relaxed and lay straight. He murmured, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's really strange." Yin Sherlan looked at the tossing and turning, and a picture suddenly flashed in her mind. It was when she was in the Qiandi before, she dreamed that Zhou Anhai's leg was lame, and it seemed to be related to Alinara. But Alinara could let Zhou Anhai live for so many years. Why did they choose to take action at this time? Or, Alinara's reminder was just out of concern for Yunli. Yin Sherlan was thinking wildly, until Su Peixiang brought Zhou Anhai in. Zhou Anhai knelt in front of Injun. Su Peixiang said, "Your Majesty, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding. So I brought Eunuch Zhou here." This was the first time Zhou Anhai had met Injun again in a long time. In the past, Zhou Anhai was also a servant of Alinara in the Qiandi Palace, and he had also met Injun. However, Injun was very concerned about the late Queen Chun Yuan at that time, and he might not remember Alinara, the servant of the concubine. Injun did not recognize Zhou Anhai, who looked much older, and lowered his head. "Are you the general manager of the Imperial Horse Park?" Zhou Anhai still lowered his head, replied, "I am Zhou Anhai, the general manager of the Imperial Horse Garden. I have something to say about the fact that I was accused of adding something to the fodder." Injun did not attack directly, but just nodded. "I will give you a chance to defend yourself. Didn't you say that as the general manager of the Imperial Horse Garden, you would not do trivial things like feeding horses in the past? Why did you suddenly feed the horses yourself these days?" Zhou Anhai said, "Reporting to the Emperor, I used to serve in the stables when I was in the Qiandi Palace. Since I entered the palace, because of my leg disease, I asked for a job in the Imperial Horse Garden. I don't deal with people, but only with horses, and I feel much more relaxed." Injun interrupted him, and said, "You haven't answered my question yet." Zhou Anhai said, "Yes, I went too far. A few days ago, I found that the horse that the 17th prince usually rode was occasionally excited. I thought it was due to the season, so I thought about feeding it myself for a few days. Your Majesty is wise and powerful, and he should know that horses are also human. I would talk to the horse called Binju every day when I was feeding it, in an attempt to appease the horse's temper. But who would have thought that even so, such a big thing would happen today? I am really terrified. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Injun couldn't help but say, "Fortunately, you are just a servant in the palace. If you study, You will definitely write thousands of words and stray from the topic. Zhou Anhai was panicked when he looked up. His face was full of wrinkles. Not like a man in his 30s at all. Injin looked at Zhou Anhai's face and felt that he looked familiar. Before he could take a closer look, Zhou Anhai lowered his head again, as if he was afraid. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am not good at speaking, and I really can't say anything. But I was just feeding the horses normally, and I didn't mean to harm the 17th prince, Yin Sherlan said. Your Majesty, I also feel strange. This eunuch Zhou is just a horseman. Why would he do this? Yin Sherlan turned to Yunli, who was lying on the bed. Yunli, have you ever offended this eunuch? Yunli sighed. How could I offend anyone? My brother is the emperor. I dare not lose the emperor's face. Zhou Anhai waved his hands hurriedly. What the Empress Hua said scared me to death. I am a servant. Even if I was scolded and beaten by the prince, it must be that I did something wrong. How can I be said to have offended you? I dare not. Yin Sherlan said to Injin. Your Majesty, do you think? Am I right to ask? Injin said helplessly. Yunli is injured, and I am extremely worried. Sherlan is not allowed to make trouble. Wait for Wen Xianqing to come back. See Yunli's injury, and then let him check the fodder. After that, Injin stood up without caring about Zhou Anhai kneeling on the ground, told Yunli to have a good rest, and turned back to the Yangqing Palace to review the memorials. Alanara and Yin Sherlan sent Injin off respectfully, opening her mouth. She said nothing. Yin Sherlan said, It seems that today's incident was purely an accident. The queen has been worried. Yunli also needs to rest now. Why don't the queen go back to Jingren Palace to rest first? If Yunli has something to do, I will ask the queen. After Olanara left, Yin Sherlan sat on the stool beside Yunli's bed and drank tea. Why did you suddenly have a headache just now? The imperial doctors took your pulse and said that you might have hurt your brain when you were dragged by the horse. Now that the emperor and the queen are gone, do you have anything to say to Sister Lan? Yunli looked at the top of the bed for a long time and said slowly, Sister Lan, I don't know why. When I had a headache just now, many things suddenly came to my mind. Chapter 358. There will be a next time. Yin Sherlan was instantly alerted when she heard this. Could it be that Yunli was reborn like her? Yin Sherlan remained calm, but she just put the teacup in her hand back into the hands of Songji, who was waiting beside her. What's in your mind? Tell me about it. Yin Sherlan quietly waited for Yunli to say, Is it related to the previous life? But what was in Yunli's mind? Puzzled Yin Sherlan. When my brother had a headache, someone suddenly spoke in his mind. That voice told me. Yunli paused, and Yin Sherlan did not urge him. Just looked at him quietly. Yunli seemed to have made up his mind and continued. I said, Sister Lan must not be angry. After getting Yin Sherlan's nod, Yunli continued. That voice told me that I would meet a woman in the future, but that woman would destroy Sister Lan's family. After Yunli said this, he immediately said, If Sister Lan is angry with me, I will not dare to tell Sister Lan anymore. Yin Sherlan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Look at you. What a mess you are talking about. Did that voice tell you who that woman is? Yunli saw that Yin Sherlan didn't seem to care, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that she was a woman from a military family. And she seemed to be calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. He felt relieved and spoke casually. I didn't tell you who it was. If I knew who it was, I would stay away from her. Don't worry, Sister Lan. I will remember your kindness to me, and I will never abandon you. Yin Sherlan felt mixed emotions. In the previous life, Yunli had already reached adulthood when Injin ascended the throne. He was also the youngest son that the late emperor loved. It is said that after the late emperor abolished the crown prince for the second time, he once wanted to pass the throne to Yunli. But at that time, Yunli did not have the ability to survive in an environment surrounded by wolves. The throne was seized by Injin. Yin Sherlan could guess how the previous emperor died in the previous life. In this life, there is no need to guess, Yunli said immediately. I just think this is absurd, so I am not sure whether it is really as Sister Lan said, I broke my brain, or whether it is just my hallucination. Yunli's voice became smaller and smaller, causing Yin Sherlan's eyes to widen, and she laughed. Yin Sherlan laughed enough, then he said with a smile, I don't think it's absurd, but you, the eyewitness, think it's absurd. Today, Sister Lan will teach you. You must remember at any time, you must not doubt yourself. Do you understand? Since you experienced it, it must be true. If you always doubt the truth, you will fall into a trap of always trying to distinguish the truth from the false. Look at me, I never doubt what I do. The eunuch outside came in to report to Nian Sherwan, Dr. Wen is back. Nian Sherwan said, please invite Dr. Wen in, and see Yunli first. Wen Xianqing, exhausted, rushed in, and when he saw Nian Sherwan, he was about to kneel down to greet her, but Nian Sherwan raised her hand and said, Dr. Wen, please don't be polite, but let's take a look at Yunli's injury first. Wen Xianqing did not insist, and stood up, took 2 steps forward, and just bowed his hand and said, I obey your command. Nian Sherwan walked to the side and sat down, and looked at Wen Xianqing sitting beside Yunli's bed, check his injuries. Wen Xianqing checked Yunli's injuries, and Yunli's hiss and hiss breathing sounds could be heard. After the examination was finally completed, Yunli was almost in tears, and looked at Wen Xianqing eagerly, looking pitiful and aggrieved. Wen Xianqing looked at this prince, who was almost the same age as his own son, and could not help but be patient and bowed. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I just checked your injuries, and I am sorry for offending you. But if I hadn't done this, I can't check you well. Fortunately, you didn't hurt your bones, but only your skin and flesh. The medicine from the Imperial Hospital can make the wound scab and heal, but in terms of scar removal, it's still a little unsatisfactory. Yunli got over the pain, and his complexion finally returned to its usual state. Thank you for troubling Dr. Wen. I heard from Concubine Hua that Dr. Wen has her own scar removal medicine. Concubine Hua also asked someone to bring some over at that time. I wonder if I can use it, Wen Xianqing said. Reporting to the prince, the medicine was prepared by me for the palace maids of Equin Palace. Although the medicine is effective, it takes a long time to take effect. The wound of the prince is quite large. I am afraid that the medicine cannot make the wound of the prince heal as before. I will prepare another medicine for you. Although I cannot guarantee that your left arm will be as good as before, I will definitely be able to remove most of the wound. Yunli stared at the bed curtain above his head with melancholy. Why do you say that this prince is so unlucky? That galloping horse is the horse that the prince often rides. I didn't expect that it would lose its temper today, and I couldn't control it, Wen Xianqing said. Your Majesty, when I came here, I heard the eunuch mention this matter. I was just thinking that I had already seen your injuries. I wanted to see the horse, so that I could know what was going on. Nian Sherwan answered for Yunli, and asked Xiao Linzi to take Wen Xianqing to the Imperial Horse Park to see the horses. After a long time, Xiao Linzi came back with Wen Xianqing. When Wen Xianqing came in, he looked at Yunli lying on the bed with embarrassment. Nian Sherwan understood and said, I think Yunli seems sleepy. Dr. Wen, let's talk somewhere else. Yunli wanted to say that he was not sleepy, but when he met Nian Sherwan's eyes, he knew that he must be sleepy, and could only watch Wen Xianqing go out with Nian Sherwan. Wen Xianqing was in another room, and said to Nian Sherwan, I just checked the horse named Binju, and it seemed to be fine. I also checked the hay fed to it today. There was nothing in the fodder, but I looked carefully and found that the horse's eyes were full of red bloodshot, like a tired person. Your Majesty, you must know that horses rarely have white eyes, but this horse's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. The very little white part was also full of red bloodshot. This symptom is very similar to the state of a horse after being overexcited. But I am incompetent. I am not a doctor who specializes in treating animals, so I cannot judge its condition well, Nian Sherwan said. Forget it, just treat this as an accident. Maybe the man's target is not Yunli, but Yunli is unlucky, which is the best excuse. When Xianqing was silent for a moment, said, Your Majesty, what you mean is, the horse was tampered with, but the person the man wanted to harm, maybe just the horse breeder? Nian Sherwan nodded. Yes. However, in my opinion, the man's final target may still be me. This made Wen Xianqing confused, and she didn't dare to ask again, so she could only keep silent. And Nian Sherwan thought, someone was targeting Zhou Anhai. If it doesn't work this time, there will definitely be a next time. Chapter 359. Catch them all in one net. Since Zhou Anhai entered the palace, he only said that he liked quietness, and asked Nian Sherwan to assign him the job in the Imperial Horse Garden. But privately, when Xiao Linzi couldn't leave the palace, Zhou Anhai often ran outside the palace. Many times, what Nian Sherwan asked Manager Wu to do was spread by Zhou Anhai. In this way, Nian Sherwan thought, Manager Wu might have been targeted by someone. The man behind the scenes didn't dare to touch Nian Sherwan openly, but removing her arm is not a difficult task. Although Zhou Anhai is a eunuch, a slave whose life is worthless, he is a slave with a name. the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Garden. If he disappears without knowing why, will still cause gossip. So there must be a legitimate reason. This time it was probably just a test. But Yunli was the unlucky one. Yin Shuruan had a cold face, and was thinking about this matter in her heart. When Xianqing was not in a hurry either, just standing by. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Shuruan said, "Please ask the Imperial Doctor when to treat Yunli's injury first. I see that your unruly temper seems to have improved a lot when you are with Yunli. And you are also more patient." When Xianqing heard this, smiled, and answered very honestly, "To be honest with concubine Hua, I treat the prince because he is the emperor's brother, and his noble status is there. Secondly, the prince is not much different in age from my son. And I occasionally see the prince, I always feel like I'm looking at my good-for-nothing son. So when I spoke, I was unconsciously gentler." When Xianqing talked about his good-for-nothing son, Yin Shuruan saw the tenderness on his face, and couldn't help but think of his good-for-nothing son in his previous life. But he was a good helper to Jinhuan. "Fortunately, I was reborn early in this life, and cut off the good helper around Jinhuan. I remember, your son's name is Wenshurchu. I wonder if you can get married now." When Xianqing said, "Speaking of this, I am also troubled. My wife said some time ago that she liked the daughter of an official in the court, and wanted to hold a banquet for the two children to meet. But my son refused to do so. When asked, he said nothing. He was like a gourd with a sawed mouth, which made my wife very worried. Don't worry about the queen laughing at you. When I was off duty, I also questioned my son for a long time, and he finally said in a low voice, 'I must marry the one I love.' Your Majesty, you said this. Yin Shuruan smiled and said, 'I didn't expect that your son is the same as Yunli. Yunli just asked the emperor for permission today, and he will decide his own marriage, and find someone he loves. Your son is humble, Yunli is lively, but these two people are the same inside. No wonder you always feel that Yunli is somewhat similar to your son. I think Yunli is recovering from illness now, and he might be bored during the illness. Why don't you bring your son to the palace on a chosen day to accompany Yunli? The two of them, one quiet and one active, might get along well.' When Xianqing used to be a traveling doctor, and he didn't like being constrained. Since he was rescued by the Yin family, he couldn't help but embark on the road of being an official. Now, seeing his son Wenshurchu grow up day by day, he also began to think about his livelihood. However, the Wen family is a family of medicine, and Wenshurchu has never been aiming for fame since he was a child. Now if he wants him to sit in the clinic to see patients, it's not a bad idea. But the master of the family hopes that Wenshurchu can inherit Xianqing's mantle. When Xianqing thought, since he has entered the world, he should behave in a worldly manner. The method proposed by concubine Hua is also a good opportunity. I obey your order. Tomorrow I will bring my son to the palace to accompany the prince to recover. It just so happens that the new medicine I want to prepare for the prince also needs someone to take care of it carefully for the prince. I think my son should be able to do it. But my son needs more care from the queen in the palace." Yin Shuruan waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. I will help the queen to manage the 6 palaces. And the prince's place is also within my scope of responsibility. Your son is here. No one dares to make things difficult for him. Just let him accompany Yunli with peace of mind." Yin Shuruan had dreamed of some things in her previous dreams. It was also from the dream that Yin Shuruan realized that Wenshurchu's treatment of Jinhuan in the previous life was not as simple as taking good care of her. In this life, Yin Shuruan thought what he had to do was to prevent Jinhuan from getting so many people who could help her. And finally, to wipe out all the enemies in the previous life. When Injin heard that what happened today was just an accident, he was silent for a long time. Whether it was an accident or not, he also had a shadow of doubt in his heart. However, since the death of the previous emperor, many of his royal brothers had been stripped of their titles and imprisoned by his thundering means. And even his 14th brother, who was born of the same mother, was demoted to a commoner by him. Injin could imagine what everyone was saying about him, but no one dared to speak openly. As for his 17th brother Yunli, he was still young, and had always been obedient. Injin wanted to protect him well. Although the previous emperor once wanted to pass the throne to his 17th brother, it was a thing of the past. And Yunli did not have any ability to compete with him. Now that he had firmly established himself on the throne, he would not be afraid of Yunli at all. But what happened today, he did not believe was an accident. Su Peixing, who was guarding outside the door, came over in response. "You said that the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Garden also came from the Qiandi Palace. I only think he looks familiar. But I can't remember what he did before. Su Peixiang answered immediately, reporting to the emperor. The eunuch Zhou Anhai, who is now in charge of the Imperial Horse Garden, is the one who served the empress in the past. When he was in the Qiandi Palace, he was the chief eunuch working in the empress's small kitchen. But I heard that he did something wrong, and was punished by the empress. But he was spared. Injin said him, and said nothing more. Since he was a slave who was punished for doing something wrong. And Olenara spared his life. He could just let him go. In Jingren Palace, Olenara held the ancient book in her hand, thinking about things absent-mindedly. Zhou Anhai used to serve her. But recently her people found out that Zhou Anhai often went out of the palace. He went to a tea house. And he always found a place to sit for a long time by himself. Then he went back to the palace. When he went back to the palace, he would drag his lame leg, go to another street to buy some buns, and put them in his arms. But the places he had been to, Olenara had people investigate, they were just ordinary tea houses and bun shops. Olenara didn't know why, she always felt uneasy. This Zhou Anhai knew such a big thing at the beginning, but she couldn't silence him, which was really a mistake. Now it's even harder to touch him. Olenara knew, in the past few years, Zhou Anhai has always been taught calligraphy by the eunuchs close to Nianshiruan. So I have to be on guard against him. I have to think of a way to get rid of Zhou Anhai. Although he is just an insignificant little person. Who knows if he will harm me one day? 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant hole. Sometimes, the more insignificant a person is, the more likely he is to deal a fatal blow to others. Chapter 360 Joy. In early November, when Xianqing's son Wen Shichu entered the palace to accompany the 17th Prince Yunli. 16-year-old Wen Shichu was a few months younger than Yunli, but he looked much more stable than Yunli. After Yunli had passed the initial pain, he could already sit up with the help of the servants. Wen Shichu's warm hands carefully changed the bandage for Yunli, and carefully removed the blood-stained cloth strips bit by bit. Your Highness, please bear with it for a while, the blood has dried on the cloth. I, a humble commoner, will take it off for you. And it will be somewhat painful. Wen Shichu spoke in a gentle voice, and his hands moved gently. Because he had no rank, he called himself a humble commoner, and was very humble. His Yunli made a sound of pain, with some complaints. I am so unlucky. I was riding a horse well, but I was thrown like this. But your ointment is also magical. It feels cool and comfortable when applied. Wen Shichu smiled shyly said, this medicine was made by my father based on the medical skills passed down by our ancestors. And a few blood-cooling and analgesic drugs were added. Therefore, it will not make people feel that the wound is hot and unbearable. The prince's wound looks frightening. But it is just a superficial wound. Apply the medicine and take good care of it for a few days. My father told me that the weather is cold now. And although I am not worried about the prince's wound festering, the wound is always wrapped with cloth, which is not conducive to ventilation. I thought, there is a ground dragon in the prince's room, there is charcoal fire burning, so why not let the wound air out? This way the wound will scab faster and heal faster. Yunli looked at the wound on his left arm, which was red, and the blood that flowed out when Wen Shichu took the cloth strip just now, which was quite shocking. Well, the cloth strip is always wrapped, and next time I change the dressing, I will have to suffer this again. He nodded, ordered the servants to close the doors and windows tightly, and asked someone to take off his shirt, and only cover him with a quilt. The injured left arm was just lying outside the quilt. But Wen Shichu said immediately, Your Majesty, I have something to say. When the charcoal fire is burning in the room, you must not close the doors and windows. The eunuch who served Yunli got his signal, and immediately ran to open another window. Wen Shichu continued to nag. Your Majesty, with your bare arms, you will catch a cold easily in the room. I will find a thin quilt to cover your arms. Yunli, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but said, I think Dr. Wen is very cool. How come you gave birth to a son who is very pedantic? This is not okay. That is not okay. I feel it is long-winded. In fact, Yunli was just complaining, and he did not intend to target Wen Shichu. But when Wen Shichu heard this, his cheeks turned red instantly, and he became timid. Your Majesty, please forgive me, I just. After a long while, he still could not figure out the reason, and his face became even redder. Yunli looked up at the sky without saying a word, and sighed. I am not blaming you, it's just that. I am just a little impatient. I will listen to you. After settling Yunli down, Wen Shichu left. He turned around and looked at the door, feeling a little wronged. It's not that I wanted to come to the palace to serve people, but it was Empress Hua Fei who said that. I was brought here. My father said that. The Wen family owed the Yin family a debt of gratitude. If you don't respond to such a small thing as companionship, can you still be considered a human being? He couldn't walk around in the prince's residence, and could only be confined to Yuli's small courtyard. So when Shirchu was depressed, and found a place to sit down, and studied the medical skills he brought in carefully, when it was time to take care of Yuli, he went to work hard. Yin Shuan heard that when Shirchu had entered the palace, and accompanied Yuli with grievances, and couldn't help but smile. In the previous life, when Shirchu was Jinhuan's right-hand man, and Jinhuan only believed in his words. In this life, Yin Shuan had planned to let her family save Wen Shirchu's father early on. Let the Wen family owe the Yin family a great favor. It is for the Wen family, which has inherited medicine from generation to generation, to use for themselves. Xiao Linzi said beside, Master, I have informed shopkeeper Wu. Ask him to be careful. Xianzi building may have been targeted by someone. But shopkeeper Wu said that he has made many friends in the underworld, and asked the master not to worry about his safety. Yin Shuan nodded. Shopkeeper Wu is a good hand at making money for himself. How can he not worry? Xiao Linzi said again. There is another good news. I heard that the Qing army led by General Nian won a great victory, and defeated Wu Santui, the king of Pingxi. The old villain Shang Keshi, the king of Ping'an, saw that the situation was not going well, and turned to obey the court. He handed over the power in his hands, and said that he would return his son in exchange. The emperor thought that he knew the current situation, so he only took back his military power and title, but still let him stay in Guangdong. He is now like a tiger with its teeth pulled out and its paws broken. It can no longer make big waves. As for Jingnan Wangung Jingzhong, it is said that he was suppressed and beaten by General Qi, the ancestor of concubine Duan, and he was also unable to recover. In view of this, the emperor was very pleased and said that he would reward General Nian and General Qi. Yin Shuan just said oh and didn't react much. Xiao Linzi said, Master, are you unhappy? General Nian has made great contributions. Yin Shuan said with a worried look on his face. Great contributions to the country, it is also greater than the country. The greater the merits my brother has earned, the more uneasy I feel. I am afraid that my brother has a hot temper. If he takes credit for himself, even I will be implicated. Xiao Linzi doesn't understand. General Nian doesn't look like an arrogant person. Why is the master so worried? On the other hand, concubine Duan was very happy to hear the news. Jishong said, the queen has been depressed for many days. Finally, there is something that can make people happy. The Qi family is now in a state of turmoil, and the empress's situation must be better. As soon as Jishong finished speaking, he heard the eunuch outside say, the emperor has arrived. Concubine Duan finally stopped looking indifferent, and her face was filled with joy. She stood up and went out to greet him. Your Majesty, it's cold outside. Please come in quickly. Injun was not in a hurry to go in, but instead extended his hand to concubine Duan, who was bowing to him. Get up. Why are your hands so cold? Concubine Duan placed her hand on Injun's palm, and stood up with his help, smiling gently. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, my hands and feet are cold in winter. Even if the charcoal fire in the house is hot, it will not help. The imperial physician said that I have a cold body and need to take medicine to regulate my body. I feel that the medicine is too bitter, and I don't want to take it. Please don't worry. Your Majesty. Injun took concubine Duan's hand and walked into the house, saying, your willful nature of not taking medicine is somewhat similar to Sherlan. She always complains that the medicine is bitter, and she poured out all the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. I can't do anything about you either. Injun didn't notice the flash of disappointment in concubine Duan's eyes when he said this. Chapter 361, Frequent Miscarriage. In Yanqing Palace, she was thinking of Yin Sherlan. Comparing herself with Yin Sherlan, concubine Duan lowered her eyes, hiding the jealousy in her eyes. Your Majesty, you are joking. How can I compare myself with concubine Hua? Concubine Hua helped the empress to manage the 6 palaces. She worked hard and made great contributions. She was also the one who gave birth to the prince. She was beneficial to the country. I can't catch up with her. This is an old problem of mine. It's not a problem. Injun pulled concubine Duan to sit down. Concubine Duan gently pulled her hand out, stepped back 2 steps, and stood beside Injin. What are you doing? Injin was puzzled. Concubine Duan said, Your Majesty, I dare not sit with you. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. I remember the difference between the superior and the inferior, and I dare not go beyond the rules. Concubine Duan's humble words, falling into Injin's ears, were very unpleasant. So Injin blurted out, You are so polite. Of course it's good. But you are my woman, there is no need to be so reserved when no one is around. Sherlan is a concubine like you, so she doesn't care about all these rules. Concubine Duan's heart sank again. Sherlan. Sherlan. Sherlan again. But she tried her best to hold back, forced a smile, and said modestly, Your Majesty is right, but etiquette cannot be abolished. I always remember in my heart that you are the king, and I am the minister. Ministers and the emperor cannot sit together. Injin had come here happily, but now I just feel bored and uninteresting. But his face did not change color, just smiled. You are right, well, since you don't want to sit with me, just sit wherever you like. I just thought, there is still half a month, it will be the day when you marry me. I thought, I owe you a lot in these years, so I want to spend this time with you, which can be regarded as compensating you a little. Concubine Duan still stood, and did not sit down. At this time, hearing Injin say this, she bowed to Injin and said, Your Majesty still remembers these trivial matters. I only hope to be with your Majesty day and night. Otherwise, I don't care. Injin laughed and said, That being said, I am busy, and have not been to the harem for days. I see you even less. Don't you blame me? Duan Fei still had that smile on her face. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. How dare I blame you? Under your Majesty's rule, the Qin dynasty is. It is a scene of prosperity and peace. I feel that the emperor is the most wise and powerful man in the world. How can I blame the emperor? Originally, Injin was already uninterested when he saw Concubine Duan's dull look, but what Concubine Duan said just now touched his heart. Who doesn't like to hear good words? Injin said with a smile. You are in the harem all day long. How do you know how I governed the world in the previous dynasty? Just try to make me happy. Concubine Duan raised her head, stared into Injin's eyes, and said seriously, I have been in the harem for a long time. And according to the ancestral system, the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. However, the emperor's wisdom and bravery are not only praised by the previous dynasty, but all the women in the harem are proud to be the emperor's women. Naturally, including me. Injin's face really became more cheerful. I want to hear. How do you talk about me in the harem all day long? Concubine Duan said. Concubines dare not talk about the emperor. I am just happy for the world under the emperor's rule. Then, Concubine Duan said, I heard this morning that the Southwest won a great victory, and the king of Pingnan surrendered. I think the emperor is very happy. Today, the emperor happened to come. I will have someone prepare a banquet and drink with the emperor. Concubine Duan prepared wine and food for Injin to enjoy. And everyone else had received the news. Concubine Hua and Concubine Duan's mother's family both won military merits. But the emperor went to Concubine Duan's palace first. Does this mean that? Is the emperor going to pay attention to Concubine Duan? Elenara heard that the emperor was in Yanqing Palace, and sent someone to deliver fine wine. Injin looked at Su Peisheng holding the wine pot and pouring wine, and suddenly said, The queen is generous, I haven't visited her for a long time. And Elenara, who Injin remembered, was practicing calligraphy in Jingren Palace. Jianqiu was waiting for the pen and ink. Your Majesty, the emperor is in Yanqing Palace today, you don't have to send someone to deliver wine. Elenara dipped the tip of the wolf hair brush in the inkstone. She said indifferently, I am the queen. I will treat whoever the emperor likes well. Jianqiu said, but after entering the palace for so long, Concubine Duan has made no achievements. Every time she confronts Concubine Hua, Concubine Duan dares not to confront her directly. There is not even a useful person around the queen. I have to say something unpleasant. The queen is just a dog, and it can still bite people. Elenara finished writing a big word, put down the brush in her hand, and admired the word Jing on the expensive rice paper. Who said Concubine Duan is useless? Look, there are only 2 concubines in the palace now, and the others are useless noble ladies. Who dares to fight against Concubine Hua? But at this critical moment, I have to say that Concubine Duan is lucky. Her mother's family has outstanding military achievements, and she herself is a concubine. In the entire harem, except for me, She is the only one who can say a few more words to concubine Hua. It's a pity to leave such a good arrow unused, Jianqiu said. I really don't understand. What can concubine Duan do? Olenara said with a smile. She can do a lot. But I don't need her to do anything. She just needs to do her job as a concubine and stand there. Concubine Hua's family is not low. And her mother's family is prosperous. Unless she makes a big mistake, I will have an excuse to punish her. Olenara didn't know that what she said would soon fall into Nian Sherlan's ears. Nian Sherlan just felt tired. Only a thief who has been a thief for 1,000 days. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Whether in the previous life or this life. Olenara always wanted to get rid of her. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. On the night of November 11, Nian Sherlan, who had already gone to bed, was suddenly gently awakened by Songji. Your Majesty, wake up. Something big happened in the palace. Nian Sherlan woke up suddenly. Songji had been with her for many years, and would not easily say something big. What? Nian Sherlan sat up. Songji said, I didn't want to disturb the Empress, but the Emperor sent someone to ask for the Empress. He said that Fu Changzai had a miscarriage, and the Empress and the Queen had to take care of her together. Nian Sherlan's heart skipped a beat. Fu Changzai was already more than 4 months pregnant. If she had a miscarriage, she would have to suffer some pain. Nian Sherlan felt that the palace was peaceful these days, so she ignored Fu Changzai's pregnancy. She just felt that Fu Changzai was not a stupid person and could protect her child. In the past, she protected a Jingpin who gave birth to a child. It was because she owed Jingpin in her previous life. In this life, no matter who else in the harem had a child, Nian Sherlan didn't want to get involved. But Fu Changzai had a miscarriage, and it was Injin who sent someone to invite her, so she had to go. Quick, help me change my clothes. Why did she have a miscarriage, do you know? Chapter 362, Quite Helpless. Songji said, as she waited on Nian Sherlan. I only heard what the eunuch who came to report said. I don't know the details. I only heard that Fu Changzai was playing with Princess Kangol during the day, and her stomach hit the vase in the room. At that time, concubine Jing was scared, and she sent the imperial physician to see her. The imperial physician Qiu who examined Fu Changzai said that the fetus was not affected, and it was fine. I don't know why at night. Fu Changzai cried out that her stomach hurt. Just now, I have already seen blood. This is something Nian Sherlan did not expect. In the previous life, Fuzi killed her hastily because he did not like her. In this life, Nian Sherlan gave up her love for Injin, and just let any woman fight for her. Fu Changzai was able to enter Injin's eyes with the help of Nian Sherlan, just to annoy Olenara. Unexpectedly, Fu Changzai went from a little palace maid to a concubine. And until she got pregnant, she became a concubine again. Nian Sherlan had always been laissez-faire towards Fu Changzai. As long as she didn't poison Nian Sherlan and her son, she would do whatever she wanted. But in the middle of the night, Fu Changzai suddenly had a bloody discharge, and Nian Sherlan felt something was wrong. When Nian Sherlan arrived at Chuxiu Palace, before she even entered the palace gate, she saw that the lights were on inside. Eunuchs and palace maids were running back and forth in a hurry. When Nian Sherlan arrived at Yinchuang's, where Fu Changzai lived, she heard Fu Changzai's painful voice coming from inside. A midwife was shouting inside. My lady, bear it! Bear it! The usually slow and gentle Fu Chang's voice changed at this moment because of the pain. It hurts! It hurts! Nian Sherlan listened to the heart-wrenching voice and sighed secretly. Xiao Linzi stepped forward and shouted loudly. Empress Hua is here. When Nian Sherlan stepped over the threshold, she saw Injin and Olenara sitting on the couch. The Emperor and Empress were on the left and right, looking at each other in silence. Your Majesty, I have seen you. The Empress. Nian Sherlan took 2 quick steps forward to pay her respects. However, Injin was in a bad mood when he heard Fu Changzai's cries of pain in the room. He waved his hand hastily, trying to keep his tone steady. Get up. I called you here so late, and it delayed your rest. Nian Sherlan stood up and replied cautiously. Your Majesty, you are too kind. As soon as I heard that something happened in Chuxiu Palace, I came here immediately. My rest, compared to the pain Fu Changzai was suffering, it was nothing. Your Majesty, you cannot go to bed at this time. You may be tired for the court tomorrow morning. Nian Sherlan carefully observed Injin's expression, and saw that he just had a gloomy face, and did not turn his ring in his hand. Nian Sherlan knew that Injin had already accepted the fact that Fu Chengzai had lost his son. If Injin was anxious, he would have turned the ring unintentionally. Injin in his previous life also had such an action. But later, as he got older, he replaced the ring with a bracelet. Injin said in a deep voice, "I have lost another child. Sherlan, I am very sad." Sherlan knew that Injin was an emperor who could ascend the throne early. So how could he be sad for an unborn baby? But he still had to do the work on the surface. Sherlan also said in a deep voice, echoing Injin, "Your Majesty, please accept my condolences." Olenara also rarely echoed Sherlan. What Hua Fei said is right. Your Majesty should mourn less. Fu Chengzai is still young, and she will definitely have children in the future. Fu Chengzai has already lost her child. Your Majesty's presence here will only add to her sorrow. Your Majesty's health is the most important thing. I and Hua Fei will take care of you here. Why don't you go and rest first? Injin shook his head and raised his head. Jingpin, who came after hearing the news, walked in timidly, walked slowly to Injin, and knelt down. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. And to the Empress, pay your respects to concubine Hua. Nian Sherlan looked at her, feeling quite helpless. But when she thought of what Songji said when she woke her up, that concubine Fu bumped into her stomach while playing with Princess Kangol in the daytime, Nian Sherlan looked at concubine Jing's humble appearance, and felt sad. This matter may not be related to Princess Kangol, but concubine Jing's guilty and humble appearance instead made people suspicious. Nian Sherlan thought, concubine Jing must think that Princess Kangol was at fault first. This incident was triggered. As a mother, she always wants to take more responsibility for her children. Jingpin at the moment should be in this state of mind. Injin looked at the kneeling Jingpin and said, "Get up. You don't kneel normally. What happened today?" Rui, who was beside Jingpin, saw that the emperor looked normal, and hurriedly helped Jingpin up, but she knew Jingpin's nervous mind clearly. Olenara said, "I asked the emperor for forgiveness on behalf of Jingpin. Fu Chengzai was like this because she was playing with Princess Kangol during the day. The princess was young and didn't know how to handle the situation. Fu Chengzai bumped into the vase. Now that the fetus is not saved, Jingpin must feel guilty. Your Majesty, please don't be angry with Jingpin for being like this. As a mother, she wants to bear the consequences for the princess." Nian Sherlan sneered. Olenara's words seemed to be comforting Injin and speaking for Jingpin. But in fact, they were hitting Jingpin and her daughter. It's a pity that Jingpin is such a loser. She doesn't even speak to defend herself. Wasn't Jingpin in the previous life quite smart? Injin looked at Jingpin, who was standing aside, and twisting her handkerchief nervously. Is it really because of Kangol and Fuchong playing around? When I first heard about it, I didn't believe it. I'm waiting for you to explain it to me in person. As soon as Injin finished speaking, Jingpin knelt down again, and Rui, who was following her, knelt on the ground without daring to raise her head. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Konglu loves Fu Chengzai and often plays with her. I have tried to dissuade her. But Fu Chengzai just said that Konglu is still young and it is okay. I did not expect that something like this would happen today. Konglu is young and does not know anything. If the emperor is angry, please punish me." Nian Sherlan looked at Jing concubine in astonishment. She thought Jing concubine would be more tolerant for Princess Konglu. But she did not expect that she would not even make an excuse and directly admit the matter. Nian Sherlan was about to say something. But then she thought, Fu Chengzai's miscarriage was strange. So it would be better for her to wait and see. When concubine Duan, concubine Wan and others came, they saw the palace maids carrying basins of blood. Fu Chengzai, who was already 4.5 months pregnant, had a miscarriage and was in great pain. Everyone looked at the basins of blood and felt horrified. And De Ying had always been timid, so she just hid behind Jin Chengzai with her back to him. Concubine Shen and concubine Xian covered their mouths and noses with silk handkerchiefs, trying to avoid the smell of blood. Concubine Chao stood aside and watched the palace maids come and go without changing her expression. The blood in the copper basins in the palace maid's hands seemed to be no different from ordinary water. Chapter 363 No Peace. Li Guiran had never seen such a scene, and she almost vomited. The maid who followed her was busy patting her back and using a silk handkerchief to block her view. Duan Fei looked at the basins of blood and thought that she also had a miscarriage at 4.5 months, and her face couldn't help but become ugly. When Wan Guiran followed Duan Fei into the room, she saw Jingpin kneeling on the ground. Everyone saw the emperor and the empress, and then stood aside. Injin looked at the many people standing in the small room. She was already a little irritated. What are you all doing here? In Shuangshai is small, there is no place for you to sit, go back. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Duan Fei stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. The sisters heard that Fu Changzai was in trouble, and they were all very worried. The weather is cold, Your Majesty. Please don't get angry and hurt yourself. After Duan Fei finished speaking, she looked at Jingpin, who was kneeling on the ground. Injin followed her gaze and became even angrier. He had heard about what happened in the afternoon, but he didn't want to mention it, because it was related to Princess Kangol. Kangol was only 4 years old. Even if it was really Kangol who did it, how could he bear to blame her? Besides, Jingpin had always been very obedient and never argued with anyone in the harem. Injin wanted to attribute the incident to an accident, but Jingpin was afraid that Injin would blame Princess Kangol, so she took the blame without saying a word. Injin was a little upset. Kangol was his own daughter. She is a princess of the Qin dynasty, and a young and innocent child. What kind of impression did he leave in Jingpin's mind? To make Jingpin afraid of him blaming a little child, and thus make Jingpin rush to admit the guilt? Injin was secretly angry, and his words were stiff. Jingpin, get up first. I have never blamed Kangol, and you don't have to be upset or afraid. Fu Changzai has come to this point. Let the imperial physician take good care of her. Even if this happened because Kangol accidentally bumped into Fu Changzai, all we can say is that Fu Changzai is blessed with a short life and is unlucky, and is not blessed to raise an heir. Injin concluded the matter in a few words, and Jingpin then stood up tremblingly. Fu Changzai, who was already exhausted from the pain in the inner room, was silent, and Imperial Dr. Chiu came forward to report. Your Majesty, I and my colleagues have done our best. However, the young lady's fetal breath gradually weakened, until the fetal pulse was completely gone. In order to save the young lady's life, the heir cannot be saved. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, for my poor medical skills. Injin waved his hand tiredly, said, I blame you for nothing, you have done your best. How is Fu Changzai now? Dr. Chiu said. Reporting to the Emperor, Miss Fu fainted because of the pain just now. Fortunately, the fetus has been aborted. She will recover in the future, and there will be no serious problems. The noble Lady Li, who had been silent, spoke up. Excuse me, Doctor, can you tell the gender of the fetus in 4.5 months? Dr. Chiu hesitated for a moment and looked at Injin. Injin scolded. Noble Lady Li, saying this now, do you want to make me feel upset, or are you gloating over the misfortunes and blessings that have happened today? The pressure emanating from Injin's body made Li Guiran, who had just been watching a show, instantly weak in the knees. She hurriedly took a step back and knelt down. Your Majesty, calm down, I dare not. Injin half squinted his eyes, looking at Li Guiran, who only had a beautiful face. His voice was calm. You'd better not dare. After tossing and turning for half a night, when Yin Sherlan returned to Kuan Palace, it was almost the morning hour. Songji took off her hairpins and rings while talking to Yin Sherlan. Your Majesty, it's already the morning hour. The ladies in the palaces have all gone back to rest. The Queen sent a message that they are tired after a night of hard work. We will not go to pay respects today. The ladies in the palaces should have a good rest. Yin Sherlan stretched out her arms and let Songji and Lidong serve her. I am very energetic now, but since the Queen said that I don't need to pay respects, I am too lazy to move. Change me into that light red gauze homely dress, and bring Homely here when he wakes up. After Songji and Lidong served Yin Sherlan breakfast, Homely woke up and was brought here by the wet nurse to pay his respects. Fourth Prince pays his respects to Empress Hua Fei, and may the Empress be blessed. The fourth prince in the wet nurse's arms was overjoyed when he saw Yin Sherlan, flapping his little arms, baring his few little teeth, and was about to jump into Yin Sherlan's arms. Yin Sherlan was dressed in homely clothes, holding the fourth prince. Her heart softened. Homely seems to have grown heavier. That's great. My son must grow up well. Homely, who had just turned 1 year old, was in Yin Sherlan's arms, and his saliva dripped down his chin uncontrollably. The wet nurse hurriedly took a soft towel to catch Homely's saliva, while saying, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The fourth prince is too young and can't control himself. Let me hold him, so as not to dirty your clothes. The nurse was about to hold the fourth prince, but Yin Sherlan dodged her. She smiled and said, "It's okay. He's my own son. How could I dislike him?" Nien Shuolan held Hungli and played with him for a long time before handing him over to the nurse. Nien Shuolan called Xiao Linzi and asked, "Have you found out what I asked you to find out?" Xiao Linzi leaned over to Nien Shuolan and said, "My lord, I have found out." Qing Ling, who was beside Fu Chang, said, "Fu Changzai played with Princess Kangol yesterday afternoon, and indeed bumped her stomach. But Fu Changzai was fine at the time. After eating the meal sent by the imperial kitchen for dinner, Fu Changzai said that she had eaten too much and wanted to go out for a walk. The maids around her also advised her that she was frightened yesterday, so she might as well rest early. But Fu Changzai didn't listen and insisted on going out. I don't know why, but she said she had a stomachache as soon as she went out." Xiao Linzi paused, and Nien Shuolan glanced at him. "Go on," Xiao Linzi said. "Yes," Qiling said. "What's strange is that Fu Changzai only said she had a stomachache at the time. I thought she was going to the bathroom, and there was no blood. But the imperial physician came and said that Fu Changzai had a miscarriage, and asked someone to make a medicine to keep her in the womb. Unfortunately, she didn't save the baby in Fu Changzai's belly. When you went there, you saw her like that." Xiao Linzi stopped talking there, but Nien Shuolan was keenly aware of something wrong. "You mean concubine Fu started to have stomachache after dinner? The imperial physician gave her medicine to keep the baby, but it didn't save the baby?" Xiao Linzi said, lowering his head. "Yes. That's exactly what's strange. I think there's something fishy." Nien Shuolan sneered and said, "Feeling fishy? I don't think it's fishy at all. Every step was calculated. I just don't know who did it. The action was so smooth, without any drag." Xiao Linzi said again, "Master, I understand what you mean, but this matter has nothing to do with Ikuan Palace at the moment. I thought it's better to have less trouble than more. I also heard that when Fu Chang had a miscarriage, the midwife pressed hard on her belly. Oh, I feel so bad for Fu Chang when I hear that." "Master, you said that belly is all meat, not a piece of dough." Nien Shuolan was silent for a while. Just thinking about that scene, she felt her bones tremble. She said slowly, "In this palace, there is really no peace." Chapter 364 and San gets beaten. Xiao Linzi said, "Master, there is one more thing." Lika said that the 17th master fell off his horse that day. The servant sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs to report the matter, guessing that it was related to Qixiang Palace. Xiao Linzi told Nien Shuolan about Ansen following the servant that day. Nien Shuolan asked, "Lika didn't follow him?" Xiao Linzi scratched his head and said, "Lika said that a team of patrolling guards happened to come at that time, so he hid first. Later, I never saw the eunuch come out again." Nien Shuolan turned around and said to Xiao Linzi, "Go and find Lika for me. I think he has been eating too well recently, and has forgotten everything he was taught in the Dark Guard camp." Xiao Linzi responded and immediately went to find Liku. Xiao Linzi said to himself, "Master, you can only wish you the best." When Ansang got the order and appeared in front of Nien Shuolan was standing in the courtyard of Ikuan Palace, playing with a whip. Seeing Ansang kneeling in front of her, Nien Shuolan suddenly swung the whip. The whip went straight to Ansang's face. Ansang immediately withdrew his killing move after his brain reacted, and changed from offense to defense. He dodged in a rather embarrassing way. "Your Majesty, calm down. It's too late for me. Your Majesty won't kill me. Ouch. It hurts. Your Majesty, calm down." Nien Shuolan sneered. "You dare to hide." Hearing this, Ansang curled up his body like a ball of meat. He rolled on the ground, looking ready to be whipped. This action made Nien Shuolan laugh. She withdrew her hand and threw the whip to Xiao Linzi, who had long been hiding far away. Xiao Linzi took the whip thrown by Nien Shuolan and watched with gloating as Ansang was whipped twice. The resentful Ansang met Xiao Linzi's eyes, and the fierceness that flashed in his eyes frightened Xiao Linzi so much that he quickly ran back to Nien Shuolan. "Master, calm down." Nien Shuolan clapped her hands. She elegantly brushed off her clothes and said to Ansang, who was kneeling on the ground, "Do you know why I beat you?" Ansang thought for a long time. Is it because he was greedy and ate too many delicacies? The Ikuan Palace is so big, there shouldn't be a shortage of food for him, right? But he really couldn't think of the reason why he was beaten, so he said honestly, "I don't know, please tell me clearly." "Your Majesty." Nien Shuolan dismissed the people around him, leaving only Xiao Linzi by his side, then said, I was just testing you to see if you have forgotten everything the dark guards taught you. A small Qisheng palace, is it possible that you cannot enter it? And San finally understood that. It was because he did not follow up on what happened that day that he got these 2 whips. He complained bitterly in his heart that it was because of the guards that day. But then he thought again that it was because he was in a hurry to eat the roast goose that Xiao Linzi prepared for him that day. He thought that he was just a little eunuch, and he could not make any big waves. I am a killer trained by the dark guards. I can kill anyone I want. The reason I was hit by concubine Hua is because I held back. No, I am loyal to the emperor. Strictly speaking, concubine Hua is not my master. And San thought this and that in his mind. But in the end, he thought, forget it. Who told him to eat so many delicious foods in Ikuin Palace? If you take someone's money, you will be grateful. If you eat someone's money, you will be soft-hearted. Just take the beating. Concubine Hua showed some mercy, and did not beat him hard. And San thought of this, and raised his head with a tragic look. I know my mistake. I will go, and keep an eye on Qisheng Palace. Yin Sherlan was very satisfied with Insan's appearance at this moment. She did not miss the time when Insan was thinking wildly. This secret guard was loyal to Injin. And Yin Sherlan knew it very well. But from now on, Yin Sherlan wanted to let him know that she was also his master. Okay. Get up. Since you know your mistake, then you should use your brain when doing things from now on. I asked the kitchen to make your favorite Pearl 8 treasure duck today. And I will ask Xiao Linzi to send it to your room later. And San stood up, and stood aside with his head down, feeling miserable. He seemed to have fallen into a trap, but he couldn't tell. Since Fu Changzai had a miscarriage, Jinping went to visit Fu Changzai almost every day. This day Jinping came to Chuxiu Palace again. I pay my respects to Madam Jinping, madam. Good luck. Fu Changzai's maid Shimei greeted Jinping. Jinping nodded, and was about to go straight to Fu Changzai's inner room. Shimei said, Please forgive me. Madam Jinping, our young master is still asleep at this moment, or will you allow me to go in and wake her up, and then you can go in? Jinping paused, and stopped. It's already noon. Your young master is still asleep? Is there anything wrong with her body? Have you asked the imperial physician to come and see her? Shimei lowered her eyebrows, said obediently, Thank you for your concern. Madam, our young lady has not been sleeping well these past 2 nights, and has been a little sleepy during the day. The young lady said that. It is not a big deal, and it will be fine after 2 days of rest. Jinping pondered for a moment, then said, Oh, if you can't sleep well at night, you should also ask the imperial physician to see you. This palace stewed this Qianjin Ichi soup early this morning, and specially added aged mountain ginseng. Since your young lady is still asleep, this palace will not disturb you. Leave this soup, wait until your young lady wakes up, heat it up, and give it to her. After a miscarriage, the qi is weak, so you should replenish it. After Jinping said that, without waiting for Shimei to speak, she asked Rui to put down the soup, turned around and left Chuxiu Palace. Shimei's gentle voice came from behind. Your servant respectfully sends you off. Madam Jinping. Fu Changzai in the inner room leaned on the bed. A quilt with diamond-shaped brocade covered her below the waist. She wore a coat made of sable skin on her upper body, without any decoration on her head, only a sapphire blue headband protected her forehead from the wind. She held a bowl of bird's nest in her hand, and stared at the pattern embroidered on the bed curtain. Shimei brought the tonic soup said by Jinping, and stood beside Fu Changzai's bed. My lady, this is the tonic soup said by Jinping. She said it is good for your health. Fu Changzai turned around, looked at the porcelain cup with the rich peony painted on it, and said lightly, I don't want to drink it. Drinking this stuff all day long, it doesn't make you better at all. Shimei said, Empress Jing has been coming here frequently these days, and has been sending gifts frequently. Apart from the gifts from the emperor and the empress, almost all of our Yinchuanzhai is sent by Empress Jing. Fu Changzai smiled sadly, staring into Shimei's eyes, and said, Look, aren't these things in our palace much more luxurious now? Shimei was frightened by Fu Changzai's eyes, and dared not say a word. Fu Changzai said to herself, These are all exchanged for my children. The emperor has many women around him, and many of them can give birth. So he gave me rewards, just to appease me, and stop me from making trouble. The queen gave me things because of the emperor. Otherwise who am I? Jinping. She was guilty, and wanted to forgive Princess Kangol. But I never blamed Princess Kangol from beginning to end. Besides, With my status, I dare not blame the princess of our Qing dynasty. You see, Jinping thought I would bear a grudge. So she used these things to shut me up every day. Chapter 365 Hongshi is punished. Xing'er, the maidservant who served Fu Changzai personally, said, "My lady has not been feeling well these days, and has been worrying too much. I see that the emperor really loves you." Early this morning, the emperor even ordered someone to deliver this golden thread and a treasure pearl bun. The emperor knows that you love beauty, and he also knows that you like beautiful jewelry. The emperor should be looking forward to your recovery soon. Following Xing'er's words, Fu Changzai looked at the tray placed beside the bed. There was indeed a golden and magnificent pearl bun on the tray. Fu Changzai stared at it for a long time, whether she wanted to laugh or not. "Yes, I like these. But do you think, with my current status and position, I am worthy of such beautiful things? Besides, when has there ever been such a hair ornament in the palace? Although I am a palace maid like you, I am also a bannerman. This pearl bun is a hair ornament for Han women, and it is not an ordinary style in the palace. You still think, does the emperor really care about me?" Xing'er shut up and stopped talking. She knew that Fu Changzai was completely immersed in self-pity at this moment, and could not listen to anything else. After a while, Fu Changzai suddenly seemed to have figured something out and said, "You are right. Whether the emperor really hopes that I will get better or not, I have to get well soon. I am still young and have many opportunities. I can't just watch the favor flow into the hands of others. Even though I am only a concubine, the emperor still has some affection for me, so I cannot waste it." Xing'er said, "Madame Jing was absent today, and I wonder if she will come tomorrow." Fu Changzai handed the bird's nest bowl she had been holding to Xing'er and said, "Today, I was too careless and treated Madame Jing badly. If Madame Jing comes tomorrow, we will welcome her in." She may have been beside her, and the soup bowl she was holding had become a little cold. "My lady, how about I heat up this soup for you and have a sip?" Fu Changzai said without even looking at it. "Pour it out. I won't eat any food sent from outside in the future." After she may left with the soup, Xing'er helped Fu Changzai lie down slowly and said, "My lady is much more cautious now." Fu Changzai closed his eyes and folded his hands on his chest. "I have to be cautious even if I don't want to. The soup that day, isn't it just an extra gift from the imperial kitchen? Everyone thinks that it was Princess Kangle who pushed me that afternoon, but I know the answer." Xing'er paused and took her hand back. "Since you know it, why don't you ask the emperor to investigate it?" Fu Changzai said, still closing her eyes. "She is above me in rank, and I am just a small Changzai now. I have no support in the palace, and I have made many enemies because of the emperor's favor. Even if I tell you now, it has already happened, and the other party must have cleaned up his hands. If the emperor finds out, her family background and status are higher than mine, and this matter will most likely be resolved. It's just a dispute between two women in the harem. If the emperor can't find out, he will blame me for accusing her of miscarriage, which is not worth the loss." Xing'er said, "I feel that the young lady has changed a lot these days. The young lady didn't care much about these things before." Fu Chang closed his eyes, but a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It was because I didn't care about these things before. I thought it was nothing more than women competing for the emperor's favor. Who would have thought that he could be so cruel as to kill my child? Not only did he kill my child, but he almost killed me too. How could I continue to not care? I was wavering in the past, and sometimes I was a little arrogant, which led to today's disaster." Xing'er was silent for a while. "Continue. The young lady should be more cautious in the future, so as not to give others the opportunity to harm you." Fu Changzai was silent. Xing'er knew she didn't want to talk anymore, so she lowered the bed curtain and left. In Jing'an Palace, the little third prince stood in front of Alinara. The third prince was already 4.5 years old, and was reciting the Analects with his head shaking. "Learning and practicing from time to time, isn't it a pleasure? Having friends coming from afar, isn't it a pleasure? People don't know me, but I'm not angry. Isn't he a gentleman?" After the third prince finished reciting a passage, Alinara said, "Do you know what the passage you just recited means?" The third prince opened his innocent eyes, thought for a while, and said, "The teacher has said it. Let me recall it." Jianqiu couldn't help but remind him. "Third prince, when the queen asks you, you should say to the queen mother," the third prince said hurriedly. "Thank you, Aunt Jianqiu, for reminding me," he said to Alinara again. replying to the Empress Dowager, "I can't remember it." Olenara's face, which was sunny just now, was suddenly covered with clouds. "You can't even remember such a simple explanation. How did I teach you?" The third prince was stunned, looking at the angry Olenara in front of him. The little boy didn't understand why his Empress Dowager was always smiling and kind in front of others. But every time she asked about his homework, she was always angry. He couldn't help himself. Every time he saw the Empress Dowager's expression, he would kneel down. "Don't be angry, Empress Dowager. It's my son's fault. I will review what the teacher taught me when I go back." The little child knelt on the ground. But he had not forgotten the etiquette in the palace. His back was straight. Jianqiu was used to such scenes. She just pursed her lips. Although she felt sorry, she didn't dare to say a word. Olenara took the ruler from Jiang Fuhai and hit the soft palm of the third prince 3 times. The third prince was in pain, but he didn't dare to cry. And he didn't even dare to change his expression. Since he could speak, the Empress always taught him that a man doesn't cry easily, especially because of his poor academic performance. The third prince was not allowed to stand up easily after being punished. He was punished by Olenara to kneel outside the Jingren Palace. Concubine 1 came with Cui Jinsi and Luo Yu. As soon as she came in, she saw a small figure kneeling on the bluestone slab in the cold winter. Cui Jinsi held Concubine 1's hand and gently pressed her down, stopping Concubine 1 from walking towards the figure. Concubine 1 turned her head to look at Cui Jinsi, and met Cui Jinsi's eyes that shook her head gently. Concubine 1 hardened her heart and did not intend to make trouble. The eunuch who sang the greetings had already announced Concubine 1's arrival. "I pay my respects to the queen, and I wish the queen good luck." Olenara had just punished the third prince, and her mood had not yet changed, but when she saw Concubine 1, she smiled almost instantly. She looked extremely kind, as if it was not her who punished the little prince to kneel in the snow. "Get up. It's so cold, why are you here?" Chapter 366 Physical Exhaustion. Cui Jinsi hurried to help Concubine 1 stand up, but she didn't notice that Luo Yu, who was standing on Concubine 1's right, glared at her quickly and fiercely. Concubine 1 replied, "I have nothing to do in Suyukshuan, and I remember the care that the queen has given me. I feel so grateful, and I can't help but come to Jingren Palace. The queen is busy with her affairs, and I hope you won't mind that I disturb her." Olenara laughed even more happily. "Stop standing and talking. Please take a seat." After one Gurin thanked her and sat down. Olenara continued, "I am also sitting idle. It is a good opportunity for you to come and keep me company. The weather has become gloomy again in the past 2 days. I am afraid that the weather will change." One Gurin smiled respectfully and said, "Yes. It is still a bit dry in the winter. If it can snow before the 12th month, it will be comfortable." Olenara also smiled. "Look at the snow blue cheongshan that Concubine 1 is wearing today, with a unique waist cut. There is a circle of excellent wind hair on the yellow jacket, which should be the fur of a white fox. Her slender and white hands are hidden in the hand warmer made of white fox fur. On her head, she is wearing a pearl hairpin that the emperor has just awarded her, which is bright and pretty. I see that Concubine 1 has a good complexion these days, which shows that she has taken good care of herself." The flat gold hand warmer in Olenara's hand is small and exquisite. The lotus brocade stove cover is also embroidered in a unique way. It is a pattern of Phoenix Nirvana. One Gurin reached out and touched her face, smiling brightly and lively. "The queen is always good at making me happy. I slept late last night, and when I woke up today, I still felt that my complexion was dull. I was thinking that the queen's complexion has always been bright and rosy, and I would like to ask the queen for advice on how to maintain it." Olenara did not respond to one Guirin's request for advice, but just smiled and said, "Last night was the night of the 16th chasing the moon, according to the rules. The emperor was supposed to go to Ikuin Palace. However, even if it wasn't the 16th last night, the emperor would have gone if he wanted to. You too. Are you too pessimistic? Is it worth staying up all night for such a small matter?" Concubine 1 did not deny it, but sighed softly. "I'm sorry to make the queen laugh." Olenara dismissed her attendants, leaving only Jianqiu to serve her. Luo Yu, who was beside Concubine 1, reluctantly withdrew with Huichun Xiuxia at Cui Jinsi's signal. Olenara said, "There are no outsiders here. I know that the emperor usually favors Hua Fei more, so don't worry too much. Nian Gingyo fought on the battlefield, and the emperor wanted to appease the former dynasty, so he naturally had to favor the harem more. Hua Fei and her son have always received more attention from the emperor, and we are not even 1/10 of that, so just bear it yourself. Guan Guiran looked lonely, and said after a while, "What the queen said, how could I not know? But I can't resolve it myself. So I came to the empress to keep her company and ask for her advice." No one knows what Olenara said to Concubine 1. But when Concubine 1 left Jing'an Palace, she looked very worried. The two talked for a long time in the palace, and Olenara seemed to have completely forgotten about the third prince, who was still kneeling outside the palace to be punished, until Concubine 1 left. The little third prince could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground. The palace servant hurried in to report the third prince fainted. Jianqiu looked anxious, and immediately asked for the imperial physician. Olenara, however, had a calm expression and said, "Why are you panicking? You've only been kneeling for so many hours, and you're already weak. How can you be my son? Go and ask imperial physician Zhang to come." Jiang Fuhai hurriedly ran to ask Zhang Mi to come. The third prince was carried by the palace servants into the side hall where he lived, where the temperature was lower than other places. Olenara sat by the third prince's bed and reached out to touch his face. But when she was about to touch his face, she withdrew her hand. Jianqiu said, "Your Majesty, you can't bear it after all." Olenara's face showed no emotion. "Why can't I bear it? God has given a great task to a man, and he must first make his mind and body suffer, and his muscles and bones work hard. He has only been kneeling for a short while, and he fainted due to exhaustion." Jianqiu said, "Your Majesty, the third prince is less than 5 years old after all, and his body is tender. He has to get up at evening every day to study. I am afraid that if this continues, the third prince's body can't bear it." Olenara said, "You think too much. Look, Hongshi is much taller than other children of the same age. When this child was in the womb, his unfortunate mother tried her best to eat and drink, and I have never been stingy with her food. The third prince has enjoyed happiness since he was in his mother's womb. How can his body not bear it?" Jianqiu wanted to say something, but Jiang Fuhai hurriedly brought Zhang Mi. Your humble servant. Pay my respects to the queen, good luck to the empress." Olenara's face did not show any anxiety, but smiled. "Dr. Zhang is here quickly. Now that he is here, please take a look at Hongshi." Zhang Mi stepped forward and knelt in front of the third prince's bed. Jiang Fuhai pulled the third prince's delicate wrist over for Zhang Mi to feel his pulse. However, as soon as Zhang Mi's fingers touched the third prince's pulse, he frowned. Olenara asked when she saw this, "But is there anything wrong?" Zhang Mi also felt the pulse of the third prince's other hand. Then, he said, "Reporting to the queen, the third prince has been suffering from a cold for a few days. It is just that he must have caught a cold today, which forced the cold hidden in his body to come out. The third prince is too young, and his body can't bear it, so he fainted." Olenara said, "This child keeps complaining about the heat, and refuses to wear more clothes. I am also worried about him." Zhang Mi said nothing about this, but said, "It's okay, I will prescribe a few doses of medicine for the third prince. After the cold is dispelled, and the food is supplemented, it will be fine. But you must not let the third prince get tired these days. Just take a rest quietly." After sending Zhang Mi away, Olenara said to the people in her palace, "I remember everything clearly. The third prince is afraid of heat, and wears thin clothes, which cause the cold." The palace people all bowed their heads and nodded. "I remember." After the third prince stayed in the warm bed for a long time, he slowly woke up. What came into view was Olenara's expressionless face. The third prince, who had just woken up, had the first reaction of getting up in a hurry. "My queen mother, I won't dare to do that again. I will study hard." Olenara pursed her lips and reached out to hold down the third prince, who was struggling to get up. "Lie down first. I have already sent someone to tell your father. You must remember that you fainted because you caught a cold. Understand?" The pressure from Olenara's voice hit the little third prince hard. He looked at Olenara for a long time, not quite understanding, before he understood what she meant. "Yes, I remember." Chapter 367 Discovery of Red Mercury. When Injin arrived at Jing'an Palace, he almost strode forward. "Your Majesty, I respectfully welcome you. May your Majesty be well." The Olenara in front of Injin was dressed in plain clothes, with a pale face, with tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, and her eye circles were red. "Get up. How is Hongshi?" Injin passed by Olenara and asked anxiously. Olenara couldn't help but think of the time when her eldest brother Honghu had a fever. Injin was accompanying her pregnant sister. At that time, Elenara Ishio was just a concubine in the palace, and she didn't even have the qualifications to hire a doctor. All the doctors were focusing on her sister's pregnancy, and she could only watch Honghu die in her arms. Now this child was not Elenara's own, but he got the attention of Injin. Elenara's hatred slowly rose in her heart, but Elenara's face was only anxious and sad. She wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief and choked. "Your Majesty, don't worry, Hongshur had just taken medicine and had fallen asleep." The imperial physician said that Hongshur had just caught a cold, which was not serious, and would be fine after a few days of rest. Injin entered the side hall where Hongshur lived. He was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. His small round face had a rosy mouth, and because of the illness, his face looked even whiter. However, it was the kind of white where you could not see the blood. Injin reached out and touched Hongshur's face, but was afraid of waking him up, so he quickly withdrew his hand. He glanced at Elenara, who was standing beside him and crying silently, said, "Since it's not a big deal, there's no need for the queen to cry. The imperial physician has prescribed a prescription, just follow it." Elenara raised her hand to wipe away the tears that rolled down her cheeks, trying her best to stop crying. The son is sick, and the mother is in pain. Hongshur is still so young, and I can't bear to see him like this. I wish I could suffer for him, and I just hope Hongshur gets better as soon as possible. Injin didn't know why, but he couldn't get used to Elenara's tears. He said in a cold tone, "If you could suffer for him, there would be fewer sad mothers in the world. You are the queen. You should be as calm as a bell. Why are you like those ignorant women who only cry when things happen? I remember that even when Hongli was infected with the plague, I never saw Sherwan shed a tear. If you are not a strong mother, how can Hongshur be a real man?" A tear that Elenara had not yet rolled down accumulated in her eye socket. She looked at Injin's mouth in astonishment. What did Injin mean? Elenara was just like a helpless mother whose children suffered. She shed a few tears. Why was she scolded? It would be fine if she was scolded, but she was compared with Nien Sherwan. Elenara didn't know whether she should cry again or what to say. Injin waved his hand with some impatience. Okay, I heard that Hongshur was ill. Come and have a look." But it made the queen cry and feel uneasy. "I think Hongshur just needs to take medicine well. There is nothing else to do. I still have many memorials to review in the Yongxin Palace. Hongshur will be taken care of by the queen first. I will leave first." When Yin Shuan heard that the third prince was ill, she sent Xiao Linzi to deliver many small things collected from the people. Xiao Linzi knelt in front of Elenara, raised the tray in his hand above his head, and bowed his head and said, "Empress Hua is worried that the third prince has caught a cold. It will take several days to recover." These toys were originally collected by concubine Hua, and were intended for the fourth prince to play with. But concubine Hua said that the third prince might be bored during his illness, so she asked me to bring them to entertain him. Elenara, who was sitting high in the hall, nodded and ordered Hui Chun to take the tray from Xiao Linzi. Concubine Hua is thoughtful. I thank concubine Hua on behalf of Hongshur. Xiao Linzi said, "I dare not," and left the Jingren Palace. But he didn't go far. He saw from afar that the palace servants of Jingren Palace threw the small toys he sent to the corner of the courtyard. Xiao Linzi sighed. If the mother of the third prince knew about this, she would definitely feel very sorry for her son. Nian Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi's report, and fiddled with a box of spices. Forget it. I just feel sorry for the child. I originally wanted to send some medicine to dispel wind and cold, but it's not appropriate. Don't let anything happen to the third prince. You are blaming me again. I cannot bear the consequences. Xiao Linzi smiled flatteringly. My master is really wise. We should be on guard against others. I feel sorry for the third prince, but the queen is his mother, so she is destined to enjoy a good life. Yin Sherlan sneered. Enjoy a good life? Not everyone can enjoy such a good life. Somji continued. Yes. I heard from Xiangxiu in Jingren Palace that, in such a cold day, the third prince knelt outside the palace for a full hour. After all, it is not the queen's biological child. This heart is so cruel. Yin Sherlan did not comment. This day was November 28th. Guan Guren sent people to deliver many things. She said that there were a few toys among them, which she specially made for the fourth prince to play with. Yin Sherlan waved her hand indifferently, and asked the servant to put the things into her own storeroom. And Sayan, who had been following Xiao Linzi and looking at the toys left and right, suddenly uttered a puzzled sound. Huh? Yin Sherlan raised his head, and San held a jujube pony in his hand. The pony was made quite realistically. Even the pony's tail could be moved. What's going on? Nian held Hongli in her arms and looked at San, who was puzzled. San held the pony and bit its hind legs with force. With a crack, the horse's legs were pulled off. Some shiny things flowed out of the empty horse's belly. At first glance, it looked like water like silver. But Nian knew it after a slight reaction. It was red mercury. San rolled up the red mercury flowing out of the horse's belly with his clothes before it fell to the ground, preventing it from falling on the blue bricks and stones of the Equine Palace. Nian face changed instantly. This red mercury is highly toxic. It is usually used as a medicine to prevent corpses from decaying, and is also commonly used by quacks to make elixirs. But how could this be in this jujube pony? San carefully rolled up his clothes, took the red mercury out of the house, and found a porcelain bottle to put it in. He found another empty porcelain bottle, and expelled the remaining red mercury in the horse's belly bit by bit, until the porcelain bottle was full, and the horse could not empty a drop of red mercury in its stomach. San finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, madam. This thing will be fine as long as it is not inhaled by others. The fourth prince in Nian arms opened his curious eyes, and watched San do all this. He danced with joy and wanted to pounce on the porcelain bottle that was just filled with red mercury, but was taken away by Xiao Linzi. Nian face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. She took the jujube pony with its hind legs pulled out from San's hands. How did you find out that something was wrong? Chapter 368, Kill with Blood. San replied, I took this thing in my hand and played with it, and I found that it felt wrong. Jujube wood is just wood, but the weight of this pony is unusual. I was reckless, and I didn't know that there was such a poisonous thing in the horse's belly. I pulled the horse's leg off, and almost let it fall to the ground. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Nian said. How could I blame you? If you hadn't discovered it earlier, I'm afraid this thing would have harmed Hongli. These children's toys were sent by Concubine 1. Nian felt cold in her heart. Since Concubine 1 entered the palace, Nian never stopped her from being favored, and even hoped that she could be more favored. Concubine 1 lived up to expectations. Although she was not as favored as Zhenhuan in the previous life, she was still far behind other concubines in the palace except Nian. Ancient always gave Concubine 1 many rare treasures, openly or secretly. At the beginning, Concubine 1 always ordered people to bring those treasures to Equine Palace to be presented to Nian. Nian has lived 2 lives. What good things has she not seen? What food, clothing, and daily necessities are not as exquisite as those of the queen? But Nian always refused with a smile, only asking Concubine 1 to keep the treasures well. As long as she likes, she can give more. But since Nian had the 4th prince in the past 2 years, a large part of her attention has been shifted to the 4th prince. In addition, there is no concubine in the palace who can compete with her, ignored Concubine 1. As for the poison in Concubine 1, Nian thought about it again, and increased the dosage of the antidote in the antidote given to Concubine 1 every 3 months. Now Concubine 1 only needs to take the medicine once every 6 months. Thinking of this, Nian suddenly calmed down. Concubine 1's poison has not been cured. How dare she give poison to Hongli so blatantly? There must be something fishy about this. San and Xiao Linzi looked at the things Concubine 1 sent one by one. Another strange thing was found in a beautifully carved spinning top. Nian sent Xiao Linzi to call Wen Xianqing. Please take a look. Dr. Wen. Is there anything wrong with this spinning top? When Xianqing first looked at the spinning top with the pattern of the 8 immortals crossing the sea carved on the tray in Xiao Linzi's hand. Then, he said, Can I borrow a silk handkerchief from a girl? Li Dong hurriedly took out his silk handkerchief and handed it to Wen Xianqing. When Xianqing took the silk handkerchief, carefully picked up the spinning top through the silk handkerchief, and observed it carefully. He asked Xiao Linzi to get a basin of water, and put the spinning top in the water. The water gradually spread out a purple-red color, with the spinning top as the center. San took out a few raisins from his arms while watching, and was about to secretly put them into his mouth, but was seen by Wen Xianqing. Wait! Don't eat them. San was frightened and thought that Wen Xianqing despised his greed. So he put the raisins back in his pocket. Unexpectedly, Wen Xianqing became even more anxious and said, Take it out quickly. Poisonous. When Wen Xianqing said this, everyone in the Equine Palace was shocked. San hurriedly took out everything in his arms. Nian Shuoan watched him take out a lot of food from his arms. A bag of raisins, a bag of apricots, a chicken leg wrapped in oil paper, and a bag of miscellaneous preserved fruits. After Ansan finished taking out the food, he realized that he had too much food in his arms. He smiled and looked at Nian Shuoan. "My queen, it's not that I'm greedy, it's just that I'm hungry." When Xianqing could see clearly that this man was dressed as a guard, who was slightly taller than Xiao Linzi, he also looked at Nian Shuoan, and his eyes were clearly puzzled. Nian Shuoan looked up at the sky without saying a word, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Without waiting for Wen Xianqing to continue to be puzzled, Nian Shuoan said, "Excuse me, Dr. Wen. This is the greedy and useless guard of this palace." And San complained in his heart. He was a secret guard. A secret guard. What guard? No. But he dared not say anything. Even if Nian Shuoan was not his master, he was someone he could not afford to offend. When Xianqing nodded in understanding, said, "Fortunately, I called out in time, otherwise, if Gardley had eaten the dried fruit by mistake, it would have been fatal." Nian Shuoan said, "Why?" "The dried fruit he ate was from this palace, sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs." Could it be that the things sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs were poisonous? When Xianqing shook his head and pointed to the basin of water that had turned purple. "Her Majesty, please look. The wood used to make this spitting top is a poisonous tree. It should be white, but it was deliberately painted a different color. This color is also taken from another poisonous tree. The combination of the two is poison on poison." Nian Shuoan expected that there was something wrong with the spitting top, but she didn't know what the problem was. Now, after hearing what Wen Xianqing said, she thought that if only played with this poisonous substance, she felt her heart, which had just calmed down, start beating violently again. Nian Shuoan's tone became harsh again. "What kind of poison is it? This kind of poison is not enough, but it is actually trying to put my son to death." The pressure emanating from Nian Shuoan at this moment was like the force of a dark cloud pressing down on a city, and it made everyone in the room's knees go weak. Even when Xianqing, who was always calm, felt as if a big hand was pressing down on his head. He calmed himself down and replied, "Reporting to the queen, the wood used to make this spitting top is from the karari wood, which is a white wood. This karari wood is often used as a material for bows and arrows on the battlefield, and its juice is even more poisonous. So it has another name, called blood-killing throat." When Ansan heard the words blood-killing throat, he thought of how he had just looked at this thing for a long time, and quickly rubbed his hands on his clothes. When Xianqing saw his movements and said, "Gardley, don't panic. You only touched this poison with your hands. It's okay. As long as there are no minor wounds on your hands, the poison will not penetrate the skin. But your hands that have touched this thing, you can't touch anything else. Otherwise, everything you touch will be poisonous." And Sam was stunned for a moment, and stretched out his hand toward Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi sighed secretly, and slightly dodged Ansan's claws. Nian Shuoan felt frightened when she heard the name of bloody throat, but she was more worried about the layer on the surface. "What kind of poison is the other one?" When Xianqing said, "Don't worry, madam. Although the poison on the surface is also highly toxic, it is far less deadly than the poison of the strychnine. The purple-red color on the surface is the juice extracted from the wolfsbane flower. It is fine for people to come into contact with a small amount, but if they come into contact with too much, the poison will enter the lungs, paralyze the limbs, and then make the person lose his mind, fall into a coma, and die." When Nian Shuoan heard the first poison, her hands and feet trembled slightly, and when she heard the second one, she felt a raging fire burning on her head. Okay, Wan Guren relied on herself to gain favor all the way, but she was willing to make wedding clothes for others, and give this highly poisonous poison to Nian Shuoan's son. Since that's the case, then you'll have to wait for Nian Shuoan's anger. Chapter 369 Tip-Off. First, there was red mercury in the juju wood pony, then the wood of the exquisitely carved spitting top was highly poisonous. Nian Shuoan no longer had the patience to let anyone investigate the remaining things. "Put all these things away for me, Li Ke. How is the matter I asked you to investigate?" And San shook his head. "Reporting to the queen, that servant is very cautious. I have been watching him for several days, and I have not seen him go to Qixing Palace again, but I have found that a palace maid named Xiuchun from Li Gairen's place often goes to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Today I want a stack of red paper, tomorrow I want a stack of yellow paper. They are all insignificant little things. Since there is nothing useful, I did not report it to the queen. Yin Sherlan did not say anything else, and turned to ask Wen Xianqing. Dr. Wen, is there any unusual movement in the Imperial Hospital recently? Wen Xianqing shook his head. No unusual movement. Your Majesty knows that the Imperial Hospital obeys the Emperor. But since I went in, I realized that those people inside were not in a peaceful state. However, Dr. Hu, who served in Yonghe Palace, was running more frequently. She said that the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace was getting better, and she always asked him to prepare some things like Fuyinru powder. I have also secretly paid attention to it several times, and the things used by Dr. Hu are indeed necessary for preparation. Yin Sherlan fell into deep thought. These things were said by Concubine 1. But Concubine 1 was still poisoned, so she shouldn't be so anxious to poison the fourth prince. But Concubine 1 had no reason to obey Ilinara's orders. Could it be that this thing was not made by Concubine 1, but by someone else? But who could it be? If this person is allowed to stir up trouble, it is unknown when and how the mother and son will be poisoned. Yin Sherlan ordered Songji to get some exquisite cakes from the small kitchen. Go and send these things to Su Yuchuan, and just say that this is a reward from the palace to Concubine 1. Songji immediately took the things to Su Yuchuan. I pay my respects to Concubine 1, and wish Concubine 1 good luck. Although Songji was Yin Sherlan's maidservant, she was always told by Yin Sherlan not to be arrogant. Therefore, even when she was facing someone she disliked in the harem, she always had a smiling face. Wan Guiran was about to have dinner, looking at the food box in Songji's hand, with a happy face. Miss Songji, please stand up. Why did you come here in person? Did Concubine Hua give you some food? I just want to have dinner. Songji stood up, held the food box in her hands with both hands. She said with a smile. This servant is lucky. The food box contains cakes from the small kitchen of our Ikuin Palace. The queen said, the young lady sent so many things today, she should also try the cakes of Ikuin Palace. The young lady knows that the cakes of our Ikuin Palace are the best in the palace. The noble lady one hurriedly said to Cui Jinsi. Hurry up, don't tire Miss Songji. Seeing Cui Jinsi step forward to take the food box from Songji, the noble lady one said again. Thank you Miss Songji for conveying this. I thank the Empress Huafei for her reward. I have always heard that the small kitchen in Ikuin Palace is very delicious. Today, I am very happy to receive a reward from the Empress. Songji agreed and said before leaving. The Empress said that Concubine 1 has always been weak and should take care of herself. However, the medicine that Concubine 1 asked the Empress to find a few days ago may not be available for a while. Please wait patiently for a while. Or you can go to the Imperial Hospital first, so as not to delay your medication. There is still a lot of work to do in Ikuin Palace, so I will take my leave first. Lady 1 nodded. Thank you Miss Songji for telling me. After Songji left Su Yuchuan, Cui Jinsi opened the food box. Sure enough, there were 4 very exquisite snacks. A plate of autumn fruit butterfly, a plate of Mingxiang Fusho, a plate of persimmon rui, and a plate of Wanchun Jinfu. Cui Jinsi took out the 4 snacks one by one, and put them together with the dinner on Lady 1's table. My lady, look, this is indeed a snack from the Ikuin Palace. It is indeed exquisite. Let's not talk about the taste. Just the color makes me jealous. Lady 1 looked at the snacks. But she didn't even feel like having dinner. She said to Luo Yu, go and ask someone to prepare hot water for washing in the evening. Luo Yu lowered her head, replied yes, and went down to order hot water. But she was indignant in her heart. Humph! Such exquisite snacks. Is the young lady afraid that I will ask for it? Now Cui Jinsi has replaced her position beside Wan Guiran. Wan Guiran has to discuss everything with Cui Jinsi. When it comes to food, she always thinks of Cui Jinsi. Luo, you went to finish the instructions, and had nothing to do. The door of the main house was closed. Luo, you couldn't get in anyway, so she quietly left Sui Yuxuan and went somewhere. Inside the house, Wan Guiran said to Cui Jinsi, I don't like sweet food, and these cakes look too sweet. You pick the ones you like and keep them, and give the rest to the servants. Follow me, and taste the cakes of Ikuin Palace, which is also their blessing. Cui Jinsi did not pick the cakes, but just looked at Wan Guiran and said, the young lady just sent Luo Yu out. Aren't you afraid that she will go and tip off the other side? Wan Guiran picked up a piece of tender bamboo shoots absent-mindedly with chopsticks. In this cold winter, only the palace can eat such fresh bamboo shoots. Thinking of when I was sick as a child, she refused to eat. So her mother cooked tender bamboo shoots to coax her to eat. She was so happy at that time. Her father and mother doted on her, and her neighbor's brother played with her all day. Wan Guren swallowed the tender bamboo shoots, but felt that the taste was far different from what she had eaten when she was a child. The tender bamboo shoots cooked by the imperial chef in the palace were very delicious, but compared with what her mother cooked for her when she was a child, it always felt that the original fragrance of the bamboo shoots was lost. After swallowing the bamboo shoots in her mouth, Wan Guren put down her chopsticks. I was afraid she wouldn't go. I thought I had always treated her well, but I don't know why I treated her badly, but she actually colluded with outsiders. Since she wanted to use me as a scapegoat for outsiders, and wanted to kill me, I will send her off. If we can send that person away, it will be a happy ending for everyone. Cui Jinsi said. My lady, don't worry. I just sent the things over today. I think the fourth prince is still young, and he won't need them yet. After a few days, when the weather gets warmer, those things will be taken out. However, Empress Hua was kind today. Just because you gave her those things, she also rewarded you with so many cakes. It's just that I don't understand. Songji said that you asked Empress Hua for medicine. I follow you every day, and I don't see that you have any chronic illness. There are so many doctors in the palace. Since Empress Hua can't find the medicine you want, you might as well ask an imperial doctor to see it. Otherwise, I am worried about your health. The noble lady once smiled, and that smile seemed very weak. My illness is a mental illness. You naturally can't see it. I heard that Empress Hua's brother is in the northwest all year round, and that medicine only in the northwest. Chapter 370, Soft-Hearted. Cui Jinsi naturally didn't understand, because every time Shaolinzi said medicine, Guan Guren didn't let anyone know. Shaolinzi always counted the days. When Guan Guren felt unwell, Shaolinzi's medicine arrived. The medicine was only a small pill each time, but this pill could save Guan Guren from pain for 3 months. After another 3 months, new medicine would arrive. Guan Guren realized that, in the past year or so, her discomfort seemed to be less frequent. It used to occur every 3 months, but now it can be extended to half a year. She saved some of the medicine that concubine Hua ordered to be sent every 3 months. She thought that the medicinal food she ate every day had indeed played a role. When the poison in her body was slowly eliminated, she could get rid of concubine Hua's control. Then, could she also give birth to her own child? Yin Sherlan called Shaolinzi. Is it time for Lady Wan's medicine again? Shaolinzi replied immediately. Master, don't worry. I've got it in mind. The medicine is due on the 13th day. Will I still deliver it as usual? Yin Sherlan shook her head. No need. From now on, I will stop giving Lady Wan's medicine. If I ask her directly who sent the things to Hongli, she will not admit it. Only when the medicine is stopped, she will know who her master is. Shaolinzi nodded. Master, you are right. I am also thinking, concubine 1 was able to gain the emperor's favor because of you. If it weren't for your kindness, she would probably still be bullied in that remote place. But now she dares to help others to harm you, and the fourth prince, she deserves death. Yin Sherlan actually smiled and said, Only you think that I am kind-hearted. Everyone in the palace says that I am cruel and fierce, and many people regard me as a thorn in their eyes, and they can't wait to get rid of me. You are so sweet-mouthed. And you always say things that I like to hear. Shaolinzi looked up at Yin Sherlan and said seriously, Master, you have wronged me. I am not sweet-mouthed. Nor am I flattering. I really think you are kind-hearted. You keep me by your side, and treat me well. Just look at how you have behaved in the years I have been with you. You said that everyone in the palace thinks you are cruel. But I actually think that you are not cruel enough. Otherwise, how could Fu Cha die at that time? Besides, you only asked the emperor to banish her to the cold palace and spared her life. As for her death, it is still unknown who did it. Yin Sherlan picked up the tea beside her, as if she wanted to drink it, but put it down again. Although Fu Cha's death was not caused by me, it is rumored in the palace that it was me. I am not afraid of being smeared. I will take revenge when the truth comes out. My character is that I have never been one to be wronged since I was young. If anyone wrongs me, I will definitely repay him 100-fold or 1,000-fold. You are right. I was too soft-hearted in the past. That is why everyone wants to do something to me. In Jingren Palace, Lilinara looked at the Fuyanru powder sent by Empress Dowager De and asked Jiang Fuhai. Did you really see that the Empress Dowager looked better? Jiang Fuhai said. When I went to get something, I took a sneak peek. Indeed, the Empress Dowager De looked the same as before she got sick. It was just that she had a serious illness, so her wrinkles were more obvious. She was in very good spirits. I heard the Empress Dowager scolding the palace maids outside the palace. She didn't sound sick as before, but full of energy. Olenara smiled. Then I have to go and congratulate the Empress Dowager on her recovery. Then, does the Emperor know? Jiang Fuhai said. The Emperor probably doesn't know. The Emperor sent people to Yonga Palace every day. But Empress Dowager always said that she was not in good health, and only saw her once every 3 or 5 times. I am too talkative, and I am saying something disrespectful. From my point of view, the Emperor does not seem to care much about Yonga Palace. Instead, he is always very devoted to Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. Those good things that are tributed by foreign countries are all selected by Sinang Palace first. Olenara said. I know this. The Emperor grew up under the care of the late Emperor's imperial noble consort Tong Jia. She had more contact with the Empress Dowager of Sinang Palace than the Empress Dowager of Yonga Palace. So she was naturally closer to Sinang Palace. However, the Emperor was a filial son, and it was impossible for him to ignore Yonga Palace. Olenara went to Yonga Palace, but still did not see Empress Dowager De. Since Olenara talked with Empress Dowager De once last year, their relationship became more distant. Empress Dowager De said in the past that the throne of the queen must be in the hands of the Olenara family. Later, she seemed to care less and less about these things. Olenara also often went to Yonga Palace. Empress Dowager De always said that she was not in good health and was too lazy to see guests. 8 out of 10 times, Olenara could not even enter the bedroom, and could only pay respects to Empress Dowager De through the door outside the palace. Later, Olenara herself was too lazy to go, and only sent people to greet her from time to time. After hearing that Empress Dowager De was still the same, she sent people to collect some magical medicine and send it to her. Empress Dowager De occasionally attended palace banquets, but she always looked sick. After sitting for a while, they left. Injin and Olenara didn't care much. They said, "Farewell, Empress Dowager," but turned around and continued to feast. Shushi always felt sorry for Empress Dowager De. But Empress Dowager De herself was not as angry about these things as before. She even advised Shushi to be more open-minded. Today was the first day of the 12th lunar month. After all the concubines paid their respects to her, Olenara went to the Sinang Palace to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. She learned that the Empress Dowager was fasting and worshipping Buddha, and did not see anyone. Then they turned to Yonga Palace. Empress Dowager De had just finished her breakfast, and Olenara entered the palace after being summoned by the eunuch. Empress Dowager De, who was sitting at the top, was wearing a royal blue dress today, embroidered with a 9-tailed phoenix. The phoenix hairpin on Empress Dowager De's head seemed to be newly made. Olenara had never seen it before. But Empress Dowager De still looked listless, and her face was slightly pale. Olenara stepped forward to greet her. Today is the first day of the 12th lunar month. I come to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager live a long and healthy life. Olenara knelt down and bowed respectfully. Empress Dowager De looked at Olenara and kowtowed to her 3 times and 9 times, completing all the etiquette, and then smiled and said slowly, "Queen, no need to bow. Get up." Jianqiu reached out to help Olenara, but she gently pushed her away and stood up straight. Olenara looked up at Empress Dowager De, carefully observed her complexion, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen my mother for a long time. Today, I saw her, and she seemed to be in much better shape than before. It seems that the doctors in the Imperial Hospital have improved their medical skills. I don't know what medicine my mother is taking now, or what kind of pills she is using. I can ask the doctors to treat her."